I have become a symbiote. In the vast, boundless universe lies the unknown and the eternal. In O1 can predict the astonishing transformations that may occur in the next fleeting moment. A colossal meteorite, reminiscent of reddish copper, traverses the pitch-black cosmos like a brilliant morning star. Its surface is marred by numerous fissures, suggesting it has endured unimaginable impacts, rendering it somewhat unsightly. Particularly, those cracks resemble contorted centipedes, twisting their bodies in agony. Deep within these crevices flows a dark liquid, which is, in fact, a symbiotic organism that is slowly awakening. Where am I? Did I not perish in a car accident? Why am I still alive? Who could have foreseen such misfortune? Struck down by a massive truck, it seemed fate had dealt a cruel hand. Yet against all odds, it appeared the heavens had chosen to spare him. They granted him a second chance at life, albeit in this ghastly form. Still engulfed in a void of darkness, was this not a cruel twist of fate? A surge of indignation surged within Gu Bei as an orphan from the countryside. Abandoned since childhood, he had finally achieved his dreams of entering university, purchasing a car and a home. Reaching the pinnacle of his aspirations, he ought to be savoring life. Yet here he was, reduced to this state. Gu Bei felt a profound injustice. Why should his lifelong efforts culminate in such a fate? The heavens have been exceedingly unfair. Curse it! Damn the heavens! Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Gu Bei's mind. The multiverse traversal system is now activated. The multiverse traversal system, cultivating the strongest multiversal warriors, your trustworthy choice. As a man who frequently indulged in web novels in 2019, Gu Bei was no stranger to systems. Indeed, he was rather familiar with them. Surprisingly, the voice in his mind did not evoke shock, but rather exhilaration. It appeared that systems truly existed, that a flame of hope ignited within Gu Bei. If the hardships of his earlier life had led to this system, then he would gladly accept it. Moreover, he reminded himself that possessing this system meant he must not continue to suppress himself. He was determined to live life to the fullest and embrace every moment. To hell with working overtime, to hell with buying cars and houses. He would seize his backpack and embark on an impromptu journey. The system prompted him. System binding successful host identified as a symbiote in the Marvel Universe, resembling the entity Venom. Upon hearing this notification, Gu Bei recognized that he bore an uncanny resemblance to the symbiotic Venom from the Marvel films. So, he had traversed into the Marvel Universe and become a symbiote. No wonder it was so dark. He was indeed liquid. Gu Bei stretched his form and discovered he felt remarkably agile, imbued with considerable strength. Yet, he was uncertain how to achieve symbiosis with others. The system prompted once more. The host has received a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? Naturally, Gu Bei chose to open it, and soon the system provided him with additional notifications. The host has acquired 30 units of traversal energy. The host has received 5 points of racial value. The host's racial tier has been upgraded, allowing for free selection of enhancement direction. Before Gu Bei, a colossal screen. Measuring 4 meters by 4 meters in a serene, aquamarine hue materialized. Upon it was inscribed all of Gu Bei's information. Nama, Gu Bei. Race, low-level symbiote. Race value, 55, upgradable with selectable evolutionary paths. Level 1. Experience points, 0.5. Inventory, 30 slots, empty. Traversal energy, 30. Dimensional choices, One Piece World, Naruto World, Dragon Ball World. Each dimension corresponded to a requisite amount of traversal energy, accompanied by a fixed time limit. With 30 units of traversal energy, Gu Bei found the options rather limited. However, more perplexing than the dimensional choices was the matter of racial evolution. The attribute interface indicated that Gu Bei's race value was maximized, permitting an upgrade. A thought crossed Gu Bei's mind: could he possibly evolve back into a human? This notion stirred a sense of anticipation within him despite the formidable nature of the Marvel symbiote. He yearned for a human form. Gu Bei pressed the button for racial evolution. Numerous evolutionary paths appeared before him. Yet, to his dismay, none led to a humanoid form. The available evolutionary types included 1. The robust low-level symbiote, which upon symbiosis would enhance strength, speed, and regenerative capabilities, rendering the host more formidable. 2. The life-preserving low-level symbiote, which would slightly augment abilities and significantly boost self-recovery. 3. The intelligent low-level symbiote, which would inherit the host's abilities, preserving them even when parasitizing other hosts. Each symbiote boasted its own merits, but the most advantageous evolutionary path was undoubtedly the intelligent low-level symbiote. Without hesitation, Gu Bei opted to evolve into the intelligent low-level symbiote. In the next moment, he was enveloped in a crystalline aquamarine cocoon, his liquid form experiencing an invigorating chill. This frigid sensation bestowed upon Gu Bei a profound comfort, as if he were undergoing a certain transcendence, causing even his very soul to tremble. Though his black liquid exterior remained unchanged, within its depths, a kaleidoscopic brilliance began to emerge. Should the colors envelop his entire liquid form, it would signify the completion of his evolution. The evolution within the blue crystal persisted for approximately 50 seconds. As the crystalline shell receded, Gu Bei felt rejuvenated, as if a great burden had been lifted. Coincidentally, as Gu Bei's evolution concluded, his previously solitary cosmic journey appeared to be approaching its end. He discerned a cerulean planet along the trajectory of a meteorite. It seemed he was destined to descend upon this azure sphere. With his superior vision as a symbiote, Gu Bei readily recognized it as Earth, albeit not the Earth of his original world, but rather that of the Marvel Universe. However, it appeared that the meteorite still had some distance to traverse before reaching the planet, suggesting that Gu Bei would need to journey for several more days. Yet, the prospect of lingering on a derelict meteorite for days was an endeavor Gu Bei was decidedly unwilling to undertake. Thus, Gu Bei turned his attention to the notion of dimensional travel. It was time for an impromptu journey. But where to? As Gu Bei examined the various dimensions, a knowing smile crept across his face upon discovering one particular realm. This would be the destination. In the world of battle through the heavens, a traversal required 30 units of energy and allowed a stay of 5 days. Without hesitation, Gu Bei selected it. This realm boasted an infinitely upgradable burning technique and an array of exotic flames, a world brimming with wonder. Gu Bei could not help but feel an exhilarating anticipation for the adventure that lay ahead. On a meteorite, a ripple of spatial distortion emanated outward. Gu Bei's liquid form quivered, akin to mist dissipating, experiencing both pain and pleasure. In the next instant, the transmission was complete. The meteorite now bore no symbiotic entities, only an uneven surface marred by unsightly cracks. The moon hung like a silver disk amidst a canopy of stars. Here lay the world of battle through the heavens, specifically the secluded mountainside favored by Xiao Yan. Gu Bei, a mass of black liquid, descended upon the lush branches of a towering tree, its foliage abundant, with leaves the size of a palm, evidently aged by many years. The leaves concealed Gu Bei's form, and he pushed aside the foliage. Before him lay the fallen genius, Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan reclined upon a massive boulder, a blade of dogtail grass clutched in his mouth, his expression one of slight melancholy as he gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Perhaps he was grappling with the despair of lost potential. Gu Bei could not claim such fortune upon entering this world. He did not encounter Xiao Yan immediately, though he chuckled heartily, not really. Observing Xiao Yan beneath the tree, Gu Bei mused that fortune often appears where least expected, and effort is seldom required. Dear Xiao Yan, today you shall become my master. Gu Bei stretched upon the great tree, feeling no discomfort, adeptly controlling his movements. He manifested 2 feet and propelled himself against the trunk. In an instant, he soared into the air. This commotion drew Xiao Yan's attention. He turned to see a dark form hovering in the sky, momentarily startled. Goodness, is someone throwing excrement at night? Gu Bei nearly choked with indignation upon hearing this. You're the excrement. Your entire family is excrement. I'm a clever, lowly symbiote. What do you know of it? Fuming inwardly, Gu Bei approached Xiao Yan. A faint golden fighting spirit surged from Xiao Yan, attempting to repel Gu Bei. However, as a cunning lowly symbiote, Gu Bei was not to be easily deterred. He nimbly circled around Xiao Yan, causing the golden energy to deplete significantly. Ultimately, Gu Bei located the vulnerability in the fighting spirit's defense and transformed his form into a spear, launching a fierce assault. The fighting spirit proved unable to withstand Gu Bei's onslaught, gradually dissipating. Without hesitation, Gu Bei entered Xiao Yan's body. In mere moments, Gu Bei successfully invaded Xiao Yan's being. in the stillness of the night, having been assaulted by an enigmatic entity. Even with the heart of an adult, Xiao Yan could not suppress his inner terror as he uttered, "What was that just now?" Ha ha ha. A splendid question. Gu Bei emitted a voice reminiscent of a malevolent villain, captivating and sinister. "I am a being known as a symbiote. You may refer to me as Gu Bei." 3 years prior, he had lost his innate talent and regressed in cultivation. Descending from the esteemed prodigy of his family to a mere waste, he had endured countless scornful glances and disdain. More than anything, he longed to stand once again beside a woman named Sun'er, exuding strength and valor. Xiao Yan's silence was precisely what Gu Bei sought. He continued, "If you wish, you may borrow my power. Come, I am prepared. Should you choose to accept me, this power shall be yours. Those who have humiliated you will undoubtedly face retribution. I shall not spare those who have shamed you. The mightier you become, the mightier I shall be." The parasitic nature of the symbiote dictated that the host retain dominion, a fact that irked Gu Bei immensely. In essence, if the host refused to borrow his power, he could enact nothing and gain no abilities from the other. Thus, Gu Bei began to fervently persuade Xiao Yan to accept his strength. After all, Xiao Yan indeed needed power. It was a mutual benefit. The more Xiao Yan trembled, the more Gu Bei understood the inner turmoil of the young man, increasing his chances of success. Xiao Yan swallowed hard, gripping his fists tightly, and queried, "If you grant me power, what must I sacrifice?" Xiao Yan felt parched, as if a monumental boon lay before him. Yet, he feared that Gu Bei might be deceiving him after all. Such an enigmatic power bred skepticism. Xiao Yan grappled with his internal conflict, to be a fleeting hero for a moment or a lifelong sycophant. His voice trembled, but in the end, he made a resolute decision. He refused to live in disgrace, preferring to stand and die rather than kneel and live. Just as Xiao Yan was about to acquiesce to Gu Bei, preparing to become a fleeting hero, a robust voice resonated from the mountainside. "Yinner, what troubles you?" The speaker was none other than Xiao Yan's father, Xiao Zhan, the patriarch of the Xiao clan, one of the 3 prominent families of Wudong City, a grand fighter of unfathomable strength. Upon seeing his father approach, the enchantment that had clouded Xiao Yan's mind dissipated. Gu Bei's power was not to be accepted. It would exact a grievous toll. He addressed Xiao Zhan, "No, it's nothing." Xiao Zhan assumed Xiao Yan was troubled by his cultivation, paying no heed to the young man's earlier peculiar behavior. A smile graced his face. "Yinner, you should rest early today. Tomorrow, I shall present you with a surprise." Xiao Yan forced a bitter smile. "Father, there's no need to harbor any more hopes for me." Xiao Zhan smiled silently, seemingly quite pleased with the events that would unfold on the morrow. On their journey, Gu Bei incessantly engaged in a mental dialogue with Xiao Yan. "Why have you forsaken my power? You must realize how desperately you need me." Xiao Yan retorted inwardly with fierce determination. "You, a being of darkness, should cease your insidious temptations. Even if I were to perish on the path of cultivation, I would never resort to your power." Yet, Gu Bei remained unfazed by Xiao Yan's resolute words, pointing out a critical flaw. "Then why do you not disclose my existence to your father?" Xiao Yan's gaze turned icy. "What? Do you wish for me to reveal it now?" Gu Bei refrained from further persuasion, recognizing that although Xiao Yan appeared youthful, his thoughts were those of an adult, and he dared not press too hard. However, as long as he resided within Xiao Yan's body, there were countless ways to compel him to utilize his power. In an instant, Gu Bei grasped the impending events. It was likely that tomorrow would mark the day when Nalan Yanran would arrive at the Xiao family to call off her engagement with Xiao Yan. That moment, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly disregard all else in his quest for strength. Chapter 3. Unity and Honor and Shame. Xiao Yan sat upon the perfectly square bed, inhaling the unique scent of sandalwood that permeated the room. The cool night breeze wafted through the window, gradually calming his restless heart. He was torn, uncertain of how to deal with Gu Bei. Despite the likelihood of Gu Bei being a potential threat, he had nonetheless chosen to keep him close. Gu Bei seemed to perceive Xiao Yan's inner turmoil and cackled ominously. "Xiao Yan, have you come to a realization? Just a word from you, and my power shall be yours." Xiao Yan's expression darkened. Yet he refrained from responding to Gu Bei's taunts. He extinguished the lights and fell into a deep slumber. Gu Bei inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. Xiao Yan was on the verge of yielding, but alas, he lacked that final impetus. As Xiao Yan succumbed to sleep, Gu Bei, as a symbiotic entity, felt no fatigue. With nothing else to occupy his time, he explored Xiao Yan's body. Near Xiao Yan's dantian, he discovered the weak rotation of the Dou Qi vortex. It appeared quite feeble, with only a scant amount of Dou Qi swirling around, a pitiful sight indeed. However, this was largely due to Yao Lao's interference. Had it not been for him, Xiao Yan would not have faced such a tragic downfall from brilliance. Gu Bei's dark, liquid form attempted to merge with the Dou Qi vortex. His fluid body, akin to that of an octopus, sought to latch onto the vortex. The Dou Qi vortex noticeably accelerated, seemingly revitalized. The speed of the contained Dou Qi's rotation surged rapidly. Yet soon after, the vortex reacted violently to Gu Bei, forcefully repelling him. This left Gu Bei with a throbbing headache. Indeed, without Xiao Yan's consent, he could not truly initiate the symbiosis. However, if they were to begin coexisting, Gu Bei glanced at the Dou Qi vortex, contemplating its previous strength. He surmised that once symbiosis commenced, Xiao Yan's power would undoubtedly ascend to the level of a Dou fighter. A wicked grin spread across Gu Bei's face, as he sensed that matters were becoming increasingly intriguing. Day and night transitioned in the blink of an eye, as the moon waned and the sun rose. The dawn broke with a hint of pale light in the east. The most significant event in Xiao Yan's life was about to unfold. On this day, in the grand hall of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan and 3 elders were eagerly engaged in conversation with a stranger of advanced years. A delicate young lady nearby displayed her displeasure at the elder's slow pace, her brow furrowing in discontent. Xiao Yan stood to the side of the hall, feeling somewhat bored, and soon succumbed to a nap. Gu Bei chuckled darkly. "Tell me, Xiao Yan, do you know who they are?" Xiao Yan cast a sidelong glance, unable to discern their identities. Yet Gu Bei was in no hurry, slowly guiding Xiao Yan's anger to a boiling point. "Did you notice the silver sword clouds on the cuffs of their garments?" Xiao Yan looked over and indeed saw the exquisite silver sword clouds adorning their sleeves. He could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. Were they from the Yunlan sect? The Yunlan sect was a formidable force during the early stages of the Dou Po era, with no rivals in Wudan City. Gu Bei once again reminded Xiao Yan, "Are you aware that your betrothed is from the Yunlan sect?" This statement stirred a tempest within Xiao Yan's heart, instilling a foreboding sense of dread. Should that ominous premonition prove true, the ensuing events would bring humiliation not only to Xiao Yan, but also to Xiao Zhan and the entire Xiao clan. The blood drained from Xiao Yan's face, rendering him pale, and despite his years of rigorous training, his sturdy arms trembled slightly. His expression was one of distress as he turned to look at the young woman beside the elder, but he could not recognize her at all. Who could she be? Could it truly be his betrothed, the prodigious Nalan Yanran, who had been taken as a disciple by Yunlan Sect's Yun? A chill coursed through Xiao Yan's body, his strength seemingly dissipating. Gu Bei was quite pleased with Xiao Yan's fury and said, "If I am not mistaken, the 2 individuals in the Xiao family hall are indeed Nalan Yanran and an elder from the Yunlan sect. Come to annul the engagement. Do not speak such nonsense." Xiao Yan roared within his mind, his spirit contorted in rage. "The patriarch of the Nalan family has a good relationship with my grandfather. How could they possibly come to annul the engagement? Do you understand what this means for our Xiao family? It is a disgrace beyond measure. A matter of life and death." Xiao Yan's spirit was indeed on the brink of collapse, yet he remained unwilling to accept the impending reality. Gu Bei silently scoffed, "Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Let us wait and see." Inside the hall, the conversation continued, but as it progressed, the elder Guyi of the Yunlan sect divulged more information, seemingly alluding to a certain matter with intention. This rendered Xiao Yan's expression frigid. His nails dug deeply into his flesh without his awareness, as Nalan Yanran revealed her identity and courteously addressed Xiao Zhan as Uncle Xiao. Her feigned demeanor ignited a furious blaze within Xiao Yan. This woman, seeing that the moment was ripe, Guyi cleared his throat. "Patriarch Xiao, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you." Xiao Zhan, aware that the young woman was Nalan Yanran, had already formed some suspicions. At this moment, Guyi's grave tone piqued his interest. A flicker of anger passed through Xiao Zhan's eyes as he replied, "Elder Gu, please proceed." Guyi took a deep breath and spoke deliberately. "Patriarch Xiao, you are aware that our Yunlan sect enforces strict regulations, and our esteemed sect master holds high expectations for Yanran, essentially grooming her as the next sect master. Due to certain special stipulations, the sect master's successor must not become entangled with any man before assuming the role." After inquiring with Yanran, the sect master learned of her engagement to the Xiao family and thus, The sect master wishes for you to annul this betrothal. Preposterous. Xiao Yan bellowed, his jade cup shattering into fragments in an instant. Within the hall, all members of the Xiao family initially wore expressions of disbelief, unable to accept that Nalin Yin had truly come to annul the engagement. However, once the shock subsided, their faces transformed, adorned with mocking disdain. They gazed upon the furious Xiao Yan, a fierce protector, who appeared to have aged a decade in an instant, his physique noticeably diminished. Is this what they call the decline of spirit resulting in a frail form? How intriguing. Indeed, it is quite fascinating. Having been suppressed by Xiao Yan in the past, they now felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, for his son had been cast aside in engagement. After observing Xiao Yan, their disdain and mockery turned towards Xiao Yan, almost spilling over in their contempt. It was as if the word waste was inscribed in their very eyes. What a heart-wrenching sight. The pain was unimaginable, reverberating deep within their souls. No one could come to the aid of this discarded one. The shameful title of waste would follow him throughout his life, never to be erased. Yet, a sinister voice whispered, "You and I are one, our fates intertwined. To embrace me is to embrace your true self." Chapter 4. The Formation of a Deadly Duel, Nalin Yanran. Gu Bei's voice, akin to that of a devil's temptation, has now become Xiao Yan's sole lifeline. Xiao Yan understands that if he regains the talent and strength he once lost, he can silence everyone and exact his vengeance upon Nalin Yanran. That lofty woman, disregarding the marriage pact between their elders, has brought disgrace upon him and his father. How could he endure such humiliation? Within Xiao Yan, Gu Bei quivers, his liquid form gradually merging into Xiao Yan's Dou Qi vortex, without being repelled. He senses that Xiao Yan is slowly accepting him, a symbiotic relationship beginning to form. Yet, the pace of this union is exceedingly sluggish, indicative of Xiao Yan's lingering resistance. Xiao Yan yearns for revenge, yet he does not wish to become a mere shell of a man. Deep within his heart, he constantly harbors apprehension towards Gu Bei. Gu Bei, undeterred, proclaims within Xiao Yan's body, "Xiao Yan, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not belittle the youth and poverty. Is this the life you desire, one as wretched as this? In this world, seek only the thrill of life, slaying one every 10 steps, leaving no trace over 1,000 miles. Right or wrong, all that matters is a clear conscience. This is the life you ought to pursue." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan seems to achieve a moment of clarity, a spark igniting within his eyes as he murmurs, "A clear conscience, indeed. That is all I seek." In an instant, Gu Bei's flowing black form completely integrates into Xiao Yan's Dou Qi vortex. The vortex's power surges, accelerating rapidly, eventually giving birth to liquid Dou Qi. The realm of the Dou practitioner is achieved. Simultaneously, Gu Bei successfully seizes control of the body, twisting his neck in newfound curiosity at being human once more. In the realm of the spirit, Xiao Yan suppresses a roar of fury. "Revenge. I shall exact my vengeance upon Nalin Yanran. The humiliation of the annulled engagement is a memory I cannot forget." Gu Bei grins maliciously, "As you wish." In the grand hall, laughter and mockery linger. A manifestation of the Xiao family schadenfreude towards the Xiao Yan lineage, steeped in the most venomous jealousy. Xiao Yan's robust form trembles, a clear sign of his fury. His child has been publicly rejected, subjected to ridicule and derision, yet he finds himself powerless to intervene. Gu Bei observes it all, his voice as cold as iron. Nalin Yanran, stepping forth with commanding presence, his robes billow without wind, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. The onlookers are taken aback. This young man, stripped of his talent, possesses such formidable spirit, truly terrifying. Had his gifts remained, who could fathom the extent of his potential? The three elders of the Xiao family, historically at odds with Xiao Yan, witness Gu Bei's intent to confront Nalin Yanran, the future leader of the Yulan sect. They bark sternly, "Xiao Yan, is this a place for your words? Depart at once." Just then, an ethereal voice drifts in. "Three elders, would you handle matters thus if your own offspring were to face a similar rejection?" Draped in snow-white garments, Xiao Suner calmly remarked, "This matter concerns my brother Xiao Yan. It is best left for him to handle." The three elders were struck as if by thunder. Xiao Suner was not someone they could provoke. Their expressions shifted, and they conceded, "Then we shall heed Miss Suner's wishes." Nalin Yanran, perplexed by Xiao Suner's esteemed status that could silence the three elders of the Xiao family, remained resolute. Regardless of Xiao Suner's identity, she was determined that today's marriage would be annulled. She would never wed someone as inept as Xiao Yan. Gu Bei extended 2 fingers, declaring, "If you wish to break the engagement, I present you with 2 options. The first, Let today's events be forgotten, and the betrothal shall continue, with no grievances held against you. Nalan Yinran's face flushed with anger. How dare Xiao Yan presume to absolve her of any past transgressions? As the future matriarch of the Yunlan sect, she viewed him merely as a talentless waste. Did he intend to cling to her for his own gain? Indeed, he was as insufferable as the rumors suggested. With this thought, her gaze towards Xiao Yan hardened, tinged with disdain. Nalan Yinran's voice turned increasingly frigid. And what of the second option? Gu Bei's eyes narrowed, a glint of madness flickering within them as he formed his hand into a claw before tightly clenching it into a fist. The second option is for us to duel right now, to the death, to determine our fates. No retreat, no mercy. This was the perilous choice Gu Bei laid before her. There would be no compromise, only a fight to the bitter end. The onlookers from the Xiao family could only perceive Gu Bei's challenge as an act of folly. A talentless wretch daring to duel the highly regarded young master of the Yunlan sect with sheer madness. The three elders looked on with scorn, taunting Xiao Yan. Do you not feel the shame you have brought upon the Xiao family? Whispers circulated among the other members of the Xiao family, speculating that Xiao Yan's loss of talent over the past 3 years had driven him to madness. Many regarded him with derision, questioning how he could still hope to cling to the future leader of the Yunlan sect. Gu Bei, catching the murmurs, cast a cold gaze over the assembly, many of whom were Xiao Yan's peers. His eyes locked onto Nalan Yanran, awaiting her response. Nalan Yanran found herself caught in a dilemma. She was unwilling to bear the disgrace of breaking the engagement, nor did she wish to be known for the act of killing Xiao Yan. Anger surged within her as she glared at him, yet a flicker of murderous intent also arose in her heart. The three elders recognized her predicament. They were eager to align themselves with the powerful Yunlan sect. Pointing accusingly at Gu Bei, they cried, Xiao Yan, you are courting death. Gu Bei remained unfazed. The trio then turned to Xiao Zhan, pleading, Xiao Zhan, will you stand idly by while your son meets his demise within the Xiao family? Xiao Zhan, observing Gu Bei's fervor, seemed to understand the depths of his resolve. Better to die standing than to live on one's knees. A smile broke upon his face. Since his child had made such a decision, he would not hinder him. With fierce determination in his eyes, he addressed the three elders. Silence. My son shall choose his own path, and it is not for you to dictate. Xiao Zhan's faint aura of fighting spirit gradually enveloped his entire body, eventually coalescing into an ethereal lion's head that faintly materialized upon his visage. This was the pinnacle technique of the Xiao clan, the furious lion's wrath. Classified at the intermediate level of the profound tier, the immense pressure it exuded was palpable, rendering the three elders motionless. This served as a stark warning from Xiao Zhan. Any further words exchanged would lead to an irreconcilable conflict between them. Beads of sweat trickled down the foreheads of the three elders. They were acutely aware of Xiao Zhan's superiority, yet they had not anticipated such overwhelming prowess. In that moment, they dared not utter another syllable. Nalan Yanran clenched her silver teeth tightly. As a woman of exalted lineage, how could she possibly condescend to wed someone as worthless as Xiao Yan, even if it meant staining her reputation by eliminating Xiao Yan? She was resolute in her decision to annul the engagement. Thus, she accepted the challenge of this deadly duel. Chapter 5. This blow will reduce you to ashes. In the training grounds of the Xiao family, an 8-meter wide and 10-meter long space served as the arena where Gu Bei and Na Ran Yanran stood in a tense standoff. Onlookers from the Xiao family lingered nearby, many openly expressing their disdain for Xiao Yan, the so-called waste of talent, whose cultivation had regressed and now dared to challenge the prodigy of Yunlan's sect. It was nothing short of suicidal. As the duel commenced, it was feared he would be vanquished by a single strike, not only suffering humiliation but also staining the hands of a remarkable woman. They contemplated that should they win Na Ran Yanran's favor, joining Yunlan's sect would elevate their status immensely. The three elders of the Xiao family cackled ominously, warning Xiao Zhan not to regret his decisions. Xiao Zhan merely snorted, his gaze frigid, indicating it would be best not to provoke him further. Anger simmered within the elders, yet they dared not voice their thoughts. They could only gaze at Gu Bei on the training grounds, feeling a sense of disdain arise. This wasteful individual believed he could triumph over Na Ran Yanran. Such delusions were laughable. Na Ran Yanran, standing on the arena, resembled a pristine white lotus, exuding an ethereal aura, untouched by the mundane world. Her voice was cool and delicate, reminiscent of winter dew falling onto frozen soil. Xiao Yan, I offer you one final chance. Will you agree to annul the engagement? Gu Bei grinned widely, declaring, only if you perish. Na Ran Yanran's eyes turned icy. You shall die? With unwavering resolve, she unleashed the formidable aura of a first-tier fighter, a power that was impressively solid, indicating her rigorous training and promising future. If she continued on this path, reaching the Emperor of Fighters' realm would be merely a matter of time. The three elders of the Xiao family, feeling the force of her energy, were left utterly astonished, their eyes widened in disbelief as they gasped for breath. At such a young age, she had achieved the first-tier fighter level. If she continued to grow, the implications were staggering. Truly, she was destined to be the future leader of Yunlan's sect. A presence both formidable and awe-inspiring. The other Xiao family youths dared not gaze directly at Yanran's exquisitely beautiful face. They felt a profound sense of inferiority. Such excellence was beyond their reach. At just 15, she had broken through to the first-tier fighter level, a feat unprecedented in the entire Wudan city and exceedingly rare even within the Jiama Empire. Her crystalline eyes sparkled as if ice flowers were blooming within them, and her fighting aura flowed gracefully throughout her being. Her lithe form seemed to be encased in a thin layer of armor, undoubtedly a manifestation of a powerful technique, the name of which remained unknown to the onlookers. Nevertheless, its rank was assuredly no less than that of a mid-level mystic-grade technique. This revelation instilled a sense of dread among many. Not only was her cultivation formidable, but she also practiced an exceptionally high-level technique. Among the younger generation, could anyone truly rival Yanran? Xiao Yan. Yanran called out softly yet fiercely, resolved to eliminate Gu Bei. Should he survive, she would be bound to marry this waste. Proud as she was, Yanran would never allow such a circumstance to unfold. With her fighting aura coalescing in her jade palm, she moved with the grace of a celestial crane, swiftly arriving before Gu Bei, delivering a decisive strike. Yet Xiao Yan remained utterly motionless. Other disciples remarked, "I believe he has been paralyzed by fear, unable to act." As they spoke, many could not suppress their mockery, relishing the notion of Gu Bei's demise. Yanran's palm approached Gu Bei, mere 3/10 of a meter away. Even Yanran believed that Gu Bei was doomed. Suddenly, a resounding and unrestrained laughter echoed. "What?" Yanran exclaimed in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. This was clearly a manifestation of a combatant's realm. Moreover, it was not merely that of a one-star combatant. The aura was steadily escalating. Though gradual, it was resolute and unwavering in its ascent. 2-star combatant, 3-star combatant, 4-star combatant, 5-star combatant. A full 4 realms above Yanran. 5-star combatant. And this realm was entirely emanating from Gu Bei alone. How could this be? Countless onlookers gaped in astonishment, as if witnessing a ghost or the sky crashing down upon them. Was he not supposed to have lost all talent, regressing in cultivation? Had he not become a mere wastrel? How could he possess such a level, surpassing even the illustrious Yanran of the Yunlan sect by 4 realms? The 3 elders felt a constricting pressure in their chests, nearly suffocating from the shock. They were filled with terror. If Xiao Yan possessed such innate talent, there would be no place for them in the future of the Xiao clan. Other disciples of the Xiao clan trembled in fear. They had ridiculed Xiao Yan, treating him with disdain. Should he seek vengeance, they would surely be obliterated like mere ants. Thinking of this, their legs quaked, nearly prompting them to flee. Was Yanran's strike, at the 1-star combatant level, swift? To Gu Bei, at the 5-star combatant level, it was akin to a snail's pace. A glimmer of determination flashed in Gu Bei's eyes. His fist felt as if it bore the weight of mountains as he swung. The air around him parted in all directions. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Gu Bei's punch radiated an unstoppable dominance, a ferocity unique to the symbiotic tribe. Yanran, you are the paragon of the heavens, a goddess, cold and unparalleled. Thus, when this fist descends, you shall surely weep for a long time. Boom. Gu Bei's fist struck Yanran's abdomen with immense force, launching her into the air, soaring over 10 meters, scraping and colliding with the ground until she finally came to a halt. Gu Bei's might was as towering as a mountain, as vast as an ocean. To defeat Yan and with a single strike, such power, such audacity, few among his peers could achieve this. Gu Bei advanced step by step towards Yanran, his combat energy unwavering, his murderous intent unyielding, resembling the grim reaper come to claim a life. The crowd was astonished. What did Xiao Yan intend to do? Could it be that he truly sought to kill Yanran? She was destined to be the future leader of the Yunlan sect. A playful smile adorned Gu Bei's face. Yanran, did you ever consider, when contemplating the dissolution of our betrothal, that there might come a day when you would meet your end at my hands? Yan supported herself on the ground, her gaze fixed upon Gu Bei as he approached with unwavering intent. Despair etched upon her exquisite features. She implored, "Xiao Yan, you cannot take my life." Gu Bei's eyes grew increasingly frigid. Those who harbor the desire to kill shall invariably face death themselves. As Gu Bei concentrated his star-level combat energy, he unleashed a punch that cleaved through the air like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 6. System Tasks, A Bountiful Harvest. Elder Gu Yi of the Yunlan sect was on the verge of fury. Nalan Yinran was destined to be the future leader of the Yunlan sect, with limitless potential ahead. Her demise here was absolutely unacceptable. Yet, Gu Bei's sudden ferocity was unimaginable to all. Gu Yi, as if invoking the power of a lion's roar, disregarded his status and shouted, "Stop!" With a sinister smile, Gu Bei retorted, "You think you can make me stop? Dream on. Nalan Yinran's life is now in my hands." As a symbiotic entity, Gu Bei was consumed by madness, resolutely impervious to external influences on his will. His heart was saturated with the grievances of his past life, yearning only for a swift and exhilarating existence. However, another voice erupted within Gu Bei, a resounding command, "Stop." This voice belonged to Xiao Yan. In an instant, Gu Bei's eyes widened. As the fierce power of his fighting spirit dissipated like willow catkins in the wind under Xiao Yan's mental interference, Gu Bei found it hard to fathom that Xiao Yan would dare to obstruct him at such a critical moment. In his heart, Gu Bei roared, "Xiao Yan, why? Aren't you seeking vengeance?" At this moment, Xiao Yan had regained his composure, possessing the soul of an adult, and acted with prudence. Even if Xiao Yan longed to eliminate Nalan Yanran, he knew that now was not the time to strike. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly perish before the colossal presence of the Yunlan sect. Xiao Yan's will began to reclaim control of the body, leaving Gu Bei with an overwhelming sense of helplessness, for as a symbiotic entity, the host's will often prevailed. Gu Bei cast a murderous glance at Nalan Yanran. So close to ending her life, he continued to question why he should not kill her. Strangely enough, Gu Bei bore no grudge against Nalan Yanran. His urgent desire to slay her was utterly irrational. Yet, as Gu Bei opened his system interface, everything began to make sense. Within Gu Bei's attribute panel, significant changes unfolded. Firstly, his level ascended from level 1 to level 2. Although he had not slain his opponent in the recent battle, he still gained experience. At level 2, Gu Bei's symbiosis granted the host even greater power. For instance, if Gu Bei reattached himself to Xiao Yan, he could elevate Xiao Yan to the pinnacle of the fighter's 5th layer or even directly to the 6th layer. The level of the symbiotic entity was the fundamental source of Gu Bei's might. Next, the attribute panel displayed a skill section, listing numerous abilities inherited by Gu Bei as a symbiotic entity from Xiao Yan. Basic Fist Technique Level 1, Basic Footwork Level 1, Basic Comprehension Level 1, Basic Airplane Technique Level 1. These were trivial abilities that Gu Bei regarded with indifference, for the most crucial skill, the Fire Control Technique, had yet to appear. Finally, the most significant aspect that Gu Bei cared about suddenly emerged, the task system. At this moment, the task system contained a total of 3 tasks. Task 1, the counterattack of Xiao Yan. Prevent Xiao Yan from uttering the classic phrase, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not bully the youth in poverty. Reverse Xiao Yan's embarrassing predicament of being rejected in marriage. Task reward, 10 points of racial value, 50 points of traversal energy, 1 grand roulette lottery. Task 2, eliminate Nalan Yanran. With ruthless precision, use Xiao Yan's body to eliminate Nalan Yanran on the spot. Task reward, 10 points of racial value, 50 points of traversal energy. Of the 2 tasks, Gu Bei only accomplished the first. This left Gu Bei feeling deeply dissatisfied. The racial value was of paramount importance to him. Once he evolved into a formidable symbiote, he would likely unlock even greater skills. As for traversal energy, it was indispensable for Gu Bei's dimensional travels, possibly even surpassing the significance of racial value. Gu Bei checked his racial value, 1010. It was time for evolution. However, moving within Xiao Yan's body proved to be quite challenging. Thus, Gu Bei had to set this matter aside for the time being. With 50 points of traversal energy, Gu Bei also opted to refrain from using it, placing it aside. The Grand Roulette Lottery, however, piqued his interest. Indeed, in the lower left corner of Gu Bei's system panel, there was a large wheel designated for the lottery. It featured a total of 16 rewards. Among them, for offered rewards of 1, 2, 3, and 4 points of racial value respectively. Additionally, for rewarded 1, 2, 3, and 4 points of traversal value. The remaining 4 slots were empty, representing special prizes. Gu Bei inwardly mused that this system must have been quite extraordinary in a past life. Among the last 4 slots, 2 were marked with treasure, damaged, and treasure, while the other 2 bore body, damaged, and body. The wheel displayed the number 1, indicating that Gu Bei could spin it once. Silently, he invoked, "At this moment, may fortune smile upon me and grant me something splendid." The wheel spun, the long pointer shifting under Gu Bei's gaze, repeatedly altering its selection. The incessant rotation began to evoke a sense of annoyance. Only as the wheel gradually slowed did this irritation transform into a fervent anticipation. As the pointer's speed diminished to its utmost, it came to rest upon the treasure. Gu Bei's heart raced like a gambler's, repeating the words, "Treasure, treasure, treasure." Yet, the pointer failed to deliver. Despite its slow pace, it stubbornly moved past the treasure. Gu Bei let out a resigned sigh, feeling his luck was indeed rather unfortunate. Ultimately, the pointer settled upon treasure, damaged. Though somewhat disappointed, he felt a measure of relief that it did not land in an empty slot. With a flash from the system panel, a ring appeared in Gu Bei's inventory. He was puzzled. Was this small ring truly the treasure, damaged? Gu Bei examined the ring closely. It bore no indication of its grade, only a question mark, signifying that its level was too elevated for him to discern. The ring itself was crafted from an extraordinarily unique material, exuding a chilling touch and possessing an ancient appearance. Its hue a deep, shadowy black tinged with gray. Upon its surface was inscribed a ghastly visage, one that appeared simultaneously mournful and jovial. This spectral face was enigmatic, gazing at Gu Bei as if it were timeless. Upon his first glance, Gu Bei instantly recognized the origin of this ring, for the haunting expression upon it was exceedingly striking. This ring belonged to the formidable emperor of the Zhetian world, renowned for his unparalleled talent across the ages. That emperor ascended to greatness in a mortal form, reluctant to part from the mortal realm. Gu Bei could hardly fathom that he had come into possession of such a treasure. At this moment, he could not resist casting a glance at the roulette on the system panel. Indeed, this wheel could summon extraordinary treasures. Gu Bei understood that possessing the Ring of the Ruthless was akin to acquiring an additional layer of depth. It was his ace in the hole, one he must not employ unless absolutely necessary. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the mysteries of the system, an unfamiliar voice emerged from within Xiao Yan's body. This voice was ancient and clearly did not belong to Xiao Yan. Gu Bei, however, was already aware of its origin, and his eyes shimmered with an unusual brilliance. Chapter 7. The Flame Technique in Hand. The esteemed Elder Yao has awakened, earlier than his original timeline. Gu Bei speculated that his symbiotic bond with Xiao Yan had generated a potent fighting spirit, facilitating Elder Yao's swift recovery. The ring adorning Xiao Yan's finger serves as the vessel for Elder Yao's soul, imparting an enigmatic tremor within Gu Bei. A sense of unease washed over him. Despite being in a spectral state, Elder Yao, when fully exerted, could still unleash the formidable might of a Dou Po. He is a terrifying elder, and Gu Bei understood that any conflict with him must be avoided at all costs. His liquid form instinctively curled up within Xiao Yan's being, as he wished to remain unnoticed by Elder Yao, fearing expulsion, a prospect he dreaded, for he still yearned to acquire Xiao Yan's flame technique. Within the Xiao family hall, the commotion persisted. Xiao Yan remained remarkably composed, a testament to his status as the protagonist of the Dou Po world, eloquently addressing inquiries regarding his strength. The crowd was swayed by his reasoning. However, when it came to Nalan Yanran, his demeanor turned resolutely cold. He threw a divorce decree before her, declaring, "Nalan Yanran, from this day forth, I, Xiao Yan, have divorced you." His voice resonated powerfully, leaving the assembly in astonishment. They gazed at the resolute youth before them, pondering what kind of figure he would ultimately become. Guyi of the Yulan sect silently regretted that if this young man had united with Nalan Yanran, the Yulan sect might have ascended to new heights. Alas, it was all too late. Guyi departed with Nalan Yin and the marriage decree shrouded in gloom. The Xiao family returned to a semblance of tranquility, though this calm was merely superficial. Unrest brewed in the hearts of many, who feared Xiao Yan's potential retribution and left with trepidation. The 3 elders watched his retreating figure with a sense of desolation, for Xiao Yan's rise signified their decline. Having settled all matters, Xiao Yan ventured alone to the rear mountains. There, upon a precipice, he reclined on a large stone. The sun blazed fiercely, yet the old branches and leaves obscured its radiance, casting a kaleidoscope of shadows upon his collar, akin to fluttering butterflies. The mountain breeze caressed his face, and Xiao Yan's fervent spirit gradually found solace. Gazing up at the resplendent sun, he felt as though he were in a dream. uncertain of the veracity of the recent events. Everything felt ethereal and surreal, and he found himself lost in the moment, immersing himself in nature, striving to temper his emotions. Time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, the horizon shimmered with golden light. He reminded himself that even if Gu Bei could bestow him with strength, reliance on others was not an option. To become powerful, one must ultimately depend on oneself. In the end, Xiao Yan achieved clarity. Elder Yao, having observed him for 3 years, emerged at that moment, most pleased with Xiao Yan, recognizing that such a person was worthy of being his disciple. Elder Yao engaged Xiao Yan in conversation, and the scenario unfolded in perfect alignment with the original tale of Dou Po. The only difference being the presence of Gu Bei within Xiao Yan. The moment Yao Lao stepped out, Xiao Yan sensed his intent to eavesdrop on their conversation. However, surrounding him was a veil of hazy spiritual energy that obstructed Gu Bei's view. Gu Bei's liquid form trembled slightly, filled with indignation at the old man's meticulousness and his wariness towards him. Yao Lao had entirely confined himself within a small space, though he had not harmed Gu Bei. The latter was deprived of the opportunity to overhear the dialogue between Xiao Yan and Yao Lao, which left him feeling restless. He could see Xiao Yan's lips moving in conversation with Yao Lao, yet the sounds eluded him. Frustrated, Gu Bei resolved to disregard their exchange. He summoned his system panel, focusing intently on the skill section. He awaited Yao Lao to impart the burning decision to him, thus ensuring his journey to the Dou Po world had not been in vain. The conversation between Xiao Yan and Yao Lao closely mirrored that of the original narrative, with the only significant alteration being their handling of Gu Bei's peculiar existence. At this moment, Xiao Yan had acknowledged Yao Lao as his master and inquired, "Teacher, is the symbiote within me a threat?" Yao Lao, though erudite, had never encountered a creature as strange as Gu Bei. "This being," he remarked, "I have never seen in my lifetime. Its hostility towards you is nearly non-existent, yet it seems to exhibit ferocity towards others. I believe it must be eradicated. Were it not for Gu Bei, the humiliation I face today would hold little significance even if avenged in the future." Xiao Yan shook his head, asserting, "Teacher, if it poses no danger to me, let it remain within my body. I shall ensure it is well disciplined, for it is part of me. Our fates are entwined, sharing both honor and disgrace, life and death." Seeing Xiao Yan's resolve, Yao Lao chose not to press further. Yet he remained wary of Gu Bei's presence. In the ensuing 4 days, Yao Lao devoted himself to instructing Xiao Yan on the path of cultivation. Gu Bei, on the other hand, was confined to a small corner within Xiao Yan's body, warned by Yao Lao not to cause mischief, lest he face repercussions. Although Gu Bei felt a surge of resentment towards Yao Lao's provocations, he could do little but bide his time, harboring thoughts of one day overpowering the old man. Yao Lao, with a smug expression, would often scowl at Gu Bei. Left with no alternative, Gu Bei resigned himself to remaining quietly within Xiao Yan's form. On the 4th day of his sojourn in the Dou Po world, Gu Bei finally acquired the coveted skill, the burning decision. Skill description, Level 1, a low-grade yellow-tier technique, whose potency is rather lackluster. Its hallmark is the ability to devour flames for enhancement, with no upper limit. The acquisition of this skill filled Gu Bei with elation. He had inherited numerous skills from Xiao Yan, yet only this one proved useful. If the burning decision were to be regarded as a divine skill, the others would be deemed mere dross, unworthy of his attention. After 4 days of exploration in the Dou Po world, Gu Bei felt a sense of fulfillment. He pondered the impending arrival of the meteorite, contemplating the immense heat generated by its violent impact and the lethal force it would unleash. He cast a glance at his somewhat languid form. As a member of a clever yet inferior symbiotic race, I possess the capacity to inherit skills, though my regenerative abilities are not particularly formidable. It seems that even a meteorite cannot bring about my demise. Dear friends, given my diligent updates, might you consider relinquishing your votes? Chapter 8. The arrival of Iron Man's fate on the 5th day in the realm of Dou Po. It marked the final day for Gu Bei. Of course, if Gu Bei were willing to expend his traversing energy, he could remain in this world. However, it seemed unnecessary. In just a day or two, Gu Bei had been unable to acquire the desired. He lingered within Xiao Yan's body, quietly awaiting the arrival of the teleportation. As the clock struck midnight on the 5th day, a wave of spatial energy emanated within Gu Bei's black liquid form, enveloping him entirely in an instant. The next moment, the symbiotic entity known as Gu Bei vanished from Xiao Yan's being. At that moment, Xiao Yan remained in slumber, unaware of the fleeting sensation of loss that washed over him. He murmured in his dreams, "You and I are one. sharing both glory and disgrace. In the Marvel Universe, amidst a vast desert, endless golden sands obscured the horizon, and the sweltering air induced a sense of irritation. There was neither water nor shade, only the relentless sun scorching the earth. Barefoot on the sand, one could easily feel the heat seeping through. The meteorite carrying Gu Bei descended upon this desolate expanse. Whether this was deemed misfortune for Gu Bei, one could only speculate. Here, remnants of the meteorite lay scattered, a black residue covering the ground, a testament to the fire that once engulfed this area. The symbiotic entity Gu Bei felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the ferocity of the explosion. Could it have possibly claimed his life? His liquid form, akin to slime, adhered to the ground as he spun around. The heat from the earth continuously seeped into Gu Bei's body. Looking around, he realized he was indeed in a desert, explaining the oppressive heat. Gu Bei found himself at a loss for words. Starting off in a desert, relying entirely on the symbiosis, shifting his position, he still felt the scorching ground beneath him. Deciding to burrow beneath the sand, he sought refuge. The system panel promptly emerged, reminding Gu Bei of his racial evolution status. Gu Bei's racial value stood at 1010. Upon completing Xiao Yan's counterattack mission, it had reached its maximum. Unfortunately, at that time, Gu Bei was confined within Xiao Yan's body, lacking a suitable space for evolution, which resulted in a delay. Now, beneath the sand, although the environment remained uncomfortable, evolution was feasible. Gu Bei examined the potential monstrous forms he could evolve into. Similar to the previous evolution, 3 branches were available for selection. The first, a low-level brain-eating symbiote, could acquire the memories of others through special means, enhancing skill acquisition abilities. The second, a low-level agile-minded symbiote, could improve skill proficiency through meditation, thereby strengthening the ability to acquire skills. The third, a low-level flash of insight symbiote, could elevate a skills level by 5 within a short time, enhancing skill acquisition capabilities. Among these 3 evolutionary paths, Gu Bei would certainly reject the first, finding it utterly repulsive. Thus, the direction for evolution should lie in either the agile-minded or the flash of insight options. Gu Bei absent-mindedly stroked his non-existent chin. The 2 abilities available to a languid black symbiote present commendable options. One is a late-game capability, enhancing oneself across various dimensions: intellect, morality, physical prowess, and aesthetics. The other is an explosive ability, suitable for one-on-one confrontations. In his initial evolutionary choice, Gu Bei felt no distress, for it had been empirically validated that his first decision was entirely sound. However, this time, the selection posed a quandary for him. Both evolutionary paths were admirable, and truthfully, Gu Bei wished to claim them all. Yet, such a notion was impractical. With a resigned sigh, Gu Bei declared, "A true man must not endure for merely 5 seconds." Thus, he opted for mental agility. Having chosen his evolutionary direction, Gu Bei embarked on his transformative journey. As with his previous evolution, Gu Bei's form was first enveloped in a crystalline blue frost. This frost exuded a subtle fragrance and a refreshing chill, providing a most pleasant sensation. His once languid black body began to solidify, exuding a sense of strength and beauty, as if soft flesh had transformed into well-defined abdominal muscles. Deep within his ebony form, a minuscule area, akin to a grain of rice, morphed into a stunningly beautiful glass-like hue, reminiscent of the most exquisitely crafted artwork, evoking an irresistible urge to touch. During his evolution, Gu Bei remained in a state of slumber, oblivious to the changes occurring within. He was unaware even as his body gradually emerged from the sand. Before the evolution was fully realized, Gu Bei surfaced from the sand, his dark form encased in the blue frost. To an unacquainted observer, it would be difficult to conceive that the black liquid within was a living entity. In the desolate silence of the barren landscape, the sudden onset of cacophonous sounds broke the tranquility. The noise emanated from a black off-road vehicle, adorned with skull insignias that symbolized a reverence for violence. Inside were 2 men clad in Middle Eastern garb, their heads wrapped in traditional checkered keffiyehs, each bearing a formidable assault rifle slung across their backs. One of them, stout with a round face and large nose, was at the wheel. The other, tall and lean with a hawk-like nose and a sinister gaze, kicked the door with force and muttered curses. "Damn meteorite. Of all places to fall, it had to be here, forcing us to come out and investigate." The round-faced man gripped the steering wheel with composure. The hawk-nosed man, still dissatisfied, lamented, "It's all the chief's fault for abducting Tony from the Stark Arms Group, leaving us in a state of heightened alert." "Indeed," the round-faced man replied, somewhat helpless, as the atmosphere at the base had grown increasingly peculiar, causing discomfort for him as well. Despite the hawk-nosed man's discontent, they needed to fulfill their duties and exited the vehicle to investigate. In the desert, they encountered a charred area, roughly 10 meters in diameter. The sight left them momentarily bewildered. Is this the result of a meteorite's descent? The impact seems far too extensive. The two individuals glanced around, failing to discern any metallic objects. Instead, they were surrounded by numerous small black clumps of earth, which indeed did not resemble the aftermath of a missile strike or any other weaponry. The man with the hawk-like nose grimaced, feeling an unsettling peculiarity about the situation. Yet he could not locate any remnants of missiles or other armaments. In confusion, he pondered aloud, could it truly be the result of a meteorite impact? The round-faced companion also appeared perplexed, unable to articulate a coherent explanation. Suddenly, a blue ice crystal materialized within his field of vision, its presence decidedly strange. The round-faced man suspected a defect in his vision and blinked vigorously, only to find the ice crystal persistently before him. Stunned, he pointed to a specific spot and exclaimed, "What is that? An ice formation in the desert?" The symbiosis with the Iron Man is a matter of fate, and dear readers, you are my fortune. Fate, would you kindly cast your votes for me? Chapter 9. I am Tony's benefactor. With round faces and hooked noses, two men cautiously approached the blue ice crystal, rifles in hand. As they drew near, nothing occurred, gradually easing their vigilance. They gazed at the peculiar ice before them, utterly bewildered by its presence in such a vast desert. The round-faced man swallowed hard, his astonishment unabated. He reached out to touch the ice crystal, and a wave of chilling cold sent a shiver through his body. The hook-nosed man, startled, raised his rifle, aiming at the blue crystal, his eyes fixated on the ice. He glanced at his companion and quickly inquired, "What's the matter? Is there a problem?" "It's very cold," the round-faced man gasped, his emotions fluctuating wildly, causing his breath to quicken. The hook-nosed man took a deep breath and slowly lowered his weapon, harboring a hint of trepidation towards this unknown entity. The round-faced man stared into the 10 meters of black desert behind them, speaking in a daze, "It really is a meteorite, leaving behind this strange thing." They exchanged glances, and the round-faced man nodded. With a sense of unease lingering in their hearts, they began their journey back. Their superior was a burly man with a bushy beard and a fierce countenance. This man, appointed by the base leader Wang Qiu and Iron Man 1, held considerable authority within the base. The bearded man came to hear their report. The round-faced man recounted their observations in detail, confirming the absence of enemies, merely a meteorite's descent. They opened the trunk of their off-road vehicle for the bearded man to inspect the blue ice crystal. However, upon opening it, only a palm-sized piece of ice remained, surrounded by a trunk full of water. Seeing this, the bearded man berated them harshly, "Fools. How could ice not melt? From now on, be smarter in your tasks." The two men, reprimanded, dared not respond, keeping their heads down. Yet, they were puzzled. Had the ice truly melted on its own? In reality, the ice had indeed melted, not due to the surrounding heat, but because of the complete evolution of Gu Bei within. Upon awakening, Gu Bei found himself in the trunk of a vehicle. As the car jostled, his liquid form came into close contact with the car's interior, leaving him utterly bewildered. Wasn't I evolving beneath the sand? How did I end up here? After a while in the trunk, Gu Bei overheard the conversation between the two men, gradually piecing together the situation. Firstly, they were terrorists. Secondly, they had kidnapped Tony Stark. From this, he deduced that soon he would encounter the renowned Iron Man of the Marvel Universe. Gu Bei felt a surge of excitement. If he could assist Tony in his plight, he might secure a favorable position in this world. Tony possessed ample resources, food, shelter, and the means to find a suitable host would all be readily available. Furthermore, Gu Bei could establish connections with other superheroes such as Captain America, Hawkeye, and Thor, each possessing numerous skills from which he could benefit. In the confines of the SUV's trunk, he began to move with newfound vigor. After his evolution, Gu Bei discovered that his strength, speed, and vitality had significantly intensified. He traversed the trunk with remarkable agility, completing the task in the blink of an eye, a speed that likely surpassed even Usain Bolt's 100-meter dash. His body could stretch in exaggerated forms, morphing into axes or spears, becoming sharper with each transformation. After a brief exploration, Gu Bei coalesced back into a fluid mass, resting within the trunk. He felt a sense of satisfaction with his current state, the only downside being the somewhat unsightly appearance of his black form. Resolutely, Gu Bei decided to depart. His liquid body allowed him to slip through any crevice, enabling him to exit the trunk with ease. His movements were swift. Upon dropping from the vehicle, he melted seamlessly into the sand. With his innate ability to sense life forces, Dou Po detected an exceedingly faint life signature within the base. A smile crept across his face, for he knew this individual was none other than Tony Stark. Before his abduction, Tony had been gravely injured by a missile strike and was now likely lying on a hospital bed, barely clinging to life. This realization spurred Dou Po to hasten his pace. He needed to reach Tony quickly, for any delay could jeopardize the opportunity to save him. Dou Po recalled that within this dungeon resided a certain Dr. Ethan, who had developed an electromagnetic device aimed at saving Tony's life. This machine, crafted from coils and batteries, utilized electromagnetic conversion to prevent shards of metal from reaching Tony's heart. Dou Po chuckled derisively. If he were beside Tony, he could effortlessly merge with him, sharing his formidable life force and ensuring Tony's survival in mere moments. After navigating through numerous iron gates, Dou Po finally arrived at the dungeon where Tony and Ethan were confined. The atmosphere was dim and chaotic, littered with various instruments that evoked a sense of agitation. Ethan was diligently working on a machine, his expression serious and focused. Dou Po's eyes sparkled with determination. It seemed that Ethan had yet to revive Iron Man. Thus the task of restoring Tony's life now fell to him. Once they left this place, Tony would owe Dou Po a debt of gratitude for saving his life. Wouldn't it be delightful for Dou Po to possess whatever he desired? With a swift motion, Dou Po, taking advantage of Ethan's preoccupation with the initial machine, climbed onto Tony's hospital bed. His liquid form made contact with Tony's cold body, which lacked the flush of life, resembling that of a corpse. Observing Tony's dire condition filled Dou Po with exhilaration. The worse Tony's ailment, the greater his own assistance would be, and the more Tony would be compelled to appreciate his efforts. As a malevolent symbiote, Dou Po resolutely refuses to assist anyone, adhering strictly to the principle of equivalent exchange. Thus, Dou Po transformed into a puddle of liquid, successfully infiltrating Tony's body through the pores of his skin. Chapter 10. I spent 3/4 of my life to save you. Tony's internal condition was far more dire than it appeared. Shrapnel from the missile explosion had inflicted numerous wounds upon his body, and a multitude of fragments lingered within his bloodstream. Should these shards flow into his heart, it would spell a catastrophic fate for Tony, who would endure excruciating pain from violent spasms, ultimately succumbing to heart failure amidst relentless torment. However, everything changed upon Dou Po's arrival. His enlarged form began to merge seamlessly with Tony's body. As Tony lay in slumber, Dou Po effortlessly commandeered control of the entire vessel. A dark substance coursed through, dominantly sharing potent life energy with Tony's frail physique. In that moment, Tony's desiccated body, as pale as a withered tree in the snow, suddenly flushed with vitality as if a powerful elixir had surged within him. His icy extremities regained their former warmth, parched lips became slightly moist, and his pallid visage regained its hue. Dou Po absorbed all the shrapnel into his own being. These remnants were the key to Tony's salvation and must not be discarded. Dou Po exerted himself tirelessly to mend Tony's wounds, and Tony's consciousness gradually began to resurface, his eyelids fluttering open. Dou Po distinctly sensed his control over the body waning, prompting an expletive of frustration. This was the inherent flaw of symbiotic existence. As Tony's awareness peaked, Dou Po completely relinquished control. His dark form curled into a pool, retreating deep within Tony's being. Upon opening his eyes, Tony discovered a tube inserted into his nose, a device to facilitate his breathing. With trembling hands, he grasped the tube, unsteadily extracting it. An expression of indignation crossed his face. Bewildered as to why his body required such assistance, he despised reliance. Noticing a cabinet beside the hospital bed stocked with numerous medications, he reached out to retrieve them, only to find his arm unresponsive. Frustrated, he inadvertently knocked the items to the floor, exhibiting signs of agitation and fury. A voice echoed within his mind, warning him, "If I were you, I would refrain from doing so." This voice momentarily stunned Tony, prompting him to shake his head, reassuring himself that he was not hallucinating. With a hoarse voice, he inquired, "Who are you?" Dou Po was pleased with Tony's cautious yet astute reaction. Had Tony reacted with panic, he would have felt disappointment. In a sinister tone, Dou Po replied, "I am the one who saved you, a symbiotic organism residing within your body." "Save me?" This revelation stirred something within Tony. Could it truly be this entity that had rescued him? Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Ethan noticed Tony had awakened. He exclaimed in disbelief, "You're awake. How is this possible? Your injuries were so severe. Without prolonged treatment, it would indeed be impossible to awaken." Tony ceased his conversation with Gu Bei, bracing himself against the bed frame as he endeavored to rise. Ethan promptly extended a helping hand. Tony took a deep breath, inquiring, "Am I gravely injured?" Ethan candidly replied, "Your injuries are indeed severe. To be frank, it is a miracle that you have survived, let alone awakened. Furthermore," Tony furrowed his brows, pressing for clarification. "Furthermore, what?" Ethan approached the bedside, urging Tony to brace himself, fearing he might not withstand the gravity of the revelation. Once Tony insisted he was ready, Ethan divulged the truth. "A missile exploded beside you, and shrapnel from the blast has penetrated your body. These metal fragments could travel through your bloodstream to your heart, ultimately claiming your life." Tony's pupils dilated slightly as he clutched his chest, grappling with the unimaginable reality of facing death. With a hint of bitterness, he asked, "Is there no doctor here?" Ethan expressed his regret, stating, "This is a terrorist stronghold. There are no doctors." Tony clenched his fist, intending to strike the bed. But halfway through, his strength faltered, and his hand fell limply. He exhaled despondently, his gaze dull and resigned, muttering, "Well, so be it." At that moment, Gu Bei's sinister voice echoed once more, "Are you concerned about the metal fragments within you?" Though his tone was ordinary, it inexplicably ignited a glimmer of hope within Tony. He quickly responded, "Do you have a way to control those fragments?" Gu Bei cackled, "As I mentioned, I saved your life, and of course, I took all necessary measures. Your body was originally riddled with wounds, a sight most distressing. Even if you were to awaken, moving would be an insurmountable challenge." Much of Gu Bei's rhetoric was exaggerated, aimed at amplifying Tony's gratitude towards him. Tony harbored no doubts, which greatly pleased Gu Bei. Observing that Tony was sufficiently receptive, Gu Bei continued, "By chance, I entered your body. We are symbiotic. Once I enter a host, our fates become intertwined. If the host is in peril, we share our life force with them. To save you, I sacrificed half, 3/4 of my life. I not only repaired your body, but also absorbed all the fragments inside you. Once we reach a safe location, I shall expel them." Upon hearing Gu Bei's words, Tony was profoundly astonished. He had never imagined such wondrous beings existed on Earth. He solemnly declared, "If I manage to escape from here, I will certainly seek a way to restore your life force." Gu Bei nodded repeatedly within Tony's body, thinking, "This child is teachable. My sacrifice of 3/4 of my life to save him was not in vain." Suddenly, the door of the dungeon was kicked open. Outside, a group of armed men wielding submachine guns stormed in, 3 standing on each side. In the midst of them stood a bearded man, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze dark and menacing as he advanced step by step. Ethan, displaying a look of trepidation, pulled Tony off the bed and urged him not to ask questions, but to follow his lead. Raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, he signaled that he posed no threat. Tony, not one to be easily fooled, was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and also raised his hands. Yet within his eyes, a deep-seated fury simmered. The bearded man broke into a grin, revealing a set of white teeth, feigning a friendly demeanor. In a language from the Middle East, he remarked, "I recognize you, the infamous murderer, the arms dealer of America." Stark Tony, greetings. Chapter 11. The beginning of coexistence. The host, Tony, listened to the bearded man speaking in a thick Middle Eastern dialect, filled with rolled sounds that left him perplexed. Ethan, somewhat anxious, faced Tony and translated swiftly in a hushed tone. He said, "He knows you, the infamous murderer, the arms dealer of America, Tony Stark. Greetings." The adjectives in Ethan's words ignited a flicker of anger in Tony's eyes. After all, no one relishes being labeled a murderer. The bearded man, with his hands outstretched, after an initial greeting, revealed the purpose of his visit. "We need you to assist us in manufacturing Jericho missiles." Ethan translated this sentence back to Tony, who was suddenly engulfed by a surge of fury. This group had attacked him, nearly taking his life. And now they dared to request his assistance in weapon production? Tony scoffed internally. Although his company dealt in arms, he had always believed that his creations were not meant for such scum. The bearded man produced a blueprint and handed it to Ethan, who unfolded it for Tony to examine. Upon seeing the schematic, Tony recognized the weapon. It was indeed the Jericho missile he had tested at Bagram Air Base. Shock coursed through him. The Jericho missile was supposed to be classified information. How could these individuals be aware of it? The bearded man wore a disingenuous smile, resembling a merchant rather than a member of a terrorist organization. Tony's expression turned icy as he stated, "I refuse." The bearded man, unable to comprehend Tony's English, sensed the coldness in his tone, causing his smile to falter as he looked at Ethan. Ethan was astonished by Tony's audacity and admired his sense of justice. He did not wish to betray Tony, yet with 5 or 6 guns aimed at him, he had no choice but to translate Tony's words, saying he refuses. The bearded man erupted in rage, the smile vanishing completely, revealing his filthy essence. He shouted, glaring intensely at Tony. Yet, Tony met his gaze. His determination far deeper than the bearded man's brutality. With a sweeping gesture, the bearded man emitted a frenzied call. The soldiers behind him, resembling fiends, approached with menacing expressions, encircling Tony like ravenous wild dogs. They forcefully placed a cloth hood over Tony's head and bound his hands with coarse rope, striking his back with forceful blows as if herding cattle. Tony stepped forward into the darkness, the coarse insults of the Middle Eastern terrorists ringing in his ears, accompanied by incessant blows from behind. Upon arriving at a place with the sound of water, the hood was removed from his head. He beheld a large water barrel, half his height, filled to the brim. The highest authority in the base, Wang Qiu, sat on a gray bench, his bronze scalp and shifty eyes exuding an air of defiance. The bearded man reported the recent events to Wang Qiu. Wang Qiu let out a cold smile, regarding Tony as one might regard a mere animal. His gaze was filled with cruelty as he signaled to his subordinate. A henchman, wearing a long scarf, stepped forward and seized Tony by the hair. Tony struggled in vain, his hands bound and his body restrained by 2 burly men. Despite his desperate attempts, he remained utterly immobile. Instead, he felt the pressure of someone forcing his head down, compelling him to submit. Soon, Tony's face was perilously close to the surface of a large barrel of water. He thrashed his head wildly, but the overpowering force behind him was relentless. Water, endless water, submerged his face. Tony began to hold his breath tightly as bubbles rose around him. He found it increasingly difficult to breathe, a profound terror spreading through his mind. It was the innate fear of drowning, surging from all directions as if to consume him. The strong hand around his neck tightened its grip, shaking him violently while a sinister laughter echoed in the air. Wang Qiu, seated on a bench, wore a devilish smile, relishing Tony's torment as a source of amusement. One hand rested casually on his leg, keenly observing how much entertainment Tony could provide. Underwater, Tony felt the icy liquid rushing into his nostrils, piercing his mind with a stinging sensation that overwhelmed his thoughts. He glimpsed a light, seemingly descending from heaven, as memories flickered through his consciousness like a carousel. I do not wish to die. I yearn to explore the pinnacle of knowledge. I want to be with Pepper. This obsession was both fatal and inevitable. Gu Bei had been waiting for this moment since Tony rejected the bearded man. How long had he waited? Perhaps around 15 minutes. From the long tunnel to this dungeon. Yet, no matter how long the wait, Gu Bei was willing to endure it. For he had finally found the opportunity to fully coalesce with Tony Stark. In such dire straits, amidst despair, Gu Bei's malevolent voice rang out like a celestial melody, seemingly bathed in divine light. Stark, Tony, tell me, do you wish to survive? Tony's consciousness was fading, yet the will to live persisted. I want to survive. Gu Bei pressed on. Do you wish to eliminate these scoundrels? Tony's awareness surged with fervent desire. I want to annihilate them all. Gu Bei rejoiced, proclaiming, from this moment forth, wholly embrace my existence. I am you, and you are me. Fueled by rage and the thirst for life, Tony began to fully accept Gu Bei, acknowledging him as an integral part of his being. Gu Bei, no longer repelled by Tony's physical form, merged his liquid essence into Tony Stark's body. In that instant, Gu Bei felt his power ascend continuously. As long as he had a symbiotic host, even one as physically impaired as the ailing Tony Stark, he would thrive. Gu Bei, too, could attain immense power. In that moment, Tony's physique had become so formidable that it remained impervious to external forces. The individual pressing down on Tony's head exerted all his strength, even leaning his entire body into the effort, yet he could not force Tony's head down any further. His eyes brimmed with terror as he glanced at the 2 burly men beside him, seeking assistance, only to discover that their gazes were equally filled with dread. The 2 men grasped Tony's arms, yet unbeknownst to them, Tony's grip had crushed their limbs, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining their trousers of vivid crimson. They dared not utter a sound, fearing that any noise would draw Tony's attention and lead to their immediate demise. The one constricting Tony's neck trembled in fear, unable to resist the instinct to retreat, only to find that his arm was ensnared by Tony's powerful grip, like a vice. Chapter 12. A transformation followed by a brutal beating. The air was thick with the sound of rapid, labored breathing. The unfortunate soul, ensnared by Gu Bei's grip, widened his eyes in terror, his teeth chattering as he cast a vacant, pleading gaze towards Wang Qiu, desperately seeking assistance. Seated upon a stool, Wang Qiu bore an expression of sadistic delight, his impatience palpable as he regarded the trembling man before him. His narrowed eyes glinted with a dangerous light, reminiscent of a ravenous hyena prowling the wild. "What game are you playing? Do you wish to die?" The man quivered violently. In the face of his fear of Gu Bei, he harbored a deeper dread of Wang Qiu, a true demon among men. With a shuddering breath, he shifted his gaze back to Gu Bei and, summoning every ounce of courage, shouted as if his life depended on it, "Go to hell." He leaped into the air, aiming a fist at Gu Bei's neck. Yet, an icy laugh escaped Gu Bei's lips. With the effortless grace of lifting a child, he captured the audacious fool with a single arm, and with a display of violent elegance, hurled him into a nearby water barrel as if discarding refuse. With a resounding crash, the barrel shattered, dousing everyone in the dungeon with a torrent of cold water. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted. The dungeon echoed with the synchronized sounds of weapons being raised. 8 terrorists aimed their assault rifles at Gu Bei, poised to pull the trigger at the slightest hint of movement. Wang Qiu surveyed the chaos wrought by Gu Bei, a grin creeping across his face. He touched the dampness on his clothing, water glistening upon his fingers. Tilting his head, he observed his wet fingertips, rhythmically pinching his thumb, index, and middle fingers. His smile growing wider as he nodded approvingly, seemingly in admiration of Gu Bei. However, in an instant, his expression twisted into that of a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell. "You fool, if you wish to perish so badly, I shall oblige you." Wang Qiu brandished a handgun, aiming it directly at Gu Bei's head. "Move. Strike. I am eager to see whether your strength surpasses that of my gun." The other insurgents joined in mocking laughter, having witnessed countless formidable fighters reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, their limbs shattered by gunfire, crawling on the ground like worms. This so-called nobleman from Stark, clearly sheltered from hardship, was merely a prime candidate for their lessons. Gu Bei lifted his head, his silence resonating with defiance as a proud smile broke across his face. The Reaper has come to collect. A dark, viscous liquid, reminiscent of mercury, began to seep from Tony's body, enveloping him in a living armor. This black muscular tissue pulsed with explosive power. As Gu Bei extended his neck, slender black tendrils coiled around his head, completing the transformation and bestowing upon Tony a new visage. His face was now a deep abyss, with wide eyes and a gaping maw. The terrorists, witnesses to Gu Bei's metamorphosis, were gripped by terror, instinctively retreating. What manner of monster is this? Kill him. Fire at once. 8 submachine guns unleashed a torrent of fire towards Gu Bei, sending stone chips flying throughout the dungeon. Unfazed by the gunfire, Gu Bei charged directly into the throng of assailants. Amidst the hail of bullets, he merely felt the faintest sensation akin to mosquito bites upon his skin, which stirred a thought within him. He quietly invoked his skill, the burning art. Instantly, a gentle surge of combat energy coursed through his veins, enveloping his entire being. In that moment, even the sensation of mosquito bites dissipated. Gu Bei smiled to himself. The burning art, though not yet evolved and lacking in level, demonstrated such commendable efficacy. He looked forward with anticipation to the terrifying potential it would hold in the future. Perhaps, overturning deities would be but a trivial feat in the blink of an eye. Gu Bei plunged into the midst of the terrorists, their faces a stark contrast to their usual malevolent demeanor, now etched with sheer terror. These individuals had shattered countless families and caused untold suffering among the innocent. They were undeniably villains. Gu Bei was no champion of justice. He had no interest in the notions of eradicating evil. However, should these miscreants provoke him, he would certainly not allow them to act with impunity. Clenching his fist, an expression of wicked satisfaction crossed his face as he prepared to unleash his wrath. With a single punch, the wind howled like thunder, swift and fierce, imbued with the force of 1,000 pounds. This strike would inflict harm upon all it touched, severing any who dared to confront it. The 8 armed terrorists were sent sprawling, howling in agony, some with severed limbs, others cleaved in 2. Blood flowed freely throughout the dungeon, a sickening scent that overwhelmed the senses and sent waves of dizziness to the mind. One head, having tumbled through the chaos, came to rest at Gu Bei's feet, which he disdainfully kicked aside. Gu Bei turned his gaze to Wang Qiu, sprawled amidst the crimson pool, his mouth agape, revealing a set of jagged teeth and a grotesquely elongated tongue. "Pray tell," Gu Bei mused, "how shall I deal with you?" Wang Qiu, having narrowly escaped death during the recent assault, now found himself before Gu Bei, listening to the English words that fell from his lips, though their meaning eluded him. Yet, this did not quell Wang Qiu's fervent desire to survive. Rising from the blood-soaked ground, he suddenly knelt before Gu Bei, pleading for mercy, promising to pay any price for his life. A flicker of intrigue sparked within Gu Bei. He was well-versed in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, aware that Iron Man's abduction was no mere coincidence. His intent was singular, to secure Iron Man's unyielding assistance. The greater the aid, the better. The mastermind behind this predicament posed a threat to Iron Man, which would only diminish the benefits Gu Bei could reap. This irked him. The situation was indeed complicated. Yet Gu Bei felt compelled to act. At that moment, a notification chimed from Gu Bei's system panel. Upon inspection, he discovered that a new mission had been activated. Marvel Universe Mission, Iron Man, Mission Description. The Marvel Universe is currently situated within Iron Man's timeline, where he finds himself in a precarious state and requires your assistance. Task requirement: engage in the storyline of Iron Man 1, and based on your level of participation, obtain a completion rate. Rewards: a completion rate of 0 to 10 grants 5 points of Transcendence Energy. A completion rate of 10 to 50 grants 5 points of Transcendence Energy and 5 points of Racial Value. A completion rate of 50 to 99 grants 10 points of Transcendence Energy, 10 points of Racial Value, and experience that directly elevates you to level 5. A completion rate of 100 grants 15 points of Transcendence Energy, 15 points of Racial Value, and experience that directly elevates you to level 10. With all attributes enhanced to level 10. Currently, the task completion rate stands at 30. Eliminate members of the terrorist base. Gu Bei gazed at the final reward, his eyes widening in astonishment. This reward is exceedingly generous. Not only does it provide Transcendence Energy and Racial Value, but it also offers experience and proficiency. Gu Bei was utterly captivated by this bounty. Accomplishing this task would save him at least 30 years of struggle. A fervent desire to complete the mission ignited within him. Enough said. Obadiah Stane, the second-in-command of Stark Industries and the mastermind behind the kidnapping. You are doomed. Chapter 13. Task progress at 60% within the dungeon. Blood flowed in torrents. Gu Bei, with arms as robust as a tree trunk, hoisted Wang Qiu as if he were a mere chick. Despite Wang Qiu's own impressive stature, he paled in comparison to the venomous version of Gu Bei. As Gu Bei carried Wang Qiu, he sensed the flicker of life and traversed the winding corridors of rock walls until he reached Ethan. Ethan was startled by Gu Bei's unique appearance, almost dropping the battery he had been fiddling with. Gu Bei released his facial features, allowing his dark essence to ebb away like a receding tide. Ethan gasped, "Tony? What is this?" Without elaborating further, Gu Bei's mind was consumed by the mission. He longed for Obadiah to be right before him, ready to be torn asunder, thereby enhancing his task completion. He addressed Ethan. "Ethan, assist me in translating the following." Though Ethan was perplexed by the unfolding events, he nodded emphatically. Gu Bei then turned to Wang Qiu, adopting Tony's somewhat weathered yet resolute visage, and coldly instructed, "Summon Obadiah immediately. I know he is the one orchestrating this from the shadows." Ethan translated this statement. Wang Qiu's expression shifted to one of shock and fear as he gazed at Gu Bei, struggling to comprehend how Tony could possess such knowledge. Could it be that he was truly a demon sent to eliminate him? Reluctant to acquiesce to Gu Bei's request, Wang Qiu met Gu Bei's icy gaze. Lacking the courage that had once enabled him to refuse Tony's demand for weaponry, in a fleeting moment, he altered his resolve. "I will call him right away. If he comes, will you spare me?" Ethan translated. Gu Bei revealed a brilliant smile, showcasing his 8 teeth, radiating warmth. "No problem." The terrorist stronghold underwent a transformation. What was once Wang Qiu's dominion, where he reigned supreme, now belonged to Gu Bei, who held the power over life and death. Wang Qiu had become the figurehead under Gu Bei's command. That very day, Wang Qiu contacted Obadiah using a radio telegram, an antiquated yet sufficiently discreet method. Gu Bei remained present during the transmission, and the overwhelming, malevolent aura sent tremors through all in attendance, a sensation that Gu Bei relished. This was the essence of power. Upon concluding the telegram, 30 long minutes passed before a message arrived from the other end. The arrival of this message filled Wang Qiu with elation. As if he glimpsed a glimmer of hope, his body relaxed, every pore releasing tension. "Ethan, stationed in the telegram room, read the contents aloud." Upon hearing the desired outcome, Gu Bei finally allowed a knowing smile to grace his lips. Observing this expression, Wang Qiu leaned in closer, his gaze tinged with a hint of ruthlessness and ambition. Through their brief interaction, he discerned that Gu Bei was not a monster but a being of normal intellect. If he could collaborate or even control Gu Bei, perhaps he could seize dominance. Thus, Wang Qiu, adopting a stance of equality, even bordering on assertiveness, engaged in negotiations with Gu Bei, stating, "I have completed the tasks you assigned. Now, may I be set free?" This was a strategic maneuver on Wang Qiu's part, aimed at gauging Gu Bei's reaction. Should Gu Bei regard him with disdain, he would concede. However, if Gu Bei's demeanor softened, he would seize the opportunity to assert control over him. Ethan translated Wang Qiu's words. Gu Bei broke into a grin, a smile that struck Wang Qiu with the force of a myocardial infarction, sending a chill through his body. Gu Bei's lips moved as he uttered a few Chinese characters. "Since you were so eager to meet the King of Hell, I shall escort you there." Once more, Gu Bei unleashed his level 1 burning technique. A subtle surge of combat energy coalesced within him, gathering into his palm, where it blazed with a resplendent crimson, akin to a fiery tree adorned with silver blossoms. Gu Bei infused this level 1 burning technique's energy into Wang Qiu. In an instant, Wang Qiu was engulfed in flames, the ferocity of the burning technique obliterating all vitality within him. At the moment of his demise, he burned brightly, illuminating the darkness for others. Amidst the wails, Wang Qiu collapsed, succumbing to death. Gu Bei had gained a rough assessment of the potency of his burning technique. It was remarkably gentle to him, even enhancing his physical form. Yet, to his foes, it was ferocious, capable of incinerating them entirely. However, in terms of sheer power, it was relatively modest, akin to the force of a submachine gun. Gu Bei resolved within himself to seek opportunities to elevate the level of his burning technique. Otherwise, this divine ability would be squandered. Following Wang Qiu's demise, Gu Bei reviewed his task completion progress, which had surged to 50%. A smile crept across his lips, for he had anticipated Wang Qiu's significance. His elimination had directly elevated the task progress by 20%. Gu Bei, cold-blooded, licked his lips. He would spare none of the terrorists within the base. When asked why, it was simply to eradicate evil and restore peace. Gu Bei's gaze sharpened as he darted through the base with reckless abandon. With each punch he threw, death followed in his wake. In the narrative of Iron Man, the individuals in this terror-filled base would have instigated war in the Middle East. Alas, they would never have that chance. An hour later, Gu Bei had completed his massacre. Ethan had also located their rendezvous point, a mere 10 kilometers east of the base. Gazing at the blood-soaked Gu Bei, Ethan inquired, "Tony, what on earth happened to you?" Gu Bei, sitting against a rock, appeared to be resting, his gaze cast downward as he murmured, "Ethan, give it 2 more days. I will take you out soon." Ethan swallowed hard and silently settled beside Gu Bei. Despite the carnage, Gu Bei felt invigorated rather than fatigued. The facade of weakness he displayed was merely a reflection of Tony's presence within him. Tony's consciousness communicated with Gu Bei, stating, "I do not concern myself with your other kills, but you must not take the life of Obadiah." Gu Bei harbored an intense disdain for Tony's misguided compassion. With a hint of distaste, he remarked, "Do you still fail to comprehend the current predicament? It is either his demise or yours. I cannot safeguard you for eternity. If we do not eliminate him now, he will inevitably bring about your ruin one day." Tony's voice gradually morphed into a sinister growl. "He has committed wrongdoings, and it is the law of the land that should render judgment on him, not you acting as his private prosecutor." Gu Bei's laughter was cold and cutting. If the law were truly effective, then who would seek justice for those who perish because of them? This statement resonated within Tony's consciousness like a thunderclap. In that moment, he recalled the young American soldier who had escorted him, now lost to the ravages of war, all because of Obadiah. The conflict in the Middle East, where terrorists acquired weapons, had led to the deaths of countless innocents, all due to Obadiah. These individuals, who once had the potential for a beautiful life, were instead buried beneath the debris of warfare. In that instant, Tony seemed to grasp a profound truth. His voice became hoarse, akin to a beast growl, as if 2 wills were locked in struggle within him. With a painful yet unwavering resolve, he implored, "Please, kill Obadiah." Gu Bei assessed his mission's progress. The eradication of the entire base had advanced the mission to 60% completion. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes. With only Obadiah remaining, the mission could reach its full fruition. Chapter 14. The Spark. The meeting with Obadiah was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. During these 2 days, Gu Bei remained industrious, wholly devoted to enhancing the level of the flame technique. As a quick-witted low-tier symbiote, Gu Bei possessed two racial skills. One was an enhanced inherited host skill, and the other was the ability to elevate skill levels through meditation. He had already begun to feel the effects of the enhanced inherited ability. Since the onset of his parasitic relationship with Tony, the system panel had consistently informed him of newly acquired abilities. Charm Mastery LV2. Passive, significantly enhances charm and romantic prowess. Physical Mastery LV2. Passive, greatly amplifies understanding of physical principles. Astronomical Mastery LV2. Passive, considerably boosts comprehension of astronomical knowledge. Though a plethora of skills had been acquired, most of which seemed rather trivial, it was noteworthy that all obtained skills had advanced from LV1 to LV2. This was a testament to the enhancement of Gu Bei's racial abilities. As he continued to evolve, his inherited abilities would further improve. At their pinnacle, these inherited abilities might allow Gu Bei to directly inherit the complete skills of his host, eliminating the need for arduous efforts to raise skill levels. Next came the meditative ability. Over the course of these 2 days, Gu Bei had been diligently practicing meditation on the flame technique. The meditative process was profoundly enchanting, rendering Gu Bei's entire being in a state of emptiness, as if entering a mystical realm. The subtle energies of the universe converged within him, continuously elevating the proficiency of the flame technique on his system panel. In previous confrontations with the terrorist organization's base, Gu Bei had utilized the flame technique twice, achieving only 100 proficiency. However, 2 days of persistent meditation propelled the technique's level to LV4. Flame Technique LV4, a low-grade yellow-tier skill, deemed mediocre. It can absorb flames to enhance its efficacy, possessing a modicum of power. The evaluation of the flame technique had shifted from being utterly lackluster to exhibiting a slight measure of potency. Under the nourishing influence of the LV4 flame technique's aura, Gu Bei's life force surged with vitality. Although his level remained at 2 without any advancement, both his strength and speed had notably increased. And even Tony's physique had grown considerably more robust. When the day of the arranged meeting arrived, Gu Bei was brimming with energy, reaching the pinnacle of his condition. Ethan nodded gravely. Over the past 2 days, he had gleaned much from Gu Bei regarding Obadiah's actions. Ethan despised war and loathed those who supported it. Thus, he endorsed Gu Bei's intention to eliminate Obadiah. Gu Bei drove the black off-road vehicle he had prepared well in advance, departing from the base. He unleashed the vehicle's maximum horsepower, racing through the desolate sands, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. The black skull emblazoned on the vehicle was particularly striking, evoking a sense of intimidation. Gu Bei's destination was a location 10 kilometers east of the base, a vast oasis flourishing with verdant coconut trees and dense thickets, teeming with a myriad of life. In the heart of the oasis lies a vast lake, its waters crystal clear, revealing smooth pebbles resting peacefully beneath the surface. A luxurious private jet approaches from the distance, descending upon this verdant paradise. Disembarking from the aircraft is a bald man clad in a well-fitted suit, named Obadiah, the second-in-command of Stark Industries, possessing boundless wealth. Upon his arrival, a cadre of heavily armed and impeccably equipped bodyguards streams out from the plane, their movements deft and indicative of their elite prowess. Each of these individuals, if placed in the mercenary market, would command an exorbitant fee for their formidable combat skills. It is precisely their presence that grants Obadiah a sense of invulnerability. The elderly man leisurely glances at his watch, ensuring he is not late. Unbeknownst to Obadiah, he is unaware of the purpose of Wang Qiu's summons. However, should Wang Qiu attempt to leverage Tony's situation as a threat, he does not advise allowing Wang Qiu to vanish, along with his base, into thin air. With this thought, a cold smile crept upon Obadiah's face. Approximately 15 minutes later, they spotted a black SUV racing across the desert. A bodyguard responsible for reconnaissance reported through binoculars that Tony was inside the vehicle. "Boss, the car contains Tony." "What?" Obadiah's face filled with disbelief. How could Tony still be alive? He nearly lost his composure, wanting to scream at his subordinates to eliminate Tony. But upon witnessing Tony driving towards the oasis, he forcibly suppressed his impulse. Tony's route unmistakably led to the oasis. Obadiah's eyes darkened, refraining from giving a command to his bodyguards, instead opting to await Tony's arrival. The SUV sped across the desert, traversing the final stretch to the oasis. With a thunderous roar and a dramatic drift, the black vehicle came to a halt before the gathered crowd. Gu Bei emerged from the car. Upon seeing Tony's visage, Obadiah donned a benevolent smile. "Tony, it has been a long time." Gubei returned the smile. Obadiah, I finally meet you. Gubei's words struck Obadiah as peculiar, causing his lips to twitch in awkwardness. The two men locked eyes for an extended moment, and the smile faded from Obadiah's face. You should not be here, he stated. Gubei, non-committal, merely smiled in response. Obadiah chuckled, a smirk laced with disdain, and turned to the individuals beside him, commanding in an emotionless tone, eliminate him. Gubei replied, it seems you have always intended to dispose of me. Indeed, Gubei retorted coldly. He raised a hand towards Obadiah and his entourage, his voice frigid. This is your passage to meet your maker. A black symbiotic entity surged forth from Tony's being, coiling around him like an octopus, its form exuding power and grace. The level 4 incineration technique activated in an instant. The once gentle energy within him transformed into a raging tempest, rushing towards Gubei's outstretched hand like a howling gale. The application of this fighting spirit is exceedingly fierce. Had it been an ordinary person, their palm would surely have shattered. However, the bodies of the symbiotic beings are remarkably resilient and unyielding, capable of perfectly withstanding such an intense utilization of fighting spirit. Drawing upon the tenacity of the symbiotic form, Gubei devised an entirely new technique. As he raised his palm, the power of the fighting spirit reached its zenith, emanating a strikingly beautiful hue. The fighting spirit detached from his hand, transforming into luminous points the size of fireflies that danced in the air, sparkling like a myriad of stars. Within the oasis, they crafted a stunning tableau, imbued with an ethereal essence. Gazing upon this enchanting scene, Gubei uttered the name of his technique, which he called Sparks. Chapter 15. Level 10 Burning Technique. As the wind swept through the oasis, tiny sparks danced like willow catkins, cascading upon Obadiah and his cadre of heavily armed bodyguards. In the realm of Dou Po, such energy would be deemed pitifully weak, as everyone practiced Dou Qi without a second thought. However, in the Marvel universe, even a mere touch of Dou Qi's power would reduce an ordinary person to ashes. A thunderous roar erupted as flames surged skyward, casting a crimson glow over the oasis, reminiscent of a grand bonfire celebration. The light of the fire soared, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. The bodyguards attempted to fire their weapons, yet the flames obscured their vision, rendering the path ahead indistinguishable. Before long, their firearms clattered to the ground, their bodies succumbing to the overwhelming inferno. Despite their elite status, having protected Obadiah numerous times and earned a formidable reputation within the international mercenary community, they now appeared as fragile as paper against Gubei's level 4 burning technique. Crumbling effortlessly into dust, Obadiah, transformed into a human torch, screamed in despair, bewildered by the nature of his demise. Throughout his life, he had committed numerous atrocities. Yet at the end of it all, he unwittingly contributed positively by becoming fertile nourishment for the oasis. Observing his handiwork, Gubei couldn't help but sigh. Just 2 days prior, he had fought barehanded, delivering one punch at a time. Today, having cultivated the burning technique to level 4, he effortlessly dispatched a group of formidable foes with a mere wave of his hand. Gubei activated his system panel to check the long-anticipated progress of his mission. Marvel Universe Mission, Iron Man, Part 1. Eliminate members of the terrorist base, 30 completed. Kill terrorist leader Wang Qiu, 30 completed. Persuade Stark Tony, 10 completed. Eliminate Obadiah, 30 completed. Mission completion, 100. Reward, 15 points of transcendence energy, 15 points of racial value, and experience sufficient to reach level 10. Enhancing all attributes and skills to level 10. With a chime from the system screen, the text of the Iron Man mission dispersed like an ink wash painting. Fading into nothingness, a myriad of secret energies converged into Gubei's body. This state mirrored the tranquility he experienced during meditation, as if he were connected to the very fabric of the universe. Once more, Gubei, now inhabiting Tony's form, felt an overwhelming surge of power. His muscle fibers grew denser, each cell brimming with vitality. The transformations within his muscles and cells brought forth myriad advantages, augmented strength, heightened speed, and enhanced resilience. Moreover, Gubei's various skills experienced significant upgrades. Excluding the less useful abilities, his burning technique ascended to level 10. While level 4 of the burning technique could easily dispatch the top bodyguards of the Marvel world, level 10 would likely pose a formidable threat even to enhanced individuals such as Captain America. It remained uncertain whether Iron Man's armor could withstand the searing intensity of the level 10 burning technique once it was completed. Behold the introduction to the burning technique. Level 10 burning technique, a low-tier yellow-grade martial art capable of devouring flames to evolve, possessing moderate power. Despite its advancement in level, it remains a low-tier, yellow-grade technique. Gu Bei yearns to discover a source of fire to enable his burning technique to consume and thus evolve, anticipating the formidable strength it might ultimately yield. He is quite content with the tasks assigned, though he feels somewhat dissatisfied with his racial value. For his next evolution, Gu Bei requires 20 racial points. Yet after completing the tasks, he has only amassed 15 points, a mere 5 points shy of evolution, which is rather disheartening. Nevertheless, Gu Bei remains unfazed, for he currently possesses 65 points of traversal energy, providing him with a multitude of worlds to traverse and an abundance of tasks to undertake. Racial points will inevitably come in due time. This fills Gu Bei with optimism. Although he possesses the extraordinary ability to traverse myriad realms, Marvel serves as his primary world, warranting careful management. The crux of this management lies in finding one or more exceptional hosts. Through this parasitic experience, Gu Bei has come to understand the paramount importance of a robust host body. Initially, when he inhabited Xiao Yan's body, he felt an exhilarating rush. Merging seamlessly into Xiao Yan's Dou Qi vortex, his power multiplied, and his Dou Qi cultivation soared to a 5-star Dou Master, effortlessly overpowering the 1-star Dou Master, Nalan Yanran. However, upon merging with Tony, Gu Bei sensed an inexplicable frailty within this form. The Dou Qi was exceedingly weak. At first, he could only engage a group of terrorists by taking matters into his own hands. Clearly, this was not the outcome Gu Bei desired. He believed he should possess greater strength. Tony's body, to a significant extent, hindered his potential. While he did not seek a Captain America as a host, he certainly hoped for a sturdier individual, though a strong female would suffice as well. Strength was the only criterion that mattered. The roar of the off-road vehicle's engine was thunderous, yet Tony distinctly heard Gu Bei's plea. His emotions were complex, a mix of relief and a poignant sense of loss. After regaining his composure, he addressed Gu Bei, stating that if assistance were needed, he should speak freely, for his life was saved by Gu Bei, and he would strive to provide everything Gu Bei desired. Tony's attitude toward Gu Bei reflected that of a benefactor, showing no aversion to Gu Bei's sinister nature as a symbiote. It must be acknowledged that perceptive individuals perceive the world differently. For them, humans and other sentient beings are not fundamentally distinct. Gu Bei felt fortunate to encounter Iron Man in the Marvel Universe. Had he met Captain America or the Hulk, he truly would not have known how to proceed. Taking a deep breath, Gu Bei articulated his request, expressing his desire for Tony's assistance in seeking out some physically formidable hosts. Tony's furrowed brow indicated his concern upon hearing Gu Bei's request. The parasitism of Gu Bei has evidently led to a remarkable enhancement of his physique, as if he could once again endure the trials of 7 nights. With a hint of regret, he remarked, "Is it possible that my body lacks sufficient strength?" Within the black off-road vehicle, a profound silence lingered for nearly a century. Gu Bei's tone was somewhat frosty. "Do you not possess any self-awareness?" Chapter 16. 3 candidate hosts in the desolate expanse. The rescue helicopter arrived punctually, its whirling wings generating a powerful airflow that caused Ethan's clothing to flutter incessantly. At the moment he laid eyes on the aircraft, his trembling hand removed his glasses, and a tear escaped from his eye, which he wiped away with the back of his hand. It was difficult for him to believe that salvation had finally come. As the helicopter touched down, Colonel James Rhodes, a diligent and robust African-American man wearing a military cap, alighted from the aircraft, his face etched with deep concern. This anxiety gradually dissipated upon seeing Tony. "Finally found you, you stubborn boss. I told you to ride with me," he exclaimed. Tony opened his mouth but remained silent. The man who hesitated to speak was indeed Tony, not Gu Bei. A bittersweet smile crossed his handsome face as he reflected, "Perhaps I should have heeded your advice." Colonel Rhodes intended to offer a few more words of admonition, but upon noticing the exhaustion in Tony's eyes, he refrained and exhaled deeply. Tony grasped Colonel Rhodes's hand firmly. Everyone boarded the helicopter, and the return journey commenced. The ensuing events unfolded just as they would in a film. Due to various factors, upon disembarking, Tony instructed Pepper Potts to convene a press conference. During this event, he announced that Stark Industries would cease its involvement in arms trading. With Obadiah's obstruction no longer a concern, Tony's announcement proceeded smoothly, albeit resulting in a significant drop in Stark Industries stock, plunging the vast corporate empire into an unprecedented low. However, Gu Bei understood that the words of economists often carried more folly than credibility. He inhabited Tony's being, fully aware of his actions. In the days that followed, Tony busied himself with matters both large and small within the company while simultaneously dedicating time to the development of a groundbreaking technology, the micro-arc reactor. This was the core technology behind the Iron Man suit and pivotal for Stark Industries' transformation. Gu Bei recognized that, given Tony's brilliance, the micro-arc reactor would inevitably come to fruition, as it had in the cinematic realm. Amidst his hectic schedule, Tony also made time to assist Gu Bei in organizing a search for potential hosts, reportedly arranging a significant recruitment event. This effort yielded a number of exceptionally skilled candidates, igniting Gu Bei's anticipation. A powerful host would serve as the source of his strength. Soon, Gu Bei would embark on his next journey to a new world, seeking to acquire racial values for evolution. Securing a suitable host was paramount, as relying on finding a weakling to inhabit was an untenable strategy. What if he encountered a more malevolent and formidable entity? The prospect was daunting. On his next adventure, Gu Bei intended to bring his host along, maximizing the safety of their travels. This was of utmost importance to him. On this day, Tony was set to explore the miniature arc reactor in the laboratory, and remarkably, Gu Bei departed from Tony's body. Tony greeted Gu Bei as if they were old friends before hastily making his way to the lab. Gu Bei, with his liquid black form, morphed into an unrecognizable creature for ease of movement. In the room, a woman with golden hair addressed Gu Bei, inquiring, "Mr. Gu Bei, your host has arrived in full today. Would you like to try out your body now?" This enchanting woman, known as Virginia Potts, affectionately referred to as Pepper by Marvel enthusiasts, was dressed in professional attire, possessing a striking visage and a flawless figure, and shared a flirtatious rapport with Tony. She held Gu Bei in high regard, for he had once saved Iron Man's life. Although Gu Bei had limited interaction with her, he merely responded with a faint acknowledgement to Potts' question. Under Potts' guidance, they descended to the first floor of Tony's private villa, where 3 individuals stood, selected as the strongest candidates through a rigorous recruitment process. The first was a muscular behemoth, towering over 2.5 meters. Clad in a tank top and military pants, resembling a gorilla, his name was Reed, a retired soldier turned mercenary. His gaze was chilling, suggesting a man forged in the fires of battle, rumored to have survived by consuming the flesh of fallen comrades. Gu Bei observed him, nodding repeatedly. His robust physique epitomized the ideal host. Even without any training, such sheer muscle could undoubtedly yield significant strength, making him the best candidate for Gu Bei's host. The second individual possessed an equally icy stare, but was somewhat more slender than Reed. This was Curry, an underground boxing champion. He had honed various combat techniques, including Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai, and Chinese martial arts such as Baji Quan and Wing Chun. In unarmed combat, Reed might not necessarily outmatch him. Gu Bei nodded once more. Although Curry's frame was leaner, the latent explosive power within him should not be underestimated, a promising prospect. Gu Bei was particularly intrigued by Curry's skills, wondering if the maxed-out levels of Baji Quan and Wing Chun would possess the transformative ability to turn the mundane into the extraordinary. The final individual intrigued Gu Bei, as she was a young girl who appeared to be in her early teens. Her cold black eyes were clear and lifeless, reminiscent of still waters. Her name was Shang, with flowing black hair and a porcelain complexion, standing at 1.6 meters tall, dressed in a black Gothic Lolita outfit, resembling a charming porcelain doll. She was a trained assassin cultivated by Obadiah, hailing from China. Having displayed extraordinary talent for assassination from a young age, she had been molded into a merciless killing machine. Now that Obadiah was deceased, she had been liberated yet struggled to embrace a normal life, for her existence had revolved solely around slaughter and orders. She was a child marked by a tragically cruel fate. Gu Bei felt sympathy for her, yet he could not accept a frail host. His expectations for Shang were exceedingly low, almost non-existent. Even the level 20 assassination skills paled in comparison to the importance of possessing a formidable physique in Gu Bei's eyes. Potts reminded him, "Mr. Gu Bei, who do you intend to start with first?" Gu Bei decisively pointed to the towering figure of Reed, standing at 2.5 meters, and said, "Let us commence with this fellow. How much sorrow can one possess? It is akin to the despair of lacking votes for updates." Chapter 17, Flesh and Chi, Whom to Choose. When Reed arrived today, he was informed that his task was to become a host for a certain being. This job sounded rather peculiar, evoking an unsettling sense that something terrifying might transpire. An ordinary person would undoubtedly refuse such an offer. However, Reed, having endured the brutality of war and survived countless near-death experiences, felt no fear in the face of this challenge. The compensation promised was substantial, compelling him to accept. Yet, upon encountering the metamorphosed Gu Bei, he could not help but swallow hard. The mysterious, dark, monstrous form of Gu Bei instilled a flicker of trepidation within him. At that moment, as Gu Bei designated him as the host, a chill ran down Reed's spine, and fear began to creep in. Nevertheless, Potts regarded Reed with a calm demeanor, infused with a sense of warning, prompting him to take a deep breath and dispel his anxiety. "I am ready, Mr. Gu Bei. You may begin the process of parasitism," Reed declared, expressing his willingness to cooperate, thus alleviating much of Gu Bei's burden. Like a coiled spring, Gu Bei compressed his form, gathering strength, and then leaped onto Reed's body. The black, liquid skin was cool to the touch, yet devoid of any sticky sensation, which mitigated Reed's aversion. Reed observed as Gu Bei flowed like water, gradually infiltrating his body through his pores. Although there was no pain, the sensation was undeniably strange. A voice resonated within Reed. "Release your consciousness and allow me to take control of your body." Reed glanced at Miss Potts, who nodded reassuringly, indicating that there was no danger. Ultimately, Reed relinquished his consciousness, granting Gu Bei dominion over his body. The dark liquid coursed through every cell and muscle of Reed's being, fortifying and amalgamating. In that instant, Gu Bei felt the arrival of rebirth. An explosive power surged throughout his entire form, as if each cell contained dynamite, ready to detonate at a mere touch. It was akin to the furious tides of the ocean, waves surging for miles. Gu Bei's eyes flickered as he scrutinized his palm, flexing it to produce a satisfying crack of bones. The strength bestowed upon him by this body surpassed that of Tony by an astonishing factor of 10. Be it speed, power, or neural reflexes, every aspect was enhanced. A commendable host, Gu Bei remarked with a sense of satisfaction regarding his new vessel. With that, Gu Bei activated his level 10 burning technique. When employed on Tony, the chi generated was sparse, akin to a parched stream. Yet within Reed's body, the chi overflowed through his meridians like a stream rejuvenated by rain, flowing melodiously. Gu Bei estimated that the potency of the burning technique had roughly doubled. This puzzled him. Why had his physical capabilities increased tenfold while the chi had only augmented by a factor of 2? After some contemplation, Gu Bei deduced that this disparity was likely a reflection of individual talent. Tony's physical prowess pales in comparison to Reed's by a factor of 10. However, their innate abilities in combat are merely a distinction of 1. Gu Bei has nearly assimilated all the data pertaining to Reed's physique and is gradually shedding the essence of Reed. The other 3 individuals in the room observe intently as a black, liquid symbiote coalesces upon Reed's skin. The residual combat energy from the burning technique within Reed enhances his physical form. He distinctly perceives the benefits and exclaims in astonishment, "You have strengthened my body?" A jolt of realization strikes him. What has he been pursuing all these years if not the pursuit of greater strength? Now, an opportunity to become formidable lies before him. How could he possibly let it slip away? Reed implores, "Mr. Gu Bei, allow me to be your host. You have taken residence within my body. You must surely understand its capacity for power." Gu Bei firmly declines, stating, "I must first experiment with the bodies of all 3 of you before making a choice." Reed, in a surge of urgency, steps forward, as if to seize Gu Bei. The underground boxing champion, Curry, interjects with a frosty tone, "My friend, this is Stark. You would do well to remain composed." Reed fixes his gaze on Curry, aware that the underground champion covets power even more than he does. This individual had journeyed to Thailand to study Muay Thai and traveled to China to practice martial arts, seeking to unravel the mysteries of the human body through ancient wisdom. He is a madman in pursuit of strength, equally eager to attain Gu Bei's parasitic bond. Reed recognizes him as his fiercest rival. Curry joins his hands in reverence, nodding at Gu Bei like a devoted disciple. He expresses his respect through the etiquette of the East and then states, "Mr. Gu Bei, may I be the second to be parasitized?" "I am prepared." "No problem," Gu Bei replies, proceeding to enter Curry's body. Upon gaining dominion over Curry's physique, Gu Bei initiates the symbiosis and swiftly acquires the attributes of Curry's body. In comparison to Tony's physique, the body acquired from Reed is a staggering 5 times more powerful. Although this is indeed an exceptional, even elite, human form, Gu Bei cannot help but feel a tinge of disappointment. It falls short of Reed's by a factor of 2. In terms of skills, he possesses LV2 Tai Chi, LV2 Wing Chun, and LV2 Muay Thai. Gu Bei briefly practices each of the 3 martial arts. Each exhibits a certain finesse yet lacks an awe-inspiring quality. Shaking his head, he perceives the three skills as somewhat superfluous. Just as he contemplates abandoning them, he suddenly recalls that he has yet to assess the combat energy. Thus, Gu Bei activates LV-10 of the burning technique. In an instant, a torrent of molten iron seems to surge through his veins, his entire being ablaze. It is as though a volcano on the verge of eruption, with lava churning and emitting a thunderous roar that reverberates through the crust. Gu Bei is taken aback by the sheer power of the combat energy generated by the burning technique within him. The power of Will is 4 times more formidable than that of Tony and twice as potent as that of Reed. Gu Bei smiled, recognizing that Reed and Curry possess distinct talents, both of which are essential to him. Perhaps both individuals could be of service to his ambitions. A glimmer of determination sparked in Gu Bei's eyes as he pondered whether to venture into the next world with the physically superior Reed or with the more powerful Curry. Fueled by will, the weight of flesh versus willpower posed a profound dilemma, momentarily leaving Gu Bei in contemplation. Potts interjected, reminding him, "Mr. Gu Bei, there is still a host awaiting your parasitism." Chapter 18. A Soulless Existence? The perfect host Potts' voice broke the silence, leaving Gu Bei feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had never regarded the girl named Shang with any significance, and after parasitizing the first 2 individuals, he had completely overlooked her presence. At this moment, within Curry's body, Gu Bei reevaluated the young girl before him. Her gaze was as tranquil as still water, her skin pale and possessing an ethereal quality, as if she had stepped out from the pages of a poem. Gu Bei sighed softly. Regardless of the circumstances, he found it difficult to appreciate this girl. Feeling that she could not possibly rival Reed or Curry, while her beauty and purity of form might serve her well in assassination, Gu Bei sought something far greater, raw power. Nothing more. Nevertheless, as the third candidate, it would be remiss not to attempt parasitizing Shang. Thus, Gu Bei approached the endeavor with a spirit of experimentation, severing his symbiotic bond with Curry. His essence, a dark liquid, emerged before the onlookers. Curry reclaimed his own body, exhilarated by the experience of Gu Bei's parasitism. His limbs surged with newfound strength, his body brimming with boundless energy, as if he could never be fully depleted. He realized that the physical breakthrough he had long pursued had just been achieved. Curry gazed at Gu Bei with reverence, akin to that of a devotee before a deity, and knelt in gratitude. Gu Bei paid no heed to Curry's supplication but turned to Shang, inquiring, "I am about to begin the parasitism. Are you prepared?" Shang responded in a soft, emotionless tone, "Yes." Gu Bei's dark, liquid form transformed into several large, sinuous tendrils that coiled around Shang's delicate frame. Despite her training, the girl's soft body retained an alluring fragrance of innocence, intoxicating to the senses. Gu Bei remained unfazed as he seamlessly permeated her being. To his astonishment, he swiftly gained control over Shang's body without encountering any resistance. Gu Bei was utterly taken aback. Shang's previously impassive visage shimmered with a fleeting ripple of emotion before swiftly fading into nothingness. Very well, he mused. Shang's consciousness intensified. Yet she could not challenge Gu Bei's dominion over her body, as if she were the true symbiotic entity. Gu Bei comprehended the implications. Having lived as an assassin for years, Shang's humanity had been eroded by bloodshed and violence. Though her body remained alive, her soul was but a hollow shell, akin to a soulless automaton. Gu Bei felt a thrill. This extraordinary girl was his ideal host. He could exert complete control over this form, significantly elevating his regard for Shang. Perhaps, a slight deficiency in physical talent was of little consequence. In a mere 5 seconds, the symbiosis was complete. The dark liquid form fused seamlessly with the girl's body. Under Gu Bei's enhancement, her physique peaked, with speed and strength significantly amplified. A celestial aura enveloped her, exuding an otherworldly charm, imbued with a sense of sanctity. As Gu Bei beheld the body of the girl he had parasitized, though it was enchanting and surrounded by an ethereal essence, the strength of her physical form left him profoundly disappointed. Indeed, as I had surmised, Shang's physique is exceedingly frail. When compared to Tony, Shang's strength is merely double that of Tony's. It falls short by a factor of 2.5 when measured against Curry, and by a factor of 5 against Reed. Although I harbored doubts about Shang's physical capabilities from the outset, the magnitude of the disparity still left Gu Bei feeling somewhat helpless. In terms of skills, Gu Bei has acquired level 2 assassination. The girl's body is equipped with an array of weapons, all of which can be utilized in conjunction with assassination techniques. This could significantly enhance the girl's prowess. However, This holds little significance for Gu Bei. Taking a deep breath, he realized that only one final aspect remained to be examined. This particular element is crucial. If it proves sufficiently potent, it could compensate for the deficiencies of her physical form. Gu Bei fervently hoped that Xiang possessed a talent for combat energy, for it is rare to find a host as seemingly soulless as her. Thus, he activated level 10 blaze technique. In an instant, Gu Bei perceived an auditory hallucination within his ears. A peculiar buzzing sound erupted, as if exploding beside him. An inexhaustible surge of combat energy coursed through his body, rolling like tumultuous waves. Enormous heat emanated from Xiang's form, radiating outward like nuclear fallout. The entire first floor of the villa transformed into a furnace under this searing intensity, scorching all within. Miss Potts, mercenary Reed, and boxing champion Curry each displayed expressions of considerable distress. This scenario left Gu Bei momentarily dazed. The potency of this combat energy was unparalleled. It surpassed Tony, Reed, and even Curry. Although Curry possessed the strongest talent for combat energy among the three, Xiang was tenfold more formidable than him. Miss Potts, in great discomfort, implored, "Mr. Gu Bei, please exercise some restraint. Your power is overwhelming for us to bear." Gu Bei inhaled deeply, calming the tumult within. He deactivated his level 10 blaze technique. In an instant, the searing heat enveloping the villa dissipated, and a refreshing sea breeze wafted in from outside, reminding the three of the preciousness of life. However, Reed and Curry exchanged glances, perceiving the resignation in each other's eyes. They understood that Gu Bei had likely chosen his parasitic host, which was evidently not either of them, but rather the girl named Xiang before them. The terrifying temperature she emitted still lingered in their minds, instilling a sense of dread. They felt a twinge of bitterness, pondering why they lacked such a talent. Their gazes towards the girl were filled with envy. Gu Bei marveled, as he had not anticipated that such a diminutive form could harbor such formidable power. A spark ignited in his eyes. Possessing such an exquisite host body, it was time for him to embark on his journey to the next world. A second update seeks your generous support. This book also aims to ascend the rankings. To offer a hint, Xiang will ultimately serve as the alchemical furnace for the protagonist's cultivation, rather than being a true host. Chapter 19, The Realm of, begins now. The host selection has concluded, and Potts has arranged for Curry and Reed to depart. Reed, having received his payment, is naturally elated, though a tinge of reluctance lingers within him as he quietly exits. Curry, singularly focused on the pursuit of power, has grappled with his ambitions for quite some time, ultimately resigning himself to leave. Gu Bei, having acquired an almost empty vessel, instructs Potts to prepare a private chamber for him. Potts complies, observing the ethereal girl before her, feeling an unexpected sense of familiarity. The room designated for Gu Bei is located on the left side of the second-floor staircase in the villa, intentionally set aside by Potts. After a thorough cleaning, the room is transformed anew. Gu Bei sits poised within, opening the system panel to search for the world he desires. With 60 points of traversal energy, the options available to him are remarkably extensive. There exist myriad realms, both grand and obscure. As Gu Bei meticulously examines his choices, he discovers an ideal world. This realm is one he knows intimately. Within, formidable beings possess the power to obliterate planets and restart worlds with but a gesture, ascending to emperors and monarchs. The protagonist of Yi Fan transcends the mortal realm, transforming into an immortal existence. The world of his rich in heritage, presenting Gu Bei with an abundance of potential skills to acquire, flying immortal techniques, 9 secrets, Taoist scriptures, each exceedingly potent and awe-inspiring, a true treasure-laden realm. However, Gu Bei's sole concern lies within the dangers that permeate this world. The 7 forbidden areas, the cosmic wastelands, and the domains of ancient clans pose grave threats. A misstep at his birthplace could lead him to any of these perilous places, resulting in certain death. Fortunately, the system panel alleviates this dilemma for Gu Bei. Like an insidious little penguin, the system panel promotes its premium services to Gu Bei. For merely an additional 20 points of traversal energy, he may select one of 3 identities to traverse the world of. Upon inspecting the 3 options, Gu Bei is taken aback. The disciple of the Star Peak from the Taishian sect of the Eastern Wilderness, the disciple of the Holy Master from the Yaoguang Sacred Land, and the heir of the Divine King from the Ji clan of the Eastern Wilderness. The prospect of expending traversal energy to arrange a specific identity astounds him, illustrating the formidable capabilities of this system panel. Curiosity piqued, Gu Bei inquires if greater expenditure of energy could yield an even more prestigious identity. After a prolonged silence, He utters 2 words, impressive. For the first time, Gubei realizes how scarce his traversal energy truly is, so scarce that his options are severely limited. To enter the world requires 40 points of traversal energy, and opting for the premium service demands an additional 20 points. Then, there are no further options. How vexing. He had aspired to become the holy son of Yaoguang. Gubei is filled with frustration. Had he achieved that status, acquiring myriad skills would have been effortless. The Yaoguang sacred land boasts top-tier divine abilities such as the Holy Light Technique and the Primordial Holy Light Technique, along with Grandmaster-level methods and the Imperial Artifact, the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron, making it one of the true sovereigns of the Eastern Wilderness. All of this is what Gubei yearns for. Unfortunately, without the energy of transcendence, these aspirations remain mere fantasies for him. Gubei held his breath and cleared his mind, even though he felt a pang of regret. He knew he had to make a choice. Which of his 3 identities should he embrace? As he gazed into the distance, the answer crystallized in his heart, indeed. The place he longed to go was the Taishan sect in the East Wilderness, the Ji family, and the Radiant Light Sacred Land. Though they are the true rulers of the East Wilderness, wielding supreme imperial weapons and holding sway over the land, possess a clear hierarchy within their ranks. Without sufficient status, one cannot hope to attain the pinnacle of their legacies. However, the Taishan sect stands apart. It is one of the superpowers of the East Wilderness, boasting 108 main peaks, each representing a unique legacy. These 108 peaks embody 108 distinct inheritances, waiting for the fated individuals to claim them. More importantly, Gubei knew that among these peaks, the most formidable legacy resided on the Clumsy Peak. This legacy, known as the Secret of the Wordjia, would trigger a tenfold increase in combat power once comprehended. Gubei was aware of how to acquire the inheritance of the Secret of the Wordjia, thus making the Taishan sect his optimal choice. Having made his decision, Gubei informed Tony of his plans. Upon hearing that Gubei intended to depart, Tony set down his wrench, astonishment etched across his face. Why? Did I not host you well? Gubei shrugged, assuring him that his hospitality was excellent, but his departure had nothing to do with it. Gubei, being Tony's savior, was held in high regard by him. Although Tony did not wish to intrude upon Gubei's privacy, he felt compelled to ask, Gu, may I know what you intend to do? Gubei, uninterested in concealing the truth, replied candidly, I am a traveler of dimensions, planning to journey to other realms. Tony's eyes widened at Gubei's words, his breath quickening. Dimensions? Does that concept truly exist? After posing the question, he felt somewhat foolish, given Gubei's assertion. It was likely true. Excitement surged within him. Gu, can you take me along on your dimensional travels? Tony, a seeker of knowledge, was deeply intrigued by this notion. Gubei looked at him with a disdainful expression. I cannot take you. You should abandon that thought. Such forthright words left Tony feeling quite dejected. Gubei, without a hint of responsibility, added, Of course, if you were to don specialized armor to enhance your combat prowess, I might consider bringing you along. This offhand remark ignited a spark in Tony's eyes, and deep within, a bold idea began to take shape. Little did he know that his words would lead to the birth of Iron Man in the Marvel Universe. Yet, the original Iron Man was also a creation of Gubei's doing. Perhaps it all balanced out. Thus began the journey through the realm of the Celestial Sphere. Chapter 20. Huayun Fei and the sacred son of Yaoguang. The power of space enveloped Gubei, rendering him icy and cold, while the surroundings dissipated like smoke before coalescing into reality. As the frigid sensation receded from his skin, Gubei surveyed his surroundings. He found himself within a resplendent palace, adorned with jade bricks and golden tiles, exuding both opulence and an ethereal spirit, radiating an indescribable grandeur. This was the main hall of the Star Peak of the Taishan sect, where numerous disciples stood in orderly ranks, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their esteemed guest. The Taishan sect had laid out such an elaborate display to welcome the master of the Eastern Wilderness, the sacred lord of Yaoguang. Accompanied by the youthful, yet gifted sacred son of Yaoguang, Gubei was taken aback. The sacred son of Yaoguang was still a child, which implied that the event of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin had yet to transpire, and Yi Fan had not yet arrived at the Beidou continent. From beyond the grand entrance of the palace, the sound of dragon roars echoed, resonant and profound, akin to the enlightening essence of nectar. Gubei gazed outside, where 9 azure flood dragons soared across the heavens, as if forged from molten water, shimmering with a striking force. They drew an ancient golden war chariot, rumbling forward with a majestic presence, as if emerging from the annals of history. Upon the chariot stood a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. Tall and graceful, his garments billowed elegantly, embodying the commanding presence of one who has long held a high position, inspiring an involuntary sense of submission in those who beheld him. He was none other than the master of the Yaoguang sacred land, the sacred lord of Yaoguang. Beside him was a 7-year-old child, clinging to the hand of the sacred lord, his large eyes reflecting a coldness uncharacteristic of his tender age. He possessed an ethereal quality, with divine halos blooming behind him, suggesting an otherworldly connection to the celestial realm. The instant Gu Bei laid eyes on the child, he felt as though struck by a revelation. This child must undoubtedly be the sacred son of Yaoguang, though he had never witnessed the sacred son's visage. The incongruity of his cold demeanor for one so young immediately evoked thoughts of the formidable sacred son of Yaoguang from the celestial narrative. A chime echoed in Gu Bei's mind, a sound he recognized well, the trigger for a mission. Elated, he realized his purpose in this otherworldly realm was to activate quests, whether through the traversal energy or the racial points. Both were of utmost significance to him. He discreetly opened his mission, delving into its intricacies. Mission: Heir of the Ruthless. Mission description: at the tender age of 7, Huan Fei, the grandson of the Tai-Xian sect's leader, cultivates the devouring heaven demon technique, becoming the cauldron for the sacred son of Yaoguang. His heart is unwilling, yearning to defy fate. Mission requirements: free Huan Fei from the fate of being a cauldron, allowing him to embrace his own destiny. Mission rewards: 50 points of traversal energy, 20 racial points, unlocking the celestial mall system, and acquiring one item of choice from the mall. Upon reviewing the mission, Gu Bei finally comprehended the gravity of his circumstances. At this very moment, he stood at a pivotal turning point in the fate of a significant character from the celestial narrative, none other than Huan Fei, the beloved grandson of the Tai-Xian sect's leader. In his youth, he had been chosen by the Ruthless Path as an heir, but he was not the only one. The sacred son of Yaoguang had also caught their eye. The guardians of the Ruthless Path observed both youths in secret. Huan Yunfei possesses exceptional talent, characterized by a serene disposition, profound knowledge, and an affinity with nature, yet he lacks a certain ruthless determination. In contrast, the radiant son of the shaking light displays remarkable prowess, his demeanor aloof, embodying an unwavering resolve to achieve his goals at all costs. The ruthless protector of the path has resolved to have Huan Yunfei cultivate the devouring demon technique while the radiant son masters the indestructible heavenly art. Once both have attained mastery in their respective techniques, the radiant son will be able to absorb Huan Yunfei's cultivation, achieving an invincible physique. This is indeed a harsh path of cultivation. The saying "an emperor is forged over the bones of countless" is no jest. A cold light flickers in Gu Bei's eyes. Both the indestructible heavenly art and the devouring demon technique are among the most elite methods in the realm, revered as imperial scriptures. Alarmingly, these techniques were conceived by one of the most formidable emperors, the Ruthless Emperor. This art enables the devouring of the innate essence of other prodigies, refining it for personal use. Whether it be a sacred body, divine body, celestial demon body, or any progeny of emperors, all can be refined. In his mortal days, the Ruthless Emperor shattered the shackles of his corporeal form through this very art, attaining a chaotic body. This illustrates the terrifying nature of these techniques. I must acquire at least one of these methods. Gu Bei instantly resolves that even if the mission fails and Huan Yunfei becomes the radiant sun's furnace once more, he must seize one of these paths. Outside the Star Peak Palace, a golden ancient war chariot descends, and the Radiant Lord leads the radiant sun down from the vehicle, while 9 azure dragon serpents bow their heads in deference. The master of the Tai-Xian, clad in a green Taoist robe, with starry eyes and sword-like brows, walks at the forefront of the Tai-Xian elders to welcome the arrival of the Radiant Lord. Beside the master stands a boy cradling a zither, his eyes resembling black jewels, exquisitely sculpted, seemingly imbued with the spirit of heaven and earth. A faint luminescence flickers in the Radiant Lord's eyes, a manifestation of the sacred law of shaking light, capable of perceiving all truths. This child, Yunfei, is indeed remarkable, a true prodigy. The Tai-Xian master trembles slightly. Though the words are complimentary, they strike a painful chord within him. Thank you, Radiant Lord, for your unwarranted praise. Yunfei cannot bear such accolades. The other esteemed elders of Tai-Xian reveal expressions of deep regret, for who among them is unaware that the Master's grandson is a true dragon among men, possessing innate sensitivity, a harmony with nature, and a pure heart, likely destined to become the revitalizer of Tai-Xian. Yet, Fate can be cruel. The Radiant Lord instructs the Radiant Sun to greet the esteemed seniors. Unfazed by the formidable figures of Tai Xian, the youthful Radiant Sun bows gracefully, acknowledging the elders with respect. As he lowers his head, the ethereal halo behind him seems to solidify, evoking genuine astonishment from the prominent figures of Tai Xian. This child, the Radiant Sun, is a prodigy, embodying a divine essence akin to a young deity. It is utterly terrifying. A mere 7-year-old possesses such extraordinary manifestations, leaving none to fathom the heights he may achieve in the future. Hua Yunfei clutched her xylophone tightly, her small face etched with fear. As if instinctively apprehensive of the holy son of Yaoguang, she cowered behind the master of Tai Xian, unable to meet the gaze of the holy sun directly. This timidity was perilous, and it was no wonder that the ruthless guardians of the lineage chose Yaoguang over Hua Yunfei. The holy son of Yaoguang cast a fleeting glance at Hua Yunfei. Within his cold, indifferent eyes lingered a fleeting sensation akin to that of a predator regarding its prey. A momentary glimpse unnoticed by others. At such a tender age, possessing such depth of character, it was impossible not to evoke a sense of trepidation in those around her. Chapter 21. Who will save Hua Yunfei? I saved the sacred master of Yaoguang and the headmaster of Tai Xian, greeting numerous esteemed elders and seniors. The headmaster of Tai Xian instructed the attending disciples to vacate the grand hall, to which they complied in unison and departed. Gu Bei, without any particular distinction, followed the throng of senior brothers and sisters out. As they moved outdoors, his heart lingered within the hall. Gu Bei was acutely aware that what lay ahead would likely mark a pivotal moment in Hua Yunfei's fate. Hua Yunfei was to be chosen as the successor of the devouring heaven demon art and the headmaster of Tai Xian, along with the many elders and esteemed figures. Could do naught but watch as Hua Yunfei became the cauldron for the sacred son of Yaoguang. This was his opportunity. Once the disciples had exited, servants brought forth a wooden table laden with fruits and fine wines to entertain the sacred master of Yaoguang. The prominent figures took their seats. The sacred master of Yaoguang, with a wave of his sleeve, sat down, his demeanor serene, exuding an air of celestial majesty. He spoke calmly. I trust you are all aware of the purpose of my visit. The headmaster of Tai Xian's expression grew increasingly difficult to bear. Glancing at his young grandson, who cradled a zither, he felt a pang of sorrow. Sacred master, must it truly be Yunfei? He is but an ordinary mortal, slow of temperament and inept at cultivation. The other elders clenched their fists in silent indignation, none willing to relinquish their sex prodigy to become another's vessel. Had it not been for the overwhelming power of the sacred land of Yaoguang, they would have surely acted in anger. The presence of so many influential figures from Tai Xian was intended to convey their resolute decision against allowing Hua Yunfei to become a vessel. The sacred master of Yaoguang observed their expressions with indifference, his tone remaining flat. If you are unwilling, you may certainly discuss matters with the protector of that lineage, who has also arrived at your esteemed sect today. The headmaster of Tai Xian froze momentarily. With his profound cultivation, the mere mention of the protector left him feeling powerless. A bitter taste filled his mouth as he gazed upon his young grandson, pondering if he truly could not protect Yunfei. The sacred master of Yaoguang's tone grew colder, tinged with menace. You ought to understand that eradicating your Tai Xian sect is as effortless for the sacred land of Yaoguang as a flick of the wrist. I suggest you contemplate your options wisely. The headmaster of Tai Xian felt a chill run through him. The Tai Xian sect was a legacy passed down through generations, and he could not dare to destroy the ancestral foundation. At this juncture, he could only allow Yunfei to accept his fate as a vessel. Otherwise, the Tai Xian sect would be in peril. The elders wore expressions of fury. They seethed at the overwhelming might of the sacred land of Yaoguang, which treated them as mere prey to be devoured. Today, it was Hua Yunfei, who could foresee tomorrow's demands. The sacred master of Yaoguang rose, declaring, tomorrow, at the back mountain of Star Peak, Yunfei and the sacred sun will engage in their final contest. Should Yunfei emerge victorious, the protector will alter the devouring heaven demon art into the indestructible heavenly art. Should he lose, well, these words ignited a sense of injustice among the esteemed members of Tai Xian. How could Hua Yunfei, practicing the devouring heaven demon art, possibly compete against the sacred sun, who cultivated the indestructible heavenly art? The Yaoguang lineage had never granted the Tai Xian sect a fair chance. The sacred master's words were nothing short of hypocrisy. At the moment when the Lord of the Shimmering Light departed from the Star Peak Great Hall, the grand doors swung open once more, casting the slanting rays of the setting sun upon the assembly, yet devoid of warmth, only yielding an endless chill. Within the hall, the Supreme Master of Taishian appeared as if he had aged decades. His cultivation was exalted, and his visage had long ceased to change. Yet the exhaustion of his spirit rendered him visibly frail. He gazed upon his young grandson, a child who embraced a wooden zither taller than himself, frolicking daily with birds and squirrels, innocent and carefree, yet destined for a life of misfortune. A profound sorrow welled within him, tears streaming down his aged face. Though young, Hua Yunfei displayed remarkable understanding. He did not grasp the unfolding events but rolled up his sleeves to wipe away the tears of the Supreme Master, inquiring softly about his grandfather's distress. Witnessing this tender scene, the elders of Taishian sighed deeply, their hearts heavy with impotence. They felt helpless, revered as they were. Unable to save the disciple of Taishian, they bore the weight of ancestral shame. The atmosphere within the hall was steeped in sorrow. The fate of Hua Yunfei was a collective failure of the Taishian sect, which had not safeguarded him appropriately. At that moment, a disciple rushed into the hall, reporting to the master that another disciple sought an audience. The Supreme Master, drained of strength, wished to avoid the affairs of the sect and waved his hand dismissively, suggesting the disciple return the following day. The elders, understanding the master's heartache, were ready to send the disciple away. However, the messenger, with an unusual expression, interjected, stating that the disciple had conveyed a message, that he possessed the means to save Hua Yunfei's life. A tremendous presence surged forth, vast as the clouds and ethereal as the stars, enveloping the entire Star Peak Hall. The elders turned their gaze toward the Supreme Master. This was his power. Imposing and grand, akin to a mountain. The Supreme Master, astonished yet stirred by excitement, felt a flicker of hope amidst his despair, as if he had grasped the last straw of salvation upon hearing this news. He yearned to try, to save his grandson's life. Let him enter, he commanded. And a figure clad in the attire of a Star Peak disciple stepped into the hall. This individual was none other than Chang, the vessel of Gu Bei. The one who claimed to save Hua Yunfei was indeed Gu Bei. At this moment, within the hall, the Supreme Master and the esteemed elders of Taishian turned their attention to Gu Bei, demanding an explanation. Typically, a mere disciple would tremble under the scrutiny of such illustrious figures, struggling to articulate a response. Yet Gu Bei remained unperturbed, speaking confidently, addressing the master and the esteemed uncles and aunts, introducing himself as Chang. Noticing Gu Bei's extraordinary composure, the Supreme Master felt a surge of trust regarding Gu Bei's assertion of being able to save Hua Yunfei. Suppressing his excitement, he solemnly inquired, Chang, is it true that you possess a means to save Yunfei? Gu Bei surveyed the solemn faces of those present, each eager to hear the answer that resided in his heart. Gu Bei smiled faintly, indeed. Within the grand hall, everyone, including the Supreme Master of Taishian, was taken aback, only to subsequently reveal expressions of ecstatic joy. The Supreme Master, unable to contain his curiosity, hastened his inquiry, asking what method Gu Bei possessed. Gu Bei, however, responded with a smile, remaining silent. Within Shang's body, Gu Bei's true essence, a massive black liquid, gradually severed its symbiotic state with Shang. Slowly, like quicksilver, it flowed from the pores of Shang's skin, gathering in the palm of her hand. Shang uttered in a cold tone, let it be. Chapter 22, The Enigmatic Venom. Yet unseen in the eastern wilderness, all eyes in the grand hall were captivated by the venomous entity known as Gu Bei. This entity, roughly the size of a palm, appeared as a pitch-black mass, exuding a formidable vitality yet emanating an unmistakably sinister aura. Its emergence from Shang's body had been nothing short of bizarre and disconcerting. The Grand Master of Taishian displayed a countenance that was both solemn and grave. His eyes sparkled with a divine light as he inquired whether this being belonged to the ancient clan or was a primordial creature. The two types of entities mentioned by the Grand Master were notorious in the vast world, notorious for their ferocity and predation upon humanity. Typically, upon encountering such beings, the Grand Master would strike them down with one decisive blow, lest they wreak havoc upon the realm. Gu Bei, the venomous entity, could distinctly sense the hidden yet potent murderous intent emanating from the Grand Master. Fortunately, despite this intent, the Grand Master refrained from taking lethal action. There were two underlying reasons for his restraint. First, Gu Bei had been introduced by a trusted disciple of the Grand Master, and second, Gu Bei was currently the sole lifeline for Hua Yunfei, the Grand Master's beloved grandson, whom he was intent on saving. In light of these considerations, the Grand Master chose not to act. Gu Bei quietly rejoiced, relieved that he had selected a host prior to his arrival. Otherwise, his identity as Venom would have heralded calamity upon the Big Dipper. Shang's explanation caused the Grandmaster's brows to furrow. In his youth, he had traversed the eastern wilderness and was acquainted with certain miraculous symbiotic beings. Such entities could be both benevolent and malevolent. The benevolent beings aided others in cultivation, refining their essence and replenishing their host, while the malevolent ones usurped bodies and extinguished souls, occupying their hosts in a predatory manner. To all appearances, Gu Bei seemed to embody the latter. The Grand Master's expression fluctuated between shadow and light as Shang continued, stating that this symbiotic entity had coexisted with him for over a decade and was not malevolent. Furthermore, their symbiosis had led to mutual growth, significantly enhancing his cultivation, all while remaining undetectable to others. Upon hearing this, the Grand Master's countenance shifted dramatically. The notion of a being that could enhance one's cultivation while evading discovery seemed too extraordinary to fathom. If such a phenomenon existed, it would surely provoke a fierce competition among the emperors. This implied that regardless of the veracity of their enhanced cultivation, the fact that no one could detect the symbiotic entity was undeniably true. None among the powerful figures of Tai Xian, including the Grand Master himself, had perceived Gu Bei's presence within Shang until it revealed itself. The Grand Master's demeanor softened considerably, the initial hostility dissipating as he silently began to trust in Gu Bei's benignity. He spoke earnestly, "Shang, can you allow him to reattach to you so that I may witness the enhancement he bestows upon your cultivation?" Shang nodded in agreement. Thus, Gu Bei flowed seamlessly into Shang's body. This process, regardless of how many times one might witness it, retained an air of malevolence, explaining the initial aversion of the Tai Xian figures towards Gu Bei. As Gu Bei entered Shang's being, the symbiosis and enhancement were completed. The Grand Master and his esteemed companions once again attuned their senses, and indeed, they could not detect Gu Bei's presence within Shang. In an instant, they were taken aback. Despite their profound cultivation, they were unable to perceive the existence of this symbiotic entity. They were astonished that such a miraculous being could exist in the world. After their initial surprise, the elders gradually regained their composure, exchanging glances as if silently communicating about how to assess Chang's cultivation. The Supreme Master of Tai Xian decisively declared, "I shall personally examine Chang's cultivation." His involvement lent credibility to the proceedings, for this matter pertained to the very life of his own grandson, and the master would not dare to be negligent. As the Supreme Master gazed upon Chang, two radiant stars, symbolizing the celestial bodies, illuminated his eyes. This was a unique method of assessing cultivation, accessible only to those who had attained a starry physique. A faint, ethereal starlight emanated from the maiden's form. In the span of a heartbeat, the Supreme Master discerned the entirety of Chang's cultivation. As he withdrew his divine insight, his expression was tumultuous, almost incredulous at what he had witnessed. The assembly turned their attention towards him, awaiting his revelation. Taking a deep breath, the Supreme Master spoke slowly, "Chang, you were originally a newly initiated outer disciple with moderate talent, yet to undergo any training, am I correct?" This reflected Chang's identity in this realm, and indeed, the Supreme Master was not mistaken. Chang nodded in tacit agreement. The Supreme Master then disclosed what he had observed. "Within your being, I have seen a vast, desolate sea of suffering, interspersed with a life-giving wheel of vitality. Such a sea of suffering and such a wheel of life indicate not mere moderate talent, but rather exceptional aptitude. Furthermore, in the depths of your sea of suffering, there is a small expanse of wondrous golden waters surging forth. This means that this symbiotic entity has not only enhanced your cultivation, but has also fortified your innate talent." The Supreme Master's words left the elders in a state of bewilderment. The notion that it could augment talent was utterly unprecedented, a revelation beyond their previous knowledge and experience. While the Supreme Master was astonished by the marvel of the symbiotic entity, he lamented that despite its extraordinary nature, one that he had not encountered in his extensive travels across the eastern wilderness, it could only open a mere sliver of the sea of suffering, which would not suffice to aid Yunfei. Both Hua Yunfei and the sacred son of Yao Guang were prodigies of remarkable caliber. At merely 7 years old, still in their infancy, they had already opened their seas of sufferings, allowing the pure essence of life to blossom from within and construct a divine bridge connecting to the wheel of life. This state was known as the Divine Bridge Realm, wherein practitioners had fully traversed the sea of suffering. While the symbiotic entity, Gu Bei, was indeed wondrous, capable of enhancing both cultivation and talent, the degree of enhancement would at best allow for a slight expansion of the sea of suffering, an insignificant contribution for those at the Divine Bridge Realm. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the sacred son of Yaoguang practiced the indestructible heavenly technique, while Hua Yunfei practiced the devouring heavenly demon art. In terms of technique, the sacred son of Yaoguang perfectly countered Hua Yunfei. Unless Hua Yunfei could elevate his cultivation to the other shore realm, he would find it impossible to compete with the sacred son. Observing the dimming expressions of the Supreme Master and the other elders, Chang smiled mysteriously. Master, when did I ever claim that the symbiotic entity could only enhance a modicum of cultivation or open a mere fragment of the Sea of Suffering? The Grand Master of the Supreme Void shifted his gaze, pondering whether the symbiotic entity possessed other transformations. Chang candidly remarked, the enhancement of the symbiotic entity's cultivation is largely contingent upon the host's own prowess. I have not cultivated, hence my enhancement is limited to this extent. However, Yunfei may be capable of achieving. The Grand Master of the Supreme Void's pupils constricted. Just how far could Yunfei be enhanced? Shang's gaze remained fixed upon Hua Yunfei, suggesting, why not test it and find out? Chapter 23. The Indomitable Devourer. A single utterance from Chang plunged the Grand Hall into a profound silence. The choice of whether to embrace parasitism or not was placed in the hands of Elder Tai Xian and the sect leader. The sect leader, Tai Xian, was already aware of the miraculous nature of the symbiotic entity, yet he harbored a lingering apprehension, believing that the entity's formidable power concealed a sinister existence. Nevertheless, gazing at his beloved grandson, he understood that the only chance to save him lay with the symbiotic being. The obedient Hua Yunfei, with his diminutive hand merely grasping a single finger of the sect leader, stood quietly. Tai Xian lowered his gaze and spoke tenderly to Hua Yunfei, my grandson. Do you wish to accept the parasitism of the symbiotic entity? With a slightly resolute expression on his cherubic face, Hua Yunfei replied, Grandfather, I am willing. Tai Xian closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Very well, since you are willing. He bowed profoundly to Chang, prompting gasps of astonishment from the elders present, who exclaimed, Sect leader, you mustn't, it disrupts the hierarchy. Chang also urged, Sect leader, there is no need for such humility. Yet, Tai Xian was resolute. For a figure of his exalted stature willingly bowing his head to Chang was a testament to his heartfelt gratitude. Chang, I am grateful for all you have done for Hua Yunfei. Now, I implore you to allow this symbiotic entity to inhabit him. Feeling a twinge of fear, Hua Yunfei hid behind Tai Xian. The sect leader gently patted his shoulder, encouraging him to step forward. With newfound courage, Hua Yunfei clenched his tiny fist and approached Chang. Chang extended her delicate hand, and after a moment of hesitation, Hua Yunfei placed his small palm atop hers. In an instant, a black liquid flowed with a gentle rush between their fingers. The moment the liquid entered Hua Yunfei's body, Gu Bei was overwhelmed with exhilaration. At last, he had awaited this moment. The techniques of the ruthless lineage would now belong to him. Open your mind, Gu Bei instructed Hua Yunfei, and let me take control of your body to enter the realm of symbiosis. Though still young, Hua Yunfei was adept in cultivation and quickly relaxed his mind, achieving the state Gu Bei desired. Gu Bei seized control of Hua Yunfei's body. In that fleeting moment, the black liquid coursed through Hua Yunfei's meridians, merging into each of his cells as the symbiosis commenced. An unending stream of power surged forth from the abyss Hua Yunfei had opened, an exceptionally pure life force. Devoid of any impurities, vast and seemingly inexhaustible, this life force was unprecedented in Gu Bei's past experiences of symbiosis. He marveled at the strength of the young Hua Yunfei, truly remarkable. With such a host, Gu Bei's future knew no bounds. The boundless life force, under the operation of Hua Yunfei's cultivation techniques, cascaded onto the divine bridge connecting the Sea of Suffering and the Wheel of Life. The divine bridge radiated a luminous brilliance, dazzling and resplendent, signaling its impending breakthrough. A resonant sound echoed through the heavens and the earth, heralding the breaking of boundaries. The divine bridge spans the Sea of Suffering, connecting heaven and earth, drawing in the ethereal essence from the outside world to nourish the body, leading to the transcendent realm above the divine bridge. In Gu Bei's ears, the sound of acquiring a skill echoed continuously. Upon examining his attribute panel, he was elated to find the coveted skill, the LV5 Devouring Heaven Demon Art. LV5 Devouring Heaven Demon Art. Devour the essence of all things, cultivating a flawed, chaotic body. At that moment, Gu Bei gazed upon the assembly of elders within the Grand Hall, only to discover that each one had transformed into radiant embodiments of primal essence. This was the manifestation of essence under the Devouring Heaven Demon Art. Gu Bei could discern the magnitude of each elder's essence. Some were powerful like torches, while others were weak like mere flames. Should he consume all these individuals, Hua Yunfei's physique would likely transcend the mortal realm, evolving towards the divine king body. Gu Bei's heart was filled with profound astonishment. This devouring heaven demon art was indeed extraordinary, yet undeniably malevolent. Such a technique, which devours the essence of others to enhance one's innate talents, was truly the art of the ruthless. Having obtained the desired technique, Gu Bei felt a sense of fulfillment, yet he stumbled upon an unexpected delight. He had inadvertently completed a triggered side quest. Quest: Parasitize Hua Yunfei. Side quest. Quest description: Upon arriving at the Taishan sect, how could one not parasitize the genius Hua Yunfei? Quest requirements: Parasitize Hua Yunfei. Quest rewards: 5 points of traversal energy, 5 points of racial value, achievement of Hua Yunfei's parasite, unlocking the achievement system to view accomplishments across various worlds at any time. Upon seeing the 5 points of racial value, combined with the previous 15 points, Gu Bei realized he was poised for evolution, a smile gracing his face. He perused the options for his evolutionary path, noticing he had 3 directions available once again. Greedy low-level symbiote can seize the host's bodily energy, thereby elevating its own level, enhancing meditation abilities and strengthening inheritance capabilities. Deceptive low-level symbiote can weaken the host's soul, augmenting its dominance over the body, enhancing meditation abilities and strengthening inheritance capabilities. Feedback low-level symbiote can share skills with the host, enhancing meditation abilities and strengthening inheritance capabilities. Upon reviewing the first 2 evolutionary options, Gu Bei couldn't help but think them quite commendable. Despite their malevolence, the practicality they offered left him thoroughly satisfied. However, when he encountered the third ability, a tempest of excitement surged within him. The prospect of sharing skills with the host? Did this not imply that Gu Bei could impart the devouring heaven demon art to Shang? A bold yet perilous notion took root in Gu Bei's mind. If he could seize the body of the young master of the radiant light and acquire the immortal heavenly art, then consume Shang's devouring heaven demon art, would he not be able to cultivate a flawless chaotic body? In an instant, Gu Bei's breath became erratic, engulfed in a frenzy. He yearned to claim the body of the young master of radiant light. Within the Star Peak Grand Hall, the headmaster of the Taishan sect stood in stunned silence, gazing at Hua Yunfei, who had just completed the symbiosis, rendered momentarily speechless. He distinctly felt his grandson's cultivation elevate by a minor realm, emerging from the divine bridge into the realm beyond. This instilled in him a deeper trepidation towards Gu Bei. The symbiote was domineering, more formidable than he had anticipated. Yunfei, suddenly endowed with such a realm, could undoubtedly triumph over the saint of Yaoguang, yet he felt an unsettling and peculiar anxiety. The master of Taishan, his voice resonating like a bell, proclaimed the parasitic entity. Gu Bei, controlling the body of Hua Yunfei, clasped his hands in respect and replied, "Disciple is here." The master of Taishan continued, "In tomorrow's battle, you shall aid Yunfei in defeating the saint of Yaoguang. My Taishan sect shall not treat you unjustly, and will spare no effort in fostering your growth." The master's approach was astute, delivering a blow followed by a reward. Yet, Gu Bei remained unervingly composed, revealing no trace of emotion. Disciple understands. The master of Taishan's gaze turned icy. "I intend to implant 9 divine needles into Yunfei's body. Should you harbor ill intentions towards him, these needles shall surely turn against you. Do you consent?" Gu Bei unwaveringly replied, "Disciple consents." The master nodded coldly, "Very well." With a sweeping gesture, 9 shimmering golden needles, forged from some mystic metal, swiftly pierced into the depths of Hua Yunfei's sea of suffering. Should Gu Bei entertain any nefarious thoughts, these needles would undoubtedly strike him down. "You may withdraw for today and stay with Shang." Gu Bei acknowledged with a respectful yes and departed the Grand Hall alongside Shang. Until the moment he exited the Star Peak Grand Hall, Gu Bei maintained an extraordinary calmness, a tranquility that was unervingly palpable. He reminded himself of the necessity for composure, understanding that he must accept all of the master of Taishan's conditions. Only then could he embark on the reckless actions that lay ahead. This calmness did not signify peace, but rather the fleeting silence before the impending storm, destined to herald the arrival of tumultuous winds and rain. Gu Bei trembled, for he had never yearned for anything as fervently as he did now. He deeply wished for dawn to arrive swiftly. As night fell, the Star Peak lay in serene tranquility. The stars gleamed brightly, the wind whispered gently, ancient trees swayed gracefully, and the aged vines hung down, creating an indescribable poetic scenery. Beneath the celestial expanse, Hua Yunfei absorbed the brilliance of the stars, honing his celestial body. Once his cultivation concluded, he rested beneath the heavens, merging with the essence of nature, rejuvenating his spirit. Shang stood quietly by Hua Yunfei's side, patiently awaiting his commands. Meanwhile, Dou Po found himself ensconced within the depths of Hua Yunfei's sea of suffering. This sea was extraordinary, allowing Dou Po's true form to reside therein, possessing an effect akin to the mustard seed containing Mount Meru. Within this sea of suffering, a fountain of life flowed, pure and vital. Dou Po's true essence lay beside this fountain, embarking on his evolutionary journey. Opening the system panel, he selected the feedback of the lower-grade symbiote, and the evolution commenced. As in previous instances, Dou Po's form was enveloped in an icy blue crystal, entering a state of dormancy. In this state, his body would undergo evolution, and the deepest recesses of his black form would once again increase in their lustrous hue. Dou Po's strength, speed, and vitality all surged by approximately 10%. At this moment, should Dou Po choose to reattach himself to Hua Yunfei, he would emerge even more powerful, likely achieving the mid-stage of the other shore realm. The life-giving waters of the Spring of Destiny flowed continuously, cleansing the ice crystals that had lost their evolutionary power, thus hastening Dou Po's awakening from slumber. Upon regaining consciousness, an innate understanding of the method to share skills dawned upon him, fortifying his resolve for the impending actions. He engaged in a brief exploration within the sea of suffering, reacquainting himself with his body, and communicated with Hua Yunfei, expressing his desire to take control. Hua Yunfei acquiesced, relinquishing the reins of the body. As Dou Po assumed command, he gazed upward at the luminous moon, silently awaiting the arrival of dawn amidst the darkness. After a protracted period of anticipation, daybreak finally graced the horizon. Together with Shang, Dou Po ventured to a secluded peak of the star summit, the very site where Hua Yunfei and the radiant sun were to compete. This locale boasted breathtaking mountains and picturesque landscapes, with ethereal mists swirling around the summit, while gentle streams meandered at the base, accompanied by ancient trees entwined with venerable vines, exuding an air of tranquility. Upon his arrival, Dou Po found that a multitude of prominent figures had already gathered. The radiant sovereign, with his striking features and commanding presence, cast a discerning glance at Dou Po, finding no cause for concern, and nodded in approval for him to proceed with the contest. The Grand Master of Taishan was also present, observing Dou Po intently, reassured to see his 9 divine needles securely ensnared within Yunfei's sea of suffering. Numerous elders from the star summit accompanied the 2 eminent figures. Before the contest commenced, 2 elders from the star summit stepped forth, channeling their mystical energies to conjure 2 divine rainbows that outlined the designated area upon the peak. The rules of the competition were straightforward. Any participant who stepped outside the designated area or voluntarily conceded would be deemed defeated. The radiant sun entered the contest area with an unshakable composure, possessing a maturity and cultivation far beyond that of his peers. As he crossed into the circle, the sea of suffering roared ominously, as if harboring a formidable tempest. Countless divine patterns erupted from his sea, densely packed and seemingly boundless. The elders of Taishan widened their eyes in astonishment at this display. The radiant sun was indeed fearsome. While an ordinary cultivator might possess a mere dozen divine patterns at the divine bridge realm, the sheer multitude emanating from the radiant sun was staggering, underscoring the might of his cultivation. They quickly realized that the radiant sun had grown significantly stronger since their last encounter. Although Hua Yunfei had gained a symbiotic entity and reached the other shore realm, it remained uncertain whether he could truly vanquish him. After all, the radiant sun wielded the eternal heaven technique, inherently countering Hua Yunfei's devouring heaven demonic art. Thus, the ensuing battle promised to be a fierce confrontation, likely leaving both combatants utterly exhausted. The radiant sovereign coolly assessed his disciple, remarking that he had trained diligently, maintaining the honor of the sacred land. "What do you say, Grand Master of Taishan?" The Grand Master seethed with indignation at the radiant sovereign's dismissive evaluation of his disciple, interpreting it as a slap in the face to Taishan and a slight against his cherished grandson, Hua Yunfei. After all, in their previous 3 encounters, Hua Yunfei had fallen to the radiant sun. If the radiant sun were merely immortal, what then could be said of his grandson, Hua Yunfei? The esteemed leader of Taishan wore a smile that did not reach his eyes, indulging in flattery as he remarked on the exceptional talent of the holy son of Yao Guang. questioning how he could possibly tarnish the sanctity of the Holy Land. The Holy Master of Yaoguang merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Within the vicinity, the Holy Son of Yaoguang displayed his divine abilities. A radiant halo resembling that of a deity forming behind his head, manifesting in 9 distinct rings. 9 represents an ultimate pinnacle, alluding to the extraordinary potential of the Holy Sun having reached its zenith. This spectacle caused the eyelids of all present from Tai Xian to twitch uncontrollably. What heights of defiance could this 7-year-old child possibly attain? Particularly, he had yet to unveil his indomitable celestial technique. Did he intend to vanquish Hua Yunfei without resorting to this powerful method? The Holy Son of Yaoguang revealed 2 formidable techniques. His tender palm lifting is countless divine patterns entwined upon it. His comprehension of these patterns was profoundly deep, wielding them as if they were an extension of his very being, exhibiting remarkable agility. As the patterns enveloped his palm, the Holy Sun transformed into a streak of light. His movements as swift as lightning, striking towards Gu Bei with a single, forceful blow. This strike was imbued with immense gravity, capable of shattering bones and severing tendons. Confronted with such a fierce assault, Gu Bei remained unperturbed, his expression revealing an unmistakable glimmer akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. It was a gaze reminiscent of a hyena spotting a hare or a lion fixating on a zebra, indicative of an undeniable dominance over the subordinate. Though Gu Bei's form remained still, an overwhelming aura radiated from him, surging like tumultuous waves, stirring the atmosphere into chaos, while a mystical bridge appeared faintly behind him, bridging the realms. At that moment, the Holy Master of Yaoguang was profoundly shaken, instinctively exclaiming, "The other shore realm? How could this be?" He vividly recalled that during their last contest, Hua Yunfei had only just stepped into the divine bridge realm. Yet, in merely a few months, he had ascended to the other shore. The Holy Son of Yaoguang, too, recognized that Gu Bei had reached the other shore realm. The formidable presence emanating from this state sent chills down his spine. The sheer strength evoked a sense of terror, for in just a few months, Hua Yunfei had cultivated himself to such an extent. The Holy Sun hesitated, contemplating retreat to reapply his mystical techniques. However, he was met with Gu Bei's countenance, a face adorned with a mocking smile that dripped with disdain. Gu Bei taunted, "What is this? Planning to back away?" This provocation turned the Holy Sun's expression icy. He was a prodigy who had never before faced such contempt. His voice turned frigid, "You are forcing my hand." This was the indomitable technique of the ruthless lineage, the eternal celestial technique. Chapter 24. Seizing the radiant sun of light, a dense, black demonic aura surged forth like ominous clouds from the sea of suffering surrounding the radiant sun of light, obscuring the divine halo that floated behind his head. This malevolent mist blotted out the sky, exuding an unsettling power that coiled around his form. In this moment, the radiant sun resembled a dark sovereign, exuding an aura of exceptional wickedness as he concentrated the essence of his indomitable celestial technique within his grasp. His fingers darkened, emanating a formidable pressure akin to an insurmountable mountain, rendering all who faced him utterly helpless. The master of the supreme Xian sect fixed his gaze intently upon the radiant sun, recognizing that he had finally unleashed his most formidable secret technique, a trump card that fundamentally countered the Devourer's demonic art, the lifeblood of Hua Yunfei. The master's heart roared with urgency, urging Yunfei to break through this arcane barrier and seize control of his destiny. The other esteemed elders of the supreme Xian sect appeared equally tense, uncertain whether the boundary between realms could truly withstand the might of the indomitable celestial technique. They could only silently hope that Hua Yunfei would triumph over his adversary and shatter the chains of fate. Yet, the radiant sun could not help but sneer inwardly, mocking the supreme Xian practitioners for their futile attempts to defy the heavens. They remained blissfully unaware that the Devourer's demonic art, when pitted against the indomitable celestial technique, would inevitably drain their source of power, a predetermined deadlock. Hua Yunfei was destined to be nothing more than the furnace for the radiant sun's ambitions. No one could alter this fate. The radiant sun's demeanor turned icy, his earlier contempt from Gu Bei igniting a furious blaze within him. As he unleashed the indomitable celestial technique, his entire presence transformed, nearly demonic yet imbued with an extraordinary composure. "Hua Yunfei, you shall never surpass me in this lifetime. Accept your role as my furnace." His tone was tyrannical and severe, like heavy shackles constricting one's breath. With that, the radiant sun struck, delivering a blow infused with the power of the indomitable celestial technique. an assault capable of dismantling Hua Yunfei's Devourer's demonic art, bearing an unending weight of pressure. As the demonic aura surged forth to crush Gu Bei, controlling Hua Yunfei's body, Gu Bei felt this pressure acutely, a profound sensation resonating deep within his very soul. It was a force derived from the technique itself, provoking an involuntary shudder. However, in the face of such overwhelming might, Gu Bei's eyes gleamed with insatiable greed. This oppressive sensation, this crushing power, was irrefutably linked to both the Devourer's demonic art and the indomitable celestial technique. He could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat echoing in his ears. Indeed, this was the technique he had yearned for. As the radiant sun's palm descended, Gu Bei finally sprang into action. Fiery, molten energy erupted from his being, cascading in waves of scorching combat aura, raising the temperature of the mountain to unimaginable heights in an instant. Level 10 Burning Technique. This skill, when wielded by an ordinary mortal, could sear an entire house, yet, in the hands of Hua Yunfei, who had attained the boundary of realms, it grew exponentially more formidable, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Gu Bei regarded the radiant sun with a mocking gaze. So, you wield the indomitable celestial technique, do you? A furnace, you say? I am eager to see what you will use to withstand the force of my next strike. Gu Bei's arm transformed into molten lava, flowing relentlessly. He did not employ the devouring heaven demon technique, but instead utilized the burning formula to execute a formidable assault. His arm swung with such intensity that the heat seemed capable of distorting space itself. A single punch struck directly upon the body of the Holy Sun of Radiant Light. The Holy Sun, gathering strength in his left fist, sought to contend with Gu Bei, only to be utterly decimated in an instant, proving no match for him. The myriad defensive spells and divine inscriptions surrounding him illuminated with countless divine glows, yet they were rendered useless, obliterated by that one devastating blow. The spectacle of that punch was astonishing, reminiscent of the legendary secret art that could shatter myriad laws, no matter how profound your divine abilities. I shall dismantle them with a single strike. This punch pierced through the undying celestial art of the Holy Sun of Radiant Light, breached his protective magical barriers, and continued unabated, brutally smashing away half of his skull. In that moment, the Holy Master of Radiant Light's eyes bulged with rage. The Holy Sun had fallen? How could this be? Hua Yunfei, when did you acquire powers beyond the devouring heaven demon technique? And to such a remarkable extent? Curse be it. The long black hair of the Holy Master billowed without wind, his fury palpable. Had it not been for the presence of the Taishan assembly, he would have surely struck Hua Yunfei dead with a single palm. The Taishan sect leader and the esteemed elders were rendered speechless by Gu Bei's astonishing punch. That blow was so breathtaking that it left all in awe. Yet, unbeknownst to this crowd, the one filled with elation was not them, but Gu Bei, concealed within Hua Yunfei. He had exerted every ounce of his strength to obliterate half of the Holy Sun's skull, not for Hua Yunfei's liberation from fate, but for his own. At this moment, Gu Bei felt a flicker of madness, yet more so, an absolute calmness. Holy Sun of Radiant Light, your body is now mine. Amidst Hua Yunfei's sea of suffering, the wellspring of life ceased to gush forth with boundless golden waters, instead receding faintly. The divine bridge over the sea of suffering, devoid of the wellspring's support, lost its celestial connection and gradually began to decline. Even the Holy Master of Radiant Light turned his gaze towards Hua Yunfei. No one knew what transpired within Hua Yunfei, except for Gu Bei. He was withdrawing from their symbiotic state, resulting in Hua Yunfei's regression in cultivation. His liquid black form surged forth from every inch of Hua Yunfei's body, gathering and coalescing into the embodiment of Gu Bei's venom. He morphed into a venomous serpent, coiling around Hua Yunfei's neck, then lunged towards the body of Radiant Light. This occurrence was so abrupt that even the Holy Master and the formidable beings of Taishan failed to react. By the time they sought to intervene, Gu Bei had already embedded himself into the Holy Sun's form. "Wretched beast, how dare you?" roared the Holy Master, emanating a radiant light of primordial sanctity that gradually enveloped the entire peak, exuding an aura capable of annihilating worlds. This was the holy light technique of the Radiant Light sect, possessing limitless power. To be struck by it would likely mean instant death. Such a divine ability was terrifying, potentially lethal to Gu Bei in an instant. Yet, Gu Bei laughed recklessly, for it was too late. He had already entered the body of the Radiant Sun. The Radiant Sun had been blasted half of his head away, his spirit languishing in a state of oblivion. Gu Bei effortlessly commenced his symbiosis with the Radiant Sun, as torrents of power surged forth from the sea of suffering, allowing him to experience the formidable strength of the indestructible heavenly art. In that moment, panic engulfed everyone. Their hearts were thrown into disarray. Should the radiant sun perish in Taishian, it would ignite an unending conflict between two formidable forces. The radiant lord, consumed by fury, refrained from using his holy light technique within the radiant sun's body, fearing for the latter's life. As Gu Bei gradually took control of the radiant sun's form, he approached the zenith of his power. A voice seemed to transcend the annals of history, imbued with the ancient resonance of time's relentless passage, filled with rage. Beast, you seek death. Chapter 25. The demise of the ruthless guardian. That roar resounded like thunder, reverberating through the mountains and rivers, deafening all who heard it. Among those present, none could fail to recognize this voice. It belonged to the protector of the ruthless, an unparalleled figure whose very existence compelled the Taishian sect to surrender Hua Yunfei, transforming him into the sacred son of the radiant light. A millennium ago, when the Azure Emperor achieved the Tao, the world underwent a transformation that rendered it inhospitable for cultivation. Attaining the realm of Saint Monarch was a rare feat, yet the ruthless guardian surpassed this level. Ascending to the unimaginable realm of the great saint, he stood as the preeminent power in the Northern Dipper, a protector whose grasp could pluck the sun and moon and seize the stars, wielding boundless divine abilities and formidable might. Though his demeanor was unassuming, he was a fearless force, a veritable talisman for the sacred son of the radiant light. Gu Bei felt a shiver run down his spine for the first time. Although he had anticipated this individual's intervention, he had never envisioned such a terrifying presence. The might of a great saint was indeed formidable beyond measure. At that moment, he was but a step away from merging with the body of the sacred son of the radiant light. However, upon that thunderous roar, the possibility of coexistence vanished. As a secret power erupted from the life wheel of the sacred sun, seemingly igniting his consciousness anew, Gu Bei was horrified. Despite having shattered half of the sacred sun's skull, the ruthless guardian had managed to awaken him. What extraordinary prowess must this entail? The soul-chilling aura drew near with alarming speed. Gu Bei had commandeered 90% of the sacred sun's body. Yet he sensed another practitioner of the indomitable heavenly art approaching rapidly. This presence was as formidable as an entire starry sky, converging countless primal energies. This individual had undoubtedly consumed others. Gu Bei chuckled coldly to himself. Truly, the great saint and the ruthless guardian were deserving of their renown. Their current strength was likely a product of the miraculous, indomitable heavenly art. The ruthless guardian had arrived, appearing as an elderly figure with an ethereal demeanor, garbed in Taoist robes, seemingly detached from worldly conflicts, roaming beyond the mundane. Yet, the slightest grimace upon his face betrayed his sinister essence. Upon his arrival, every individual present was thoroughly suppressed. Not even the esteemed elders of the Taishian sect, nor the sect master or the sacred son of the radiant light, could refrain from bowing their heads in submission. Beads of sweat dripped down the sect master's forehead, overwhelmed by the immense pressure. The circumstances surrounding the sacred son of the radiant light placed him in a position of culpability. His foremost priority remained addressing the issues concerning the sacred son. With deliberate steps, he approached the body of the sacred son, each footfall resonating like a chord struck upon the hearts of the onlookers, each step imbued with unparalleled composure. His gaze was as frigid as ice, and as he advanced, he proclaimed, "Wretched creature, I advise you to emerge at once. Otherwise, when I seize you, you shall find no means to live or die." It must be said, the pressure exerted by the ruthless guardian was unlike anything Gu Bei had ever encountered. Even though he had anticipated every aspect of the unfolding events, Gu Bei remained taut with tension, like a great cat coiling in response to an overwhelming threat. The host, guarded by formidable protectors, is not so easily parasitized. When Gu Bei first ventured into the world of Dou Po, his primary target was not Xiao Yan, but rather Xiao Suner. However, the presence of the ancient clan's powerful guardians deterred him from taking action. This time, Gu Bei dared to confront the holy son of Yaoguang, emboldened by the existence of the ruthless man's ring. Indeed, from the very beginning, Gu Bei understood that he was not merely contending with the overly protective Taishian sect leader or the holy light sovereign, but rather with this formidable protector of the path. In the world of Zhetian, how powerful is a great sage? Immensely so, they can safeguard a clan, bless a sacred land, and serve as a protector of imperial legacies. Shattering a planet is but a trivial feat, yet, regardless of the great sage's might, can they prevent him from seizing the body of the holy son of Yaoguang? Gu Bei's resolve hardened. If he wished to thwart this guardian, he must be prepared to pay with his life. Having chosen to wield his trump card, he had no intention of playing small. To slay a sect leader or a sovereign of the sacred land would be to underestimate Gu Bei gravely. His target was none other than the ruthless protector of the path, a great sage. Should he succeed in this endeavor, the entire Northern Dipper would be thrown into uproar. For such an occurrence is truly staggering. In this age of decline, saints are a rarity, let alone great sages. The death of a great sage would be utterly unimaginable. Gu Bei gazed at the ruthless man's ring, quietly resting within its wrappings. This was a shattered treasure, likely usable only once, yet its power was astonishing. Capable of slaying gods, the ruthless protector drew ever closer to Gu Bei. Gu Bei fixated on the protector's every step, witnessing the distance between them diminish, closing into a point where refusal was impossible. His heart raced wildly, and at that moment, he retrieved the ruthless man's ring from his inventory and resolutely activated it. With a resounding crack, the ring shattered. In that instant, it was as if the entire world fell silent, an unparalleled imperial might emanating from the masked ring, akin to a celestial king descending from the heavens, unparalleled in grandeur. The entire Northern Dipper trembled. Countless divine spirits within the imperial weapons of the sacred lands awakened, radiating their imperial might, anticipating an imminent great threat. The lords of the 7 forbidden lands shot forth beams of divine light, their gazes fixated on the Taishan star peak, their expressions rife with trepidation. Even the woman from the ancient abyss turned her gaze toward Taishan, tears streaming from her eyes. The ruthless protector of the path, that great sage, was now being distorted by this imperial might, his meridians bursting one by one, with several secret realms collapsing into fragments. He held in agony, questioning how this could be possible. The ruthless emperor's forbidden artifact, why? In the presence of an imperial artifact, even a great sage appears inconsequential. Like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, or a single leaf adrift in a vast ocean, resistance is futile. One can only await the judgment of fate. The ruthless protector of the path grimaced in despair, lamenting, without becoming an emperor, I am but an ant. My defeat is not unjust. Gu Bei now occupied the body of the holy son of Yaoguang, his visage grotesque and menacing, wielding a shattered ring. Upon the ring rested a mask, half smiling, half crying, embodying a ghostly visage, radiating imperial might. Each strand of this dominion possesses the power to obliterate a planet and devastate a continent, resulting in the demise of countless beings. The protector of the ruthless has been relentlessly aging, his skin devoid of luster and rendered coarse. Confronted with the imperial artifact of the ruthless emperor, he finds himself utterly powerless and wholly suppressed. Had it been any other emperor's artifact, he might have had a chance to flee. Utilizing the imperial artifact of the ruthless, Gu Bei not only aims to annihilate the protector, but also employs this artifact to eradicate the lingering consciousness within the body of the radiant sun. At last, the coexistence between Gu Bei and the radiant sun's form is unimpeded, progressing seamlessly from 90 to 100%. When the level 5 indestructible heavenly skill manifested in Gu Bei's skill repertoire, he turned his gaze upon the protector of the ruthless, a wicked smile gracing his lips. It is said that the essence of the great sage is immensely powerful. Whether this is true remains uncertain. Chapter 26, Seizing the origin of the great sage, Gu Bei has taken possession of the body of the holy son of Yaoguang, harnessing the formidable life energy of the symbiote to forcibly awaken the vitality within this battered physique. The tumultuous sea of suffering roars within, the wellspring of life surges, and the divine bridge connects heaven and earth, propelling the holy son of Yaoguang's cultivation to the other shore. Utilizing this newfound power, Gu Bei manifests the indomitable celestial technique of level 5. In an instant, waves of demonic energy burst forth, coiling and intertwining like dragons and serpents. Clinging to Gu Bei's side, clutching the ring of the ruthless emperor, Gu Bei, sheltered by imperial might, advances step by step toward the exhausted guardian. His indomitable celestial technique intensifies, and the demonic energy seems to stretch for 30,000 miles, instilling a sense of dread. The guardian, with skin waxy and parched, emaciated to the point of revealing bones, resembles a desiccated corpse. Were it not for the movement of his eyes, one might mistake him for lifeless. He fixates on Gu Bei, who approaches relentlessly, his lips twitching as if to impart a warning or reprimand. Yet, he refrains from voicing his thoughts, merely gazing at the ring adorned with a ghostly mask in Gu Bei's hand, his heart turning to ash. As a practitioner of the indomitable celestial technique himself, he is acutely aware of Gu Bei's intentions. At this moment, Gu Bei wields the Emperor's forbidden artifact, aiming to refine the very essence of this great sage. The Guardian cannot suppress the thought, so ruthless. This aberration not only calculated the extraordinary holy son of Yaoguang, severing half of his head, but has also plotted against his own self. Not only does he seek to kill him, but he also intends to consume his origin. Every step is meticulously intertwined, leaving no room for error, even in the face of his own sage. What is worse, this monstrous entity's true form is merely that of a being at the other shore. This blight is a true monstrosity, despite living for a millennium. The Guardian has never encountered such a fiendish character. A look of despair fills his eyes as he realizes his time is short. The Holy Master of Yaoguang, the Supreme Teachings, and the numerous elders of the Supreme Teachings have completely lost control of the situation. Their faces are filled with horror, utterly unable to fathom how a great sage could be so effortlessly stripped of life. They watch Gu Bei, witnessing the surging demonic energy as he employs the indomitable celestial technique, slowly closing in on the Guardian. The Holy Master of Yaoguang appears as if confronted by a specter, tremblingly pointing at Gu Bei and stammering, "What is he trying to do?" Though suspicions have already brewed in his heart, he dares not believe it to be true. The Supreme Teachings leader, upon witnessing the scene, feels as though the world is spinning, as if the very heavens were collapsing. Does he truly dare to act thus? The other elders of the Supreme Teachings tremble in fear, rendered speechless. As Gu Bei approaches the Guardian under the scrutiny of all, the latter, missing half his head yet possessing the striking exterior of the Holy Son of Yaoguang, cannot conceal his current grotesque visage. One of Gu Bei's remaining eyes flickers, resembling a cyclopean monster, emitting a chilling sound. Little did he expect that one day he would also find himself on the verge of having his essence consumed by another. The ruthless Guardian, resembling a dying elder, lacked even the strength to open his eyes. In his heart, he had imagined the demise of Gu Bei 1,000 times. Yet he was powerless to halt the unfolding events. Gu Bei reached out, placing his hand upon the Guardian's crown. The dark energy of the indestructible heavenly art was refined into a black treasure vessel, extracting the Guardian's intrinsic power as if pulling sinew from bone. At the moment the indestructible heavenly art touched the Guardian's essence, Gu Bei was struck with awe. The Guardian's profound source of power burned with the magnitude of a celestial body. Gu Bei regarded the emaciated figure before him, pondering how many souls the Guardian had consumed to amass such formidable strength. Alas, this power would soon belong to him. With all his might, Gu Bei unleashed the indestructible heavenly art, commencing the extraction of the Guardian's essence. The Guardian's body trembled, deprived of his source, experiencing a torment akin to having his very marrow devoured by 1,000 ants. Observing the Guardian's anguished visage, Gu Bei merely smiled coldly. This Guardian, who had devoured so many, now faced the agony of being consumed himself, a fitting retribution, a cycle of cosmic justice. The lamentations of a mighty sage, it seemed, were oddly melodious, as Gu Bei felt the vast source of power merging with his own indestructible magic within the treasure vessel. A wave of exhilaration coursed through him, and the pain from his shattered skull seemed to dissipate. Yet, the essence he extracted did not enter the body of the radiant prince to forge a chaotic body. Rather, it was gradually collected into Gu Bei's storage compartment. Within the system panel, 3 of the 30 slots now bore the inscription essence, accompanied by a marker indicating X99. Initially taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Gu Bei soon felt a surge of joy. With the essence collected in this manner, he could utilize it at his discretion. Those around him, witnessing the delight on Gu Bei's face, gritted their teeth in fear. This symbiotic entity was utterly ruthless. A great sage, akin to an ancestral figure among the human race, perhaps a deity revered by a certain clan. Gu Bei had truly dared to consume the essence through the indestructible heavenly art. Many trembled at the thought, terrified of becoming Gu Bei's next target. They gazed at the imperial artifact in Gu Bei's hand, sensing its imperial might, fully aware that even a strand of that power could render them unable to see the light of another day. The Guardian's ability to endure thus far indicated his mastery of transformation. The highest-ranked Radiant Sovereign felt a chill in his heart. Should the Guardian fail to deplete the artifact's entirety, he might very well be the next to fall. Though the Radiant Sovereign possessed numerous divine techniques, many of which were of imperial caliber, he dared not employ them now. The probability of escaping under the imperial might was infinitesimally close to 0. Only if Gu Bei truly sought to eliminate him would he consider risking everything to flee. His entire focus was fixated upon the ring adorning Gu Bei's hand, fervently beseeching the heavens. May the imperial might of that divine artifact be expended entirely. The Lord of Radiance had no desire to meet his demise in such a manner. As time slipped away, the pressure upon the gathered multitude escalated to its zenith. The formidable protector, under the relentless encroachment of imperial might, felt his life force plummet to its nadir. He attempted to move his lips, yet words eluded him, his head tilted, and his breath ceased. Thus, a great sage of the northern Dipper Star domain perished upon an unnamed peak of the Taishan Gate. In that moment, both the Lord of Radiance and the others from Taishan were engulfed in sorrow. The formidable protector, despite the malevolence he had wrought, remained a great sage of humanity. A shield for his kin, his demise was a grievous loss for the human race. Consequently, many were overcome with grief. Yet, amidst their mourning, they discerned that the atmosphere had seemingly been stripped of the essence known as imperial might. Chapter 27. Farewell. The celestial veil Gu Bei wielded the indestructible heavenly art, continuing to consume the essence of the ruthless protector. However, he was acutely aware that his reserves were nearly depleted. The ruthless man's ring, an imperial artifact, had brutally slain a contemporary great sage, exhausting its entire imperial might. This alone attested to the ring's terror and power, truly deserving of the title of precious treasure. Simultaneously, it reflected the extraordinary nature of the ruthless protector. This individual had utilized the indestructible heavenly art to devour the essence of countless cultivators, elevating his own essence to the realm of the divine monarch. This formidable foundation enabled him to withstand imperial might for such an extended period with a great sage's physique, until his life force finally extinguished. At present, within the ring, the imperial might had vanished, leaving behind only a vast reservoir of divine essence, capable of activating certain formations and divine inscriptions for offense. Many of these formations and inscriptions were long-lost forbidden techniques, yet they paled in comparison to the imperial might, lacking that overwhelming, oppressive force. Gu Bei felt an urgent desperation. The consumption of imperial might was far exceeding his expectations. After its disappearance, he had absorbed merely 70% of the ruthless protector's essence. This left Gu Bei feeling discontented. A great sage of the celestial veil was no mere trifling figure, easily slain. The essence of a great sage was exceedingly precious, and Gu Bei was loath to squander even a fraction of it. However, atop the star peak, Gu Bei sensed a piercing aura of murderous intent. The radiant lord of the shaking light bore a halo akin to a divine being, a manifestation of the primordial sacred light technique of the shaking light Holy Land. It was said that mastering it could lead one to divinity. The radiant lord's ascendancy to the leader of the shaking light Holy Land was no trivial feat. He sensed the absence of imperial might as if a colossal stone had fallen from his shoulders. Enraged, his white robes billowed, and an aura seemed intent on cleaving mountains and rivers, causing the entire star peak to tremble violently. Endless beams of light cascaded from the heavens like a torrential downpour, targeting Gu Bei with ferocity. The radiant lord, in his fury, also felt fear. He bellowed to the crowd, urging them to act swiftly lest he unleash the imperial artifact upon them once more. His roar awakened the members of Taishan. Gu Bei had been summoned by them. Yet at this moment, they no longer dared to utilize him. Such a monstrous being was best vanquished upon Taishan, never to rise again. The Grand Master of Taishan waved his expansive robe, releasing a myriad of stars that soared forth, each capable of channeling celestial light. This method was astonishing. When fully realized, one could transform into the cosmos, achieving a starry physique. Naturally, the esteemed elders of Taishan did not hold back. They unleashed their most potent divine abilities or treasured artifacts, creating an immortal river of divine rainbows and celestial light, flying swords and treasured towers, all pressing down upon Gu Bei. As Gu Bei absorbed the essence of the ruthless protector, he also exerted every effort to activate the ruthless ring, pushing its formations and divine inscriptions to their utmost limits. Countless light barriers rose in layers, forming the most robust shield for Gu Bei, enabling him to resist the onslaught of divine abilities and treasured artifacts raining down upon him. The terrifying impact emerges amidst this confrontation. The entire peak has been reduced in height, a mountain range vanishing into thin air. As the terrain collapses, ancient trees uprooted, and a tempest is born, obliterating everything within sight. In a mere strike, this peak has been annihilated, leaving behind a scene of devastation, ruined walls, and broken remnants that reveal the ferocity of the recent struggle. Gu Bei, under the combined assault of numerous formidable beings, feels his vitality surge, blood pouring from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Even with the protection of the ruthless ring, he suffers grievous injuries, lacking the imperial might that would otherwise serve as his trump card. Gu Bei's visage contorts with rage as he bellows. Indestructible heavenly skill, rise. The dark, demonic aura materializes as black as ink, mirroring Gu Bei's own madness, draining the last vestiges of the source power from the ruthless protector. Ultimately, Gu Bei successfully absorbs the essence of the ruthless protector. He yearns to laugh towards the heavens, but his throat is choked with blood, and a laugh would surely lead to more coughing and spitting forth crimson. Controlling the body of the radiant sun, drenched in blood and missing half a head, he resembles a demon crawling from the depths of hell, a visage so fearsome that it could silence a child's cries at night. He casts a cold, disdainful gaze upon the gathering from the peaks, articulating each word with an icy precision. Radiant Sun, supreme master of the Taishan, along with numerous esteemed elders. Upon hearing their names called from Taishan Peak, those mentioned tremble involuntarily, a wave of dread washing over them. They look upon this youth, who appears as a malevolent spirit, and though his cultivation barely reaches the threshold of the other shore, they know that a mere flick of their fingers could extinguish him. Yet, the sense of oppression he exudes is overwhelming. It is not hard to fathom. This youth has secretly plotted against the radiant sun, wielding an imperial artifact to strike down a grand sage, and has devoured his essence. His cunning and depth of strategy are beyond the imagination of ordinary men. If given time to mature, he would undoubtedly become a colossal figure. With this thought, the onlookers resolve that this youth must perish at Taishan. Otherwise, they would find no peace in the days to come. Gu Bei seems to sense their intentions, a furious smile crossing his face. The radiant sun desires his death, and he cannot plead otherwise, for he seeks to seize the body of the radiant sun, a situation where neither can afford to relent. Yet, the people of Taishan, having received his favor, repay kindness with malice. Failing to retaliate here would leave Gu Bei deeply unsettled. The body of the radiant sun, grievously wounded, lies shrouded in darkness. As if never to have been cultivated, the fountain of life run dry, no longer yielding the waters of vitality. Even the divine bridge appears faint, a mere specter suspended in the sky, having ceased to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Were it not for Gu Bei's venomous body, robust with life force, supporting the radiant sun's form, that body would have perished long ago. Gu Bei gazes at the assembly before him, nodding, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Very well, he declares. Your generosity today shall be repaid tenfold in the future. His tone is devoid of malice, yet it carries an unsettling calmness, for it embodies Gu Bei's resolute intent to exact vengeance. He has always believed in settling scores and will not allow himself to remain unsatisfied. The Lord of Radiance, upon hearing the resolute determination in Gu Bei's voice, felt an overwhelming terror magnified within him. His instincts warned him that if he were to release Gu Bei today, he would inevitably face death at his hands in the future. This was a foreboding sensation that only someone of the Lord of Radiance's celestial cultivation could perceive. With cascading black hair and garments as pure as snow, the 9 divine rings behind his head adorned him like a deity. His aura surged as he employed secret techniques, exchanging years of his life for a fleeting moment of strength, intending to forcibly eliminate Gu Bei. In that moment, the Lord of Radiance appeared utterly deranged. The significance of lifespan to a cultivator is immeasurable, yet he chose to squander it, revealing his deep-seated apprehension of Gu Bei and his desire to eradicate him swiftly. The entire star peak was enveloped in boundless sacred light, a manifestation of the Lord of Radiance's mystical powers, obscuring the heavens above. Gu Bei gazed at the chaotic sacred light in the sky, seemingly unfazed, and calmly uttered, "Farewell." The journey through time and space had commenced. Naturally, the system would also emit a prompt for Gu Bei. Upon hearing the system's notification, Gu Bei nearly coughed up blood. In that moment, he fancied he could hear the cheerful squawking of some wretched penguin. Gu Bei checked his system panel for the traversal energy, which totaled 50 points. He had vanquished the ruthless guardian, severed the inheritance of the eternal heavenly art, and liberated Hua Yunfei from his fate, thereby earning a reward of 60 traversal energy. However, he begrudgingly lost 20 points to the system, a bitter pill to swallow, but he knew he had no choice. To refuse would render his previous struggles in vain. Gu Bei expended 20 points of traversal energy and experienced a reversal of time and space, landing once more in the Marvel universe, specifically within Tony's private villa. As his feet touched the pristine floor, Gu Bei realized he was safe. Yet, An overwhelming sense of weakness surged through his venom essence. The injuries to the body of the Lord of Radiance were exceedingly grave. Every effort he made to aid him drained a significant portion of his own vitality, leading to his own frailty. Swiftly, Gu Bei retrieved the great sage's essence from his storage compartment, a luminous orb rich with the secrets of the source, containing life energy 6 times that of an equal volume of venom. Its attribute, the indomitable essence drawn from the eternal heavenly art, capable of mending injuries or enhancing the limits of the source. Gu Bei utilized the great sage's essence to heal the wounds of the Lord of Radiance. The essence melded into the body of the Lord, instantly transforming into a warm current that permeated throughout his form. Gu Bei focused his mind to control this warmth, mending the shattered body. Soon, the body of the Lord of Radiance exuded ethereal mist reminiscent of the enchanting clouds over the dreaming marsh, visibly recovering from its severe injuries at an astonishing rate. Throughout this process, Gu Bei did not cease supplying the great sage's essence. The restoration of the body cost him merely 1 unit of the essence, leaving him with 199 remaining. As the host's body healed, Gu Bei's fatigue dissipated entirely. He confidently began to assess the rewards from this celestial journey. Firstly, the task rewards include 50 points of traversal energy, 20 points of racial value, the unlocking of the celestial mall system, and the acquisition of any item from the mall. Having expended 50 points of traversal energy, 20 have already been consumed, leaving only 30. With a racial value of 20 points, 25 are required for an upgrade, leaving a shortfall of 5 points. What piqued Gu Bei's interest was the activation of the celestial mall system. It was represented by a golden pavilion positioned beside the inventory. Gu Bei entered the mall, and the entire system interface was rejuvenated, emanating an air of opulence. Prominently displayed in the center of the mall were the words "Today, as special." The Mother Chi Cauldron of all things, an exclusive divine weapon for the Emperor, essential for ascension, priced at 9,998 traversal energy. The Primordial Purple Chi, a vital essence for the Sage of the Primordial Era, necessary for attaining sainthood, available today for only 23,333 traversal energy. Gazing at the 3 items on special offer, Gu Bei discreetly averted his gaze, unaware that his face betrayed his impoverished state. Beside the special offers were the general sale items. Experience orbs, priced according to level, currently requiring 100 traversal energy. Racial value orbs, priced according to evolutionary stage, currently requiring 50 traversal energy. Attribute orbs, priced according to attributes, currently requiring 30 traversal energy. Gu Bei had one opportunity to draw an item from the mall. He activated this chance, and with a chime, the system announced, "Thank you for your patronage. You have drawn 3 experience orbs. How fortunate." Gu Bei opened the mall and then promptly closed it again, the bittersweet feelings within him unspeakable. Having obtained 3 experience orbs, Gu Bei recalled that he had indeed slain the great sage of the, and surely he deserved to advance by a significant number of levels, enhancing his physical prowess to an extraordinary degree. Casting a sidelong glance at his level, he noted he was at level 12, with 73 experience. Gu Bei rubbed his chin, wiped his eyes, and looked once more at his level, 12, 73 experience. Doubts about his existence began to creep in. He had defeated a great sage, yet only advanced 2 levels? Was this some kind of jest? The experience log stated, engaged in battle with the Saint of Radiance, gained experience. Engaged in battle with the Saint of Radiance, gained experience. Engaged in battle with the Saint of Radiance, gained experience. Utilized the Emperor's weapon against the ruthless protector. No experience gained. Staring at this frustrating log, Gu Bei felt like a charming little grass mud horse galloping in his heart. Had the Emperor's weapon not granted him experience for defeating the ruthless protector? Gu Bei was exasperated. This system was truly miserly. He utilized the 3 experience orbs. A wave of warmth surged through his body, elevating him to level 15. This level was quite commendable. Even if he were to inhabit an ordinary person, he could still contend evenly with Captain America. Hearing commotion from Gu Bei's room, Potts approached the door and gently knocked, inquiring cautiously. Upon entering, she discovered Gu Bei residing in the body of the 7-year-old Saint of Radiance. Gu Bei spoke with urgency, prompting Potts to quickly assist him in rearranging the room once more. Potts displayed an unusual expression as he cast a glance at the research laboratory in the villa's basement, where he seemed to be tinkering with some peculiar items. Gu Bei refrained from probing further. After Potts had tidied up his room, Gu Bei settled cross-legged, retrieving the essence of the divine source to begin his practice one by one. This training process was exceedingly tedious, yet undeniably essential. With each fragment of essence refined by Gu Bei, he could perceive the augmentation of its power. As time gradually passed, the body of the Holy Son of Radiance was also incrementally elevated by Gu Bei. Starting from the initial stage of the Holy Light technique, his physique began to evolve towards the level of a divine monarch. This caliber of physique could indeed look down upon the Eastern wilderness, as a perfected divine monarch body could safeguard a clan for 3,000 years. This was quite remarkable. The body of the imperial son bore the blood of emperors, possessing unparalleled dominance, capable of reigning supreme over the northern Dipper Star domain. This was the physique of the protagonist in the grand narrative, one of the most formidable sources of power. Gu Bei himself was astonished. Had he truly advanced to the level of the holy body's essence? Yet, this was not the end. After reaching the essence level of his body, a multitude of remnants from the great sage's essence remained. Gu Bei gritted his teeth. Since he was already engaged in cultivation, he decided to utilize them all without hesitation. His body soon achieved its final breakthrough, transforming into a chaotic body. At the moment of this transformation, the spiritual energy from all directions was completely devoured by Gu Bei, akin to a locust swarm leaving no blade of grass unscathed. Had Gu Bei not firmly suppressed this physique, the chaotic body would likely have absorbed the energy of the entire planet bit by bit. Upon attaining the chaotic body, Gu Bei felt invigorated, though he was uncertain how long he had been training. Nevertheless, today he intended to venture outside. Upon stepping out, he overheard Tony yelling into the phone, "Coulson, I know I am part of the Avengers, but do you really think I can handle that green monster in New York all by myself?" Chapter 28. Taking command of the military here, I am at the American Shield Bureau. I, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., find myself in a state of alarm as I witness two monstrous beings wreaking havoc in New York City. One is referred to as the Hulk, and the other as Abomination. To be candid, I have a certain preference for the Green Hulk. Why, you may ask? Simply because he is green. Taking a deep breath, Nick resolved to cast aside his chaotic thoughts, feeling a twinge of nostalgia for Captain Marvel as he cast a silent glance at the pager in his hand. "Coulson, have you managed to contact Iron Man?" he inquired. Coulson, wearing his earpiece, nodded at Nick while communicating with Tony on the other end. "Tony, we truly need your assistance. The two monsters are causing extensive destruction in New York." On the other side of the conversation, a frustrated Tony was grappling with despair. Having only recently invented his armor, he found himself thrust into the Avengers assembled by Nick Fury. Within the Alliance, few refrained from calling upon him for help. While it was one thing to tackle criminals and offer technical guidance, today they were asking him to confront monsters head-on. Tony was reluctant to risk his safety, yet he felt a profound obligation to save others. "You can't keep calling me to clean up your mess," he retorted. A weary chuckle echoed through the intercom as Jerson replied, "Please, I've already notified the military. They will assist you." Tony harbored a distinct aversion to this so-called military, as he was somewhat privy to the underlying truths surrounding the Hulk's origin. With a resolute gaze, he commanded, "Jarvis, ascertain the precise locations of the two monsters and prepare a flight route." A mechanical voice resonated within the villa. "Understood, sir." As Tony prepared to don his armor, Gu Bei leisurely interjected, "Are we going to fight? Count me in." Tony looked at the 7-year-old figure of Gu with exasperation. "Gu, I'm going to save New York, not play house." Unfazed, Gu Bei exuded an air of authority, stating with uncharacteristic gravitas, "What a green monster and a spiky one between friends." As a viewer of Marvel films, Gu Bei was well aware of these two characters, one a superhero, the Hulk, and the other a mere antagonist, Abomination. Given Gu Bei's recent accomplishments in his training and the rewards available through his system panel, he believed that merging with the Hulk might yield benefits. Moreover, he entertained the notion of helping Dr. Banner alleviate his burdens, perhaps even absorbing his Hulk essence in the process. Tony, however, was filled with concern. Placing a high value on the safety of the child and unwilling to let Gu Bei engage in perilous endeavors, Gu Bei smiled lightly, fingers gripping the doorknob as he exerted force. The metal doorknob shattered into two pieces. As he examined the iron remnants, they disintegrated into fine iron powder. Tony could only stare in astonishment at this display of power. Tony kept his eyes closed, massaging his temples. "Jarvis, can you calculate the amount of force required to grind iron into powder with just 2 fingers?" "Sir, approximately 731 newtons of force would be needed." Tony contemplated for a moment, his expression brightening with a newfound clarity. Jarvis, send an email to SHIELD to celebrate our impending victory. 5 minutes later, the roof of Tony's villa opened, and he, clad in the Iron Man armor, soared towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, Gu Bei utilized his divine flight, astonishingly matching the speed of Tony's suit. If such an event had occurred to anyone else, Tony would have been left astounded, yet it was happening to Gu Bei. Within a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at the chaos-stricken city of New York. The ground lay in ruins, buildings collapsed, and dense dust filled the air. Panic-stricken citizens fled in terror, while behind them, a thunderous roar echoed through the skies, creating shockwaves that sent them sprawling to the ground. Exchanging glances with Gu Bei, Tony directly inquired, "Jarvis, locate the military personnel, General Ross." With a couple of beeps, Jarvis completed the search and provided the coordinates. The duo made their way to the designated location, where they encountered the instigator of this catastrophe, General Ross. Upon seeing a child beside Tony, General Ross's expression darkened. "Iron Man, this is a battlefield, not a place for childish antics." Suspended in the air thanks to his armor, Iron Man retorted with scorn. "You hardly possess the authority to criticize me for the current chaos you have wrought." You, General Ross, accustomed to commanding others, was infuriated by Iron Man's mockery. However, knowing he needed Iron Man's assistance, he swallowed his anger and ordered, "Get this brat off the battlefield." Repeatedly being referred to as a brat would irritate anyone, let alone someone as temperamental as Gu Bei. As Tony prepared to advocate for Gu Bei, he stepped forward. Recognizing the brewing spectacle, Tony discreetly withdrew. Gu Bei cast a disdainful glance at the uniformed General Ross. This man was indeed a piece of work, creating such calamity for his selfish desires and causing the deaths of countless innocents, only to reprimand him. Very well, this was a path to destruction. At present, Gu Bei had attained the realm of transcendency. He need not lift a finger. Merely through a glance, his extraordinary powers ignited, and an immense surge of spiritual energy surged forth. General Ross, once imperious, suddenly felt as though his throat was being tightly constricted, unable to breathe. His eyes rolling back in his head, he emitted a sound akin to that of a dying fish, hands flailing helplessly, frothing at the mouth. The soldiers nearby finally sensed something amiss. Observing General Ross's intense gaze fixed on Gu Bei, they concluded that Gu Bei was the source of his distress. "Kid, what have you done?" barked Ross's subordinate. With a chilling gaze, Gu Bei watched as General Ross succumbed to unconsciousness. Gu Bei gazed at General Ross's deputy and warned, "Do not blame me for not forewarning you. My temper is rather volatile." The deputy felt as if he were being scrutinized by a malevolent spirit. A shiver coursing through him, as if a chill had penetrated his very being, nearly causing him to collapse onto the ground. Gu Bei cast a knowing glance at Tony, who understood the unspoken cue. Tony promptly invoked SHIELD as a shield, declaring, "I have accepted a mandate from SHIELD, and hereby commence the official takeover of military operations, with this individual being the supreme commander." A group of officers, upon hearing that a mere 7-year-old child would assume command, displayed expressions of indignation. They were all graduates of prestigious military academies. How could they possibly take orders from a child? It was a blatant affront to the gravity of war. Yet, observing Gu Bei's enigmatic smile, he stated, "If anyone has objections, feel free to step forward." Chapter 29. The Hulk's confinement plan. The tender laughter, tinged with a hint of childhood innocence, was overshadowed by an air of disdain. In response to Gu Bei's interrogation, a group of soldiers appeared visibly uncomfortable, yet none dared to step forward. Gu Bei emanated an oppressive aura that left them breathless, though they simmered with anger. They were acutely aware that any attempt to speak out could lead to a fate as bizarre as that of General Ross, who had inexplicably fainted. Thus, they were a collective of indignation, unable to voice their frustrations. With an icy demeanor, Gu Bei commanded, "Immediately switch the display to the combat footage." The officers, though gripped by fear of Gu Bei, moved with a certain awkward urgency, clumsily transmitting the surveillance of the battle through a series of devices. On 6th Avenue in New York, the Hulk towered above the skyline, gripping the concrete walls of a skyscraper. With a robust physique, he unleashed a thunderous roar. Nearby, 4 helicopters equipped with heavy weaponry unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The helicopters spewed forth fiery projectiles, subjecting the Hulk to the onslaught of modern weaponry. Shielding himself from the incoming bullets, his fury intensified, and his form expanded further. With a powerful leap towards one of the helicopters attempting to shoot him down, He arched his body like a bow, gathering immense strength before bringing his fists together in a thunderous strike. The million-dollar military helicopter was instantly cleaved in two, engulfed in merciless flames that erupted with a resounding explosion, as if the very sky had been rent asunder. The green giant plummeted from several stories above, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater, smoke billowing around him. Yet, it was not long before he emerged from the pit, shaking his head. His face once again contorted with rage as he dismantled a nearby tank into fragments. This monstrous being, having endured such a fierce battle, appeared entirely unscathed. Witnessing this spectacle, the officers could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Such a creature necessitated greater reinforcements if they were to engage him. For helicopters and 5 tanks were woefully inadequate. They would require 20 helicopters and 50 tanks to contend with him. Tony Stark, too, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, the Hulk's overwhelming strength causing him considerable distress. He was certain that his armor would be no match for the Hulk's formidable fists. As the highest-ranking officer, Gu Bei wore a faint expression of disdain. "You waste so much time on such a monster. Truly pathetic," he remarked. The repeated mockery from Gu Bei incited considerable anger among the officers. Though they feared him, they could not resist the urge to speak up. Driven by a mixture of indignation and defiance, adjusting their military caps, they declared, "We may not know who you are, but every officer here is a graduate of the prestigious Hisria Military Academy, possessing the highest military acumen. If it were not for our command to restrain this monster, it would have already laid waste to all of New York. It is our presence that makes victory in this war conceivable." The soldiers exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a blend of pride and challenge as they regarded Gu Bei, seemingly conveying that he was but a novice, utterly ignorant of the realities of warfare. Gu Bei smiled as his form gradually lifted from the ground, emanating an aura of terror. Indeed, he had little understanding of warfare, but what did it matter? He need not comprehend it, for he himself embodied war. Gliding through the air with his magical prowess, Gu Bei cast his gaze over the assembly of officers below. "Let me demonstrate to you the essence of warfare." The tumult of the sea of bitterness roared, and from the fountain of life surged countless streams of vitality, propelled by boundless magical energy, transforming into a radiant arc that surged towards the green giant on 6th Street. The velocity of his flight approached the speed of sound, creating a powerful sonic boom that compelled the officers to clasp their ears tightly. They turned their eyes towards the direction Gu Bei was heading, fear evident in their voices. Is he really intending to join the battlefield? Has he lost his mind? They had witnessed the green giant in combat and understood the magnitude of his strength. They knew that without an army, it was impossible to subdue such a monster. Did he truly believe his own power equaled that of an entire battalion? This thought deepened Tony's gaze. Observing Gu Bei's retreating figure, he posed a question, Jarvis. There exists an ancient Chinese idiom that suggests one person can be as formidable as an army. What is that saying? The LED light on his armor, indicative of Jarvis' contemplation, flickered momentarily. "Sir, the idiom is one man becomes an army." Tony inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "Oh my God, the infamous one man becomes an army." A dilapidated street lay beneath a cloud of dust amidst the ruins. The urgent whirring of helicopter blades, the thunderous roar of tank fire, and the monstrous growls intertwined in a cacophony. The green giant tore apart concrete walls with his bare hands to shield against the fiery tongues from the sky and the bombardment of tanks. Boom. As the green giant braced himself against another shell, preparing to snarl, a figure clad in white, with a serene countenance and a halo encircling his head. Gu Bei fixed his gaze upon the green giant, his arrival shrouded in mystery. The instant he laid eyes on the green giant, the system panel promptly assigned him a mission. Mission: the Wrathful Green Giant. Recurring, mission description: Robert Bruce Banner underwent mutation following gamma exposure, transforming into the ferocious green giant when enraged. Mission requirements: halt the green giant and contain his fury. Mission rewards: for each instance of curbing the green giant's rage, gain 5 points of traversal energy and 5 points of race value. Complete this 5 times to receive a forgiveness gift pack. This mission differed from the usual. It was one that could be undertaken repeatedly. Gu Bei glanced at the green giant with a smile, feeling that the creature was fortunate. Were it not for the unique nature of this task, he might have resorted to lethal force against the green giant. Now, due to the mission, Gu Bei had no intention of ending the giant's life. Consequently, many of his skills might remain unutilized. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Bei opted for a rather gentle skill. Level 10 Tai Chi. The interplay of hardness and softness defines Tai Chi. This skill, although it had reached level 10, was an earthly technique and likely would not possess significant destructive power. The Hulk, oblivious to the origins of Gu Bei, had no intention of concerning himself with whether Gu Bei was an insect or not. His fury had been ignited by the helicopters and tanks, reaching a boiling point. With his colossal hand, he swatted at Gu Bei as if dismissing a mere pest, fully intent on shattering the American war machines thereafter. The Hulk's hand surged forward, imbued with an overwhelming force. For him, it was merely a casual wave. However, for an ordinary person, it was akin to the explosive blast of a tank shell, a touch that would spell certain doom. As the monstrous hand descended, the 7-year-old Gu Bei, with his tender little hands, boldly pushed forth in response. Chapter 30. The Chaotic Entity Versus. The invincible Hulk. A gust of energy surged forth as Gu Bei's youthful hand, as light and agile as a swallow, rested upon the Hulk's massive arm, akin to a water barrel. With minimal exertion, he unleashed a continuous flow of inner strength, alternating between swift and slow. As he gently lifted his palm, he employed the principle of 4 ounces, deflecting 1,000 pounds from Tai Chi. In that moment, Gu Bei's eyes glinted with fierce determination. The towering Hulk felt an overwhelming force surging through his arm, contorting his face and contorting his body at an unnatural angle, like a kite severed from its string. Soaring away from Gu Bei, he crashed through several high-rise buildings, the sound of concrete shattering resonating through the air, shaking the entirety of New York's 7th District. The Hulk fell to the ground like a sandbag, causing spiderweb-like fissures to spread across the earth. A low, pained growl escaped the creature's lips. It was astonishing that this monster had been struck hard enough to feel pain. Gu Bei glanced over and noted a neat row of holes 2 meters from several buildings. Feeling quite pleased with his recent strike, he remarked coolly, Tai Chi is about the harmony of intention and form, using intent rather than force. It is most effective to counter strength with strength. Hulk, you are still far from my level. Gu Bei remained unfazed, having sent the Hulk flying with a single palm strike, as if such a feat had not stirred even a flicker of emotion within him. However, on the outskirts of New York City, a group of military officers observed the battlefield images projected before them, their eyes wide with disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. How is this possible? A child has toppled the Hulk with his bare hands? One officer, unable to fathom what he had just witnessed, shouted at another, "Quick, slap me. I need to know if this is real or just a dream." Without hesitation, a nearby officer clenched his teeth and delivered a solid slap across the first officer's face. The sound echoed, and the officer's face turned red and swollen. He touched his cheek, feeling the pain, and exclaimed, "This is real. That child has defeated the Hulk." Among this group, Tony understood Gu Bei's abilities better than anyone else. Yet he was still astounded by Gu Bei's display of power. To turn the tide of battle with a mere flick of the wrist. Such a description is not an exaggeration. Anxiously, Tony inquired, J-A-R-V-I-S. Can you analyze Gu Bei's combat style from earlier? J-A-R-V-I-S. Promptly responded, based on the analysis, it is highly likely that it is Chinese martial arts, specifically Tai Chi. The American soldiers erupted in cheers. Long live Chinese martial arts. Tony had not anticipated that Gu Bei possessed such mastery of Chinese kung fu, and he couldn't help but wonder what other secrets Gu Bei harbored. J-A-R-V-I-S. Assess the probability of victory if Gu Bei continues to fight using Tai Chi. J-A-R-V-I-S. Provided a numerical value, 99.99999%. Tony inhaled sharply. This figure was effectively 100%. Yet machines do not yield absolute certainties. The American soldiers, who had previously held disdain for Gu Bei, now felt an involuntary respect blossoming within them. After all, strength commands respect. The American officers were wholly absorbed in the projection, hoping to glean a move or two of Tai Chi. Yet, to their astonishment, it appeared that Mr. Gu Bei had no intention of employing Tai Chi techniques. This revelation left the officers bewildered. Did Gu Bei intend to confront the Hulk with sheer physicality? Surely, that was implausible. As observed by the American officials, Gu Bei in New York's 6th District seemed poised not to utilize Tai Chi, but rather to engage in a brute force clash with the Hulk. The green giant unleashed a thunderous roar, akin to a mindless beast. However, Gu Bei understood that the Hulk grasped the essence of his words. Having witnessed the Avengers, he recognized that the Hulk was not merely a monster, but rather a second persona akin to Banner himself. In Avengers Endgame, Banner had embraced his transformation, Fully succumbing to his green alter ego, the Hulk charged towards Gu Bei with a ferocious roar. Yet, Gu Bei continued to implore, "Banner, accept your transformation and master your own body." For a fleeting moment, the Hulk trembled, but it was merely an instant, as rage quickly regained control of his mind. And he aimed a punch at Gu Bei with the intent to crush him. Gu Bei, in a fit of ironic laughter, realized that his counsel seemed ineffectual. "I'll strike you down until you can't even stand." A surge of chaotic energy emanated from Gu Bei, indicating that he had tapped into the power of his fragmented chaotic form. His gaze was filled with displeasure. While the Hulk's physical strength in the Marvel Universe was indeed formidable, could his chaotic essence be disregarded? If provoked, he would retaliate with a single punch. The Hulk's fist, propelled by a gust of force, approached with a roar, causing Gu Bei's white attire to flutter wildly. Gu Bei, commanding the body of the 7-year-old shaking light saint, shaped his hand into a claw and struck towards the Hulk's incoming fist. As their fists and claws collided, the very ground trembled, and debris erupted into the air, casting the surroundings into a hazy shroud. Gu Bei's entire being radiated a chaotic brilliance, revealing the terrifying nature of a physique that was among the most formidable in existence. In the Marvel Universe, the Hulk's power was established as limitless, his strength magnified by his fury. Yet, before the chaotic form, this might was rendered trivial. The Chaos Body, the embodiment of origin, devours all and shatters all loss. At that moment, the Hulk's force struck Gu Bei, only to be entirely absorbed by the chaotic essence, which then transformed into Gu Bei's own strength. Gu Bei's body was enveloped in a chaotic aura. Within his youthful form lay a monstrosity even more formidable than the Hulk. The chaotic energy surged throughout him, imbuing him with the strength of a true dragon. One claw broke through the Hulk's fist and struck him squarely on the left cheek. The tremendous force sent the Hulk reeling, his eyes rolling back, nearly losing consciousness. Had it not been for the intense pain, he might not have awakened. The Hulk bared his teeth and roared in fury, intent on annihilating Gu Bei. Yet, with his chaotic form activated, there was no possibility of being subdued by the Hulk. He had no chance whatsoever. The tendrils of chaotic energy bestowed upon Gu Bei boundless power, his body seemingly solidified into that of an imperial weapon. With the frail physique of a mere 7-year-old, Gu Bei unleashed a powerful barrage of punches, utilizing the immense strength for which the Hulk is most renowned, effortlessly subduing the behemoth. Each strike from the chaotic entity landed with such force that even a creature of Hulk stature was rendered momentarily dazed. Each blow, as heavy as a mountain, followed in relentless succession, leaving no respite for the weary. As Gu Bei gasped for breath, the exertion of employing the chaotic form took a considerable toll on him. However, the potency of his attacks was undeniably formidable. Unbeknownst to the Hulk, the greater his strength, the more potent Gu Bei's chaotic form became. Thus, in a certain sense, he was vanquished by his own might. Gu Bei channeled his magical energy, drawing from the depths of his internal reservoir, the sea of suffering, the spring of life, and the divine bridge, seeking to recuperate from the toll of the recent battle. Suddenly, a colossal gray shadow loomed, its spiny back descending with a thunderous crash behind Gu Bei. Its visage was grotesque, and it unleashed a terrifying roar directed at him. Chapter 31. Capturing the Hulk. A roar reverberated like thunder, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere and stirring up clouds of dust, akin to a sonic cannon. Gu Bei's chaotic form trembled, releasing strands of chaotic energy that were profoundly heavy, devouring the very essence of all existence. He absorbed the sound waves completely. Turning to glance behind him, he beheld a creature resembling the Hulk, standing not far away. This beast was entirely gray, adorned with thorny spines along its back. In contrast to the Hulk, its visage was devoid of fury, replaced instead by a sinister ferocity. Gu Bei recognized this creature and remarked coolly, "Abomination. I never expected you to emerge on your own. It saves me the trouble of searching for you." His disdainful demeanor ignited a fiery rage in Abomination's eyes. Having observed the clash between Gu Bei and the Hulk, he had refrained from intervening, anticipating that both would exhaust one another, allowing him to seize the opportunity. He was determined to eliminate the Hulk first, then Gu Bei, to prove himself as the strongest being. With unbridled fury, Abomination charged forward, his massive granite-like thighs creating deep craters with each stride. A thunderous roar erupted from his spines as he unleashed his full might, raising his fist to obliterate everything in his path. Abomination was driven by madness, yet lacked true value. Gu Bei regarded the approaching Abomination with an unfeeling gaze, his voice devoid of emotion. "I do not slay the Hulk, for he provides me with tasks. Do you believe you can do the same?" In that moment, Gu Bei's eyes flickered, unleashing his most powerful skill, Level 8 Indestructible Celestial Arts. A torrent of demonic energy coursed through Gu Bei's meridians, coalescing above his head into a dark, cosmic vial, resembling the vast universe with twinkling stars scattered like celestial bodies. An enigmatic force immobilized Abomination's essence. The vial radiated a black luminescence, slowly spinning. Gradually, Abomination's intrinsic power was siphoned away, nourishing Gu Bei. As Abomination charged, he felt his strength wane with each step, gasping for breath. As if the act of running drained not just his stamina, but his very life force. Gu Bei observed him with tranquil indifference. To him, both the Hulk and Abomination were mere brutes. No matter their strength, lacking understanding of the principles and laws, they could not rival him. Not even the likes of the Ancient One. Had he not wished to spare the Hulk's life, he would have effortlessly extracted the Hulk's essence with the indestructible celestial arts, ending him with ease. Abomination, despite his extreme fatigue, continued to rush forward, intent on delivering a crushing blow. Yet Gu Bei knew Abomination was utterly defeated. Without even a chance to strike, turning away, Gu Bei seized Banner, preparing to depart with the divine rainbow. Just then, he heard Abomination's final roar. Exhausted and drained, Abomination could barely muster the strength to lift a hand without risking unconsciousness. However, as he observed Gu Bei seize Banner and turn to leave, a rush of blood surged through his veins, flooding his brain, igniting a fiery wrath within him. This was a disgrace, an unfathomable humiliation. Despite his exhaustion, he felt compelled to eliminate the young man before him. With a fierce grimace, veins bulging at his neck, he summoned every ounce of strength, raising his arm, heavy as a mountain, to strike Gu Bei. Accompanied by a roar, his fist, fueled by desperation, never fully descended. Instead, his body collapsed like a mountain, crashing to the ground and shattering the earth beneath him. In the midst of activating the divine bridge, Gu Bei glanced back, momentarily surprised. To his astonishment, the opponent had managed to throw half a punch. He had underestimated him. Lying awkwardly on the ground, Zheng Yi's eyes brimmed with unyielding resentment. Yet he could only weakly close them. He had a phrase he wished to convey to Gu Bei, but lacked the strength to utter it. That phrase, translated into Chinese, would undoubtedly have been an expletive. Grasping Dr. Banner with one hand, Gu Bei activated the divine bridge, transforming into a streak of light across the sky. The gazes of a group of officers toward Gu Bei underwent a profound transformation. Fear still lingered in their eyes, yet it was now accompanied by a burgeoning respect. Tony, however, found no distaste in this awkward sensation. Instead, a ludicrous thought resonated within him. The feeling of being a bystander was unexpectedly delightful. Just as Gu Bei was about to speak, General Ross, who lay lifeless on the ground, regained consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, he was met with Gu Bei's presence. Instantly, General Ross erupted in fury, hurling accusations at Gu Bei. "You brat, what have you done to me? Do you know I am a general of the United States?" As he continued his tirade, an all-too-familiar sensation of suffocation washed over him, prompting him to instinctively clutch his neck in search of air. His eyes rolled back, and he began to foam at the mouth. After sputtering twice, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. The interval between General Ross awakening and subsequently fainting again spanned a mere 5 seconds. Everyone knew it was Gu Bei who had rendered General Ross unconscious, yet not a single person dared to speak out. The difference this time was that everyone stood firmly in support of Gu Bei. As they observed their general's plight, their gazes shifted elsewhere, some even whistling, pretending as if nothing had transpired. A few even contemplated a game of Gwent. With the bothersome General Ross incapacitated, Gu Bei addressed the assembly, declaring that the matter was settled. "You may apprehend Zheng Yi, but I intend to take the Hulk with me." The officers exchanged uncertain glances, finding themselves in a quandary. Both Zheng Yi and the Hulk were classified as war-level criminals and could not be surrendered so easily. Tony, serving as the intermediary between SHIELD and the military, was well aware of the officer's sentiments. He advised, "Gu, the Green Giant is a war-level criminal. It would be prudent for us to hand him over to the military for proper handling." Gu Bei cast a glance at Tony, then at Banner in his grasp, and nonchalantly replied, "Tony, you should have witnessed my martial prowess against the Hulk just now." Gu Bei abruptly shifted the topic, leaving Tony somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, he nodded in acknowledgement, affirming, "Indeed, I have witnessed it. It is quite extraordinary." A smirk played on Gu Bei's lips as he generously proclaimed, "Allow me to take Hulk, and I shall teach you." Furthermore, I can enhance your Chinese martial arts to match my own prowess. The allure of the remarkable Chinese martial arts was immensely tempting for Tony, as his armor possessed a combat mode learning function. Should he receive Gu Bei's guidance, the melee capabilities of his armor could ascend to a new echelon. J-A-R-V-I-S. Tony swallowed hard and stated, "Please send another email to S-H-I-E-L-D, informing them that we have taken Hulk. If they wish to discuss this matter, they may come to my villa in 3 days. Gu Bei and I will be awaiting their arrival." Chapter 32. The Forgiveness Gift Package. In the murky skies of New York, 2 figures darted swiftly through the air. Among them was Iron Man, his vibrant crimson armor exuding a sense of mechanical elegance that made the superhero quite conspicuous. Inside the armor, Tony was in high spirits, prompting Jarvis to play some music. Beside him, Gu Bei, holding the unconscious Banner in one hand, navigated the skies with his mystical powers, creating a barrier against the swirling dust while reluctantly munching on a cheeseburger. This indulgent sandwich, stuffed with fried chicken, was what Tony referred to as gourmet cuisine. With a hint of pride, Tony recounted the contents of an email from S-H-I-E-L-D, informing them that they had permission to take Hulk, but they would be coming to discuss matters in 3 days. Gu Bei had long desired to engage with S-H-I-E-L-D. It was a gathering place for superheroes and an excellent venue for Gu Bei to achieve his goals, with various energies and racial attributes readily available. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, wearing his characteristic eye patch, appeared somewhat indifferent as he walked to the window, greeted by the cool evening breeze. His bald head felt the chill, and he absent-mindedly touched it, recalling the days when he still had hair. Nevertheless, such concerns were trivial. Though he had lost his hair, he had gained strength. Taking a deep breath, Nick instructed, "Coulson, let us attend the meeting in 3 days together." Coulson was engrossed in watching a video on the computer screen, which showcased Gu Bei's impressive defeat of the Hulk and his overwhelming victory over Abomination. Gazing up at the sky, Nick muttered under his breath, only audible to himself, "Why are there so many extraterrestrial beings on this fine planet?" As the night grew colder, Nick closed the window. Gu Bei placed Banner on the bed and, noticing that Banner showed no signs of awakening, began to review his mission rewards: 5 points of traversal energy, 5 points of racial attributes, and 1/5 of the Forgiveness Gift Package. With this, Gu Bei amassed a total of 35 points of traversal energy and 25 points of racial attributes. With 25 points, the day of evolution had arrived once more, presenting 3 evolutionary paths. The first option was a mediocre symbiote, significantly enhancing inheritance, feedback, and meditation abilities, greatly strengthening the host's physique without adding new capabilities. The second option was a subpar symbiote, similarly enhancing the aforementioned abilities while allowing for selective degradation of the host. The third option was a modestly accumulating inferior symbiote, slightly enhancing inheritance, feedback, and meditation abilities, with a minor boost to the host's physique, evolving into a more competent symbiote. It was evident which path to choose among these 3 options. The branches of symbiote evolution appeared vast, yet those capable of ultimate evolution were undoubtedly few. Without question, Gu Bei would opt for the evolution into the accumulating inferior symbiote. However, he knew he must proceed cautiously. Having a green giant at his side could lead to chaos during his evolution process. Thus, Gu Bei dedicated the late hours to meditating on his skills. With his level now at 1/3 of level 16, his recent battles against Hulk and Abomination had granted him an additional level of experience. Though Gu Bei has reached level 16, his skills, Flame Technique, Indestructible Heavenly Art, and Devouring Demon Art, remain below level 11. These abilities are Gu Bei's trump cards, and failing to enhance their levels would indeed be unacceptable. Through rigorous meditation and 2 evolutions, the effects have become profoundly evident. After a night of deep contemplation, Gu Bei managed to elevate all 3 skills to level 11, with the Flame Technique even achieving level 12. While the Devouring Demon Art and Indestructible Heavenly Art are undoubtedly formidable, Gu Bei's anticipation for the Flame Technique is equally significant. During the interval of awaiting the arrival of S-H-I-E-L-D, Gu Bei diligently meditated on his skills. Additionally, he undertook a crucial task. He integrated the Devouring Demon Art into Chang's abilities and utilized the essence of the Abomination to enhance her. The body of the Radiant Sun has already reached the pinnacle of martial arts, known as the Incomplete Chaotic Body. Gu Bei must ensure that Chang attains this realm, and only then By utilizing the indestructible heavenly art to absorb Chang's devouring demon art, can he cultivate a complete chaotic body. However, Gu Bei is troubled by the fact that the source of power for Chang's cultivation is wholly insufficient. The essence of the abomination is inadequate even to elevate her to the divine king body, let alone the realm of the divine power body. Gu Bei is at a loss. He needs to devise a method to find a more potent source for cultivation. Interestingly, the Hulk's mission inadvertently provided Gu Bei with an opportunity to seek out this essence. During his time of cultivation, the most exhilarating experience has been witnessing Banner's transformations into the Hulk, which allowed Gu Bei to repeatedly undertake the Hulk mission. It is worth noting that Banner's temperament, under the influence of gamma rays, is prone to bouts of fury. Even in the solitude of the villa, he can still lose control. Whenever Banner transforms, Gu Bei eagerly rushes out, first binding him with magical power, then leading him away from the villa, and finally subduing the Hulk with his chaotic body. This back and forth has rendered the Hulk considerably more docile, as he generally refrains from emerging in Gu Bei's presence. Gu Bei initially intended to explain to Banner that the Hulk is his alter ego, and that he needs to learn to control it. However, the sheer thrill of completing missions made him forget to do so. Over the course of 3 days, Gu Bei successfully completed the Hulk mission 4 times, resulting in his traversal energy reaching 55, his racial value attaining 45, and he also received a forgiveness gift pack. From this pack, Gu Bei unexpectedly obtained a devil fruit. The description of the devil fruit reads, upon consumption, one can become a rubber person, with a physique equivalent to half of a divine power body. Gu Bei was astonished. If memory serves him correctly, the devil fruit is a treasure from the world of One Piece, and he never anticipated such a potent source to emerge. A plan began to form in his mind as he chuckled and opened the system panel to explore the data of the One Piece world. Chapter 33. The Visit from S.H.I.E.L.D. In the world of One Piece, during the Great Age of Pirates, countless seafarers hoist their flags, vying against one another in pursuit of the legendary treasure left behind by the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, known as the One Piece. This is the genesis of the One Piece universe. The combat prowess in this realm does not reach the exaggerated heights of the world of Jitian. Even the apex of strength may only obliterate an island. Gu Bei chose this world not for its martial capabilities or cultivation systems, but for the extraordinary powers possessed by its inhabitants. A wielder of the Gum fruit embodies half of a divine essence. What of the other fruits? Numerous names and their corresponding abilities flash through Gu Bei's mind. Ace, the son of the Pirate King, harnesses the flame fruit, transforming into fire. What an extraordinary constitution this is. Admiral Kazuru, with the light fruit, becomes a being of light. Could his essence be that which the Holy Land seeks? Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates possesses the bird fruit, allowing him to metamorphose into a phoenix. Does this connect him to the legendary bloodline of the Phoenix? Contemplating all this filled Gu Bei with exhilaration. In the past, Hua Yunfei from Jitian practiced the Devouring Heaven technique, yet dared not brazenly consume others, instead resorting to pilfering sacred tombs in the wilderness. Today, Gu Bei can venture into the One Piece world to absorb the essence of its powers and thus elevate himself. If Roger's treasure is the One Piece for all pirates, then the abilities of the inhabitants of this world represent Gu Bei's own One Piece. Each individual possessing a power is, to Gu Bei, a living treasury of essence. However, there lies a challenge for Gu Bei. With limited time during his traversal, seeking out these power wielders proves to be a cumbersome task. He must enter a realm abundant with abilities, and thus, the optimal choice is the pinnacle of the One Piece saga, the Marineford War. In the lore of pirate enthusiasts, it is said that no pirate exists after the Top War, underscoring the significance and grandeur of this conflict. The participants alone, with their myriad powers, number well over 50. Gu Bei inquired of the system panel, "Can I precisely enter the Marineford War upon my arrival in the One Piece world?" The system's enchanting voice responded. This system adheres to the principle of prioritizing service, as long as the traversal energy is sufficient. The host may even wish to directly transition to the conclusion of One Piece without issue. Gu Bei stroked his chin, recalling that prior to his crossing, the tale of One Piece had yet to conclude. The system's words ignited a curiosity within him. He yearned to know the ultimate fate of One Piece. Nevertheless, his rationality prevailed, swiftly extinguishing that thought. He hastily inquired about the energy cost to traverse to the Marineford War. A traversal energy of 140 is required. Gu Bei's expression darkened. The expense to reach the Marineford War was astonishingly steep. Currently, he possessed only 55 units of traversal energy. Even without the Holy Sun of Radiance and his garments, his energy was woefully inadequate. The system appears to have taken into account Gu Bei's precarious financial situation and has thoughtfully presented a solution. As it is currently spring, the system has grandly introduced a popular promotional event, offering a significant reduction in the energy required for traversal, along with a complimentary identity for the journey. This enticing offer would have undoubtedly tempted Gu Bei, had he not been devoid of even 70 units of traversal energy. With a sigh befitting a person of modest means, Gu Bei resolved to engage in the Green Giant's recurring tasks over the next few days, thus accumulating enough traversal value to reach the pinnacle of the war. However, unbeknownst to him, two guests, Nick and Coulson, arrived at Tony's villa. 3 days had elapsed since the epic clash between the Green Giant and Hulk, and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and his senior agent had finally come to pay a visit. A knock echoed at the door, and Potts welcomed the guests into the living room, subsequently notifying Gu Bei of their arrival. It dawned on him that the 3 days had indeed passed. He entered the body of the Radiant Sun, preparing to meet his guests. In the villa's first-floor living room, all were present: Tony, Banner, Nick, and Coulson. This was the first meeting between Gu Bei and the latter two. Gu Bei easily recognized them. One was bald, and the other had a dangerously receding hairline. It seemed that working for S.H.I.E.L.D. often led to baldness. Gu Bei settled into a leather sofa, awaiting Nick to speak. Nick, with his singular eye, surveyed the room, fingers interlocked and elbows resting on the glass table, finally articulating his purpose. Dr. Banner, and you, Mr. Gu Bei, would you be interested in joining the Avengers? Before the words had fully left his lips, an unexpected voice interrupted. Completely ridiculous. The utterance left everyone present in a state of astonishment. Tony gazed at Gu Bei, as if seeing him anew, wondering when he had become so compassionate. Nick and Coulson exchanged bewildered looks, taken aback by Gu Bei's unexpected retort. Gu Bei's decision to join the Avengers was not made lightly. He recognized the potential for completing tasks and achieving various goals within the Marvel Universe, and the Avengers could offer him considerable assistance. However, he did present his own stipulation. I require the ability to inhabit the bodies of the two of you. This request raised suspicions in Nick and Coulson, as no one desires to be possessed by an unidentified extraterrestrial entity. Yet, Tony was the first to respond. Gu, that's quite inconsiderate. If you must inhabit someone, why not me? He recalled the advantages of being possessed by Gu Bei and expressed his willingness to be a test subject. Tony further added, you still owe me a lesson in Tai Chi. Gu Bei's lips twitched slightly. With the body of the Radiant Sun now at his disposal, he had little interest in others' physiques. His primary aim for possession was to achieve certain accomplishments. Tony's reaction offered Nick and Coulson a hint of reassurance, indicating that Tony had survived the experience of being possessed and emerged intact. The two agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. exchanged a glance, perceiving within each other's eyes a spirit defined by sacrifice. They nodded in unison. Nick made a resolute decision. Should the opportunity arise to join the Avengers and serve willingly, they would both be willing to be parasitized. Gu Bei snapped his fingers and proclaimed, excellent. From the corporeal form of the Radiant Sun, Gu Bei's true essence, a languid and viscous entity, began to seep forth. Chapter 34. The World of One Piece. I have arrived. The figure of the Holy Sun, adorned with divine qualities, were a halo that signified his celestial nature, rendering him as sacred as a deity. Coiling around his neck was Gu Bei, a serpentine entity that was as dark as the night, exuding an aura of mystery and enigma. The combination of this singular being and the creature evoked a stunning aesthetic of angelic grace intertwined with demonic allure. Nick and Coulson, upon witnessing Gu Bei's true form, exchanged glances, finding in each other's eyes a profound sense of despair. Nevertheless, Nick, seasoned by countless trials as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., resolved to take the initiative in the parasitic endeavor. Gu Bei swiftly infiltrated Nick's corporeal form. Tony, acting as a mentor, advised, Nick, relax your body and allow Gu to take over. With Nick's cooperation, Gu Bei seamlessly achieved symbiosis with him. With a chime from the system panel, Gu Bei unlocked the achievement of parasitizing Nick Fury. He soon transitioned to Coulson, encountering no obstacles in the process, thereby securing the accomplishments of both individuals. At this juncture, Gu Bei's traversal energy and racial value stood at 65 and 55, respectively. The parasitism achievement proved somewhat modest, providing only a mere 5 points each time. However, it appeared that parasitizing formidable bosses could yield substantial rewards. For instance, by parasitizing Thanos, one could acquire a wealth of traversal energy and racial value, along with a purple yam gift pack. Similarly, parasitizing Odin might grant significant traversal energy and racial value, as well as an exile gift pack. Those figures represented the pinnacle of the Marvel Universe, and Gu Bei was not inclined to provoke them at present. With his traversal energy still slightly lacking, Gu Bei opted to parasitize Tony. On this second occasion, Tony, having grown accustomed to the process, quickly emptied his mind to cooperate with Gu Bei. Previously, Gu Bei had not activated the achievement system, missing the opportunity to earn Tony's achievement, but this time it was finally within reach. Additionally, Gu Bei transferred the Tai Chi skill he had promised Tony back to him. Regarding the Tai Chi skill, Gu Bei was indifferent and had initially intended to simply bestow it upon Tony. However, the system panel indicated that his physical prowess was insufficient to accept a level 5 or higher Tai Chi. Frowning, Gu Bei refrained from granting Tony the level 10 Tai Chi, leaving him with only level 5, while casually unleashing some burning aura to invigorate Tony's body. Gu Bei then checked his traversal and racial values, which now stood at 70 and 60. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with a sense of joy. Each time he required traversal energy, it seemed to manifest effortlessly. In the living room, Tony, equally exhilarated, awaited his turn. As Gu Bei concluded the parasitism, Tony regained control of his body, feeling the invigorating effects of the burning aura enhance his physical capabilities and within his mind. He gained insights into the techniques of Chinese martial arts. Tony felt an exhilarating surge of strength, his fatigue from research dissipating. Nick, Coulson, how about a friendly competition? With his newfound abilities, Tony could hardly contain his eagerness to put them to the test. After discussing the prospect of joining the Avengers, Gu Bei felt a lack of enthusiasm. As for whether the Hulk would join, he thought, why should it concern him? Gu Bei ascended the staircase. Nick and Coulson, unable to withstand Tony's fervor, were forcefully compelled to engage in a contest. Gu Bei glanced briefly into the living room, where Tony had effortlessly taken down 2 individuals in less than 5 seconds. Nick and Coulson appeared utterly bewildered by this outcome. They were well aware of Tony's hand-to-hand combat prowess, which far surpassed their own, let alone when facing both of them together. Their gazes shifted towards Gu Bei, who was making his way upstairs. Was it possible that parasitism truly had its advantages? Tony helped the 2 of them to their feet, and the trio began to deliberate on the matter of the Hulk. Unfortunately, the subject of evolution caused Gu Bei to reconsider the urgency of his journey to the world of pirates. On this expedition, Gu Bei was unlikely to bring along the Holy Son of Radiance or Shang. Instead, he intended to seek out a new host for parasitism. With his level having reached 15, it was not particularly high. Although he possessed a variety of commendable skills, his combat capability was significantly restricted without a parasitic host of considerable strength. Thus, for the sake of safety, Gu Bei resolved to complete his evolution and enhance his powers before venturing into the world of One Piece. Initially, Gu Bei had been apprehensive about the Hulk's potential rampage during his evolution. However, after subduing the Hulk a few times, it had become evident that the creature had grown considerably more docile. As long as the Holy Son of Radiance was nearby, the Hulk would generally remain dormant. Consequently, Gu Bei settled into a comfortable position on his bed, deducting 25 points of transference energy, and commenced his evolution. The direction of evolution was towards a lower-grade symbiote. Gu Bei's form was once again enveloped in icy crystals, and at the very core of his being, the color of the glass-like substance deepened, appearing even more refined this time. This evolution was of paramount importance to Gu Bei, as it laid the groundwork for his subsequent transformation into a mid-tier symbiote. Anticipating the next evolution, Gu Bei would undergo a qualitative metamorphosis. In the living room, the group had reached a consensus on how to manage the Hulk residing within Banner. The solution was straightforward: to house him in Tony's villa. After all, it was a place where someone capable of intimidating the Hulk resided. Nick Fury assured that he would handle the intricate affairs of the National Security Agency, ensuring that the Hulk would not become an added burden. Adjusting his long coat, Fury strode towards the door, while Coulson nodded at Tony and, donning a certain round hat, departed alongside Fury. All matters settled into tranquility, leading to 3 days later. The blue icy crystals enveloping Gu Bei's form gradually shed, and he opened his eyes. As was customary following each evolution, he began to acclimate to the surge in his strength and speed. Shadows flickered throughout the room. Gu Bei halted, estimating his power. He believed he could easily overturn an elephant. However, that was the extent of his capabilities. Without a host for his symbiote, he had effectively lost his combat weapon, rendering his overall combat prowess rather inferior. Of course, if his level were sufficiently high and his evolution more profound, that statement would become moot. Gu Bei opened his attribute panel and once again accessed the world of One Piece. The Fervent Spring promotional event continues. And traversing the world of pirates requires a traversal energy of 70, accompanied by a complementary identity for the journey. Gu Bei paid the requisite 70 units of traversal energy, and with a dizzying whirlwind, the power of space enveloped him. During the process of crossing over, Gu Bei hazily glimpsed the vast expanse of the Cerulean Sea. This was the domain symbolizing freedom, where pirate flags fluttered proudly. He found himself in the realm of One Piece. As the transmission gradually concluded and radiant sunlight illuminated his surroundings, Gu Bei's consciousness began to sharpen, revealing that he occupied a system-granted identity. To his astonishment, the identity bestowed by the system was none other than that of this individual, Koby, the Marine captain, with his pink hair and a cross-shaped scar adorning his forehead. Koby's youthful visage was draped in a cloak of justice. Although the name Koby might not evoke much recognition, recalling the timid boy encountered by Luffy at sea would surely awaken many memories. He is a supporting character, characterized by timidity and weakness, but imbued with a profound sense of justice, burdened with the heavy mission of becoming a future Marine Admiral. If Luffy is the Pirate King, then Koby undoubtedly embodies the essence of the Marine King. Growing as Luffy's antithesis, he mirrors the dynamics of Roger and Luffy's grandfather, rarely noticed by the masses. He remains an indispensable force in the future pirate world. At this moment, Koby was commanding soldiers at Marine Headquarters, Marineford, overseeing the construction of walls destined to confront the Four Emperors tomorrow. Marineford is a circular maritime structure, and Koby stood atop the circular battlements. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, the surface of the sea shimmering like diamonds, his cloak billowing in the breeze. Soldiers were bustling about, transporting materials, while Koby, in his supervisory role, directed them with fervor, urging them not to slacken their efforts. The youthful timbre of his voice, though tinged with naivety, commanded respect as the rank of captain compelled the soldiers to place their burdens higher up. Observing the scene of camaraderie, Koby felt a measure of reassurance regarding the impending battle. Tomorrow marked the day of Ace's trial, a decisive confrontation between the Marines and the pirates. Ace, Luffy's brother, is indeed a pirate, representing the nefarious side. Koby tightened his fists, resolute in his stance against evil, vowing not to show mercy. One of the truths of the world is that justice must prevail, and they, the Marines, embody the very essence of justice. Koby's thoughts were easily comprehensible due to his simplicity, with every emotion vividly etched upon his face. How could someone like Gu Bei fail to grasp Koby's sentiments? Recognizing Koby's mindset, Gu Bei couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The Marines represent justice? That is utter nonsense. Those familiar with One Piece are well aware that the Marines largely serve as the lapdogs of the Celestial Dragons and the government. A few idealists sought to reform the Marines, yet they all met with failure. During Roger's era, Luffy's grandfather declined the position of admiral. In the era of great pirates, Zifa, renowned as the Marine teacher, rebelled. After the peak, the Warring States period came to an end. These occurrences are not mere illusions. They have transpired in a tangible reality. Gu Bei's dark figure writhed. Had he not detached from Koby's body, he would have easily become a target for scorn. He was certain that he would abandon Koby to seek another host. Gu Bei and individuals like Koby were inherently incompatible. Koby, brimming with vitality, donned pristine naval attire as he directed pre-battle maneuvers. Unable to restrain himself, Gu Bei scoffed. Do you truly believe that you can achieve victory in tomorrow's battle? Koby glanced around, noticing that no one had perceived Gu Bei, and in a hushed tone laced with faint ire, he replied, Gu, I do not wish to engage in a debate with you, but you must understand that justice shall prevail. Under the system's orchestration, Gu Bei's identity was that of a demon parasitizing Koby, having coexisted with him throughout the years. Koby was well acquainted with Gu Bei, yet remained vigilant, never once drawing upon Gu Bei's power. Gu Bei began to mock, questioning the righteousness of the Navy. Just as Koby was about to counter Gu Bei's claim, a man approached, clad in a red-striped suit, adorned with a rose on his chest, sporting a military hat, and draped in a cloak of justice. Koby, taken aback, immediately straightened his posture, and saluted with precision. Naval Chief KB, I have the honor of meeting Vice Admiral Sakazuki. The imposing figure standing before KB, casting a shadow with his stature, was none other than the current Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, known as Akainu, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. Sakazuki regarded KB with a stern countenance. His lips barely moved as he acknowledged, "Well done." Afterward, Sakazuki resumed his inspection of the defensive structures elsewhere. Sakazuki had walked quite a distance, yet KB's salute remained steadfast as he watched the admiral retreat further away, his complexion flushed, seemingly from a surge of excitement. KB trembled with elation, reflecting, "It is truly an honor to converse with Vice Admiral Sakazuki. He is a man who embodies justice, and I hold the utmost admiration for him." KB harbored a dream within his heart, aspiring to become a fleet admiral or a man of justice akin to Sakazuki. Gubei sneered disdainfully. "You wish to be like Sakazuki? Are you aware of what kind of man he truly is?" KB's expression grew serious. Having set Sakazuki as his benchmark, he was well informed about the admiral's illustrious deeds. Vice Admiral Sakazuki was born in the North Sea, joined the Navy at 23, and trained under Zifa. Even then, he was dubbed a monster, having vanquished countless notorious pirates, ascending to the rank of admiral. KB's voice brimmed with reverence, revealing his yearning for such a life. Regrettably, Gubei's voice resonated with a demonic undertone as he inquired, "But are you aware of the O'Hara incident?" KB was taken aback and replied, "I am not familiar with the incident you speak of." Gubei recounted the historical event tied to Nico Robin, known as the O'Hara incident. 5 years ago, in a place called O'Hara, scholars were engaged in research on government-prohibited historical texts. Consequently, the scholars faced execution, and the entirety of O'Hara was obliterated under the government's extermination order, vanishing from the map. Upon hearing the decree to eradicate demons, Kobe's expression shifted, revealing his profound understanding of its inhumanity. Yet, he resolutely stated that studying the original historical texts was a capital offense, and that the scholars of O'Hara deserved their fates. "Oh." Gubei seemed unsurprised by Kobe's response and continued, "But do you know? The sole refuge vessel carrying the residents of O'Hara was ordered to be shelled by a certain naval officer. Do you know who issued that command?" As he spoke the last words, Gubei's tone turned icy. Kobe appeared to suspect whom Gubei was referring to. His breath quickened, and he looked visibly distressed as he articulated, "You mean the orders given by Admiral Sakazuki?" Gubei confirmed sharply, "Indeed, it was Sakazuki's command. He feared that scholars might infiltrate the refuge vessel, thus ordering the extermination of all O'Hara's inhabitants. This is the justice you seek." Kobe clenched his jaw tightly, stamping his foot heavily, leaving a deep imprint on the ground. His voice was dark and filled with fury as he gritted his teeth, warning, "You would do well not to slander Admiral Sakazuki, or I shall forsake my own life to ensure we perish together." Gubei paid no heed to Kobe's threat. He was accustomed to such intimidation, but it was Kobe's powerful stomp that truly captured Gubei's attention. It was the six-style shave, a technique that had already taken form. Gubei felt a flicker of surprise within. This young man, a formidable rival of Luffy, was growing rapidly, having already mastered the shave. Furthermore, it would not be long before Kobe comprehended the observation haki. Among the younger generation, Kobe was indeed the first to awaken this ability. Gubei pondered, perhaps nurturing Kobe could be a worthy choice. He possessed potential, and more importantly, during the forthcoming Marineford War, he would inevitably clash with Akainu. Kobe needed a catalyst. The first book, The Prologue of Elves. 1 year later, the era of elves will merge with reality, achieving digitization, thus turning the page of human history and ushering in a new era of coexistence between elves and humanity. Yet, where is the promised year? Luobai gazed at the green caterpillar grinning menacingly before him, feeling quite bewildered. It seemed he had logged in a year early. A year later, as throngs of people eagerly joined the era of elves, ready to embark on grand ventures, Luobai's master ball, thrown towards the sky splitter, came to a halt. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to player Luobai from the Huaxiao region for capturing the divine beast, Sky Splitter. In an instant, the world fell silent. The second book, The Great Collector in the Marvel Universe. Synopsis. Jason, armed with a grand collector system, traverses into the Marvel world, aware of the future plot trajectories. He must commence his collection journey solely to discover a means of survival before Thanos snaps his fingers. Jason raises his finger to the sky and proclaims, "The collectibles on Earth no longer satisfy me. My future goal is the stars and the seas." Captain America hurriedly approached and grasped him, saying, "Before you leave, Could you kindly return my shield? The third book, Striking Elegance, also known as Koi, Do Not Be Cowardly. Upon awakening, the aura of vitality has revived. Chun Xian unexpectedly becomes the most extraordinary Koi, drawn into a celestial realm of cultivation. The wealthy rely on martial arts, while the impoverished depend on mutations. Chun Xian, however, stands apart. He relies solely on his elegance. To become a Koi, one must endure the harshest trials and don the thickest armor. The more furious you become, the stronger I shall grow. Not only do I aspire to be a Koi, but I also aim to become the formidable Dark Lord. Dear readers, those who find hope in this tale must remember to collect it. It would be splendid if you could mention that you came from me, allowing me a moment of pride. Chapter 35, The Prelude to the War at the Summit. Kobe successfully silenced Gu Bei, yet he found himself in a state of disorientation. After spending so long in Gu Bei's company, he had never heard him utter a falsehood, which caused a subtle fracture in his sense of justice. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope lingered within Kobe, a hope that perhaps Gu Bei was indeed lying. General Mole stood before the assembly hall, delivering an impassioned pre-battle oration. Draped in the mantle of justice, his gaze resolute. Justice shall undoubtedly prevail. The era of pirates will eventually come to an end. His voice resonated with vigor and charisma, inspiring all soldiers and officers to chant in unison, "Justice will triumph. The age of pirates shall inevitably conclude." The atmosphere was electric, with many tossing their navy blue-striped caps into the air, as if to herald the impending battle of the morrow. Yet, amidst this exuberance, Kobe remained untouched. He quietly withdrew, seeking solace in the Naval Headquarters Library, a repository of extensive naval records. There, he encountered the hunched figure of Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had not anticipated the presence of a young Navy officer in her midst. "You are a soldier under Carp, named Kobe, correct?" she inquired. Kobe shuddered slightly, apprehensive that his inner turmoil might be disowned, and he instinctively recoiled. Tsuru rapped her cane against the floor, prompting, "Is there something troubling you?" The sound of her cane grounded Kobe, reigniting his determination to uncover the truth regarding O'Hara. "Vice Admiral Tsuru, I wish to examine the military operational records pertaining to O'Hara," he stated. Tsuru regarded Kobe with a penetrating gaze. Her eyes, though clouded, brimmed with wisdom. It was as if she could see through Kobe's thoughts. After a moment's silence, she directed him, "The records are in drawer B24, the fifth file down." Kobe expressed his gratitude, retrieved the file, and began sifting through the historical accounts. His actions inadvertently aligned with Gu Bei's intentions. Gu Bei knew the history of the pirates all too well, no matter how Kobe attempted to deceive himself. The pursuit of truth would ultimately shatter his illusions. Indeed, as Kobe perused the records, he stumbled upon an account of the rescue ships transporting civilians during the conflict at O'Hara, which had been inadvertently struck by naval artillery. An icy chill coursed through him. He then scrutinized the commanding officer of the O'Hara operation, Admiral Sakazuki. At that moment, Kobe felt something within him quietly fracture. Why has this happened? As Kobe wrestled with his confusion, Gu Bei's voice echoed once more. "Do you still believe in this so-called justice?" Gu Bei decided to deliver another blow, revealing, "Tomorrow, the Navy headquarters will execute Ace's death sentence in advance." Kobe was taken aback, hastily closing the file as he exclaimed, "Impossible. Ace's execution will be broadcasted live to the world." The Navy could never deceive everyone. He believed he had uncovered a flaw in Gu Bei's assertion. But Gu Bei merely chuckled. "What if I told you that the naval government plans to sever communications before executing the sentence?" A thunderous realization struck Kobe, illuminating the Navy's operational plans for the upcoming battle. Perhaps the Navy had no intention of revealing the truth of the battlefield to the world at all. Kobe remained steadfast in his resolve, oblivious to the fact that he had fallen entirely into Gu Bei's trap. With a cheerful demeanor, Gu Bei remarked, "Since you believe there is no problem, then in the not-so-distant future, you and the other naval soldiers shall meet your demise at the hands of Sakazuki. And you cannot blame anyone else." A shiver coursed through Kobe's heart as the stern visage of Sakazuki inexplicably surfaced in his mind. "Why would Lord Sakazuki wish to kill me?" Gu Bei, adopting a deliberately soft tone, spoke as if an evil spirit were entwining around him. "Because that is the essence of naval justice." Kobe failed to grasp the meaning behind those words and dared not delve into their implications, vehemently shaking his head. He accused Gu Bei, "You are speaking nonsense, aren't you? You are not a deity. How could you possibly foresee the future?" While Gu Bei was indeed no deity, he possessed an uncanny ability to predict certain outcomes. Kobe, unwilling to accept Gu Bei's assertions, had yet to witness the brutal realities of war. Dou Po had the patience to wait for Kobe to come to believe in his words, trusting that in due time, Kobe would require his strength. The cracks in Kobe's sense of justice began to emerge, and his admiration for Sakazuki gradually twisted. If all that Dou Po claimed was true, he found himself at a loss as to how to reconcile the concept of justice within his own heart. Night, typically a time for relaxation and comfort, found Kobe restless, tossing and turning in bed, struggling to find sleep until the early hours. As dawn broke, seagulls took flight from Marineford, deeming the place ominous, while schools of fish drifted away in search of new habitats. At that moment, Marineford was fortified to the teeth. 50 warships encircled the island, guarded by an elite naval force numbering in the tens of thousands, with countless heavy cannons positioned along the shore. From the port, one could see that at the forefront of the naval ranks stood the participating warlords of the sea: the Empress, Boa Hancock, Doflamingo, Don Quixote, the Tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, Gecko Moria, and Dracula Mihawk. They constituted a third force maintaining the balance of the world, among the top combatants globally. Beneath the execution platform, steadfast were the Navy's supreme forces, the three admirals, Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji. Draped in cloaks of justice, they sat upon 3 chairs at the execution platform, representing the Navy's ultimate trump card, embodying the pinnacle of power in the pirate world. Kobe found himself among the naval forces, and even with the strength of a captain, he felt like a mere speck among the elite. His gaze remained fixed on Ace upon the execution platform, knowing that Ace was Luffy's brother. Admiral Sengoku, carrying a transponder snail, strode purposefully onto the platform. Gasps erupted from the crowd, questioning Sengoku's intentions. At that moment, the execution platform was broadcasting live to the entire world. After a series of inquiries from Sengoku and Ace's denials, the fleet admiral finally revealed Ace's true identity to the astonished onlookers. He bellowed loudly, "You cannot possibly be unaware that your father is none other than Joel D. Roger, the Pirate King." With that, the curtain rose on the Great War at Marineford. Chapter 36. Gaining dominance in the distance, the formidable Whitebeard pirate fleet approached, their flag, the emblem of a skull and crossed swords, flapping in the wind. Comprising a total of 43 ships, each captain was a notorious pirate of the New World, with bounties exceeding 300 million. The Navy stood on high alert, and Sengoku scanned the vessels with a somber expression, questioning the absence of Whitebeard's ship. No sooner had he spoken than 4 massive shadows emerged within the circular harbor of Marineford, growing larger as they surged from the depths, cascading torrents of seawater behind them. The Moby Dick, flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, accompanied by 3 additional vessels, burst into the marine headquarters at Marineford. At the helm of the Moby Dick stood Whitebeard himself, flanked by his 14 commanding officers. Their presence instilled immense pressure upon the Navy, a testament to the dominion of the New World and the terror of the 4 emperors. Marco, the 1st Division captain and Whitebeard's eldest son, addressed the assembly, proclaiming the dire consequences awaiting those who dared oppose their comrades in this vast ocean. "Those who have harmed you shall not live to see another day. Ace, we are coming to rescue you." A violent tremor reverberated through Marineford, akin to an earthquake. In the blink of an eye, a towering tsunami surged towards Marineford, the manifestation of Whitebeard's tremor fruit powers, monstrous in scale. The Navy's highest combatants, the 3 admirals, sprang into action, encasing all waters near the headquarters in ice, thus halting the impending deluge. This moment marked the onset of the war between pirates and the Navy. A clash of arms. The pirates of the Whitebeard fleet leapt from their decks, brandishing curved blades, their frenzied rush across the icy surface propelling them into Marineford. The Navy soldiers rallied, their battle cries echoing, vowing to defend justice unto death as they charged forward. Among them was Kobe, fighting valiantly amidst the chaos, employing his Marine 6 styles to defeat as many pirates as possible. Though confusion lingered in his heart, the battlefield demanded clarity and resolve. Blood began to saturate Kobe's Marine uniform, transforming it into a vivid crimson. The fervor of the battlefield ignited a bloodlust within him, as he became a vessel for the tumult around him. Dou Po, nestled within Kobe, keenly perceived the young man's state, an amalgamation of anxiety, confusion, and a hint of brutality. It seemed the words spoken the previous day had indeed borne fruit. Dou Po found little interest in Kobe's combat prowess. The Marine 6 styles appeared rather mundane to him. However, the ability to foresee the future through observation hockey was a skill Dou Po yearned to acquire. Within Kobe's body, he quietly commenced the execution of his immortal technique. Without a host, the power of the technique was not particularly formidable, merely allowing him to discern the innate strengths of those on the battlefield. Yet, upon activation, the sight was astonishing. As Gu Bei unveiled the immortal technique, dozens of radiant beams shot skyward. The spectacle was more terrifying than that witnessed at the heavenly gate of the shroud. It felt as if numerous luminous sovereigns were swirling around him. Gu Bei could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Indeed, he had not erred in coming to the world of pirates. Here lies his grand treasure. Among the myriad of potent origins, the most resplendent is a sinister force imbued with malevolence, akin to the indomitable heavenly skill, possessing the capacity to devour. Gu Bei immediately recognized the master of this origin, Blackbeard. This individual is the shadowy puppeteer concealed within the tumult of the Marineford War. Although the Navy emerged victorious, the most significant spoils of this conflict were swallowed whole by Blackbeard. He is a schemer, an ambitious soul, and, more crucially, he wields the strength to execute his plans. Should Gu Bei desire to consume all in the Marineford War, he must inevitably confront Blackbeard as his adversary. As the war escalates, the toll of bloodshed and casualties mounts incessantly. The strongest man in the pirate world, Whitebeard, alongside his 14 commanders, engages in a fierce clash with the 3 admirals, causing the very island to tremble. The giant, Oars, makes a monumental contribution to Whitebeard's advance, yet falls upon the square of the Marine headquarters, as pirates tread upon his lifeless form, charging towards the execution platform. At this moment, the most terrifying scenario for Kobe unfolds. As a captain, Kobe possesses a transponder snail for receiving commands. Within it resonates the supreme order from Admiral Sengoku to commence Ace's execution ahead of schedule. Kobe bites his lip tightly, drawing blood. Why must it come to this? Gu Bei's enticing voice echoes, proclaiming that so-called justice is but a veil to conceal the truth. Who among the masses knows of the century-long void in history? Is the Navy's brand of justice truly just? Kobe, besieged by the ravages of war, feels his spirit wavering, yet he clings desperately to the hope of redemption. However, shortly thereafter, the live transmission of the war is abruptly severed, plunging the world into silence regarding Marineford. Sengoku's expression darkens. The unfolding events must remain hidden from the populace. A pang of anguish strikes Kobe's heart, as the reality of war aligns with Gu Bei's forewarnings, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Gu Bei senses the turmoil within Kobe, realizing that with a little more persuasion, he might entirely shatter Kobe's resolve and seize control of his body. Gu Bei's attention flits across the battlefield, and eventually, he identifies the final instrument capable of obliterating Kobe's spirit. Look to your left, he commands. Kobe, upon hearing this, stiffly turns his head to the left, only to behold a scene forever etched in his memory. Admiral Akainu, his justice cloak billowing in the wind, wears a grim countenance. His left hand transforms into searing magma, dark red and blackened, as it pierces through the chest of a Navy soldier. Cowards do not deserve to live. In that moment, Kobe is undeniably suffocated. As if deprived of oxygen, his thoughts momentarily suspended. Time seems to freeze. Kobe's mind connects with the tumult of the battlefield, the cacophony of anguished cries and the pervasive atmosphere of death descending upon him like a nightmare. Under Gu Bei's psychological manipulation and the harsh realities of war, Kobe unexpectedly grasps the essence of observation hockey ahead of time. If cultivated to its zenith, this power can foretell the future. However, the overwhelming tide of negative information, compounded by Gu Bei's deliberate installation of despair in Kubai, rendered him breathless. Humanity is inherently fragile, particularly when the foundations of one's beliefs crumble. Kubai felt a numbing sensation in his limbs, accompanied by involuntary spasms, as his consciousness began to dissipate. This is a manifestation of hyperventilation, which occurs only when a person's inner turmoil reaches an unbearable peak. Yet, it may not solely be hyperventilation. It could also signify Kubai's psyche retreating from reality, causing his true self to become obscured. Gu Bei had achieved his objective, and he could not help but think, with a hint of derision, how easily the youthful spirit succumbs to torment. The essence of Gu Bei, a dark, viscous fluid, writhed like a constrictor and then merged with Kubai's being. Kubai's gaze transformed, becoming fiercely aggressive and insatiably greedy as he surveyed the entirety of Marineford and proclaimed, "The very essence of the pirate world now belongs to me." Chapter 37. The Apex Marauder in the Frozen Bay. Shards of ice stained with blood littered the ground. Countless naval soldiers fell upon the ice, expending their last ounce of strength, as innumerable pirates succumbed beneath the onslaught of cannon fire. This was a war where lives were as insignificant as chaff, yet for Gu Bei, it was a lavish feast of carnage. Gu Bei resided within the formidable body of the chief petty officer of the KB Navy, harnessing the powerful parasitic abilities of his symbiote to enhance KB's strength in all aspects. At level 15, with a reservoir of low-tier symbiotic energy, this was Gu Bei's essence. His power gradually ascended, swiftly surpassing that of the chief petty officer, sergeant, then the warrant officer, and the lieutenant, until it culminated at the strength of a naval brigadier general. Gu Bei clenched his fists, feeling a twinge of regret. Achieving merely the rank of brigadier general in physical prowess felt somewhat lacking. However, he was fortunate that his trump card lay not in brute strength, but in his skills. Even those with abilities would likely be astonished by his indomitable techniques in the art of incineration. Possessing the strength of a major, Gu Bei navigated the chaos of war with ease, unlike KB, who floundered in disarray. Two pirates, brandishing curved blades and claws, each with a bounty of approximately 30 million berries, approached with black headscarves, intending to ambush Gu Bei from both sides. Yet, with a mere narrowing of his eyes, Gu Bei vanished from sight. The duo, caught entirely off guard by Gu Bei's extraordinary agility, collided with each other as their momentum could not be halted, their sharp blades piercing through one another's flesh. Gu Bei reappeared behind them, observing with a knowing smirk, "Is this what they call stabbing a brother in the back? Quite intriguing." The two men bared their teeth, enraged, reaching for their firearms to retaliate. Yet, their bodies suddenly withered away, becoming mere husks in the blink of an eye. In Gu Bei's grasp was a black, demonically infused grand vial, a testament to the power of his indomitable techniques, which had instantaneously absorbed the essence of the two men. As he noted the increase in his storage compartment's essence, it barely reached 0.5. Gu Bei remained unperturbed. The battlefield was vast, and the number of fallen warriors was countless. He could scavenge from the dead. In an instant, a mysterious figure appeared on the battlefield, stealthily searching for corpses and, in doing so, growing ever stronger. The bodies of naval officers, formidable pirates, and, most importantly, those with abilities all served as sources of primal energy. In a mere moment, without hunting a single ability user, Gu Bei had amassed a significant amount of primal energy. The storage compartment's energy count reached 99, a commendable figure. Though the sea did not harbor monsters as mighty as the Great Sage, the fruits of power granted humanity formidable physiques and primal energy. Some human physiques could even rival that of the Divine Kings. Naturally, among all those Gu Bei had recently consumed, none possessed the Divine King physique. The fruits comparable to such a physique were held by the most elite warriors. With this thought, Gu Bei could not help but cast his gaze toward the most conspicuous figures atop the battlefield. The power of the Tremor fruit wielder, Whitebeard, the immortal bird, Marco, and Diamond Jozu is terrifyingly formidable, especially Marco, whose innate strength soars to the heavens. Gu Bei harbors a vague suspicion. Could it be that Marco's fruit, the mythical Zoan-type immortal bird, is indeed related to the legendary Phoenix, surpassing even Whitebeard in innate power? Amidst the chaos of battle, where cannon fire drowns out all other sounds, a resounding cry pierces the air, "Ace." Gu Bei turned to see the protagonist of the Pirate King world, Luffy, battered and ragged, charging towards the execution platform. Coincidentally, Gu Bei stood between Luffy and the platform, making Luffy head directly towards him. On the icy surface, Luffy recognized an old acquaintance, yet he seemed to regard Gu Bei with disdain. It was hardly surprising, for their previous encounters had showcased a vast disparity in strength. A battle had been nothing more than a single punch from Luffy. How could Luffy consider Kobe a rival? As Luffy drew nearer, Gu Bei sensed the taste of fate. Having traversed the world of the Celestial, Gu Bei held a firm belief in the concept of destiny, a mysterious intertwining of threads. At this moment, the encounter between Kobe and Luffy was undoubtedly not a coincidence, but rather a convergence of fate. Luffy raised his fist high, shouting, "Gum Gum." His intent was clear, to send Kobe flying with a single punch, as if orchestrated by destiny itself. With a smirk, Gu Bei leaned slightly back and mirrored Luffy's motion with a punch of his own. In the world of One Piece, battles are devoid of extravagance. Merely a contest of speed and strength. Gu Bei's casual punch deformed Luffy's rubbery fist, its power akin to that of a dragon, effortlessly shattering defenses. Luffy was sent flying through the air. Marco, transformed into the immortal bird, deftly caught Luffy, preventing him from plunging into the sea. Holding Luffy, Marco gazed intently at Gu Bei, astonished by the young Navy officer's strength. How did he cultivate such power? Whitebeard also emitted a thoughtful hum, drawn to Gu Bei's presence. This young man reminded him of a younger Ace, no, even more formidable than Ace at that age. On the battlefield, Akainu, his emotions concealed, squinted as he remarked, "Kong soldier? He has the potential to be a fleet admiral." In an instant, the gaze of the War of the Best converged upon Gu Bei, whose displayed potential was indeed astonishing. Adjusting his military cap, Gu Bei remained unfazed by the incident of sending Luffy flying. It was after that punch that the system finally presented a noteworthy task. The Top War Raider task description. As the War of the Best unfolds, the entire world focuses on this event. Strive to become the most notable figure of this war, for you shall thereby alter the course of history. Task requirements. Every action contributes to the increase of plunder value, with more conspicuous actions yielding greater increments. Task rewards. For a plunder value below 200, receive 30 points of traversal energy, 30 points of race value, and 5 fragments of the Son of the Pirate King. For a plunder value below 600, receive 40 points of traversal energy, 40 points of race value, and 20 fragments of the Son of the Pirate King. For a plunder value above 1000, receive 60 points of traversal energy, 60 points of race value, and 100 fragments of the Son of the Pirate King. Current plunder value, 174. The titles of the top plunderers and the Son of the Pirate King are indeed intriguing. Gu Bei sensed the taste of destiny within. Outside the port of Marineford, the most intense clash between the Navy and pirates had already intertwined. Akainu, his foot transformed into molten lava, stomped down upon Whitebeard's bicentennial with an unchanging visage. Akainu cast a fierce gaze at Whitebeard, declaring that if you act recklessly, the entire island will be doomed. Whitebeard, with an air of reckless abandon, retorted that Akainu could merely try to guard against it. Chapter 38. My name is Ace. The air trembles as the atmosphere is torn apart. Molten lava splattering sparks in every direction. The wheel of history rolls inexorably forward, and no one can halt this frenzied war. Whitebeard and Akainu clash, their battle reverberating throughout the island, as if it could sink into the sea at any moment, a notion not far-fetched at all. The entire Whitebeard pirate's crew endeavors to shield Luffy as he charges toward the execution platform, with Ace as their singular target. Gu Bei weaves through the battlefield, his eyes set on the primal power and plunder points. As the battle rages on, the toll on the abilities users mounts, with many already having perished. Gu Bei gathers every ounce of primal energy within reach, checking his storage and finding that his primal energy has reached 3 at 99. However, his plunder points have only climbed to 175. Aside from the moment he drew attention by striking Luffy, Gu Bei has maintained a relatively low profile, which has resulted in his plunder points remaining modest. Yet, he remains unperturbed, for he knows that the true intensity of the war has yet to be unleashed. He understands the direction of the conflict and the opportune moments to act. His gaze is keen as that of a hawk, waiting for the right opportunity to present itself. That moment has now arrived. Amidst the cacophony of battle cries, a burst of flames blossoms like a resplendent rose. A youthful voice resonates across the battlefield. Fire Fist. The searing flames scorch the earth, and Ace is broken free. The cheers of the Whitebeard pirates soar into the heavens. This is their monumental victory. Even Whitebeard cannot help but smile. Ace strides forth onto the path of life. Having once declared that he would embrace the blade that judges him and extend his hand to receive the aid of others, yet he would never be lost in confusion. However, a single phrase from Akainu halts Ace in his tracks on the way to the New World. Will he flee with his tail between his legs? After all, Whitebeard is but a loser of the past era. Akainu's gaze shifts, his towering figure steadfast, having dominated the seas for decades yet failing to claim the throne. Living a family-like existence among a band of pirates. Am I wrong to call him a failure? Furious, Ace shouts back at Akainu, "Father has not failed." Flames engulf him, declaring that this era belongs to Whitebeard. The clash of Ace's Fire Fist and Akainu's magma intertwines. Gu Bei once again feels the presence of fate at this moment. He has activated the burning art to enhance his body, becoming a streak of light as he rushes toward Ace. Upon reaching Ace's side, he witnesses the harrowing scene. Akainu's formidable punch pierces Ace's chest. The pirate known as Fire Fist stands before Luffy, his eyes slowly closing. The immortal Marco, along with numerous captains of the Whitebeard pirates, turn their sorrowful gazes toward Ace, their grief rendered voiceless. Countless cannon of fire erupts like fireworks directed at Akainu. Yet none can hinder his actions. "Admiral," the Vice Admiral exclaimed, "Carp, what is this?" Within the naval ranks, Sengoku firmly restrained Carp, who gritted his teeth in excruciating pain, stating, "You suppress me, Sengoku. Otherwise, I would surely slay Sakazuki." Luffy, as if bereft of his soul, clutched Ace's lifeless body, weeping uncontrollably. Akainu's expression darkened, declaring, "It's your turn, Straw Hat." With a single punch, Whitebeard unleashed his tremor-infused might upon Akainu's midsection, driving him into the earth. Akainu's half-face pressed against the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Despite being a high-ranking officer, he found himself wounded before Whitebeard. His countenance was as grim as a stormy sea, and his arm morphed into magma, continuously gathering power. He then struck at Whitebeard's head, obliterating half of it. However, Whitebeard's expression remained unperturbed, as if he felt no pain. This formidable figure of the seas, wielding his naginata, stood steadfast, merely swinging his left hand to deliver another blow to Akainu's waist. Akainu's visage contorted in agony, veins bulging from the pain, while the marine headquarters behind him was torn asunder by an unseen force. This was Whitebeard's full frontal assault. Marineford was cleaved in two. On one side stood Whitebeard, and on the other, all the remaining pirates. This was Whitebeard's choice. He aimed to single-handedly halt the navy and carve out a path for his sons. The pirates on the opposite side wept bitterly, unafraid of death. Ace's demise and their father's fall in battle were indelible stains on their lives. Even a stalwart like Marco trembled, uncertain of the path ahead. Yet, a ghostly voice infiltrated Ace's being. Gubei departed from Kabi's body and entered Ace's. Only by possessing Ace could he truly stir the tides of war at the summit. Ace's body lay devoid of consciousness as Gubei began their symbiosis. A black liquid coursed into Ace's cells, and Gubei felt his life force waning, drawing perilously close to death. Within mere seconds, it felt as if his very vitality had been drained. An overwhelming weakness and fatigue threatened to drag Gubei into the abyss. He could hesitate no longer. He invoked his primal power. From the item interface, the first primal powers count, starting at 99, plummeted rapidly, minting the body of the dying man, a gamble of monumental proportions. Yet if successful, Gubei would gain the power to alter the course of the war. The first primal power was consumed ceaselessly, the figure of 99 vanishing in an instant. From that frigid body, a vibrant soul erupted, and Ace's voice resonated within. "Why am I still alive?" Ace could hear countless cries and wails. Across the land, the pirates released their emotions like children. They had once been Ace's comrades, and Ace knew deeply that this group seldom shed tears. Why then did they weep as if they had lost everything? As he gazed towards the far end of the earth, Whitebeard, with half of his skull missing, stood resolutely upon the ground. Ace's heart trembled, and his mind fell into a void. Father is dead. Tears flowed deep within his soul. Gubei addressed Ace, inquiring if he desired vengeance. "I shall grant you power. Relinquish all and accept my gift." Pain begets growth, and Ace was no exception. Strangely unfazed by the sudden voice, Ace calmly responded, "Can you avenge me?" "Indeed." Ace's heart turned to ashes. "I would become a demon if necessary." "Fear not, I shall." Amidst the sea of corpses, that man, who should have perished, rose once more. Chapter 39, The Burning Technique versus. The magma fruit with disheveled black hair, broad shoulders, and solid muscles, though not particularly tall. He became the focal point of the entire battlefield. A cold wind swept in from the frozen tsunami, lifting the dust from the ground. A choked voice murmured, "Ace?" This voice was barely audible, seemingly afraid of shattering Ace, a mere whisper. At the forefront stood Whitebeard, the mightiest man in the pirate world, wielding his naginata, surveying his surroundings with an unwavering demeanor. He laughed heartily. "Ace, am I worthy of being your father?" Gazing at the bloodied head of Whitebeard, Gubei understood that his time was fleeting, or rather, the fact that he could still exist in this manner was a testament to his monstrosity. A surge of intense emotion welled up within him, as Ace attempted to seize control of their shared body. Gubei did not contest this fleeting dominion, allowing Ace to take the reins momentarily. Despite his anguish, Ace maintained a resolute expression and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Dad." Upon hearing Ace's words, Whitebeard held his stance. Looking skyward as he declared, "Everything that follows, I entrust to you." Slowly, Whitebeard closed his eyes, his breath ceased. After entrusting everything, the great pirate passed away, forever resting in Marineford. Even in death, this legendary titan stood tall, as if nothing could ever compel him to yield. The Navy soldiers, armed with cannons, trembled in fear of Whitebeard's posthumous might, hesitant to fire upon him. They could scarcely believe that Whitebeard was truly gone, their legs quaking in disbelief. Akainu, spitting blood, awoke from the recent assault by Whitebeard. Indifferent to whether Whitebeard was truly dead or merely faking, he resolved to attack, even if faced with a corpse. He aimed to blast a hole through it. Channeling the full power of the magma fruit, Akainu's arm radiated with scorching magma, dark crimson in hue. Die, Whitebeard, he bellowed, gritting his teeth against his wounds, determined to shatter Whitebeard's chest. Yet, a more ferocious aura surged forth, overwhelming him with searing heat, enveloping him entirely. It bore a mocking tone. Fire Fist. Gubei unleashed Ace's powers, launching a direct assault on Akainu. Akainu's eyes widened in fury, reluctantly abandoning his assault on Whitebeard as the torrid magma surged toward Ace. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? My abilities completely counter yours. Akainu, filled with confidence, faced an opponent he deemed inferior and whose powers he believed he could easily suppress. However, as Gubei's Fire Fist approached, Akainu felt an unbearable heat. Circles of flame engulfed him, leaving his magma body searing. Your power? How can it reach such heights? Akainu roared, exerting all his strength, yet struggling to withstand Gubei's Fire Fist. Gubei furrowed his brow. The fruit's counteractive nature prevented him from dispatching Akainu in an instant. For he knew that Ace, whose body he inhabited, surpassed Akainu by at least 30% in strength. Gubei's gaze gradually turned frigid. The battlefield was in a constant state of flux. He could no longer afford to delay. In the world of pirates, there were tasks to complete, and the absorption of the primordial essence awaited him. He had much to accomplish while controlling Ace's body. With a decisive invocation of the burning technique, Gubei chose not to rely on the powers of the flame fruit, but instead unleashed the mightiest martial art from the world of Dou Po. In an instant, a torrent of fighting energy surged through his meridians, a force entirely distinct from that of the pirate realm. Yet, any high-level skill unleashed by a formidable warrior was undeniably potent. Gubei initially intended to harness the ferocity of the burning technique to vanquish Akainu in one fell swoop. However, as he began to activate this ability, the system interface incessantly prompted him. Encountered a flame seed akin to, can devour. A flicker of joy ignited in Gubei's eyes, for he was reminded of the saying, to seek iron shoes in vain, yet find it without effort. This phrase perfectly encapsulated his current elation. Originally, Gubei planned to revisit the Dou Po world to seek an opportunity to enhance his martial art. However, an unexpected chance presented itself. He would not let it slip away. Before him, countless magma projectiles rained down like cannonballs, a weakened version of Akainu's technique, the meteor volcano. Gazing into the fiery abyss, Gubei opted for Devouring evolution. The searing lava surged into his limbs, the intense energy roiling within him, as the fighting energy continued to amplify. Akainu appeared weary, having endured 2 blows from Whitebeard and engaged in a fierce battle with Gubei, leaving him considerably weakened. Seeing his attack strike Gubei, he managed a faint smirk, convinced of his impending victory. Alas, he was gravely mistaken. Gubei not only remained unscathed, but had also elevated his burning technique by harnessing Akainu's power. With a wicked sense of delight, Gubei declared mercilessly, "Let us use your strength to defeat you." At level 13, the advanced yellow-grade martial art, the burning technique activated. The tumultuous fighting energy surged forth, fervent as magma, ferocious and unparalleled, reminiscent of Akainu's meteor volcano. The shock on Akainu's face was palpable as he witnessed an ability strikingly similar to his own. As he sensed the unmatched heat of the burning technique, despair enveloped him. This temperature surpassed even his magma. No longer did he possess the advantage over Gubei. Instead, it was Gubei who had the upper hand. Countless torrents of burning technique energy bound Akainu's fruit abilities as if he were being condemned to the depths of hell itself. The unbearable pain ignited a primal scream within Akainu. He yearned to escape the inferno but found himself ensnared. He could only cling to life amidst the torment of the fiery abyss. Gubei's fists, enshrouded in flames, moved steadily toward Akainu. The figure of Akainu continuously transformed. Yet to no avail, the injuries upon his body only intensified. He gazed at the approaching Gubei, bellowing in defiance, "No." Gubei let out a sinister laugh, akin to the moment in the original world when Akainu pierced through Whitebeard's chest. He too breached Akainu's heart. It was all too late. Blood streamed down Gubei's arm, staining his body as he withdrew his fist from Akainu's form. Akainu spat blood, crashing to the ground at Gubei's feet. At the moment Akainu fell, the entire battlefield erupted in astonishment. Countless eyes fixated on the man who had felled Akainu with a single blow. Under the gaze of the multitude, Gubei triumphed over the formidable foe, Akainu, acquiring an immense reservoir of primal power. the strength of the magma fruit proving extraordinary. Gu Bei reveled in the fruits of victory. Simultaneously, the system fervently notified him, indicating that his plunder value surged dramatically, increasing by at least 400 to 500. Having slain Ace's arch-nemesis, Akainu, Gu Bei did not allow himself to relax. Rather, he remained vigilant. For within the vision granted by the indestructible heavenly art, Gu Bei perceived the encroaching darkness with clarity. Ace's emotional turmoil was palpable. For the darkness he observed was the true culprit of this war. Furthermore, it was also Gu Bei's next target. Chapter 40. Devouring at the summit, a rotund man, draped in a dark coat, stepped forth from the shadows, ascending to the grand stage of the world. He was Blackbeard, the orchestrator of the summit war. And in the eyes of Gu Bei, he embodied darkness itself, possessing the most malevolent fruit of the pirate realm, the dark fruit. This man emerged after the demise of both Whitebeard and Akainu. Gazing upon their lifeless bodies, he erupted into a boisterous and unrestrained laughter. Ace, I never imagined you could slay Sakazuki. Haraha. With Whitebeard and the Marine Admiral both fallen, it is evident that my era has arrived. Blackbeard's proclamation incited the ire of the naval forces. Akiji's expression darkened as he murmured, Sakazuki, I never expected you would fall here. Sengoku gradually released his grip on Garp, the strength within him seemingly dissipating with Sakazuki's passing. Garp's feelings were complex. Ultimately, he accepted the harsh reality and sighed, Sakazuki, may you rest in peace. Countless naval soldiers wept openly, removing their caps in homage. This, without a doubt, emboldened Blackbeard further. Greedily, he beheld Whitebeard's corpse, declaring, soon, your power will be mine. The plan for the summit war, the assassination of Whitebeard, everything was meticulously orchestrated by Teach. He was indeed the sole victor of this conflict. At that moment, members of the Blackbeard crew began to reveal themselves. Powerful pirates, each with bounties exceeding 50 million, alongside formidable prisoners incarcerated in the depths of the prison. And even the warden of Impelled Down, Shiryu of the Rain, emerged. This was an exceedingly wicked force, the nascent form of the future Yonko crew. Blackbeard unleashed the darkness without restraint, bellowing, dark water. The darkness, swirling like a fan, coalesced into a tremendous pull directed at Whitebeard's body. Debris from the Marine headquarters scattered, drawn towards Blackbeard. Sengoku's gaze turned grim as he shouted on the battlefield, Blackbeard, as a warlord of the sea, what are you doing? With a cold, fierce smile, Blackbeard retorted, what am I doing? I am becoming the strongest. Whitebeard's body stirred, drawn by the insatiable force, inching closer to Blackbeard. Observing this scene, Gu Bei directly articulated Blackbeard's intent. Teach, do you wish to devour Whitebeard's tremor fruit's power? Gu Bei's revelation of Blackbeard's motives caught him completely off guard. And even his companions displayed expressions of grave concern. This was a secret known only to them. How did Gu Bei come to know? Blackbeard stared at Gu Bei in astonishment. How could you possibly know? Of course, Gu Bei was aware. He possessed an understanding of all that transpired in the pirate world, save for the ultimate conclusion. Raising a hand like Blackbeard, his gaze icy, he declared, not only do I know, but I can also teach you what it truly means to devour. Indomitable celestial art. Activate. With a single grasp, a dark, ethereal vial materialized from the void. The full force of the level 11 indomitable celestial art unleashed. The entire battlefield trembled, as if an invisible giant hand had ensnared every soul present. Blackbeard stands as the epicenter of this intangible force, with an endless tide of darkness surging within his being. He yearns to exploit the properties of the darkness fruit to escape Gu Bei's gravitational pull. Yet, it proves futile. He is unable to withstand the might of the indestructible heavenly art, relentlessly drawn towards Gu Bei. The expression on Blackbeard's face is one of sheer disbelief. His eyes wide open in astonishment. What is this? All around him, his comrades are equally shocked. The darkness fruit, renowned as the most malevolent fruit in history, proves incapable of countering his adversary's abilities. How can this be possible? As Blackbeard is on the verge of being pulled in, his associates can no longer remain passive. Should he be consumed by Gu Bei, their collective fate would surely be sealed. In a moment of urgency, Blackbeard's companions spring into action. Blades glimmer, and ammunition rains down. An overwhelming array of powers and skills surges forth from Gu Bei's form. His body ignites in flames, sustaining several wounds. Yuji Shilio, wielding a swift blade, stands behind Gu Bei. He had just launched an attack that met only air, narrowing his eyes in frustration. Can a natural-type body truly evade capture? Gu Bei's elemental form gradually regenerates as he flashes a grin, unleashing the burning formula's combat aura. In that instant, Yuji Shilio is caught off guard, as the immense burning formula's aura mercilessly engulfs him. At last, Gubei activates the full prowess of the LV-11 indestructible heavenly art. This formidable technique, unleashed by Ace, a top-tier pirate, possesses the potential to alter the tides of battle entirely. On the battlefield, countless corpses are drawn towards Gubei like iron filings to a magnet. An endless source of power surges into Gubei, resembling a mighty dragon entering his being. Whether they are ability users or naturally strong in physique, all are subjected to the voracious appetite of Gubei's indestructible heavenly art. Meanwhile, Blackbeard has unleashed all the darkness within him, akin to a shroud of death, in a desperate attempt to resist Gubei's indestructible heavenly art. Unfortunately, the darkness fruit pales in comparison to the grandeur of the indestructible heavenly art. Gubei's hands morph into dragon-like claws as he bellows, "Die." Blackbeard's body becomes uncontrollable. Despite being enveloped in darkness, he is irresistibly drawn towards Gubei, filled with resentment. My fruit's power is undeniably the strongest. Even now, Blackbeard refuses to accept the reality before him, unleashing his darkness in a futile attempt to consume Gubei. However, that feeble ability to absorb is far too weak in the face of the indestructible heavenly art. Gubei scoffs. Had his indestructible heavenly art been only at LV6, Blackbeard might have stood a chance to contend. But now, he is merely destined to be crushed. With a cold smile, Gubei declares, "The most vicious fruit in the pirate world is now mine." Blackbeard feels an overwhelming emptiness within his being, akin to the agony of having his life force siphoned away. Yet, what drives him to despair even more is the dissipating darkness within him. His darkness fruit has been stripped away. The darkness fruit was the cornerstone of Blackbeard's dominion over the world. Its loss compels him to cry out in anguish, "No, my darkness fruit," Gubei casually remarked. "Do not concern yourself too much with the fruit. There are far more significant things that I shall deprive you of." With a swift gesture, Gubei unleashed a torrent of fiery energy that pierced through Blackbeard's heart, leaving a gaping wound. Despite the catastrophic injury, Blackbeard coughed up a mouthful of blood, his formidable vitality preventing an easy demise. He glared at Gubei with unbridled malice. "I was meant to stand atop this world, Ace. Why do you refuse to submit to me?" Gubei regarded this defeated wretch with disdain, choosing not to linger any longer, and callously cast him aside. As he fell, an endless cloud of dust rose, and Blackbeard crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Following the Admiral of the Navy, the second to perish at Gubei's hands was none other than the notorious warlord, Blackbeard. In this moment, Gubei glanced at his own essence, which had surged to 8 full levels after devouring the numerous bodies on the battlefield. This primordial power was likely sufficient to elevate Shang to the Divine King's physique. As for the tasks within the pirate world, having already dispatched Akainu and Blackbeard, Gubei had undeniably emerged as the most resplendent figure in the war at the summit. The plunder value surged uncontrollably, incrementing by 1 every second. 997, 998, 999, 1000. Upon reaching the value of 1000, it signified the completion of Gubei's mission. Reflecting on the first 3 worlds, it has nearly been a month since the book's inception, and it has garnered a modest readership. I extend my gratitude to all the supporters of Marvel's Venom. Unbeknownst to me, the protagonist has traversed 3 worlds, Dou Po, Xiao and One Piece. I am uncertain of your perspectives, but personally, I believe the excitement of Dou Po surpasses that of Xiao, which in turn eclipses One Piece. Indeed, my writing has deteriorated as I progressed, and I am at a loss as to why. Particularly in the One Piece realm, I have failed to achieve the anticipated effect. However, this is indeed a reflection of my own shortcomings. From the outset, I had resolved that the early world segments would be confined to approximately 8 to 10 chapters. The vast array of characters and the grand scale of the summit war rendered such a limit utterly unfeasible. Nonetheless, I find satisfaction in the conclusion, so I shall refrain from further complaints. Many readers have expressed their thoughts on the Chaos Body. It was initially a narrative necessity to overpower Hulk that compelled me to forcibly enhance the essence of the great sage. Now, I am inclined to metaphorically consume the earlier writings, a phenomenon colloquially referred to as eating books. However, considering the workload involved, I ultimately decided to elevate the great sage's essence to 100 full levels, thereby appeasing the fervent desires of numerous readers. Moving forward, I will embark on depicting the Marvel main universe and the mid-length world, striving diligently to deliver a more gratifying experience for readers. Lastly, I wish to express my gratitude to the readers of Chi Dian and QQ Reading. Marvel's Venom is a Xiao work. Yet the support from QQ Reading's audience has been truly remarkable, compelling me to extend my heartfelt thanks to these wonderful individuals who have enlivened my book on QQ Reading. I truly adore you all. The readers from Xiao tend to be more aloof. They observe but seldom comment, yet they invariably spring forth to point out any typographical errors, exclaiming, "Author, you have a typo, correct it at once." Overall, it has been quite splendid. To those who generously supported me, Wooly Luong, Xingxin Yi Xiao, Night Messenger A, Angel Yin Ya, Obscure Enchantress, Book Friend 2018-0213E173806362, Fat Cat, Who Loves Fish, and others from QQ Reading. Book Friend 1229-4357-9403, Bailiang, Book Friend 159-972-9802, Book Friend 120-195-4927, User InCloudBlood. User Sans, User U1324107885, User NIXINWUON. To all the QQ Reading supporters, my information may be somewhat incomplete, so there could be omissions. If there are any, please leave a comment, and I will take note. After the complaints, it is time to work hard. The update scheduled for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning will be postponed until the afternoon. I love you all 3,000 times. Your love for me only needs to be around 800 to 900 times to suffice. Chapter 41, Sequence 9, The Sailor. The system panel emitted a prompt sound. 1,000 plunder points acquired, 60 points of traversal energy obtained, 60 racial points received, and 100 fragments of the World S Son of the Pirate King acquired. The system prompted whether to utilize the World S Son fragments to synthesize Sequence 9, The Sailor. Gubei cast a glance at the ongoing Marineford War, where the conflict raged on, with pirates and soldiers continuously falling. The primal power lay scattered across the ground like gold. Gubei was reluctant to squander the opportunity to gather this primal energy. However, the system's notification urged him to pause. Gubei inquired about the purpose of the sailor. The system swiftly clarified his curiosity. Upon synthesizing the sailor, the host could bestow the sailor's abilities upon others at will, and could also revoke them whenever desired. Gubei opened the sailor's attribute panel. The sailor. It grants you exceptional balance, allowing you to walk freely upon a ship even shrouded by storms, while also bestowing remarkable strength and hidden scales beneath your skin, rendering you as elusive as a fish. Without any equipment, you can remain active in water for at least 10 minutes. The description of the sailor made Gubei's eyes light up. This was indeed a valuable asset. After synthesizing this sequence, Gubei would have the capacity to transform an ordinary person into an extraordinary being at his discretion. Consequently, wherever Gubei ventured, he would possess tremendous assurance, at least alleviating concerns of his host being too feeble to unleash his full potential. Moreover, the so-called Sequence 9 appeared to harbor significant developmental possibilities beyond merely being a sailor. Without hesitation, Gubei issued the command to synthesize Sequence 9, The Sailor. The system prompted, 100 fragments of the World S Son of the Pirate King will vanish, and the host will be forcefully expelled from the pirate world. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the synthesis? Gubei's expression faltered slightly. He still had a substantial amount of primal energy to collect. Wouldn't departing now be an egregious waste? The system prompted once more. Gubei's lips twitched, feeling somewhat exasperated. Commencing synthesis of Sequence 9. Within the system panel, 100 world fragments instantaneously disappeared, replaced by a swirling, milky white light that flickered before Gubei, coalescing into his being. In that moment, Gubei experienced a peculiar sensation, as if he had traversed centuries, becoming the sovereign of the seas, commanding storms and ruling the oceans, evoking fear and reverence among fishermen who referred to him as the Lord of Tempests. Furthermore, in a distant realm, a powerful voice beckoned to Gubei. He strained to forget this voice, yet it proved inescapable, its enchanting resonance continually invading his consciousness. The voice, both murmuring and seemingly prayerful, echoed, "O fool of an aeronaut thine, thou art the mysterious sovereign above the black mist, the ruler of fortune, the king of black and yellow." A dense fog enveloped him, adorned with myriad deep crimson stars, shrouding Gubei's mind. It was a mysterious and elusive place, calling him forth. Such an occurrence had never transpired for Gubei before. It could only be the influence bestowed upon him by Sequence 9. It appears that Sequence 9 indeed harbors profound secrets. Gubei exerted considerable effort to extricate himself from the influence of Sequence 9. Upon the moment he opened his eyes, his vision became obscured. Raising his hands, he beheld only a mosaic of indistinct shapes, and an inexplicable yet overwhelmingly potent repulsive force emanated from beyond his corporeal form. The expulsion of the pirate world had commenced, for Gu Bei had seized the most significant treasure of this realm. The power of this expulsion was remarkably formidable, indicating a deep-seated animosity that the world harbored towards Gu Bei. Through this disdain, Gu Bei gleaned a crucial insight. The Sequence 9 he had acquired must be an extraordinarily precious artifact. Otherwise, why would the pirate world hastily seek to expel him? Gu Bei activated his indomitable celestial technique, eager to ascertain whether it could withstand the planar forces of the pirate world. However, he found himself utterly unable to mobilize the powers of the indomitable celestial technique, which were thoroughly suppressed. With his current level of 19, he was woefully ill-equipped to contend against the world. The upper limit of levels in the pirate world likely hovered around 20, yet the actual levels far exceeded 60. Unable to escape the fate of expulsion, Gu Bei could not help but curse under his breath. Countless minuscule spatial wormholes emerged, interlinking to form a singular wormhole large enough for a person to traverse. The wormhole swept past Ace's form, yet it did not take Ace away. Instead, it extracted Gu Bei, who was concealed within Ace's body. His dark form plummeted from the air above Tony's villa. As the pirate world exhibited a distinctly unfriendly disposition towards Gu Bei, he manifested 8 spider-like limbs, stabilizing himself upon the ground. Nevertheless, the voice within his mind persisted, echoing ceaselessly. Gu Bei understood that he must find a moment to fully master the powers of Sequence 9, for within it undoubtedly lay great secrets. Coincidentally, Shang was merely an ordinary person. Although she had acquired the skill of the devouring demon art, she lacked the ability to cultivate. As an ordinary individual, even when employing the skill of the devouring demon art, her power was negligible. Even someone of Gu Bei's caliber, having possessed Kobe, dared not unleash the indomitable celestial technique with abandon until he had fully assimilated Ace's body, at which point he truly reached the pinnacle of his capabilities. Gu Bei opened his skill panel and swiftly selected the Sequence 9 sailor. After taking a deep breath, he bestowed the sailor's abilities upon Shang. A faint azure sheen emerged upon the surface of her skin, her aura elongated, and a sense of equilibrium filled her being, as though she would not falter under any circumstance. Was this the capacity of the Sequence 9 sailor? Gu Bei was astonished by the transformation he witnessed in Shang. It seemed that Sequence 9 had altered her essence, drawing her closer to a state of truth. However, to truly ascertain the extent of Shang's enhancement, Gu Bei knew he must personally undergo a symbiotic experience. He entered Shang's body and swiftly initiated the symbiosis. A dark liquid coursed through every corner of Shang's form, her power incrementally surging, as Gu Bei gradually sensed the sailor's abilities until the increase in strength reached its zenith. Chapter 42. Refining Sequence 9. Upon embracing the symbiosis of Sequence 9 and Gu Bei, Shang's physical form reached a commendable state. This corporeal condition transcended the limits of humanity. Entering the realm of practitioners, Gu Bei gradually began to experience the myriad abilities of a sailor. His unparalleled sense of balance allowed him to traverse the deck even amidst a tempest with ease. His extraordinary affinity for water endowed him with an innate connection to it. Alongside a robust physique, Gu Bei's possession further reinforced the body. However, the other 2 abilities remained unenhanced. Estimating the potency of the burning art and the indestructible heavenly skill in this state, Gu Bei surmised their strength would not be overwhelming, yet certainly a few times more formidable than in the guise of an ordinary human. Meanwhile, the system promptly offered Gu Bei a friendly reminder. Sequence 9 Sailor. Sequence 8 Storefolk. What heights could one ultimately attain through this progressive ascent? Gu Bei swallowed hard, contemplating the prospect of bestowing his parasitic host with Sequence 8 or even higher, allowing him to traverse any realm without undue concern. He rested his chin in his hand and inquired of the system, "May I access the information regarding the Stormfolk?" The system promptly responded, "A payment of 5 transmutation energies will grant you comprehensive knowledge of the entire sailor sequence." Gu Bei's lips twitched. This system truly resembled a vampire, perpetually demanding transmutation energy. Gritting his teeth, Gu Bei recognized that acquiring the complete sequence knowledge would greatly benefit his future ventures into other worlds. Reluctantly, he expended 5 transmutation energies to obtain the pertinent knowledge. After reviewing the acquired information, Gu Bei realized his assumptions were indeed correct. This sequence possessed a fully developed progression path. Starting from the sailor, one could incrementally advance in strength, ultimately reaching the position of Stormlord. According to the materials, the final Stormlord represented a divine realm. Gu Bei inhaled sharply, astonished by the unexpected fortune bestowed upon him merely by visiting a pirate world. If he could gather the necessary materials to complete the sequence, would he not be capable of creating a deity with but a word? The thought was indeed grandiose. However, such aspirations lay in the future and were merely fanciful musings for now. What Gu Bei needed to focus on presently was assisting Xiang in digesting the sailor's potion. The materials indicated that only by consuming the sailor's potion could one truly become a sailor, and through digesting the potion, one could enhance their power. Since Xiang had not previously ingested the potion, the refinement process here was primarily a gift from Gu Bei. In this scenario, Gu Bei's essence played the role of a deity, bestowing divine grace that enabled Xiang to acquire strength. Following Gu Bei's possession, the refinement process would be significantly simplified. He merely needed to familiarize himself with the sailor's abilities to effortlessly refine the potion. This endeavor might take around a month. Yet Gu Bei could not afford to wait so long. He intended to employ the method for accelerating potion digestion as documented in the materials. With this singular experience of consuming the magical elixir, it is anticipated that Gu Bei's subsequent use of potions will merely take a matter of days. Upon exiting his chamber, Gu Bei encountered Potts. "Potts, I require your assistance with a matter," he stated, articulating his request for a private yacht. As he intended to drift at sea for a couple of days, Potts appeared taken aback, unable to fathom why Gu Bei suddenly wished to spend time at sea. Nevertheless, she refrained from inquiring further and promptly retrieved her phone to facilitate his request. Tony possessed a plethora of private yachts, making it effortless to find one available. Just as Tony emerged from his laboratory and learned of Gu Bei's seaside plans, he expressed interest. "Gu, if you're setting sail, why not allow me to organize a grand party at sea?" Gu Bei felt a vain throb on his forehead. He intended to venture into the ocean for potion digestion, not for merriment. Just as he was about to decline, Tony confidently asserted, "I assure you, I will be the star of this party." This fellow, ever the lover of revelry and festivities, was just as he was portrayed in the original narrative. Ultimately, Gu Bei decided to acquiesce. After all, the party would not hinder his potion digestion, and he merely wished to hasten to the seashore. Potts demonstrated remarkable efficiency. 3 hours later, not only was the private yacht arranged, but the accompanying transport was also ready. During their journey, Tony regaled Gu Bei with tales of his armor enhancements. Seemingly quite proud of his new suit, Gu Bei cast a sidelong glance at Tony, noting the latter's heightened sense of urgency. Despite the absence of an impending battle in New York or an alien invasion, Tony remained relentless in perfecting his armor. Quite commendable, Gu Bei mused. However, Tony's somewhat dismissive attitude irked him. "Do you have any idea how much effort I've poured into this suit?" The calculations alone spanned several pages. Gu Bei couldn't help but chuckle. If Tony were to discuss this with Captain America or other heroes, they would surely be at a loss for words. Yet, having inherited Tony's skills, Gu Bei found conversing about cutting-edge technology with him to be a seamless endeavor. Thus, as they journeyed toward the ocean, they engaged in discussions ranging from design philosophies of armor and the mechanics of propulsion to the cosmic Big Bang, even delving into the ultimate philosophical question of humanity. "Who am I?" Tony expressed his vexation, pondering why extraterrestrial beings would comprehend earthly philosophy, which indeed perplexed him. With a furrowed brow, he remarked, "Gu, your wonders exceed my imagination." Gu Bei smiled gently, replying, "Not at all. It is your brilliance as an earthling that astounds me." The west coast of America, a veritable paradise for vacationers, marked the destination for Gu Bei and Tony. Along the shore, barbecue grills and an array of beverages awaited, while a throng of men and women clad in swimwear gathered in anticipation of the forthcoming celebration. Upon arrival, Tony exuberantly cheered, swiftly changing into beach-appropriate attire in a nearby makeshift changing room before plunging into the revelry. Meanwhile, Gu Bei quietly boarded the yacht anchored at the water's edge. As he stepped onto the vessel, he distinctly felt the acceleration of the potion's digestion within his being. Chapter 43. The Celestial King descends upon the 9 heavens. The system provided Gu Bei with a method to assimilate the powers of a sailor by embodying the role itself. Amidst the vast ocean and aboard the luxurious cruise, he was to experience equilibrium like a true mariner, diving into the depths of the sea and fortifying his physique. Such actions would expedite Gu Bei's absorption of the sailor's essence. On the bustling beach, Tony donned flamboyant attire, his vibrant floral shorts making him the undeniable centerpiece of the festivity. as he reveled in countless glasses of champagne. Gu Bei, however, remained composed on the cruise, attuned to the gentle undulations brought forth by the waves. The rhythmic rise and fall of the sea caused the deck to sway slightly, a subtle movement that Gu Bei keenly observed and contemplated. The system continuously indicated that more of the sailor's strength was being absorbed into Shang's body, with the absorption rate reaching 6%. Indeed, upon arriving at this expanse of ocean, Shang's capacity to harness the sailor's power increased exponentially. Gu Bei could distinctly sense Shang's burgeoning strength, as his own embodiment provided her with additional vigor, a most gratifying progression. Although this power paled in comparison to that of Ace or the holy sun of shaking light, it was a force that Gu Bei could bestow upon others at will, a manifestation of his own might. The seaside revelry persisted until the sun dipped below the horizon. Tony summoned a fleet of sports cars, illuminating the night with their headlights, thus continuing the opulent celebration in the grandest manner. The atmosphere thrummed with the electrical lure of alluring women and hormonally charged youth, exchanging furtive glances that hinted at the potential for a passionate clash. At the peak of the festivities, the host, Tony, discreetly excused himself, making his way to the cruise. He poured 2 glasses of champagne and approached Gu Bei, remarking, "Gu, with such an exquisite party, why do you refrain from joining in the fun?" Gu Bei cast a surprised glance at Tony, taken aback that he had not succumbed to wild revelry. Having spent a considerable time refining the sailor's power, Gu Bei intended to take a brief respite. Accepting a bottle of champagne from Tony, he inquired, "To what extent do you intend to pursue your research on the battle armor?" Gu Bei's question bore deeper significance, indirectly asking how long Tony planned to uphold his heroic aspirations. Upon discussing the matter of battle armor, Tony's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. After taking a sip, he declared, "I intend to delve into it indefinitely." This response mirrored that of the original Tony from another world. Despite their differing experiences, his intrinsic sense of justice remained unaltered, albeit stubbornly so. Should Tony persist in his unwavering quest for justice, he would undoubtedly meet his demise once again in Avengers: Endgame. In the face of mortality, Iron Man remained resolute in his identity. Gu Bei comprehended Tony's convictions and had no intention of persuading him to relinquish his quest for justice. For even Potts and his beloved daughter had been unable to sway him. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Bei pointed decisively at Tony. "Sequence 9 Sailor, bestow." As the sailor's essence enveloped Tony, he instantaneously acquired extraordinary powers. His skin began to manifest iridescent scales, and his form became more steadfast. Gu Bei observed Tony's current state in silence. It was apparent that he had not fully assimilated the sailor's strength. However, if Gu Bei were to embody Tony, he could swiftly elevate Tony's assimilation to match that of Shang's. It has been demonstrated that once one has the experience of digestion for the first time, the subsequent journey becomes remarkably smooth. Gu Bei, destined to traverse other worlds, could, even if embodied in an insect, endow that insect with the strength of a sailor, ensuring a baseline of power. Tony, experiencing the transformation brought by the sailor, found it quite fascinating. "What have you granted me, Gu?" he inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. Nevertheless, he accepted the sailor's ability with grace, realizing that gaining was far better than losing. Gu Bei advised him that to truly digest this newfound strength, he should spend more time aboard the ship. Tony, champagne in hand, turned with a flourish. Meanwhile, Gu Bei resumed the refinement of the sailor's power. By the end of the afternoon, he had already assimilated approximately 6% of it. At this pace, he would fully refine the sailor's power within a week. The sea was calm, and Gu Bei methodically enhanced his strength. A week, neither long nor short, passed in the blink of an eye, and Gu Bei successfully refined the power of a Sequence 9 sailor. However, the strength of Sequence 9, in essence, was not overwhelmingly potent. It merely surpassed human limits without elevating one to the status of a true powerhouse. According to the data provided by the system panel, Gu Bei, now fully embodying the assimilated sailor's power, might not be able to contend with a Sequence 8 individual. Several reasons accounted for this, 2 of which were paramount. First, Gu Bei's shared entity was of too low a level, resulting in a minimal increase in power. Second, the leap from Sequence 9 to Sequence 8 was notably significant. Having completed the matters concerning sequences, Gu Bei could finally carve out time to refine his original power. The incomplete chaotic body of the shared entity required cultivation without practice. How could a flawless chaotic body emerge? Gu Bei found himself troubled by a particular issue. yearning for the day his shared entity would reach the 100th level. At that point, even embodying the realm of the divine bridge, he should be able to confront beings of the saintly level without issue. In the pirate world, he had amassed a considerable amount of original power, filling 9 slots. Though he wondered if it would suffice to enable the shared entity to cultivate into the divine king body. He recalled the immortal bird fruit from the pirate world of Marco with a tinge of regret. That source of power was truly formidable. As the tedious process of refining the original power commenced, the shared entity executed the heavenly devouring magic, gradually absorbing the essence of the original power. Its form advanced toward a higher echelon. Divine radiance began to manifest upon the shared entity's body, with every inch of skin becoming translucent and exquisite, resembling an untainted body. Within its sea of suffering, palatial celestial abodes emerged, one after another, reaching toward the heavens. Witnessing the spectacle stirred something within Gu Bei, compelling him to channel the remaining original power into the process. In an instant, a snow-clad celestial king ascended to the celestial abodes, stepping into the realms above. The manifestation of the divine king body was complete, and Gu Bei exhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. The extraordinary divine king body, embodying the celestial king's presence in the heavens, was indeed a remarkable achievement. As Gu Bei prepared to check the date to gauge how long he had been practicing, the cruise ship suddenly swayed. It appeared that guests had arrived. Chapter 44. The Oracle with a hammer dressed in a sleek black suit complemented by a deep blue tie. Tony bore a slight smile, indicating a rather pleasant disposition. On board the cruise ship, a fishing harpoon he had commissioned lay ready, and he had successfully caught a considerable number of fish with it. Accompanying Tony on this voyage was his new secretary, Natasha Romanoff, a captivating beauty with cascading chestnut curls, adorned in a fitted black dress that accentuated her alluring figure. With a teasing tone, Tony remarked, "Natasha, this is your first time here, isn't it? Relax a little." Natasha responded with a subtle smile, perfectly balancing femininity and intrigue. As she playfully tossed her hair, she confidently stated, "I believe I can manage quite well." Tony, admiring the enchanting Natasha, couldn't help but reflect on her charm, thinking to himself how truly exquisite she was. The two ascended to the top deck of the cruise ship, where Gu Bei had been waiting for some time, and immediately noticed Natasha beside Tony. Eager to introduce, Tony said, "Gu, allow me to present my new secretary, Natasha." Gu Bei regarded Natasha with a curious glance, secretly wishing he could express to her, "Miss, may I approach you?" However, anticipating rejection, he refrained from voicing it. Instead, he courteously said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Natasha." Natasha graciously replied, "The pleasure is mine, Mr. Gu." Her presence as Tony's secretary could only signify one thing. The time for Iron Man 2 had arrived. Gu Bei felt compelled to play the oracle and offered Tony a few words of caution. "Tony, did you know? God has told me to advise you to be vigilant about certain matters." Tony paused, momentarily taken aback. Was that doggone deity truly real? With an expression of skepticism, he responded, "Gu, you can actually converse with God?" Maintaining a nonchalant demeanor, Gu Bei replied that while he could not directly speak with the Almighty, he could certainly arrange for others to meet him. However, to lend credibility to his forthcoming statements, Gu Bei conceded, "Of course, I can communicate with that benevolent celestial being." Tony's suspicions deepened. Had Gu just been about to utter something more profane? Clearing his throat, Gu Bei continued, "Let us set aside divine matters for now. You must take note of what I am about to say. First, pay attention to a man named Ivan Vanko. Do not allow him to evade the law. Secondly, your father once researched a new element. Make sure to seek it out. Finally, suppress your rival, Justin Hammer." Each piece of information stirred something within Tony. Ever since he had revealed his identity as Iron Man, he had faced pressures from all directions. Yet, these external stresses paled in comparison to the internal struggle he faced with palladium poisoning. Fortunately, the strength bestowed upon him by Gu Bei had mitigated his affliction. But it was not a sustainable solution. The symptoms of palladium poisoning would inevitably resurface. Gu Bei's counsel undoubtedly illuminated the path ahead for Tony. Whether in confronting pressures or addressing his ailment, Tony was initially in good spirits today, looking forward to meeting Gu Bei, and the unexpected delight only heightened his joy. "Gu, can you somehow foresee the future? I feel as though the future has suddenly become clear." Gu Bei responded with a faint smile, glancing up at the sky. He did not possess the ability to see the future. He had merely watched Iron Man 2. Natasha, standing nearby, observed Gu Bei closely but found him inscrutable. Conversely, Gu Bei seemed to see right through Natasha, perceiving not only her strength but also her very essence. Once the boss departed, Natasha felt no reason to linger. She had been dispatched by Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. to investigate Tony's condition and Gu Bei's circumstances. And she was reluctant to leave the cruise ship empty-handed. With a charming flutter of her eyes, Natasha alluringly remarked, "Mr. Gu, should you have any needs, do not hesitate to seek me out." She gracefully followed Tony, leaving a trail of limitless speculation in her wake. Gu Bei continued to gaze at the distant sky at a 45-degree angle, and after the two had departed, he murmured, "I wonder if spending too long as a symbiote has dulled my perception. Natasha isn't as stunning as I imagined. I'm quite curious about what the mother symbiote looks like." Having vented his frustrations, Gu Bei accessed the system panel, noting that his racial value had already reached its maximum, allowing for evolution long ago, yet he had postponed it until now. The greedy medium symbiote enhances all previous abilities, significantly boosts speed, strength, and vitality, possesses the power of greed, capable of emitting spores into the human body and in times of crisis. These spores absorb life energy to safeguard the primary body. The angry medium symbiote enhances all previous abilities, significantly boosts speed, strength, and vitality, possesses the power of anger, which, once activated, progressively amplifies strength over time. The tyrannical medium symbiote enhances all previous abilities, significantly boosts speed, strength, and vitality, can transform into a tyrant for 5 minutes, greatly enhancing singular combat capabilities, after which it will enter a period of weakness. Among these options, Gu Bei favored the greedy symbiote, as survival breeds output, a fundamental truth. However, the final evolution option indicated that Gu Bei would need to expend all his racial value to evolve. Gu Bei was taken aback. Was this not a clear indication of the final choice? Taking a deep breath, he resolved that since the system had illuminated a path for him, there was no reason for further hesitation. With a consumption of 95 racial values, evolution commenced. The transition from a lower symbiote to a medium symbiote represented a significant elevation in the realm of life, yielding far more pronounced effects than mere level enhancement. The evolution lasted 3 days, and upon awakening, the system provided Gu Bei with a notification. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the title of the Reborn Tyrant." Gu Bei raised an eyebrow at this new title. Looking at his dark, amorphous liquid form, he pondered how he could possibly embody a tyrant. Just then, his phone rang, and Gu Bei shifted into Shang's body to answer. On the other end was an exuberant Tony. "Gu, your advice has been immensely helpful." Gu Bei had anticipated this outcome and responded nonchalantly with a simple, Tony, however, spoke with great enthusiasm. "You surely do not know that Ivan Vanko attempted to assault me at the racetrack, only to be apprehended on the spot by the police I had arranged in advance." Gu Bei's lips quirked in surprise, expressing his genuine ignorance of the incident. Moreover, the fact that the police managed to capture the criminal so swiftly left him quite perplexed. Tony continued with an even more animated tone, stating that he had discovered new elements in the footage left by his father. Elements that replaced palladium and alleviated his palladium poisoning. Gu Bei responded with a tone of feigned enthusiasm, offering his congratulations. Faced with Tony's incessant chatter, Gu Bei felt a sense of resignation. He had no desire to watch Iron Man 2 a second time, so he implored, "Please, Tony, spare me your stories." As if he had heard Gu Bei's unspoken plea, Tony remarked, "By the way, Gu, does your sailor's strength induce auditory hallucinations? Lately, I have been plagued by a dark yellow king bothering me in my sleep." Gu Bei shook his phone near the seaside, attempting to let Tony hear the sound of the ocean breeze. "The signal is poor. I must hang up." Gu Bei ended the conversation with Tony, feeling somewhat speechless. It seemed time to investigate the matter of Sequence 9. Chapter 45, The Arrival of the Lord of Mysteries in the realm known as the Lord of Mysteries, the protagonist. Klein Moretti, often referred to as the King of Yellow and Black or the Master of 2-5, navigates a world where deities coexist and extraordinary beings dominate the land. He possesses a mystical gray fog, which, through a unique ritual, allows him to draw individuals into the enigmatic realm enveloped by this fog. The whispers that echo in the ears of Gu Bei and Tony might very well be Klein's murmurs, as he seeks to guide others into this shadowy world. The cultivation system in the world of the Lord of Mysteries is anchored in 22 divine sequences, each leading to the domain of the gods. The Sailor sequence, which Gu Bei has acquired, represents one of these divine sequences. Should he venture into the Lord of Mysteries, Gu Bei stands a chance of obtaining the subsequent knowledge of the Sailor. This prospect serves as a considerable temptation for him, with the complete sequence in his possession. He could bestow divine powers upon others at will, granting him a voice in any realm he traverses. However, the primary concern lies in the nature of the Lord of Mysteries, a domain rife with mystery and uncertainty, where deities and curses manifest in every corner. The practitioners within this world, known as extraordinary beings, wield powers that are often peculiar: divination, nightmares, and even the blessings of gods. They rely not only on their physical prowess, but also on their innate abilities. In this peculiar world, one moment may be spent in gratitude for the brilliance of life, and the next, a sudden act of self-destruction could ensue, as malevolent deities and extraordinary beings may lurk, watching silently. Gu Bei's greatest apprehension stems from this very reality. In the worlds of pirates, the Celestial Empire, or the Shattering of Dou, the rules are straightforward: strength equates to influence. However, in the Lord of Mysteries, the regulations are considerably more complex. A careless encounter with a malevolent deity could result in instantaneous demise, rendering any pursuit of the sailor's knowledge futile and jeopardizing his very existence. It was this concern that led Gu Bei to ponder for many days whether to venture into the Lord of Mysteries. Only after the completion of his evolution did he find the resolve to make the decision to embark on this journey. His newfound confidence stems from his racial evolution. As a formidable intermediate symbiote, Gu Bei's abilities have significantly enhanced. Now, as he embodies the sailor of Sequence 9, his power surpasses what it once was. Even when faced with opponents of Sequence 8, he feels assured of his ability to triumph. Taking a deep breath, Gu Bei summoned his system panel. The realm of the Lord of Mysteries appeared prominently on the panel, indicating that he would require 40 units of crossing energy to enter this world. With 60 units of crossing energy at his disposal, he had 20 remaining for further use. Gu Bei contemplated whether to bring Shang along. However, the system promptly intervened, extinguishing his thought. To carry a Divine King body into the Lord of Mysteries would necessitate an additional expenditure of 100 units of crossing energy. Gu Bei smirked. The system indeed posed some challenges. Although Shang is a Divine King body, she has not undergone any form of cultivation and remains fundamentally mortal. A mere mortal ventured into the world of the Master of the Arcane, only to find the system demanding 100 units of traversal energy. Why not seize the opportunity instead? Ignoring the system's insistence, Gu Bei was left with 20 units of traversal energy, which required careful planning. With this energy, he could select from a variety of identities within the Master of the Arcane. Firstly, there was the option of becoming a bank clerk in the city of Rending, earning a weekly salary of 2 gold pounds and 15 solars, with the added charm of a lovely fiancée. Secondly, he could choose to be a sailor at the port, wielding a harpoon at sea, with a salary dictated by fate. Thirdly, he had the chance to randomly roll a die for a joyful birth, matching him with a character whose power could reach a staggering Sequence 8. Each choice would consume all of his 20 units of traversal energy, each possessing its own advantages and disadvantages. The first identity promised Gu Bei a respectable social standing and a fiancée. The second would allow him to fully exploit his abilities as a sailor, quickly gaining notoriety. The third option, however, held the tantalizing possibility of rolling a Sequence 8 host, an enticing prospect, for in the world of the Master of the Arcane, encountering the extraordinary was no trivial matter unless one was extraordinary themselves. Certainly, the allure of a fiancé was captivating, and the adventures at sea held their own thrill. Yet Gu Bei ultimately resolved to roll the die. His objective was to engage with the extraordinary and attain the sailor's subsequent benefits, rather than indulge in a mundane existence. Even the slightest chance warranted prioritizing the extraordinary. Having finalized his choice, a tinge of unease lingered within Gu Bei, prompting him to inquire about the timeline upon entering the world of the Master of the Arcane. The system, with its enthusiastic voice, elucidated that unless one opted for a special paid choice, the initial position would generally be arranged. Gu Bei nodded in agreement. He found this arrangement satisfactory as it promised a measure of safety. Early on in the Master of the Arcane, although peculiar events did occur, they were largely unrelated to Banson. With a sigh of relief, Gu Bei prepared to embark on his journey into the Master of the Arcane, only to be interrupted by the system's promotional announcement. A spring sale offered entry into the grand conclusion of the Master of the Arcane for the mere price of 1,000 units of traversal energy, a deal not to be missed. The system, ever the opportunist, was insistent, yet Gu Bei simply could not afford such an expense, choosing to disregard the promotional call. With an impassive expression and a slight nod, Gu Bei stood upon the cruise ship, having selected the world of the Master of the Arcane, and began his quest for sequence. The forces of space enveloped him entirely, and as he traversed the dimensions, he glimpsed the dawn of civilization and heard the distant roar of steam engines, accompanied by the profound mysteries of arcane knowledge and exalted deities. This was a realm where civilization coexisted with the divine. His vision gradually blurred, only to sharpen after what felt like an eternity. Gu Bei successfully arrived in the world of the Master of the Arcane, and throughout the process of his traversal, the voice of Klein grew increasingly potent. "Oh, fool of an era not your own. You are the enigmatic sovereign above the black mist. You are the king of fortune." Clad in black and yellow. Though Gu Bei was journeying through the plains, his soul seemed irresistibly drawn towards a certain mysterious realm. In a state of urgency, Gu Bei exclaimed inwardly, for he had yet to lay eyes on the host and had no desire to become entangled with the master of the traders. Amidst his fervent struggles, Gu Bei seemed to catch a glimpse of a world shrouded beneath a veil of gray mist. Chapter 46. My deception in the Lord of the Mysteries in the dim light. A gray haze enveloped the surroundings. Beneath the shroud of mist, Gu Bei's blurred vision gradually sharpened, but instead of immediately reaching the host's body, he found himself immersed in Klein's world of gray fog. Fortunately, Gu Bei was well aware of the existence of this mystical realm, remaining calm and composed as he surveyed his surroundings. Not far away, two figures stood, their features indistinct, their forms hazy, allowing only a rough identification of one as a man and the other as a woman. If Gu Bei's deductions were correct, the woman was Audrey, while the man was a Gel, one a noble maiden, the other a faithful of the Storm Lord. Gu Bei's attention instinctively gravitated towards a Gel, for this individual possessed what he sought, the continuation of the sailor sequence. The two appeared somewhat disoriented, having been abruptly pulled into such an enigmatic world. It was a challenge for anyone to remain serene. However, after the initial turmoil, they gradually stabilized their emotions, noticing others who had also arrived in the mist, as well as the enigmatic figure of Klein, who had evidently summoned them into this gray domain. After a moment of silence, Audrey and Agel turned to the mysterious individual, inquiring, "My lord, where are we? What is your intention?" As they posed their questions, Gu Bei refrained from participating, which led the duo to cast a concerned glance in his direction, worried that he might provoke the mysterious presence. Klein's voice, imbued with politeness and a hint of amusement, conveyed an air of condescension. Upon hearing his response, Audrey and Agel couldn't help but find the situation absurd, ludicrous, bizarre, and chilling. Just moments ago, they had been in their respective chambers and on the deck, only to find themselves here, all due to what seemed to be a mere whim of the enigmatic figure. Sensing Audrey's astonishment and Agel's agitation, Gu Bei discreetly glanced at Klein beneath the fog, recognizing him as the master of the duplicitous. A silent chuckle resonated within him. Since Klein wished to play the role, Gu Bei would gladly accompany him, as it provided the perfect opportunity to extract Agel's sailor sequence. With a hand pressed to his chest, Gu Bei bowed towards Klein in a gesture of submission, stating, "My lord, please forgive my initial disarray. I failed to offer my greetings. Now, I pledge my loyalty to you, hoping you shall not take my life." The entire gray world trembled momentarily, the dark red stars appearing even more vivid. Klein, internally bemused, reflected on how he had merely taken a small step in his pretentious display, yet someone had propelled him forward significantly. Fortunately, having lived two lives, Klein quickly adjusted his mindset, gradually comprehending the power of the gray mist. As the fog swirled, a magnificent palace descended, surrounded by towering stone pillars, majestic as the fabled abodes of giants. Within the palace, a bronze table was laid out, flanked by 10 seats on either side, as if foretelling something significant. With a somewhat strained smile, Audrey endeavored to appear more natural and cautiously inquired, "My lord, will you take our lives?" In the midst of the fog, Klein cast a glance at Gu Bei. This individual certainly knows how to stir up trouble. The promise made by Klein rejuvenated Miss Audrey, who had always yearned for extraordinary experiences. Summoning her courage, she addressed Klein, "Your Excellency, I have long aspired to the extraordinary. May I inquire how one might become an extraordinary being?" Gu Bei interjected before Ajir could respond, stating, "If you wish to become extraordinary, you may join the church, be it the Church of the Night Goddess or the Church of the Lord of Storms, among others." Ajir, momentarily sidelined, did not express anger but instead composed himself and observed quietly. Having addressed Audrey's query, Gu Bei continued his discourse, seemingly flattering yet subtly teasing Klein, "Am I not correct?" "Your Excellency?" Klein, seated upon his throne, was internally musing a choice expletive, pondering whether to direct it at Gu Bei. Why was this fellow so eager to engage him? Leaning on his throne, Klein's gaze was wise, recognizing that nothing is absolute. Gu Bei nodded and retreated, conveying his admiration and respect for Klein. Ajir noticed Gu Bei's every move. Since entering this world, Gu Bei had consistently endeavored to curry favor with the presence in the mist, earning some degree of its attention. This realization made Ajir apprehensive, leading him to conclude that he must avoid confrontation with Gu Bei to prevent inciting the wrath of the entity in the mist. After a moment of contemplation, Ajir concluded the previous topic, stating, "One need not rely solely on the church. I possess 2 Sequence 9 items. One is the Sequence 9 Sailor, and the other is the Sequence 9 Audience, which could grant you extraordinary abilities." Faced with this unexpected opportunity, Audrey's eyes sparkled, and after a moment of realization, she asked, "What must I offer in exchange for your Sequence 9? Audience?" Ajir, seemingly prepared, replied in a deep voice, "Blood from a ghost shark, at least 100 milliliters." The transaction between them appeared to be progressing smoothly, nearing the finalization of their agreement. Gu Bei, observing from the side, inquired, "Your Excellency, regarding your Sequence 9 Sailor, do you possess the subsequent sequences for sailors? If so, I believe I could engage and trade with you as well." Ajir looked up at Gu Bei, astonished. The desire for the subsequent sailor sequence implied that this individual was indeed an extraordinary being, specifically one of the sailor sequence. Otherwise, such a request would be unfathomable. As Ajir was momentarily taken aback, Gu Bei continued with his proposition, speaking to himself, "I can offer you satisfactory terms. Under the witness of the esteemed presence in the mist, let us conduct this transaction. I believe no one would dare defy his will." Once again, Gu Bei's words drew Klein's attention, who wished fervently that Gu Bei would release him from this persistent engagement. "I have just undergone a journey across realms. Might you allow me a moment's respite?" Leaning against his throne, Klein gazed into the distance, his eyes deep and wise. Ajir trembled slightly, suddenly recalling that Gu Bei had been consistently trying to win over the esteemed presence in the mist. He should not offend him, but rather align himself with him. After several changes in complexion, Ajir made his decision. "I can entrust the sailor's follow-up to you, but I hope you can do something for me in the future." "Something in the future?" Gu Bei raised his voice, seemingly deeming Ajir's request unreasonable. In truth, he was elated. A verbal promise for a Sequence 8 was an opportunity not to be missed. "You may speak your mind." Ajir was pleased with Gu Bei's reaction. In his view, the more agitated Gu Bei became, the greater the benefits he would reap from this transaction. "I am not in a hurry for you to fulfill this request. All I need is your assurance." Gu Bei mused that if he truly believed Klein to be an unparalleled powerhouse, he would have to comply with Ajir's demands, rendering this exchange a disastrous loss. However, Gu Bei was acutely aware of Klein's true capabilities. He was not an omnipotent being, and whether Gu Bei met Ajir's request depended solely on his mood at that moment. Gu Bei's expression was troubled, but ultimately he gritted his teeth and said, "All right. I agree to your request." Ajir let out a long sigh of relief, finally reassured about the transaction. Gu Bei then inquired, "Your Excellency, how should we address you?" Sitting upon the throne, Klein felt a strong urge to leap down, seize Gu Bei by the throat, and scold him. "Why are you so full of questions, fool?" A smile curled at the corners of Gu Bei's mouth, a perfect title indeed. "And what should I call the other two?" Audrey, clearly aware of the fool's origin from the tarot, one of the 22 major arcana, eagerly replied, "Call me Justice." Meanwhile, Ajir appeared somewhat perplexed, unsure of which title to choose. Gu Bei promptly suggested, "How about the Hangman?" Upon uttering those 3 words, Gu Bei found himself inwardly laughing. The absurdity of the title from the tarot was enough to elicit chuckles no matter how many times one heard it, let alone as a code name. Yet, upon hearing it, Ajir's eyes lit up with satisfaction. "Then I shall be the Hanged Man." With identities established, they turned their attention to Gu Bei, eager to learn his code name. Gu Bei, however, was quite clear-headed. In the misty world, he had no place, and he should not choose a title, lest he attract unwanted attention from the mist. After feigning contemplation, he provided a completely unrelated code name. "You may call me Tyrant." With all code names confirmed, Klein, at the behest of Gu Bei, Audrey, and Ajir, agreed to open the misty space every Wednesday, allowing them to gather and exchange information and resources. Klein was particularly vexed by Gu Bei's incessant calling of him "Your Excellency the Fool," as it almost compelled him to hurl his throne at Gu Bei. The irritation felt akin to a newcomer entering a group, only to be incessantly addressed as a senior by another member. In the mist, Audrey and Ajir concluded their transaction. Ajil faced Gu Bei and calmly stated, "My Lord Venom, will you provide me with an address to which I can send the formula? Or would you prefer that I divulge the contents of the formula here and now?" Gu Bei smiled broadly and suggested, "My Lord Hangman, it would suffice to simply articulate the formula." Ajil lowered his voice and revealed the information Gu Bei sought, maintaining a smile while gazing ahead. However, what Gu Bei perceived was not Ajil's visage, but rather the shadow of the system panel gradually shifting. Behind the Sequence 9 sailor emerged the Sequence 8 Rage of the People, marking the evolution of the sailor. Yet, inscribed alongside the Rage of the People was the term pseudo, and the system alerted Gu Bei that he could only activate this sequence by locating all the necessary materials for the Rage of the People, thereby enabling him to bestow it upon others at will. Gu Bei understood fully. He had completed half the task of acquiring the power of Sequence 8, and now only the search for materials remained. After Gu Bei and Ajil concluded their transaction, Klein aptly remarked, "Let us bring this to a close." In accordance with the wishes of his lordship the Fool, the world of gray mist gradually blurred, obscuring all that lay before them. As they awaited the moment when clarity would return, Gu Bei finally found himself within the host body once more. A grand chapter of 3,400 words. As I strive to make amends for yesterday's shortcomings. Chapter 47. The accursed Antigonus notes with raven black hair and deep azure eyes. An aristocratic nose graced his visage, topped with a small round cap and draped in a chestnut-hued coat, complemented by tattered blue jeans. This was Ru'er Bieber, the vessel of Gu Bei. An unremarkable jeweler by trade, he was nonetheless a scion of the Antigonus lineage, the very architect of the calamity that heralded the enigmatic master. If fate were to unfold as expected, he would inevitably transform into a monstrosity, destined to meet his demise at the hands of the ecclesiastical squad of Regenton City. Led none other than by Klein, the protagonist. His fate was indeed tragically dire. Upon awakening within this man's body, Gu Bei was seized by a wave of dread. How could his misfortune be so profound as to become entwined with this individual? This man was destined to perish at the hands of the protagonist. A fate Gu Bei could not resent, for it is a well-known truth that mere side characters rarely best the leads. However, the fact that he had been marked by an eldritch deity from the very beginning, fated to become a monster, who could bear such a burden? At that moment, Bieber was diligently polishing gemstones, his demeanor seemingly unchanged from the norm. A woman nearby inquired when the jewelry would be ready. At 30 years of age, Bieber retained a somewhat naive appearance. A twitch of his lips revealed a smile, assuring her that it would be ready shortly. All appeared tranquil. Yet, the consciousness of Gu Bei, residing within Bieber, recognized the fabrications that cloaked this fade. Concealed within Bieber's lining lay an ancient manuscript, the Antigonus Notes. Its pages yellowed with age. This tome had lured 3 young souls into enacting the sinister rites inscribed within, leading to their torment and demise. One had met a grisly end by crashing into a wall, another drowned in a basin, and the third, Klein, had taken his own life in his home, only to be transported into a new narrative. The malevolent essence emanating from the Antigonus Notes continually infiltrated Bieber's being, warping his mind towards chaos and insanity. Gu Bei fixed his gaze intently upon Bieber. This man appeared to be harnessing the power of the notes. His doom was imminent. Utterly sealed. Having acquired the subsequent knowledge of the sailors, Gu Bei understood that by gathering unique materials within the realm of the enigmatic master, he could attain the Sequence 8, the wrathful people, without the need to engage in a futile struggle against Bieber. The inky liquid form of his essence began to flow, ready to escape unnoticed from Bieber's grasp. A chilling aura enveloped Gu Bei's entire being, causing his venomous form to contract as the icy sensation ebbed away like a receding tide. Meanwhile, the Antigonus Notes, which had induced the cold touch, lay serenely in Bieber's embrace, as though naught had transpired. Was it possible that this cursed manuscript feared exposure, intent on silencing him? Gu Bei's heart swelled with indignation. Despite his modest stature, he had never sought conflict with the Antigonus family, yet here he was, subjected to such treachery. Amidst his turmoil, a whisper began to resonate in Gu Bei's ears. Honaquis. Fragra. Honaquis. Fragra. The 2 place names alternated incessantly, as if Antigonus Notes were designed to lure one towards these locales, perhaps for assassination or to serve as living sacrifices. Damn, Gu Bei cursed, realizing he was utterly trapped within the host of Bieber. Nevertheless, he could not relinquish control. In a fortnight, Bieber would confront the most formidable team of extraordinary beings in Argentina, which included the enigmatic protagonist of The Lord of Secrets. As for Antigonus notes, they could go to hell. Dou Po stifled his discontent and fury regarding the notes and endeavored to speak in a calm tone from within Bieber's body. Riel Bieber, can you hear my voice? Bieber, who was polishing jewelry for a lady, trembled upon hearing the strange voice, nearly dropping the silver-embellished ornament he held. Thankfully, the lady, who had been attentive, reached out and steadied him, preventing any damage to her jewels. She scolded, Bieber, you nearly ruined my jewelry. Bieber gasped, parched and slick with perspiration, returning the ornament to her. I apologize, madam. Today's polishing is on the house. I might need to take a break. Instead of becoming furious at the abrupt dismissal, the lady's face broke into a forced smile, expressing a semblance of embarrassment. Her rotund figure shuffled away shortly afterward. Bieber closed the door, his heart pounding, and timidly asked in the empty room, who are you? The question was directed towards Dou Po. Striving to imbue his voice with a sacred resonance, he proclaimed, Lost Lamb. I am the Lord of Storms, one of the 7 deities of this world. Do you comprehend the malevolence you have entangled yourself in? The resonant words struck Bieber's soul like a thunderous blow. He was acutely aware of his abnormality yet felt powerless. Closing his eyes as if in prayer, Bieber beseeched Dou Po, Lord of Storms, I am fully aware of my transgressions. I repent before you. May you forgive my sins. Dou Po sneered. I would indeed like to forgive your sins, and I might have kicked that Antigonus notes aside, but alas, I cannot. Moreover, I suppose I could be considered an evil deity myself, merely possessing the power to bestow the Lord of Storms' abilities upon others. Maintaining his composure, Dou Po gradually articulated his demands to Bieber. Remember, from this day forth, distance yourself from the masses. I shall grant you extraordinary powers to collect what I require, enabling you to evade the gaze of the malevolent deity. Silently adding to himself, I'm merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Bieber, desperate for the lifeline offered by the Lord of Storms, was willing to believe in any deity that could assist him, having been driven mad by Antigonus notes. Distance yourself from the masses. Distance yourself from the masses. He donned a faded yellow coat and round hat, quietly exiting his shop without a word. He was well acquainted with the city of Argentina, aware of the less populated areas and where to venture. In response to Bieber's cooperation, Dou Po felt a surge of delight. Indeed, while the mortal host may have been feeble in strength, he was remarkably easy to deceive, readily falling into the trap. Dou Po kept his promise. As Bieber wrapped himself snugly in his coat and donned a round hat while traversing the streets, he bestowed upon Bieber the power of a sailor. This power entered Bieber's body, enveloping him in a soothing warmth, prompting an instinctive exclamation of gratitude. Thank you, Lord of the Storm. Though the name was mispronounced, at least gratitude was expressed. Dou Po silently observed Bieber's body, assessing its capacity to accept the sailor's strength. However, he soon discovered that the Antigonus journal exuded a chilling and malevolent aura, which was gnawing away at Bieber's sanity while repelling Dou Po's impure sailor's power. It was only a matter of time before Bieber would transform into a monster, and inevitably, the strongest ecclesiastical forces of Argentina and the enigmatic protagonist would come knocking at his door. Dou Po felt an overwhelming sense of trouble. The elite of Argentina and the most troublesome protagonist of the enigmatic lord had to be dealt with before they could locate Bieber. Dou Po issued a command to Bieber. The first item you must seek is 100 milliliters of ghost shark blood. Chapter 48. Swift collection of materials in the desolate district of Xilan in the city of Gentin, notorious for its poverty, lawlessness reigns supreme. Here, robberies and murders are commonplace, and the shadowy dealings of the black market flourish, from pilfered currency to various jewels and even extraordinary artifacts. Amidst the dilapidated, lowly dwellings, a sense of desolation permeates the air, with cacophonous sounds echoing through the sparsely populated alleyways. A young girl's cries resonate as 2 unscrupulous thugs drag her into a house, shutting the door behind them. The anguished screams that follow, however, do not belong to the girl but rather to the burly men, who find themselves incapacitated on the ground, their eyes swollen shut, groaning in agony. The source of their misfortune is Bieber, who has been long absent from his home. As a practitioner of the extraordinary, he easily overpowers ordinary individuals, amassing considerable wealth in the process. Through the black market of Xilan, Bieber has successfully gathered the materials required by the storm people for Dou Po. Today, these 2 miscreants turned out to be unexpectedly affluent. Bieber extracted a substantial sum of £10 from them, the origins of which remain a mystery, but now rightfully belong to Gu Bei. With a menacing tone, Bibbo admonished the two thugs, urging them to flee. The ruffians, aching all over and too pained to move, dared not utter a word as they scurried away in defeat. The young girl hesitated momentarily, sensing that Bibbo's attention was diverted, before hastily escaping the scene. At this juncture, Bibbo adopted a more solemn tone, expressing, "My lord of the storm, the funds acquired today should suffice to procure all the necessary materials. What shall our next course of action be?" As the de facto controller of Bibbo, Gu Bei felt quite pleased with his subordinate's decisive nature since becoming an extraordinary being. After a brief contemplation, Gu Bei responded, "The materials from the black market will not arrive until next week. Thus, we need not fret. Our immediate concern lies with the matter of the Antigonus manuscript." Bibbo instinctively placed a large hand over his chest, only to find it devoid of the enigmatic manuscript, which had been entrusted to another long ago. However, the fate of the individual in possession of the Antigonus manuscript remains uncertain. Whether they are alive or deceased is still unknown. A sudden resolve washed over Bibbo as he decided to investigate the whereabouts of the person who had acquired the manuscript. If he could arrange for another to take his place as a sacrifice, he might extricate himself from this predicament. Wrapping himself in his black cloak, Bibbo navigated through the slums of Xilan, soon arriving at a dimly lit wooden shack. The occupant of this dwelling was once a drug addict who had committed patricide to claim his inheritance. He had kidnapped his sister's child in a greedy attempt to extort money, ultimately leading to the murder of his own nephew. A vicious hound, yet an excellent candidate for sacrifice, Bibbo offered him £1 to keep the Antigonus manuscript in his possession. The door of the wooden cabin stood ajar, and the ground was strewn with scattered mud and sand. Peering in from the outside, Bibbo observed a figure within, seemingly afflicted by the madness of the Antigonus notebook, murmuring strange incantations in a low voice and occasionally bursting into fits of manic laughter. This individual had arranged candles in the shape of a hexagram, surrounded by materials requisite for the ritual. His body appeared to be undergoing a slow transformation, taking on a grim, ashen hue reminiscent of poisoning, perhaps even more severe than that. Within the pallid skin, a grotesque visage seemed to writhe, desperately attempting to break free. Such a scene would cause even someone as extraordinary as Bibbo to tense up. After taking in the sight, he hastily exited the obscure dwelling. Despite having spent considerable time in the squalor of the slums, Bibbo's heart lacked the requisite ruthlessness. At the very least, he was not as callous as Gu Bei, who regarded the individual being dragged into the abyss by the Antigonus notebook with indifference, seeing him merely as the detritus of society, now rendered a tool for exploitation. Moreover, the Antigonus notebook might well draw the attention of the church squad from the city of Argentina. Gu Bei had meticulously devised a plan to avoid direct confrontation with the elite squad of the city, whose strength reached ranks 8 and even 7. As a rank 9 himself, even bolstered by symbiotic enhancement, Gu Bei could scarcely contend with those of rank 7. Gu Bei released his rank 8 aura, its emblem nearly fully illuminated, save for a single aspect that remained dormant, the 30 milliliters of ghost shark blood. Just a step away from completion, Gu Bei instructed Bibbo, "Do not venture out easily in the coming days. Once we acquire the ghost shark blood, everything will be resolved." Bibbo, somewhat exhilarated, found his yearning for the ordinary overwhelming, given his sudden entanglement in such extraordinary events. Clad in a black trench coat, he soon vanished at the end of Xilan Street. Meanwhile, the unfortunate soul tormented by the Antigonus notebook within the dim abode began to wail incessantly, the sound piercing and mournful, reaching the ears of many nearby. In the slums, no one dared to intervene, aware that it could lead to a bloody conflict, ultimately resulting in greater losses. Most suppressed their unease to sleep, knowing that longevity often hinges on avoiding unnecessary entanglements. They tossed and turned, struggling to find rest. Yet, a small fraction of the population consisted of the kind-hearted citizens of Argentina, who, despite their impoverished circumstances, remained willing to assist others. When faced with the misfortunes of others, they chose not to turn a blind eye, but rather to report to the authorities. In the dead of night, the police station in the Xilan district of Argentina received word from informants, suspecting that someone was disturbing the peace by slaughtering pigs in the slum area. The officers cursed the wretch responsible for such nocturnal chaos, adding to their burdensome workload. Donning their uniforms, they hurried to the obscure dwelling, only to be met with a bizarre scene. Through the half-open portal, they beheld a figure gradually transforming into a malevolent spirit. The police, paralyzed with fear, gaped in silence. too terrified to utter a sound. They carefully extricated themselves from the obscure dwelling, and the police captain, trembling, uttered, "OLL, summon the church members immediately." The officer dispatched to relay the message swiftly departed, leaving the remaining officers quaking in the shadows of the dim abode. The messenger arrived at a security company named Blackthorn, which ostensibly functioned as a security firm but was, in truth, a faction of the church dedicated to thwarting malevolent forces. Upon arrival, OLL conveyed all he knew to the attendant. The enigmatic figure, Klein, regarded the direction of the Sealand district pensively and remarked, "Rituals and malevolent spirits, could it be?" Announcement, please take note originally. I intended to craft a narrative set in the world of the enigmatic sovereign, but most readers showed disinterest. Thus I have resolved to rewrite the tale in a new world. Should readers desire a particular realm, feel free to establish a discussion, and I shall adapt accordingly. Feeling weary, I shall leave it at that for now. On the cruise ship, the salty sea breeze enveloped them. Gu Bei summoned the system panel, inquiring calmly, "System, from whence does Sequence 9 originate?" His voice was steady, devoid of panic. The system no longer demanded traversal energy from Gu Bei. Instead, it elucidated the origins of Sequence 9. It was one of the 22 divine sequences prepared by the system for its host, and upon reaching the pinnacle, one would become a guardian of the system. This brief exchange stirred a tempest within Gu Bei's heart. The notion of becoming a guardian of the system. Was it possible that this system was not merely a tool for traversal, but rather an unparalleled inheritance from the cosmos, serendipitously encountered by him? Furthermore, from the system's implication, it suggested that others might also possess traversing systems. Having received this crucial information, Gu Bei pondered, resting his chin upon his hand. What must I do to acquire the subsequent sequences? Beep, beep, beep. The system emitted a warning sound, indicating that this was premium content, requiring the expenditure of 5 traversal energies to obtain further details. For a fleeting moment, Gu Bei felt an intense rage bubbling within him. "You greedy entity. I could very well forsake your cosmic inheritance." After chastising the system internally, Gu Bei faced the reality to uncover the secrets of the system. He begrudgingly paid the exorbitant price of 5 points of traversal energy, a considerable sum. Upon receiving Gu Bei's tribute of traversal energy, the system emitted a jubilant series of beeps. Traverse into the world of Naruto, possessing the essence of Naruto Uzumaki, with a chance to trigger sequence tasks. This was a piece of information of paramount importance, traversal and tasks. Gu Bei contemplated the potential of the tasks ahead. In the Naruto universe, the early stages relied on a blend of intellect and ninjutsu, while the latter stages devolved into a realm dominated by those wielding power through lineage. Analyzing the highest combat capabilities in this world with the naked eye, one could conclude that it surpassed that of the pirate world and could rival even the lower-level cultivators from the vast universe. At the very least, the shining sun of the other shore could not unleash a tailed beast bomb with a mere flick of his wrist. In the world of Naruto, there exists a skill that Gu Bei desires. The first of these is Naruto Uzumaki's shadow clone technique. While this ability may not significantly enhance combat prowess, it serves as an excellent tool for training. The experience gained by the shadow clones is fully transferred to the original body once the clones dissipate. Gu Bei possesses a meditation skill that allows the clones to engage in meditation, thus rapidly elevating his skill levels. Presently, Gu Bei has reached level 17. Yet his primary skills hover around level 13, far from their potential. In his current state, Gu Bei would have no difficulty in lower martial realms, where opponents possess similarly modest skill levels, making victories seem effortless. However, should he venture into worlds like Heavenly Silkworm or battle through the heavens, one can only imagine the likes of Yifan or Xiao Yan, each having perfected their skills. A lack of high-level skills would inevitably lead to future setbacks. After much contemplation, Gu Bei resolved that, whether for the sake of the system's divine sequence or for his own development, a journey to the Naruto world was imperative. Moreover, he harbored some ulterior motives. If he were to acquire the impure world reincarnation technique in the Naruto universe, it would be a dream come true, allowing him to resurrect the first Hokage and claim him as his secret weapon, capable of determining the outcome of the Ninja World War. Imagining resurrecting a sage or even a great emperor in the heavenly silkworm world conjured visions of cataclysmic battles. The thought alone sent a thrill through Gu Bei, who then coughed lightly to regain his composure. Opening the system panel, he quickly located the Naruto dimension. With a grin, he confirmed his choice. Entering the Naruto world required 30 units of traversal energy. Curious, Gu Bei inquired how much energy would be needed to bring Shang along. The system promptly extinguished that notion, indicating that transporting the Divine King body would cost an additional 100 units of traversal energy. Gu Bei grimaced at this revelation. Although Shang was indeed a Divine King body, she had not undergone any training and remained fundamentally mortal, yet the system demanded such a steep price. What then? Would the cost be to bring a fragmented, chaotic body into the Naruto world? It would be exorbitant. With a flowing, black liquid form, Gu Bei concluded his symbiotic relationship with Shang, gradually extricating himself from her body, a puddle of black liquid left behind on the cruise ship. Shang's fair visage bore no emotion as she nodded gently. After advising her, Gu Bei began to contemplate his identity upon entering the Naruto universe. With only 15 points of energy remaining, he could exchange for 3 identities. 1. Naruto Uzumaki, the underachiever of his class, who harbors the nine-tails fox within. 2. Sasuke Uchiha, the handsome and top-performing student possessing Uchiha lineage. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Haruno Sakura, the class's foremost infatuated girl, harbored a profound affection for Sasuke. As for Gu Bei, his choice, without a shred of doubt, was the spirited Naruto Uzumaki, driven by a desire to unravel the mysteries of the system, particularly the secret of attaining divinity. While Uchiha Sasuke boasted a commendable lineage, it paled in comparison to the vast multiverse, rendering it unremarkable. After depleting all his energy for traversing realms, Gu Bei confirmed his choice. The overwhelming force of spatial power enveloped him, arriving from a distant realm, causing everything around him to blur. Shang, standing nearby, bid farewell to Gu Bei's departure. Even as an untrained mortal, she sensed the immense power of the journey. She lingered until Gu Bei's figure completely vanished before finally departing the cruise ship. Guided by the forces of space, Gu Bei swiftly arrived in the Naruto world. It was a park overrun with weeds, where the benches were cloaked in dust, and the park's amenities lay in disrepair. The only intact feature was a solitary swing. A boy with golden hair, clad in a yellow high-neck jacket, bore 3 faint marks on his face and sat upon the swing. Illuminated by the slanting rays of the setting sun, 3 boys, dressed in thin woolen attire and sporting band-aids on their foreheads, clearly the mischievous type, stood at the edge of the park, pointing and laughing at the golden-haired child on the swing. "Isn't that the fox demon? Keep your distance. He has caused many deaths. Look at him. He resembles a dog. He. As the saying goes, children's words are unfiltered, yet they can be the most hurtful." The 3 boys cruelly taunted the golden-haired child's wounds, showing no remorse, their faces alight with malice. The golden-haired child was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. The evening breeze grew colder as it swept through, yet Naruto continued to sway on the swing, feigning ignorance to the boys' jeers. Clearly displeased, the boys pouted. "That monster isn't leaving. We can't play on the swing." One boy picked up a hefty stone and proposed, "Let us throw rocks at him." The others brightened at this idea. "If he doesn't leave soon, we'll hurl stones at him." Eager to act, they remained oblivious to the potential harm their stones could inflict upon Naruto. Naruto's expression darkened further, and the swing began to slow. He felt compelled to depart. This was not the first instance. He had previously attempted to argue with them but had only endured brutal beatings. A voice softly echoed, "What's the matter? Are you leaving? Aren't you going to vent your frustrations on them?" The calm tone prompted Naruto to glance around, yet he could not discern the voice's owner. A sense of dread washed over him. "Who are you? Why can I hear you? Who am I?" The voice paused before responding with a hint of amusement. "I am the fox demon that resides within your body." Clearly, the voice did not belong to the Nine-Tails, but rather to Gu Bei, who had cleverly assumed the identity of a fox demon. Gu Bei perceived the Nine-Tails within Naruto, baring its fangs in displeasure at the usurpation of its title. However, it seemed that the beast was powerless to confront Gu Bei, as the sealing technique left by the 4th generation effectively subdued it. Having acquired an impeccable identity, Gu Bei seductively proposed, "I can bestow upon you great power, enabling you to exact vengeance upon those who have humiliated you. If you desire, they may even suffer a significant consequence." This declaration sent a shiver through Naruto. As a young boy, he yearned for retribution against those who had tormented him. His mischievous antics were merely a plea for recognition, a desire to be seen in a more favorable light. Naruto craved acknowledgement, even if it came through strength. In a fleeting moment, Naruto found himself tempted, asking, "If I accept your power, will I die?" Despite his youth, he understood the principle of equivalent exchange, without a cost. How could one hope to grow stronger? Yet, his thoughts soon shifted. he dismissed the concern, realizing that the prospect of recognition outweighed the fear of death. He was a most compliant host, precisely the kind that Gu Bei favored. However, Gu Bei had no intention of cohabiting with Naruto just yet, as such a union would likely attract the attention of the other inhabitants of the Hidden Leaf Village. He resolved to wait until Naruto mastered the shadow clone technique before considering parasitism. For the moment, bestowing upon Naruto a rank 9 power would suffice to navigate the current predicament. A gentle voice resonated within Naruto's being. "Naruto, I grant you rank 9. A warm surge of energy flooded through Naruto's limbs and body. Having grown up on instant ramen, Naruto had long suffered from nutritional deficiencies, leaving his body weak. Yet, under Gu Bei's bestowed power, Naruto's life force was revitalized, brimming with vitality. Now, as a mere student of the Ninja Academy, not even a genin, Naruto had never experienced such abundant strength. He swung his arms in astonishment, discovering the immense power contained within. It felt as if he could effortlessly shatter boulders with a single punch. Stunned, he stammered, realizing he had not sacrificed anything yet had gained extraordinary power. Meanwhile, a trio of unruly children observed Naruto's reluctance to relinquish the swing set. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a growing impatience. Having long excluded Gu Bei, they resolved to teach this park swing hog a lesson. "Get lost, fox demon," they shouted, hurling stones in an arc towards Naruto, their laughter ringing out. "I'll throw it hardest and smash his head open." Naruto's ears perked up, catching their taunts, and a flicker of anger ignited within him. He had arrived at the park first, claiming the swing, and yet they dared to pelt him with stones for not yielding. In the past, he had been powerless against their bullying, unable to match their strength. But today, they would not escape his wrath. 3 children hurled stones in a cross pattern, approaching Naruto's arms and forehead with alarming speed. His movements were swift and graceful, surpassing that of an average genin. The trio could scarcely perceive what Naruto had done before they felt a sharp pain coursing through their bodies. 2 of them bore deep bruises on their arms, while the third sustained a gash on his forehead, blood trickling down. They cried out in agony, the force of the stones sending them tumbling to the ground, writhing in torment as if a piece of flesh had been severed from their bodies. Naruto remained remarkably composed, responding to their intentions with equal force. The child who had aimed for Naruto's head sobbed pitifully. "How dare you strike me? Even my mother wouldn't hit me. You wretched child, you cursed fox spirit." The other 2, nursing their injuries, gritted their teeth against the pain and pointed accusingly at Naruto, declaring, "You've drawn blood. We will summon your teachers to hold you accountable." They helped each other to their feet, vowing, "We are going to fetch our parents." In the realm of childhood conflicts, the threat of involving parents or teachers looms large, especially for Naruto, akin to Gu Bei, an orphan without familial ties. The repercussions of such an action would leave him vulnerable to scorn, with no guardian to defend him. Adults, while ostensibly concerned for Naruto's well-being, would likely mock him under the guise of guidance. The thought of enduring their lectures filled Naruto with dread. He wished to evade their judgment. As he contemplated this, a frown marred his features, and he resolved to prevent the 2 departing children from escaping. However, Gu Bei interjected, "Let them go call for help. I will handle the rest." Surprised, Naruto asked, "Do you have a plan?" Gu Bei, calm and enigmatic, merely smiled in response. He not only had a strategy, but also relished the prospect of delivering a satisfying retort. The park, usually a place of solitude, buzzed with commotion today. The child with the injury on his forehead wailed incessantly, vowing to make Naruto pay dearly, his cries growing more fervent. As the evening breeze rustled Naruto's open clothing, he gazed down at the children who had once tormented him, feeling no sympathy, only a sense of revulsion. As his life mentor, Gu Bei offered a chilling suggestion. "Naruto, approach him, and with a venomous tone, declare that you will seize any opportunity to end him." The sinister advice sent shivers down one's spine. Swallowing hard, Naruto glanced at the fallen figure of his former tormentor and stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Never let me catch you alone again, or I will surely end you." With a prominent scar running down his nose, Irika was inherently kind-hearted, continuously apologizing to the 3 portly matrons along the way, his demeanor sincere. However, the trio, hands on their hips and spitting words with fervor, berated him, questioning how a teacher could fail to properly manage his students. Was the Ninja Academy simply a haven for instigating violence? The 3 fierce women, already seething with anger upon hearing that their children had been bullied, would have unleashed their fury upon Irika had they not intended to let him discipline Naruto first. Irika, with a nervous smile, attempted to downplay the situation. insisting it was merely childish play and not as serious as they claimed. My child was left in tears from being bullied. Is that merely play? If you do not provide an explanation, we will certainly cause a ruckus at your ninja academy tomorrow. Irika's expression darkened, discomfort bubbling within him, yet he could only endure. Recalling Naruto's mischievous nature, upon arriving at the park, the two children shouted, "The fox demon is in the park." Irika reprimanded them. "What do you call Naruto?" The children shrank back, while the three mothers could not tolerate their children being bullied, asserting that calling him a fox demon was simply stating the truth. Furthermore, what harm was there in children joking? Did that warrant being pelted with stones? Reluctantly, Irika allowed the matter to slide once more, but the three women were relentless. Marching into the park, one particularly sharp-faced matron, upon seeing her child on the ground with a bleeding forehead, rushed over to scoop him up. Her gaze fixated on the unscathed Naruto, her eyes seemingly ignited with fury. Had Irika not been present, she would have eagerly slapped Naruto and scolded him, declaring, "You monstrous being, if no one teaches you, I shall." With that, she raised her hand, intent on twisting Naruto's ear, her posture indicating she would not relent until she had thoroughly punished him. Just then, her larger frame loomed over Naruto, casting a shadow that obscured the setting sun. Her expression fierce. Her hand descended with a rush of wind, showcasing her strength, aiming directly for Naruto's ear. Bebe commanded Naruto, "With all your strength, bring her down." Without hesitation, Naruto, who had long harbored resentment towards these harpies for their incessant taunts and jest about his lack of parents, was fueled by newfound power. Previously powerless, he had no means to retaliate, but now, armed with strength, he refused to be demeaned. Strength was meant for survival. If it were to be wielded while still being oppressed, then what was its worth? With a slight tilt of his head, he evaded the matron's attempt to grasp his ear. Channeling his might, he unleashed a formidable punch, imbued with a gusting force, fully realizing the power granted to him. His fist connected squarely with the matron's chin. The immense strength concealed within his small frame propelled the matron's hefty body into the air. In that moment, she felt a disorienting blur before her body betrayed her, soaring towards the heavens, accompanied by a sharp pain radiating from her double chin, piercing her mind and soul. In a moment, saliva and nasal mucus flew from his mouth and nose, his eyes rolled back, and he fell into a deep unconsciousness, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astonished. The two fierce women, having never encountered such an extraordinarily powerful child, were rendered speechless. Frozen in place, Irika, who taught Naruto daily and was acutely aware of his abilities, was equally astonished. The strength to knock an adult away was certainly not something Naruto possessed, prompting him to inquire, "Naruto, what has happened to you?" Naruto, holding Irika in some regard, simply wished to avoid having his ears pulled. Their exchange sparked a glimmer of hope in the two women, who saw an opportunity to chastise Naruto. "Irika, as his teacher, shouldn't you discipline your student? He has assaulted our child." Irika, initially intending to continue his conversation with Naruto, was interrupted by the women, leaving him no choice but to adopt a serious demeanor and ask, "Naruto, did you truly harm those three children with stones?" The instigators trembled, hiding behind their mouthy guardians. Too afraid to reveal the truth, they had intended to injure Naruto. Irika pressed on, "Naruto, was it truly as they described?" "Of course not," Naruto replied emphatically. "These three have bullied me countless times. Once, they beat me so severely that I ended up in the hospital. They came over, offering me fruit, hoping I would let the matter rest. I am inherently kind and said nothing, but this time they crossed the line, and I could not refrain from retaliating." His words, spoken with dignity and resolve, were hard to believe coming from the mischievous Naruto. Upon learning the full story, Irika's expression darkened as he confronted the women. "Your children are responsible for sending Naruto to the hospital, and they must face consequences at the juvenile detention center." Irika's fierce demeanor rattled the two women, who instinctively shielded their children and began to shout, "You teachers from the Ninja Academy are protecting your own. Tomorrow, we will go straight to your principal." The two women clearly had no intention of letting the matter rest. "If the principal wants help, we will escalate to the police, and if that fails, we'll seek out the Hokage. We refuse to believe you can shield each other." The unreasonable ruckus created by the women would typically leave others at a loss for words. They were relentless, refusing to allow reason to prevail. But was Gubei an ordinary person? Certainly not. He was a man well versed in the world of the Hokage. He turned to Naruto and said, "Naruto, repeat after me." In his mind, Gubei spoke a word, and Naruto echoed it. swiftly forming a sentence. The fourth Hokage is my father, one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, is my father's mentor, and the current Hokage is my father's mentor. Feel free to seek anyone you wish. The barrage of revelations left the two fierce women utterly bewildered. In the midst of uncertainty, Naruto, an orphan, boldly proclaimed that his father was the fourth Hokage. This revelation, however, stirred disbelief, for the fourth Hokage, known as Minato Namikaze, seemed unrelated to him. Yet, neither individual dared to hastily conclude, their gaze shifting to Iruka. As a chunin and a trusted aide of the third Hokage, Iruka was well aware of the truth behind Naruto's claims, yet he was engulfed in confusion. How could Naruto possess such knowledge, especially information that should have been kept from him? Iruka's countenance fluctuated between hope and doubt. Unsure of how to inquire about Naruto's source of this information, the two women, observing Iruka's evident unease, quickly comprehended the gravity of Naruto's words. Recognizing the significance of Naruto's background, they felt an overwhelming pressure, their worlds spinning as they struggled to maintain their composure. With trembling hands, they grasped their son's arms and approached Naruto, bowing with servility. Naruto, we sincerely apologize for our previous behavior. Please do not take it to heart. What would you like to eat tomorrow? We shall procure it for you. Naruto regarded them coldly, offering no response. Their anxiety intensified. And as they noticed their son bowing in apology, they pleaded, Naruto, see, even our child is apologizing. Please do not hold a grudge against us. Yet the children remained obstinate, refusing to yield. The two women, exasperated, pinched their children's arms, eliciting cries of distress, and urged them to apologize. With tearful voices, the children finally uttered, Naruto, we are sorry. Iruka, his focus solely on Naruto, dismissed the two women, stating, you should leave. This matter no longer concerns you. Relieved, they hurriedly offered their apologies again before retreating from the perilous scene. As Naruto watched them flee, he contemplated his own hands. Is this the dignity that power brings? If so, he resolved to acquire strength. Iruka approached Naruto, squatting down to meet his gaze. Naruto, where did you learn about the recent events? Naruto, bewildered, pondered whether Iruka referred to his earlier statements. Noticing Iruka's seriousness, he began to doubt. Iruka-sensei, was everything I just said true? His youthful voice elicited a pang of sympathy. Gazing into Iruka's somewhat unfamiliar expression, Naruto felt a flicker of fear. Nonetheless, his trust in Iruka compelled him to speak the truth. It was the fox spirit within me that revealed it. Deep within Naruto's sealed body, a great fox rested upon the surface of the water, its 9 majestic tails swaying with agitation. The fox's expression darkened. A human sits sealed while the pot falls from the sky? Very well, I shall remember this grudge. Iruka recognized the positive influence of the 9 tails. A fleeting glimmer of hatred crossing his features before quickly vanishing. He took a deep breath, his expression shifting as he donned a smile. Naruto, please, do not speak of this to anyone, understood? After a moment of hesitation, Naruto nodded in agreement. Iruka gently ruffled Naruto's hair, acknowledging the trials that lay ahead for the boy. Tomorrow is the practical combat examination at the Ninja Academy. Remember not to be late. As an adult, he understood the significance of diverting the conversation. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of the upcoming examination. With his current abilities, he was certain he would shine brilliantly. That arrogant Uchiha Sasuke had only gained Sakura's favor due to his strength, hadn't he? The mere thought of defeating Sasuke and basking in the attention sent a surge of adrenaline through Naruto. With unwavering confidence, he declared to Iruka, don't worry, teacher. I won't be late tomorrow, and I will defeat Uchiha Sasuke. Iruka couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile at Naruto's carefree demeanor. This boy remained as foolishly optimistic as ever. However, considering Naruto's current prowess, he might genuinely stand a chance against Sasuke. In terms of reaction speed and strength, Naruto had already surpassed the average genin. Although Sasuke was formidable for his age, he paled in comparison to the Naruto of now. To celebrate your victory tomorrow, let us indulge in some ramen. It's on me. Naruto immediately agreed with Iruka's suggestion, exclaiming, great. At a Chiraka Ramen, Iruka treated Naruto to a bowl of udon noodles. The flavor was rich and the texture delightful. With a wave, Naruto dashed out of the shop. Once Naruto had completely departed, Iruka crossed his fingers beneath his chin. The light-hearted expression on his face replaced by a serious demeanor. The seal on the 9 tails had loosened. This matter needed to be reported to the third Hokage. As the fox spirit, Gubei felt compelled to remind Naruto, Naruto, do you not have any questions regarding your parents? oblivious to the weight of the inquiry. Naruto's interest was piqued. Can you tell me? It was evident that Naruto understood Irika could not divulge the truth, so he placed his hopes on Gubei. With a knowing smile, Gubei responded, fully aware of the truth, yet recognizing that revealing it to Naruto would serve no beneficial purpose. He needed Naruto to undertake certain tasks. Naruto, if you truly wish to uncover the truth about your parents, seek out the scroll of the sealing book in the Konoha confidential chamber. Learn the techniques of the shadow clone jutsu and the reanimation jutsu, and I shall reveal everything you desire to know. Taken aback by Gubei's demands, Naruto hesitated. The notion of stealing the sealing book and mastering its jutsu in exchange for the truth seemed utterly illogical. After a prolonged silence, Gubei remarked, if you are unwilling, there is little I can do. Employing a tactic of feigned indifference, Gubei observed as Naruto became flustered. Presently, Gubei represented Naruto's South Soul Avenue to understanding his heritage, and he could not afford to relinquish that opportunity. Although defeating Sasuke at the Ninja Academy tomorrow and winning Sakura's affection holds great allure for Naruto, his deeper concern lies with his own heritage. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, tomorrow, I shall attend to the matter you entrusted to me. I sincerely hope you will not go back on your word. Chapter 49. The acquisition of the sealed book. The following day, within the Ninja Academy of the Hidden Leaf Village, a throng of students chattered excitedly on the playground, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming competition. This flamboyant contest piqued the interest of both boys and girls alike. The boys yearned to showcase their formidable prowess, while the girls delighted in the prospect of witnessing their beloved Sasuke effortlessly vanquish his opponents, cheering him on with fervor. Sasuke, with his raven black hair and striking features, wore a stoic expression, exhibiting a remarkable indifference towards all matters save for his singular obsession, the eradication of Itachi Uchiha. He deemed the competition tedious. In his eyes, there were virtually no rivals among his peers, rendering the event unworthy of his enthusiasm. Irika, the nurturing instructor, was acutely aware of Sasuke's disinterest and, amidst his duties managing the students, turned to Sasuke with a smile, saying, Sasuke, Naruto's strength this time is quite formidable. From my observations, he has at least reached the rank of a genin. Oh, Sasuke's eyes flickered with intrigue. The prospect of challenging a worthy opponent appealed to him, as it presented an opportunity to hone his skills. However, the other girls scoffed, asserting that the underachiever could never match Sasuke's might, claiming Irika had overestimated him. Even Sakura candidly remarked, that fool Naruto wouldn't stand a chance against Sasuke, even if he fought with one hand tied behind his back. A gaggle of girls chimed in, idolizing Sasuke as they fawned over him. Yet, Sasuke remained unfazed. His focus was on gauging his own strength rather than indulging in the flattery of admirers. He stood coolly amidst the crowd, awaiting his duel with Naruto. As the girls lamented their idol's silence, they directed their frustrations toward Naruto, exclaiming, that insufferable underachiever. He has made Sasuke unwilling to speak with us. Just wait. Sasuke will surely teach him a lesson. In that moment, all attention was riveted on the impending clash between Sasuke and Naruto. As time elapsed, Irika glanced at the clock, then blew a whistle tied around his neck to signify the commencement of the match. First match, Sasuke versus Naruto. In the arena, Sasuke had prepared himself, standing confidently at the center. His eyes gleamed with anticipation for the impending battle. He was resolute in his belief that he would not falter, even against a mere genin. The girls, captivated by Sasuke's concentration, gazed at him with admiration, wishing for Naruto to be swiftly defeated to preserve Sasuke's allure. However, as they waited, Naruto failed to appear in the arena. Irika, wearing an awkward expression, surveyed the area and began to inquire with other children if they had seen Naruto. Soon, he reached the disheartening conclusion. Naruto had not come to school, rendering the match null and void. What? Sasuke exclaimed, his eyes widening in frustration. He had been fully prepared for battle, only to be stood up by Naruto. That bastard, he muttered under his breath, incensed. The other girls were equally taken aback. Wasn't he, that underachiever, always so eager to compete with Sasuke to prove his strength? His absence was utterly unacceptable. They collectively felt a surge of indignation for Sasuke, vowing to chastise Naruto when next they encountered him for abandoning the match. A group of them were furious about Naruto's withdrawal. Yet Naruto himself expressed indifference towards this particular contest, as he had far more pressing matters at hand, uncovering the truth of his lineage. Before the confidential chamber of Konoha, 2 Chunin-level ninjas stood guard. Every 20 minutes, a pair of other ninjas would arrive to relieve them of their duty. Additionally, every 15 minutes, a trio of Chunin patrolling teams would pass by this location. Concealed behind a wall in front of the confidential chamber, Naruto noted that the situation mirrored his investigation precisely, which brought him a sense of relief. The circumstances align with my findings. If I seize the opportunity during the handover, I can stealthily gain entry, he mused. Naruto's plan was to slip into the confidential chamber during the Chunin's transition. This scheme was reckless, akin to having no plan at all. Typically, such an endeavor would result in immediate capture by those within the chamber. However, Gubei unexpectedly placed his trust in Naruto. In the first episode of the anime, Naruto had successfully pilfered the Book of Seals, a feat that, in retrospect, seemed utterly illogical. How could he have evaded the watchful eyes of so many Chunin? The only plausible explanation was that Naruto's theft of the book was tacitly approved by the third Hokage. This was the privilege of an official's offspring. Gubei had actually intended to persuade Naruto to boldly stride in and steal the Book of Seals before everyone's eyes, believing it might be even more exhilarating. However, Naruto deemed this approach inappropriate and thus refrained from acting on it. Time slipped away swiftly, and one of the Chunin, sporting stubble, patted the shoulder of his companion, declaring, "All right, we can leave now." The other Chunin, bewildered, glanced around, noting that the reliever had yet to arrive, and suggested waiting a moment longer. The stubbled Chunin exchanged a knowing glance towards Naruto's direction. The other Chunin appeared contemplative. They reached a silent agreement to head to Ichiraku Ramen after their shift, departing one after the other with smiles, inadvertently leaving a gap at the confidential chamber. The sudden opportunity left Naruto momentarily stunned. How had those two simply walked away? Aware of certain matters, Gubei refrained from revealing too much and merely urged Naruto to swiftly acquire the Book of Seals. The reminder jolted Naruto into action. The primary objective of his endeavor was to secure the Book of Seals, oblivious to the actions of others. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the absence of guards, and with newfound courage, he dashed into the confidential chamber at his swiftest pace. To his delight, the door of the chamber was mysteriously unlocked, allowing him to enter successfully. Inside, the room was filled with wooden racks displaying scrolls, arranged in rows, 12 in total. Among them, the Book of Seals stood out prominently on a solitary wooden table, encased beneath a glass cover. Naruto murmured to himself, "A table all to itself, it certainly holds significance." Without uttering a word, Naruto lifted the glass cover and seized the Book of Seals. His gaze was sharp and unwavering. Soon, by mastering the skills demanded by Gubei, he would uncover the truth of his lineage. A surge of excitement coursed through him. Were it not for the prevailing circumstances, he would have settled on the ground to delve into ninjutsu immediately. Fortunately, Naruto retained his clarity of mind, understanding the necessity of exiting the secret chamber before embarking on his study of ninjutsu. He envisioned the perfect location, the forest of Konohagakure, a place devoid of any prying eyes. Assessing the situation outside, Naruto sprang forth with the swiftness of a cheetah, racing away. Chapter 50. The Forbidden Technique of Impure World Reincarnation. Within the vast expanse of the forest of Konoha, towering ancient trees stand united, their heights varying in harmonious disarray. While deeper within the woodland, formidable beasts roam freely. A mere child of ordinary means may find peril in this wilderness, falling prey to the lurking predators. Yet, Naruto, endowed with the strength of a sailor, remains undaunted by these colossal creatures. Should they dare approach, he would not hesitate to impart a lesson upon them. At this moment, Naruto sits cross-legged upon the grassy earth, gradually unrolling the scroll of the forbidden techniques. As the scroll unfurls, a plethora of ninja terminologies reveals itself before him. Naruto embarks on an intense contemplation, striving to master the techniques of the Shadow Clone Jutsu and subsequently, the art of impure world reincarnation. Meanwhile, within Naruto's very essence, Gubei receives a long-anticipated mission. Mission: Master of Ninjutsu. Mission description: Naruto's desire to uncover his lineage and his unprecedented ambition for strength have reached a fervent peak. Mission requirement: assist Naruto in mastering 2 S-rank or higher ninjutsu techniques. Gubei, poised to inquire about the potential ramifications of the God sequence on himself, finds the system preemptively issuing a warning. Divine Battlefield, level 20. New terminologies abound, indicating that the system's nature is far more intricate than he had previously surmised. Currently, at level 17, Gubei has yet to reach the coveted 20th tier. However, his abilities approach an extraordinary caliber, possessing the Dou Po, the unyielding heavenly technique, in a fragmented chaotic body. with prospects of acquiring both the Shadow Clone and Impure World reincarnation techniques in the future. While lost in thought, Naruto successfully completes the learning of the Shadow Clone Jutsu. With swift hand seals, his chakra reacts. A resounding bang echoes through the forest as numerous Narutos materialize. Thus, the Shadow Clone Jutsu is accomplished. A smile graces Naruto's face, yet it swiftly fades into frustration, for the intricacies of the Impure World reincarnation technique elude him entirely. The seals and inscriptions of the Impure World reincarnation were taught at the Ninja Academy, yet Naruto's lack of diligence during his studies has left him bewildered. Nevertheless, he devises a plan. He forcefully commits the technique's content to memory, ensuring that he can later consult Iruka to gradually unravel the mysteries of the Impure World reincarnation. Turning to Gubei, Naruto queries, having mastered the Shadow Clone Jutsu and memorized the Impure World reincarnation technique, may I now learn about my parents? Gubei, of course, cannot divulge any information to Naruto just yet. At the very least, Naruto must first complete his study of the Impure World reincarnation technique before Gubei can share what he knows. Unperturbed, Gubei recalls their initial agreement. Naruto, we had a pact. You must complete your ninjutsu studies before I can reveal the truth to you. Deprived of the truth, Naruto feels disheartened, yet he remains resolute. Determined to expedite his learning of ninjutsu, eager to extract the revelations regarding his identity from Gubei. At that moment, a rustling sound emerges from the distant forest. As ninjas traverse the branches of ancient trees, ultimately discovering Naruto, who has been pilfering the scroll of forbidden techniques. With peculiar expressions, the Nin descended from the heights to the ground, having encountered Naruto's mischievous antics on numerous occasions. With a stern demeanor, one of them addressed Naruto. How could you possibly steal the Book of Sealing? Naruto chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head as he shoved the book aside. I merely wished to play a prank and see if you would be concerned. You rascal. The Nin were left speechless, realizing that it was imperative for the third Hokage to personally discipline him. Upon hearing the mention of the third Hokage, Naruto's expression shifted. He certainly feared the man. He quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, "No need for the third to come. I've already recognized my mistake, and I won't repeat it." Naruto's unexpected admission of guilt left the Nin momentarily taken aback. Has this lad truly changed his ways, admitting fault voluntarily? Just as they intended to lecture him, Naruto, not one to be outsmarted, swiftly performed the Shadow Clone technique. With a resounding bang, a multitude of Narutos appeared in the forest. Nin sans, I shall take my leave. He grinned mischievously, and with the aid of his numerous clones and familiarity with the forest, he vanished from their sight in the blink of an eye. Astonishment spread among the assembled ninjas as they beheld the clones of Naruto leaping and bounding throughout the forest. The Shadow Clone technique? My heavens, has he truly mastered it? The dense throng of clones revealed the truth to the Nin. Naruto had not only grasped the technique, but had seemingly become quite formidable. In comparison to them, he appeared to be closing the gap. A wave of bewilderment washed over the group as they pondered when Naruto had grown so powerful, utilizing his newly acquired ninjutsu. Naruto eluded his predicament, his spirit soaring. The potency of such powerful ninjutsu indeed held remarkable effects. Observing Naruto's elation, Gubei could easily discern his thoughts. While the Shadow Clone technique was formidable in its early stages, its greatest utility lay in learning. Each clone represented multiple times the efficiency in study. Gubei hoped fervently that Naruto would swiftly master the reanimation jutsu. Thus he urged, each clone retains a connection to your essence. If you allow them to study, their knowledge will be relayed back to you, enabling you to grasp the reanimation jutsu more swiftly. The voice resonating within Naruto startled him. The Shadow Clone technique possesses such incredible benefits? Gubei continued to guide him, outlining the path ahead. From this day forth, immerse yourself in the study of the reanimation jutsu. Aside from essential matters, there is no need to attend the Ninja Academy. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto realized that his most pressing concern was to uncover the truth of his lineage. Thus, the Academy's curriculum lost its significance. Very well, from today onward, I shall forego the Academy and devote myself solely to my studies. Under Gubei's persuasion, Naruto plunged into the depths beneath a small waterfall not far from Konoha, wholeheartedly dedicating himself to the study of the reanimation jutsu. Naturally, this endeavor included various forms of training, as the conditions for casting the reanimation jutsu were indeed quite demanding. As time progressed, Naruto gradually grew stronger and began to master the essence of the Impure World reincarnation technique. On this day, He embarked on his inaugural use of this forbidden jutsu. To his astonishment, the individual he chose to resurrect was Chapter 51. Shadow Clone. Beneath the waterfall where Naruto was training, a chilling wind began to stir. The icy sensation seeped into the hearts of those present, wrapping around them like an unshakable shroud. A group approached the waterfall, greeted by this eerie gust, causing them all to shudder involuntarily. Iruka, the team leader, was particularly concerned. Naruto had not attended the Ninja Academy for nearly a month, only occasionally dropping by to ask questions, and Iruka feared something might be amiss. Among the students, Sasuke harbored lingering feelings of resentment regarding Naruto's avoidance of their battle and insisted on coming to discover the truth. With Sasuke's presence, the girls inevitably followed, as they were often drawn to him. Why are we specifically looking for that underachiever? He might have gotten caught stealing and is too embarrassed to show up at school. When I see him, I'll make sure to teach him a lesson. A voice, filled with annoyance, startled the crowd. The onlookers exchanged glances, puzzled by Sasuke's outburst, and fell silent in their complaints. Iruka noticed the commotion behind him, but quickly quelled it, choosing to focus instead on the task at hand. He gradually halted his steps. Arriving at the waterfall where Naruto was practicing, a boy with yellow hair, arms crossed, standing impassively ahead. The boy spoke in a somewhat frigid tone. Iruka-sensei, please wait. You cannot pass here. The coldness in his voice left Iruka momentarily stunned. Was this still the Naruto he knew? Confused, he called out, Naruto? Before Iruka could engage in conversation with Naruto, Sasuke stepped forward from the crowd, his expression dark and his steps heavy. Naruto. It's finally time for us to settle our battle, he declared. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, furrowing his brow. Battle? It appeared that Naruto was entirely oblivious to the situation at hand. Such a dismissive attitude only fueled Sasuke's anger further. He clenched his fists and shouted, enough talk. Let us compete today. With a powerful kick against the ground, Sasuke propelled himself toward Naruto with remarkable speed, too swift for the eye to follow. The girls merely felt a gust of wind as Sasuke reached Naruto in an instant. They were unfazed, their cheeks flushed and buoyant, as if intoxicated, cheering exuberantly for Sasuke to teach that underachiever a lesson. Sasuke's demeanor remained stern. As the top student in the class, his taijutsu was formidable. He crouched low, attempting to evade Naruto's line of sight, and then unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Naruto's face. The force behind this strike was tremendous. Any ordinary person struck by it would likely be bedridden for weeks. The angle was masterfully executed, nearly the pinnacle of what could be taught at the Ninja Academy. Iruka's heart raced as he witnessed Sasuke's punch. The sheer power behind it was alarming, and he knew that if it were directed at another student, he would have intervened. For such ferocity was indeed excessive for a fellow student. The punch's wind rushed dangerously close to Naruto's collar. A victorious smile crept on Sasuke's lips, as he thought to himself that perhaps Iruka-sensei's description of a lower-ranked ninja was not far from the truth. In the next moment, Naruto made his move. His action was simple. He gently pushed forward as if this were not a battle, but merely a child's play. This gentle push, although unhurried, caused an immense discomfort to Sasuke. Sasuke felt an enigmatic quality in Naruto's push and attempted to counter it, only to discover that no matter how he altered his approach, it seemed futile. It appeared that every avenue of retreat had been sealed by Naruto. This revelation left Sasuke astounded. For such a scenario could only arise when there exists a significant disparity in strength between the two combatants. Why was this situation manifesting between him and Naruto? A startling thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning, and he blurted out, "Just what are you?" Sasuke, sprawled on the ground, wore an expression of pain. Supporting himself with one hand, he struggled to rise, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "How could you be so strong?" Sasuke. A group of girls gasped, encircling him with concern for his injuries. In that moment, many cast furtive glances at Naruto, eager to discern what made him different from usual. Yet they found nothing amiss. Iruka's expression was equally remarkable. He believed in Naruto's potential to defeat Sasuke, yet the ease with which he accomplished it was truly unexpected. It seemed that Naruto's strength was advancing towards that of a Nin. This was astonishing. Naruto was merely around 12 years old, yet if he possessed Nin level power, his talent surely surpassed that of Kakashi in his youth. Iruka suppressed his shock and endeavored to keep his tone steady, asking, "Naruto, why aren't you attending the Ninja Academy?" Naruto, who had just repelled Sasuke with a single strike, appeared nonchalant. In the course of a month, he had experienced significant growth. Training in ninjutsu? His words stirred a wave of astonishment. If Naruto's current strength still required time to hone his ninjutsu, One could only wonder at the level of ninjutsu he was aiming for. Many swallowed nervously, deeply wary of Naruto's capabilities. This individual's power likely far exceeded that of his peers. Iruka, with the keen insight of a nin, swiftly pinpointed the crux of the matter. Others, momentarily taken aback, soon realized the truth in Iruka's words. Naruto claimed to have trained behind the waterfall. Who was this he referred to? Naruto, unreserved in his explanation, stated, "This is one of my shadow clones. My real self is still behind the waterfall." At this revelation, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Their words faltering as they murmured, "Shadow clone? You defeated Sasuke using just a shadow clone?" Naruto nodded. His classmates gasped, their mouths agape and eyes wide as saucers, rendered speechless by the magnitude of their astonishment. The weight of their shock coalesced within them, leaving them with no outlet for their disbelief. Within the waterfall, the chilling winds intensified. His words were resolute, leaving no room for contradiction. Naruto seemed to have truly matured. This was undoubtedly more thrilling than the contents of the book itself. Chapter 52, The Tremor of the Chunin Surrounded by a Waterfall. The atmosphere was expected to be humid due to the ample moisture in the air. However, the reality was quite the opposite. The tension was palpable, fueled by the stubbornness of Iruka and Naruto. Iruka towered over Naruto, his gaze embodying the responsibility of a teacher, resolute in his intent not to relent until he had brought Naruto to submission. Observing Iruka's unwavering determination, Naruto realized that further persuasion would be futile. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Iruka-sensei, I must apologize." Iruka felt a tremor in his heart. He had never imagined facing off against Naruto one day. Nevertheless, for Naruto's sake, Iruka felt compelled to act. His dark-hued arms moved steadily toward the ninja pouch secured at his waist. "Be careful, Naruto." The onlookers could only witness Iruka's hands flying with remarkable speed and precision as he launched 3 shuriken with a unique technique. This maneuver was swift, accurate, and lethal. Each shuriken was a deadly projectile. The students, having never witnessed such a level of skill, stood frozen, internally acknowledging, "So this is the prowess of a Chunin? Powerful. Incomparable to our levels." Among the students, Sasuke, the strongest, was also taken aback by Iruka's technique. Having trained under Itachi Uchiha, he was acutely aware of the destructive capacity of those 3 shuriken. He realized that only a top-tier genin would have a chance to counter them. The Naruto before him was merely a shadow clone. Even if he could evade the shuriken, he would likely sustain severe injuries. Sasuke fixated on the unfolding battle, hoping to glean experience from the exchange. The opponent he once dismissed had now become a source of inspiration. It was undeniable that a profound transformation had taken place within Naruto. The air around them grew tense, as if the chill of a harsh autumn had descended due to the presence of the 3 shuriken. With every fiber of his being taut, Naruto's gaze remained fixed on the deadly projectiles, attuning himself to the flow of the wind. With a surge of energy, he vanished from his position. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of iron meeting stone echoed as all 3 shuriken struck nothing but air, embedding themselves into a massive boulder, which instantly fractured like spider silk spreading across its surface. What? Iruka's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could Naruto's clone have evaded his 3 shuriken? It was crucial to note that he had not held back in this assault. A faint sound, akin to the buzzing of a fly, reached Iruka's ears, prompting him to exclaim, "Not good." Behind him, Naruto had already materialized. With a powerful thrust of his left foot, he kicked out, the force of which cracked the ground beneath him, illustrating the might of his strike. As a Chunin, Iruka's taijutsu far surpassed that of a genin. He skillfully sidestepped to narrowly evade the blow from Naruto's leg. Failing to land his strike, Naruto swiftly retreated, creating distance between them. The exchange between the two was a breathtaking display of skill and speed, leaving the spectators gasping for breath. Naruto's classmates could hardly believe the astonishing spectacle before them. Rubbing their eyes in disbelief, they gasped at the revelation that Naruto had evaded Iruka-sensei's shuriken. Good heavens! His speed is extraordinary. Sasuke clenched his fists, astonished that Naruto not only dodged the attack, but also retaliated against Iruka. How could he achieve such prowess at such a young age? Even the girls who admired Sasuke found their opinions of Naruto shifting, their faces flushed with a mix of embarrassment and admiration. So, Naruto is truly formidable. In the midst of the crowd, Sakura cast a glance at Sasuke, then at Naruto, and found herself contemplating that perhaps the disparity in their appearances was not as pronounced as she once thought. On the sun-baked earth, the battle between Iruka and Naruto continued unabated. Aware of Naruto's remarkable agility, Iruka resolved to alter his combat strategy. If the shuriken could not secure a swift victory, he would resort to ninjutsu instead. With a swift series of hand seals, Iruka declared Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, 4 identical Irukas appeared alongside the original, creating a formidable quintet. This number was beyond what any student could typically achieve. Even if a student could conjure 4 clones, they would likely falter in the heat of battle. Iruka's clones, however, were indistinguishable from the original and maintained fluidity in combat, without a special ability like Byakugan. Discerning the true Iruka was nearly impossible. Drawing a kunai from his leg, Iruka warned, "Naruto, here I come." Naruto's gaze sharpened as he faced the 5 Irukas, struggling to identify which one was the genuine teacher. With a calm demeanor, Naruto addressed Iruka, "I really don't want to fight." If Naruto attempted to evade one of the Iruka's attacks, he would inevitably fall prey to one of the others. He needed to uncover the real Iruka, or defeat was certain. The tension in the air heightened as Naruto found himself in a predicament, prompting gasps from the onlookers. Indeed, Iruka-sensei was exceptionally strong. While Naruto displayed remarkable skill, he was still no match for Iruka's expertise. The Shadow Clone Jutsu was merely the most fundamental of techniques. Iruka had an arsenal of other strategies at his disposal. Some girls watched with concern, clearly worried for Naruto's safety. Yet, Naruto displayed no signs of anxiety. He remained composed, observing the approaching Iruka, and then said, "I'm sorry, Iruka-sensei." In a moment of clarity, Iruka caught sight of Naruto's body shifting, as if 4 identical Narutos were springing forth from where he stood. "What?" Iruka was taken aback, nearly stumbling to the ground. His arm, clutching the kunai, trembled slightly as he stammered, "Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu." Acknowledging the technique, Naruto confirmed, "Indeed, this is the Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu." In a fleeting moment, 5 Narutos surged forth, akin to manifestations of divine prowess, each adopting a distinct stance, kicking, punching, and elbowing with unrestrained fervor, effectively sealing off all avenues of assault for Iruka. Caught utterly off guard, Iruka, a nin of modest capability, found himself struck squarely in the face by this audacious boy, sent reeling backwards. Fortunately, Iruka's formidable strength allowed him to execute a mid-air maneuver, landing on his feet and crouching low, with one hand braced against the ground, thus dissipating the force of the blow and avoiding any significant embarrassment. The 5 Narutos stood in a row, their collective presence imposing like an insurmountable mountain range. Naruto reiterated, "Iruka-sensei, my training in ninjutsu is nearly complete. Only upon its conclusion may you proceed." Countless strategies flitted through Iruka's mind, contemplating how to vanquish Naruto's shadow clone technique. Yet the thought of Naruto's unparalleled speed instilled a moment of hesitation. As he gazed at the resolute child before him, he experienced an uncanny sensation, as if he were beholding the 4th Hokage. With a deep exhale, Iruka conceded, "Very well, once your training is concluded, I shall enter." Chapter 53. The Arrival of Minato Namikaze. His strength, should he truly wish to take Naruto away, would render the 5 shadow clones of Naruto utterly powerless. After all, he is an authentic nin, proficient in a myriad of jutsu, with an undeniable prowess. Even though Naruto has rapidly enhanced his abilities under Gubei's guidance, he still falls far short of matching Iruka. However, were Gubei to embody the current Naruto, confronting Iruka would be a mere trifle. Iruka sat cross-legged, facing Naruto. Their gazes locked as he quietly awaited Naruto's invitation to enter. The students exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to do. Sasuke, mirroring Iruka, also sat cross-legged, prompting the others to follow suit. They secretly observed the 5 Narutos, their expressions filled with disbelief. They whispered among themselves, wasn't Iruka-sensei supposed to be stronger than Naruto? It was uncertain, yet the situation seemed to suggest otherwise. As they pondered, their reverence for Naruto deepened. They could not fathom how the once mediocre Naruto had suddenly become so formidable that he could stand toe-to-toe with Iruka-sensei. The waiting time felt both prolonged and fleeting. Beneath the misty cascades of the waterfall, Naruto had completed his impure world reincarnation. The Konoha spy Sai had been directly offered as a sacrifice in the jutsu, handed over to the Shinigami, and in return, Naruto obtained his desired object of resurrection. A man with golden hair and eyes of black and red, bearing a striking resemblance to Naruto, materialized before him. Summoned by the impure world reincarnation, he had yet to fully acclimate to this new realm and was just beginning to open his eyes. A ray of light penetrated his vision, and upon seeing Naruto, A surge of bloodline connection flooded his heart. He involuntarily spoke, "You are Naruto." The man resurrected by Naruto was none other than his father, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who had perished in his quest to protect the village. As Naruto beheld his father resurrected before him, tears of excitement welled in his eyes, his face radiating hope for the reunion. Yet, in the next moment, this overwhelming emotion vanished, replaced by a cold indifference on Naruto's visage. Minato, as a top-tier ninja in the world of Hokage, instantly sensed something amiss. His voice chillingly inquired, "Who are you?" Naruto offered a slight smile, tinged with aloofness, crossing his arms as he replied, "You may call me the Fox Demon, or Kaibai." The frigid tone rendered Minato restless. Chakra surged within him as he attempted to utilize his Flying Thunder God technique to control Naruto, only to find his body utterly unresponsive, frozen in place. Lowering his gaze to his peculiar form, Minato articulated slowly, "This is the impure world reincarnation." Gubei nodded in acknowledgement, unfazed by Minato's immediate deduction of the jutsu. His voice remained steady as he reassuringly stated, "Indeed, it is the impure world reincarnation, so please remain calm for a moment." After several attempts to move, Naruto found himself unable to break free from the control of the Edo Tensei technique, which was not an enhanced version devised by Orochimaru. His strength paled in comparison to his peak, rendering him powerless against this binding spell. Gubei observed Naruto's every move with keen interest, his smile growing as he realized that Naruto was indeed trapped. The situation unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. The world of Naruto appeared to be quite extraordinary. However, there were minor oversights he had not accounted for. When he took control of Naruto's body, the shadow clones Naruto had summoned vanished entirely. On the damp, muddy ground, clusters of footprints were left behind. Iruka hurried to the waterfall where Naruto had been training after the disappearance of the shadow clones. The waterfall cascaded down 3,000 feet, enveloped in mist, presenting a breathtaking spectacle, yet it paled in comparison to the overwhelming impact of the fourth Hokage's resurrection. When Iruka beheld the living embodiment of the fourth, his eyes nearly popped from their sockets. The sudden return of a deceased individual, especially one of such formidable power, was enough to shake anyone's composure. Fear spread through Iruka's heart as he stammered, "Fourth? Is that you?" Naruto's crimson and black eyes flickered, and he attempted to point at Naruto but found himself unable to do so. Instead, he managed to state, "This is Edo Tensei. Naruto is the one controlling it." His words struck Iruka like a wake-up call, illuminating the path forward. He chastised himself for losing his composure at the sight of the fourth and recognized that if he could control Naruto, there was no need to confront the fourth directly. Iruka shouted to his students, urging them to flee and seek out the third Hokage. Most of the students were unaware that they were in the presence of the legendary Yellow Flash, the fourth Hokage of Konoha. They only grasped the gravity of the situation through Iruka's anxious demeanor. At Iruka's command, the students scattered in various directions, ensuring that information would be relayed to the village. As he observed his students fleeing, Iruka prepared to exert all his strength to stop Naruto. He swiftly formed hand seals, reaching the limits of his capabilities, and shouted, "Illusion technique. Hell viewing." This was a powerful jinjutsu that could evoke profound fear within the hearts of its targets. Ranking among the mightiest techniques in Iruka's arsenal, he was convinced that if this jutsu struck Naruto, it would swiftly conclude the confrontation. However, just as Iruka completed the hand seals and was about to unleash the jutsu, a flash of yellow light zipped past him. The speed of this light was so extraordinary that it surpassed the horizon, leaving Iruka with only a fleeting glimpse from the corner of his eye. Everything came to an abrupt end. A powerful knife hand strike, capable of severing iron, struck Iruka's neck. Iruka screamed in agony as darkness engulfed his vision. In the moments before losing consciousness, his mind was filled with confusion. Why was it so fast? Despite having completed the hand seals, the fourth Hokage's speed was still able to strike me first. His swiftness surpassed even that of ninjutsu. Iruka fell to the ground with a thud. In the brief moment of confrontation, Iruka, a nin, was rendered unconscious by Kakashi's formidable strength. The depth of Kakashi's power was truly unfathomable. Gubei glanced at the fallen Iruka, smiled softly, and mused to himself that the Edo Tensei technique had yet to be perfected, and the fourth's strength had not been fully unleashed. Otherwise, he would have been even faster. After all, he was the man renowned as the Yellow Flash. Observing a group of fleeing classmates, Gubei remained composed. He did not pursue anyone, but instead opened his attribute panel. As long as I update before midnight, I will be a diligent author with 2 updates in a single day. Chapter 54. A Kick Against Danzo Mission. Master of Ninjutsu. Completed. Gain skills. Level 2 Shadow Clone Technique. Level 1 Reanimation Technique. A series of system notifications hinted that Gu Bei had reaped substantial rewards. Although his level had not increased and his race had not evolved, Gu Bei's overall combat prowess had ascended to a new echelon. Most significantly, he had drawn closer to the divine, inching nearer to the system's secrets. Gu Bei believed that the divine battlefield spoken of by the system would unveil considerable revelations, perhaps even granting him a glimpse into the mysteries of the system. Beneath the waterfall stood but 2 figures, Minato Namikaze and Gu Bei, positioned about 5 meters apart, lingering until the sun dipped a third of its height. The horizon hinted that twilight was imminent, casting elongated shadows in the fading light. An elderly man, moving at a deliberate pace, donned a hat emblazoned with the character for fire, and trailed a long shadow in the twilight as he approached the waterfall. His weathered face bore the marks of age, revealing that he was indeed advanced in years. He observed Gu Bei and Minato quietly, his stooped posture softened by a blend of nostalgia and satisfaction. Minato, who could have imagined we would meet again in such a manner? The elder's presence stirred deep emotions within Minato, who yearned to discuss Naruto with the 3rd Hokage. However, the thought of Naruto now being under the Nine-Tails' control weighed heavily on his heart. Minato's expression sharpened as he recognized the grave danger posed by the beast. Urgently addressing the 3rd Hokage, you must act quickly. He is being manipulated by the Nine-Tails. A chill wind rustled through the 3rd's ropes, finally drawing his attention to Gu Bei, who seemed somewhat inscrutable to him now, despite having watched him grow. Naruto, have you stirred up such turmoil with the intent to frame the fox demon? Oh, Gu Bei murmured in confusion. Was the old man suggesting a way to downplay the situation? He suspected that neither he nor Naruto would be easily investigated. Remaining undetected in the world of Naruto would allow Gu Bei to stabilize his task completion, not only acquiring traversal energy, but also enhancing his racial attributes. With this realization, Gu Bei knew what course of action to pursue. It appeared that the time had come to send Naruto to appeal to the 3rd Hokage emotionally. The resurrection of a father by his son was a natural order of things, and with Naruto's exceptional persuasive skills, there was a chance to dissipate the turmoil of the day entirely. Just as Gu Bei contemplated relinquishing control of his body to Naruto, a shadowy figure emerged, ghost-like, leaving faint traces upon the ground. A rough, large hand, infused with wind chakra, lunged toward Gu Bei's wrist. A profound sense of danger surged within him, prompting an instinctive urge to employ the burning technique and the indestructible heavenly skill. However, he reconsidered and suppressed the impulse, performing the substitution technique instead. With a resounding bang, a wooden log took Gu Bei's place, splintered to pieces by the grasp of a sinister man. Gu Bei successfully escaped to a distance of 10 meters from the shadowy man, his gaze fixed intently on the assailant, wary of the impending attack. A strike imbued with chakra's transformative nature was effortlessly evaded by Naruto, momentarily stunning the attacker, whose expression darkened further. With hands forming seals, he seemed poised to unleash a formidable jutsu. The 3rd Hokage's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, and he bellowed at the intruder, Danzo. What are you doing? The one who had just attacked Gu Bei was none other than the infamous scapegoat of the Hidden Leaf, Danzo. His head and left arm wrapped in bandages, exuding an intimidating aura. I merely wish to subdue the rampaging Nine-Tails. Is there a problem with that, Sarutobi? Danzo retorted, completing the final seal for his jutsu, just as a flash of yellow abruptly appeared before him, so swift that he struggled to react. With a powerful kick, Minato Namikaze struck Danzo squarely in the abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air. A trickle of blood escaped Danzo's lips as he fought to stabilize himself midair, landing heavily on the ground, the pain from his dislocated organs swiftly transmitting to his nerve endings. Gritting his teeth, Danzo forced himself to endure the agony. Minato, you truly are remarkable. Despite not being at his peak strength since his reincarnation, the former 4th Hokage posed a significant challenge to Danzo. Minato's kick had been a decisive blow, his expression reflecting respect for his elder, yet tinged with coldness. For Danzo's actions had clearly been more than a mere attempt to capture Naruto. Danzo, what are your intentions? Half crouched on the ground, Danzo smiled coolly. I merely believe that Naruto lacks the capacity to control the Nine-Tails. If the beast were within my grasp, it could be safeguarded more effectively. He spoke candidly, not concealing his thoughts. His gaze burned with fervor as he fixated on Naruto, asserting, "If the Nine Tails resided in my body, I could perfectly protect the village. Everything I do is solely for its betterment." The notion of dark justice was precisely Danzo's forte. Once more, Danzo began to form seals, this time for a summoning jutsu. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he prepared to summon his spirit beast. Suddenly, a gust of wind descended behind him as the third Hokage's powerful hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. "Danzo, I will not permit you to proceed." The force of the grip left Danzo feeling unsettled, and he glanced at Naruto with a hint of reluctance. "The Nine Tails has gone out of control. This could become perilous. You understand, Sarutobi?" The third Hokage's gaze was profound, as if seeking to penetrate Danzo's very essence. "I have stated my position. I will not allow it." The firmness in the third's demeanor caused Danzo to tremble. Had it not been for Sarutobi's protection of Naruto, the latter would have easily fallen into Danzo's hands. "I will discuss today's events with Mito Kazan and Tanshin Koharu. I shall ensure that the Nine Tails does not remain in an uncontrolled state." Tuanzong endured. For today Naruto had lost control. It should have been his finest opportunity to seize Naruto. However, with the presence of Minato Namikaze and the third Hokage by Naruto's side, all of Tuanzang's aspirations evaporated into thin air. Observing the situation, Gubei felt a sense of calm settle within him, for Tuanzang posed no threat to him. At this juncture, Gubei's sole objective was to release Naruto, allowing him to unleash his verbal prowess, thereby securing a tranquil world. Chapter 55. Izanagi with his golden hair and dark eyes, Naruto's shoulders trembled slightly, as the fierce intensity in his gaze transformed into clarity. Gubei relinquished his control over Naruto, allowing him to regain autonomy over his own body. At the moment Naruto seized command of his form, Gubei pondered whether the causal weapon of the Naruto world, the art of verbal persuasion, could indeed contend with Danzo. Once back in control, Naruto looked up at his father, a mixture of confusion and uncertainty washing over him. His small hands gradually clenched into fists, and his resolve began to solidify. "Uncle Danzo." The nearly kneeling Danzo, upon hearing Naruto's call, turned his eyes, his grim visage reflecting discontent. "What do you want, brat?" His disdainful tone was enough to unsettle anyone who heard it. Yet, Naruto, with eyes ablaze, disregarded the disdain and declared, "I am not under the control of the Nine Tails. Everything I do is driven by a desire to discover who my parents are. They sacrifice for the village, yet I know nothing about them. I despise this ignorance. And no matter what, I yearn to uncover the truth." A chilling laugh emanated from Danzo, who still regarded Naruto with scorn. "And what will knowing change? The only thing you can do is surrender the Nine Tails." "No, it's not like that." Naruto shook his head defiantly, asserting, "After I learn everything, I will possess the same determination to protect the village as they did, even if it costs me my life." Danzo's eyes narrowed. Despite his continued disdain for Naruto, they shared a common goal in protecting the village. His tone softened slightly, yet still dripped with mockery as he retorted, "You think you can protect the village? You overestimate yourself." Clenching his fists, Naruto pointed a thumb at himself, a broad smile breaking across his face as he proclaimed, "My ninja way is to unravel the mysteries of all jutsu. I will become stronger." His confidence was infectious, as if his words were not mere bravado, but the very essence of true ninjutsu. In that moment, the third Hokage was astonished, taken aback by Naruto's young conviction in his ninja way. Danzo was equally shocked, unable to believe that Naruto would dare to boast so boldly. Minato, the fourth Hokage, was astounded, realizing how much Naruto had matured. Gubei, too, was surprised, particularly by the realization that Naruto's ninja way had been forcibly twisted by him. To comprehend all jutsu? Was he that Orochimaru's path? Within Naruto, Gubei could keenly sense the fluctuations of his emotions, recognizing that Naruto spoke no falsehood regarding his ninja way. This truly was Naruto's conviction. Goodness, could it be that Naruto is turning into Orochimaru? With a tumult of emotions, Gubei observed the scene around him. The third Hokage produced his pipe, resembling an ordinary grandfather as he began to smoke, occasionally exhaling rings of smoke. He appeared at ease, even indulging in a smoke while applying pressure to Danzo's hand, the force gradually diminishing until it vanished entirely. With that, Danzo coldly snorted, formed a hand seal, and vanished from the earth, leaving the land in tranquility once more. At this moment, the sun has disappeared, and the moon hangs high in the sky. The ancient vines and towering trees bring a whisper of tranquility, while the waterfall cascades with a sound akin to a masterful musician's final performance. The night sky, adorned with a myriad of stars, fills one's heart with serenity. As the night breeze caresses, Minato's cloak, emblazoned with the insignia of the fourth Hokage, billows like a flag. Treading softly on the yielding earth, Minato turns, slightly bows, and with a smile, hesitates for just a moment before gently resting his hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Naruto, you have done remarkably well." At that moment, Naruto's emotions are a tumultuous blend of joy and sorrow, excitement and disappointment. Despite the complexity of his feelings, he refrains from shedding tears as he once might have, instead offering Minato a broad smile. "There is still much I cannot share with you. When you are a bit older, the third Hokage will reveal everything." Minato conveys this message to Naruto. Although Naruto appears somewhat disheartened, he quickly regains composure. "All right, I will." Following this exchange, Minato's expression turns grave as he addresses the third Hokage. "Do you recall the Ninetales attack on the village a few years ago?" The elderly man, smoking his pipe, nods in acknowledgement. Minato divulges the intelligence he possesses, revealing that a man with a Mangekyou Sharingan orchestrated the incident. "I do not yet know who he is, but his strength is formidable, and he harbors deep animosity towards the village." After a long draw from his cigarette, the third Hokage ponders briefly. "I am aware of this matter. Let us go eat ramen. It's on me." Perhaps the third Hokage wished for Minato and Naruto to spend more time together, prompting this suggestion. At Ichiraku Ramen, 3 patrons arrive late in the evening. They each order large bowls of ramen and engage in conversation while dining. Once Naruto finishes his meal, the dialogue between Minato and the third Hokage shifts to the topic of Obito Uchiha. The conversation encompasses much, and the information shared between the two is insufficient to fully unravel the entire narrative. Naruto, eager to listen, finds himself unable to comprehend. Casually, he glances at Minato and the third Hokage, who are engrossed in their discussion, prompting him to strike up a conversation with Kube. "Fox Spirit, can you teach me how to become stronger?" Kube chuckles inwardly, thinking, if you were to eliminate the third Hokage, slay the legendary Sannin, and decimate the entirety of Konoha, my experience points would surge to level 30, ensuring you could vanquish gods and Buddhas alike. However, these thoughts remain unspoken. Clearing his throat, Kube replies, "You can begin by training your chakra, as well as honing your ninjutsu skills." Naruto is still preoccupied with the sealing techniques from the Book of Seals, which makes Kube inwardly scoff. Aside from the Flying Thunder God technique, he finds the rest utterly unimpressive. After a moment of contemplation, Kube says, "I can teach you an A-rank ninjutsu known as the Rasengan, but under one condition. You must agree to do something for me." A-rank ninjutsu. Naruto's eyes gleam with excitement. "What must I agree to?" Kube articulated his request, expressing a desire for you to investigate a certain ninjutsu known as Izanagi. Chapter 56. The Divine Battlefield. The peculiarities of Izanagi need not be reiterated excessively. Were Izanagi not to require the consumption of the Sharingan, it could indeed be deemed the most formidable ninjutsu within the realm of Naruto. Of course, should there be an overwhelming disparity in strength, one might as well disregard the aforementioned assertion. Naruto scratched his head, utterly bewildered. He had never heard of the name Izanagi before. Nevertheless, he acquiesced, stating that should he uncover any clues regarding Izanagi, he would certainly endeavor to master this technique. Satisfied with Naruto's response, Kube observed as Naruto quietly settled beside him, his hands resting on the table, tilting his head to gaze at the conversation between Minato Namikaze and the third Hokage, feeling a warmth in his heart. At a fork in the road, Naruto and Minato took one path, while the third Hokage ventured down another, the 3 parting ways. The third Hokage's figure gradually faded into the alley, puffing on his pipe, and remarked, "This child Naruto." Pausing mid-sentence, he glanced at the brilliant stars above, choosing not to continue his thought. Feeling a wave of melancholy, Naruto clapped his hands against his thighs with a thud and kicked a stone by his feet. "Oh." Noticing Naruto's despondency, Minato bent down, lightly touching his forehead to Naruto's. "Naruto, the fox spirit within you is a gift from your mother and me. If you learn to control it, another surprise awaits you." A flicker of anticipation crossed Naruto's face. "What surprise?" With a smirk, Minato replied, "That surprise you shall unveil for yourself." As the evening breeze swept through, Naruto gradually found his composure. For a boy in his teenage years, the thought of having a hand in his father's departure from this world was extraordinarily cruel. Yet, Naruto believed he could endure it. He gazed quietly at his father, who bore the name of the 4th Hokage, never wavering in his resolve, smiling down at him. That smile, imbued with gentle affection and encouragement, ultimately allowed Naruto to find peace. He released the technique of the impure world reincarnation, and at the moment the seals were completed, Minato's form began to dissolve into dust, carried away by the wind. Even so, he retained a smile, saying, "Goodbye, Naruto." With a bright smile, Naruto replied, "Goodbye, father." The streets of the night lay desolate and empty. Though Naruto inevitably succumbed to a sense of sorrow, such feelings did not lead him into confusion. Rather, they fueled his determination to train with greater fervor. He resolved to use his training as a means to forget his pain. Consequently, Dou Po kindly imparted to Naruto the method for mastering the Rasengan. This training regimen was essentially a direct adaptation of Jiraiya's teachings. However, due to Naruto's insufficient chakra training, he found it exceedingly difficult to perform the Rasengan technique. Dou Po, unfazed by this, noted that Naruto had reached the level of a Chunin, while he himself, possessing the prowess of a Jonin, was well equipped to participate in the forthcoming battles. Perhaps he could even match the likes of Kakashi Hatake evenly. On this day, the sun shone brightly, the breeze was gentle, and fluffy white clouds drifted across the azure sky. A flicker of despondency crossed Naruto's eyes. Sleep? Does that mean you can no longer speak with me? He clenched his fists resolutely, declaring, "I shall." In the Marvel Universe, on a beach along the west coast of America, a peculiar black creature tumbled into the ocean. Upon entering the water, the creature swiftly morphed into a fish, flicking its tail as it glided to shore, where it sprouted 8 spider legs from its belly, firmly anchoring itself to the sand. Indeed, the Marvel realm seemed a haven of safety. In the form of Venom, Dou Po proclaimed his refusal to inhabit a host, asserting that ordinary humans on Earth were no match for him. As he exited the vehicle, Dou Po menacingly instructed, "Stay right there. I will have someone pay you." The black driver trembled in fear, hastily reaching for his wallet. "If I don't have the money, I will make it up to you. I have an elderly mother to care for and a newborn child. Please, do not kill me." Soon, Potts, who had been in the villa, rushed over upon hearing the commotion, stifling a laugh at the sight of the frightened driver. "Mr. Dou Po, please, you may enter. I can handle this matter." Potts demonstrated her impressive business acumen, and Dou Po, preferring to avoid trifles, slipped into the villa, leaving Potts with the driver. Once in his room, Dou Po directly inhabited the body of the sacred light sun. As he reveled in the surge of power coursing through him, he stretched lazily. Glancing at Shang beside him, he felt a twinge of frustration. This journey to the Naruto world yielded not a single essence, and the second chaotic body still required 91 complete essences, sources that were elusive. However, the pressing concern at hand was not the essence, but rather the secrets of the system. The so-called divine battlefield awaited. Dou Po opened the system panel, noting that the button for the divine battlefield was illuminated, ready for him to embark on that journey. Chapter 57, Strategic Retreat. Beneath the shroud of mist stood a towering bronze gate, approximately 100 meters in length, tarnished and stained with blood. The gate was not fully closed, leaving a narrow opening that seemed to allow passage. Flanking the bronze gate were endless walls of colossal stones, their heights reaching into the heavens, stretching far beyond the horizon, an awe-inspiring sight seemingly erected for giants. As the swirling fog gradually dissipated, Dou Po's figure became increasingly discernible. His presence as the master of the shaking light, Saint Sun, emerging before the bronze gate. Gazing at the imposing bronze gate and the stone walls, Dou Po's astonishment was palpable. His eyes fell upon the bloodstains on the gate, and he murmured, "Is this the so-called battlefield of the divine? Is the secret of the system hidden beyond this door?" Navigating through the rubble, Dou Po approached the bronze gate, leaving a footprint with each deliberate step. Upon reaching the threshold, he truly felt the grandeur of the gate, soaring into the clouds like a pillar of heaven. Beyond the bronze gate, the sounds of fierce combat echoed, as if countless soldiers and formidable warriors were locked in perpetual struggle just beyond its threshold. A skeleton lay at the foot of the gate, frozen in a desperate attempt to climb forward, one hand resting upon the bronze surface, seemingly unwilling to accept its failure to reach the other realm. Noticing the skeletal remains, Dou Po narrowed his eyes, pondering, who could this be? A soldier from the divine battlefield? The previous inheritor of the system? Did he aspire to enter the world beyond the gate? As he approached the remains, Dou Po prepared to inspect them closely. To his surprise, the system provided him with a prompt. For a cost of 5 points of traversal energy, he could obtain information regarding the corpse. Yet again, traversal energy was required. Dou Po furrowed his brow. This resource was indispensable for him, and he needed to conserve it. However, He believed that without understanding the origins and details surrounding this skeleton, he might repeat its tragic fate. Taking a deep breath, Dou Po decided to expend the traversal energy. The system, upon receiving his energy, immediately divulged all pertinent information regarding the man. Name, Long Mingyun. Description: the previous host of the system, characterized by a reclusive and eccentric nature, inherently suspicious and patient. He had traversed numerous worlds, acquiring vast opportunities and possessing formidable strength. Level: 18 skills, LV-18 Blue Silver Emperor, LV-18 Xiao Yan Hammer, LV-18 8 Spider Lances, LV-17 Xian Skill, LV-17 Ghostly Shadow, LV-17 Xian Jade Hand, LV-16 Purple Extreme Demon Eye, LV-16 Crane Control and Dragon Capture, LV-1600 Solutions to Hidden Weapons. Worlds previously traversed: Dou Po Continent, Jackie Chan Adventures, Super God Academy, among others. Cause of death: attempted to resurrect by Yao from the extermination of a mortal's world. Perished at level 16 upon entering the battlefield of the divine. The flood of information from the system left Dou Po momentarily bewildered. The previous host of the system had met such a tragic end? What on earth? Dou Po couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, his mind swirling with confusion. To have perfectly inherited all of Tang San's skills from Dou Po and experienced so many worlds, only to perish in the battlefield of the divine, how could this be? Dou Po felt a shiver run down his spine, unable to resist taking a step back. In his mind, he silently compared himself to this individual. In terms of agility, Dou Po lacked finesse, while his opponent moved like a wraith. Regarding physical prowess, Dou Po possessed a flawed chaotic body, whereas the other wielded the Xian skill and the Xian Jade Hand. By all accounts, Dou Po should have the upper hand. As for levels, Dou Po was at 17, whereas his adversary stood at 18, thus the latter triumphed. After this mental tally, Dou Po found himself bewildered, realizing that he was at a disadvantage compared to his opponent. No, I may be physically weak, yet I possess the ability to inhabit others, which does not necessarily render me inferior. Despite this self-reassurance, Dou Po opted to observe recordings of his opponent's battles. The figure before him appeared solitary and reclusive, disinclined towards social interaction, as he faced an unknown powerhouse. With the control of the Blue Silver Emperor, the assault of the Xiao Yan Hammer, and the assistance of the 8 Spider Lances, Long Mingyun resembled a veritable war deity. His opponent, while not significantly weaker, found himself entirely on the defensive. Enduring merely 17 seconds before Long Mingyun, in a sudden surge, severed his head with the 8 Spider Lances. Swift and decisive, there was no hesitation. This individual possessed not only Tang San's skills, but also an undeniable ferocity. Watching such a confrontation, Dou Po couldn't help but grimace. Forming a rough assessment of the previous host, it seemed that the system's level truly constituted a pivotal strength. Long Mingyun's physicality and energy were likely bestowed by the system, serving as a benchmark for level 18. Should I inhabit an ordinary person, I would probably only approximate a level 9. However, by inhabiting a level 18 powerhouse, I could potentially surpass them, reaching around level 22. This enhancement method is dictated by one's race, rendering it difficult to determine which approach is superior. If I were to inhabit the Radiant Sun, my strength would likely range between level 16 and 17, and should I engage Long Mingyun in combat, I would likely find myself utterly unable to defend. Perhaps my only recourse lies in my flawed chaotic body, yet the Radiant Sun's cultivation is too low, rendering the myriad mysteries of the chaotic body inaccessible, leaving me to fight like Yi Fan in his early days, merely relying on brute force. Dou Po gazed at the bronze giant door, initially intent on uncovering the secrets of the system. However, that desire had since waned. He had once believed that with his flawed chaotic body and numerous skills, he could escape the divine battlefield unscathed, even without reaching level 20. Yet, witnessing Long Mingyun's fate, Dou Po understood that should he enter the divine battlefield, it might spell disaster for him. I shall wait until I reach level 20. Only then will I dare to venture into the divine battlefield. Ultimately, Dou Po decided to retreat. He bowed deeply to Long Mingyun's corpse, acknowledging that though they were strangers, this individual had indirectly saved his life, and thus this bow served as his gratitude. After bowing, Dou Po's expression betrayed a hint of reluctance as he adjusted the system panel and chose to exit the divine battlefield. Entering and leaving the divine battlefield required no expenditure of transference energy. Dou Po couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, one gets what one pays for." After pondering for a moment, He found himself at a loss for a rationale. With a resigned fist, he struck the large bed where he slept, lamenting, "If only I possessed the strength. Would I find myself in such a predicament?" Just as Gu Bei was troubled by thoughts of enhancing his capabilities, Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. paid him yet another visit. Chapter 58. What nonsense are you talking about? Tony had been diligently occupied in the laboratory, engrossed in the enhancement of his armor. Other matters hardly captured his attention. Even the arrival of Coulson was first detected by Jarvis, who promptly informed Tony, "Sir, Coulson has rung the doorbell 5 times. I believe it is time for you to set aside your work and answer the door." Meanwhile, the Crimson Iron Man suit suddenly unleashed a torrent of flames from one of its arms, careening wildly around the lab. It shattered light bulbs and demolished a chair, before crashing to the ground with a thud after exhausting its fuel. Tony wore a face of regret. Damn it, yet another failure. "Jarvis, what did you say?" Jarvis tirelessly repeated himself. Upon hearing of Coulson's visit, Tony frowned, thinking to himself that S.H.I.E.L.D. was once again coming to clean up their mess. He snatched the suit hanging on a chair, smoothed out the wrinkles of his white shirt, and headed to open the door for Coulson. After pressing the doorbell for the 6th time, Coulson finally saw the door open and let out a sigh of relief. Upon seeing Tony, he managed a wry smile. "If you hadn't come to the door soon, I might have thought you were kidnapped." Tony shrugged, wearing a look of resignation. "If being kidnapped would free me from you lot, I would gladly accept it." It was a joke that could easily be misinterpreted, prompting Coulson to clear his throat. The two entered the villa's hall, and Tony casually inquired, "Well, would you like to drink?" Coulson, ever the dutiful agent, had no intention of lingering for long. "Tony, we need your assistance." A phrase that had been repeated countless times. Tony felt nauseated at its mere utterance. The words echoed upstairs, where Gu Bei was unexpectedly thrilled. Is something happening in the Marvel Universe? No, it's Coulson visiting again. Could this mean opportunities for power, levels, and attributes? My chance to become stronger has arrived. In a fit of frustration over his insufficient strength, Gu Bei burst through the door and swiftly descended the stairs, so rapidly that neither Tony nor Coulson had time to react. They merely felt a gust of wind before Gu Bei appeared before them. Tony truly envied Gu Bei's prowess, which far surpassed his own even while donned in armor. Coulson's eyes lit up, as if fate had conspired. Gu Bei was the perfect laborer they needed. Fearing Gu Bei might leave, Coulson hastily explained, "Here's the situation. A terrifying event has occurred in New Mexico, where a hammer fell from the sky." To emphasize the gravity of the situation, Coulson spread his fingers wide, mimicking an explosion, his expression serious. However, after he briefly recounted the incident's origin, Tony fell silent for a full 5 seconds. Then he erupted, "I've been preoccupied with my armor research all day. And you come to me with a story about a hammer?" Tony's irritable outburst left Coulson feeling somewhat overwhelmed and flustered. He hurriedly responded, "This isn't just any hammer. It's one that no one can lift." Tony inhaled sharply, admitting that while he didn't possess a particularly heavy wrench at home, he could certainly fabricate one. "If you don't believe me, feel free to come by tomorrow," he added. Coulson, at a loss for how to explain the situation to Tony, could only deduce 2 characteristics of the hammer based on his current knowledge. Fortunately, Gu Bei gleaned from Coulson's seemingly irrelevant remarks the nature of the situation. Pretending to guess, Gu Bei inquired, "Do you suspect this hammer is of extraterrestrial origin?" Coulson looked at Gu Bei with the gratitude one might reserve for a long-lost relative. "Indeed. We are suspecting that this hammer originates from beyond our world." Gu Bei nodded, feigning comprehension. In truth, he was acutely aware of what lay ahead. Wasn't this the plot of Thor? Soon, a destroyer unleashed by Loki would descend upon Earth. Although it appeared rather unimpressive, it was, after all, a creation of the gods. And surely it possessed some degree of expertise. Tony, lacking enthusiasm, shrugged off his suit, stating, "Let it be. Gu, I'll accompany you. But I must continue my research on the armor." Coulson, not wishing to burden Tony further, felt reassured by having Gu Bei, a robust ally, at his side. "Let us depart at once. I have a nagging sensation that someone covets this hammer." Gu Bei silently mused, recognizing that many had their eyes on the hammer. Thor, Loki, and now himself. He glanced at the slender arms and legs of the radiant sun, flexing slightly, with the strength of a dragon and an elephant. He felt more than capable. If he were to assist Shield in guarding Mjolnir, lifting it would surely be a routine task. Gu Bei murmured to himself, "Though my intentions may not be entirely pure, I am a chaotic entity, even at the threshold of the other shore." Exhibiting the strength of a dragon and elephant with each movement is trivial. Perhaps I might even lift the hammer. Coulson, catching the tail end of Gu Bei's muttering, asked. Gu, what did you say? Gu Bei quickly replied, nothing. I am eager to protect the hammer. Let us be on our way. Coulson regarded him with a peculiar expression. It was rare to encounter a superhero so fervently enthusiastic about work, and Gu Bei was indeed a unique case. He made a phone call to arrange for the aircraft dispatched by S.H.I.E.L.D., which soon arrived at Tony's private villa. Both Gu Bei and Coulson boarded the helicopter, heading directly to New Mexico. As the helicopter's rotor blades whirred, Gu Bei couldn't resist a jest. This is slower than my usual pace. Coulson awkwardly retorted. Don't underestimate it. He speaks the truth. After a lengthy flight, they arrived unscathed at their destination. The hammer had been secured by S.H.I.E.L.D. early on, encircled by a series of temporary walls that cocooned Mjolnir. As Gu Bei disembarked from the plane, he rubbed his hands together in excitement. Finally, he could attempt to lift Mjolnir. Chapter 59. Embrace the life of a couch potato in a vast wilderness. Coulson was leading Gu Bei to behold the fabled Mjolnir. As the highest authority in the vicinity, Coulson initially hesitated to accompany Gu Bei in such a frivolous endeavor, believing it beneath him to respond to every whim. Being the chief overseer, he was inundated with responsibilities and could scarcely spare time for what he deemed idle distractions. However, upon hearing Gu Bei mention the possibility of imparting a set of Tai Chi techniques akin to those of Tony Stark, Coulson pondered momentarily before conceding that perhaps it was indeed necessary to inspect the hammer. A smirk graced Gu Bei's lips. No one could resist the allure of Chinese martial arts, and if they could, an additional set of Wing Chun would surely sway them. As they traversed the makeshift enclosure, Coulson consistently displayed his S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials until they finally reached the heart of the temporary structure, the very place where the hammer rested. In the center lay a sunken patch of earth, and there, modest in appearance, was the hammer itself. Coulson gestured for Gu Bei to take a look, saying, Behold. This is the hammer you wish to see. However, Gu Bei was far from interested in the aesthetics of Mjolnir. It was merely a weapon of war, and its might was what truly mattered. Without hesitation, he flew to the hammer, extending his arm to grasp it. Coulson wore a look of resignation, as if he had anticipated Gu Bei's intentions. You won't be able to lift it. We even attempted to use a truck to move it, but to no avail. Gu Bei, holding on to Mjolnir, silently scoffed, reflecting that his own incomplete chaotic form possessed the strength to easily haul several trucks. With a slight bend of his body, Gu Bei summoned his strength. The hammer emitted a faint hum, while a whisper of chaotic energy began to seep from his being. His power surged. Veins bulged prominently on his arms, and his jaw clenched tightly, clearly exerting every ounce of his might, leaving deep impressions of his feet upon the ground. After approximately 3 seconds of effort, Mjolnir remained immovable. Releasing his grip, he noticed a faint red line etched upon his palm. It seemed his spirit was indeed not pure enough, and his strength fell short of Odin's. Observing Gu Bei's struggle with the hammer, Coulson promptly suggested, Perhaps we should retreat to the conference room to discuss strategies for safeguarding the hammer against potential theft. Gu Bei scoffed at Coulson's proposal. To be precise, the hammer belonged to Thor and his kin. It merely resided on Earth at present. If Thor were to reclaim his family's possession, could it truly be considered theft? Moreover, would Odin truly leave the hammer for mere mortals while withholding it from his own son? He wouldn't even grant it to Loki. Having grasped the entirety of the situation's context, Gu Bei's thoughts were consumed with how to obliterate the destroyer. That, indeed, was the crux of the matter. He addressed Coulson, stating, To protect the hammer, we must first await the arrival of a certain golden-haired gentleman. A golden-haired gentleman? Coulson absent-mindedly rubbed his bald head, feeling somewhat perplexed and even questioning whether Gu Bei was mocking his baldness. Gu Bei decided to summon the thunder god by harnessing the power of the divine rainbow. Speaking briefly to Coulson before his departure, a radiant arc of divine light illuminated the area above the temporary base, and Gu Bei's figure vanished. This left Coulson in a state of bewilderment, pondering the intentions of the handsome blonde. In the meantime, Gu Bei soared several hundred meters into the air, maximizing the potency of his indomitable celestial skill, scanning the nearby cities to identify whose primordial power was most formidable. As a deity of the Asgardian lineage, even reduced in strength by Odin's seal, Thor's essence should still be considerably potent. Truly, the Asgardian gods possessed an unparalleled prowess. Just as Gu Bei was preparing to descend and apprehend Thor, the system unexpectedly presented him with a mission. Mission, the final form of the thunder god. Mission description: Thor appears as a heroic figure, yearning for battle and willing to sacrifice everything for justice. However, we understand that this is not his true desire. What he genuinely longs for is a life of comfort and indulgence. Mission requirements. Encourage Thor to embrace a life of leisure. Mission rewards. 1 day of indulgence grants 10 points of traversal energy and 10 points of racial value. 2 days yield 20 points each, and so forth. Gubei elongated his nasal tone in contemplation, questioning the system's cruel intentions. To his knowledge, Thor had indeed succumbed to a life of indulgence in Avengers Endgame, but that was largely due to the tragic loss of his family and kingdom. His heart was not that of a slothful individual. At this moment, Thor had already found a truck willing to take him aboard. Gubei took a deep breath. It seemed he needed to engage Thor in conversation, lest the god seek out his hammer on his own. In a flash of divine light, Gubei descended to the ground, stirring a gust of wind. Thor shielded his face from the swirling dust, and, once the breeze settled, resumed his jovial banter with his future girlfriend, Jane Foster. Raising doubts about his awareness of the dire situation, Gubei scowled. As a reclusive individual, Thor should content himself with his own life, rather than entangle himself with others' affections. Did he not realize the lengths to which Gubei had gone to ensure his indulgent lifestyle? Suppressing his inner turmoil, Gubei called out with gravity, Thor. Thor and Jane, engaged in their light-hearted exchange, remained oblivious to Gubei's summons. Strands of golden hair framed Thor's handsome visage, exuding an undeniable allure that captivated women. Gubei, with a frown deepening, raised his voice, Thor. At last, Thor reacted, his brow furrowing in confusion. The realization struck him that someone on Earth knew of his identity. Turning to face Gubei, he inquired with curiosity, Did you call for me? Gubei nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is I who called you. Thor's intrigue deepened. Rifling through his memories, he confirmed he did not recognize this individual before him. He then asked, What is it that you seek from me? With a gentle smile, Gubei replied, Are you interested in embracing a life of leisure? Chapter 60, Coach. I wish to embrace the life of a couch potato standing at a height of 178 meters, with flowing golden locks and striking blue eyes. The handsome Thor found himself surrounded by a circle of friends. Yet he was perplexed by an utter stranger who approached him with an absurd proposition. Why would an unfamiliar individual engage him in conversation, let alone suggest he adopt the persona of a couch potato? Surely, the person must be unwell. With a countenance as noble as his, Thor yearned to achieve greatness. He could hardly be mistaken for a slothful individual. Thor expressed his discontent towards Gubei, his tone tinged with irritation. My friend, you may be unaware of the true essence of being Thor, but allow me to enlighten you. I am Thor, the son of Odin, the All-Father, the mightiest warrior of Asgard, wielder of the hammer, and the future sovereign of the 9 realms. I have vanquished frost giants and confronted numerous malevolent deities. Even if every inhabitant of your earth were a couch potato, I, Thor, shall never stoop to such a state. Do you comprehend? After delivering this lengthy proclamation, Thor swiftly turned away, donning a smile as he resumed discussions about retrieving his hammer. It appeared he was in dire need of a romantic partner. The two continued their banter, laughter echoing between them. Gubei sensed that Thor regarded him with a dismissive air, and a cold smirk curled upon his lips. Did this hammer-wielding deity truly believe he could flaunt his superiority before him? It seemed the time had come for a demonstration of power. With a mighty roar, Gubei summoned the chaotic energies within him, forcefully stomping his foot. A resounding boom reverberated through the city, causing the ground to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Panic swept through the urban dwellers. Had there been a quake? What had caused the earth to shake? Thor stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom what he had just witnessed. Astonished to the point of disbelief. You are not from Earth? Gubei scoffed. You cannot lift the hammer of Thor at present. To do so, you must undergo my training. Thor, brimming with indignation, retorted, How could I possibly be unable to lift Thor's hammer? My moniker is, after all, the god of hammers. Very well, follow me, Gubei replied, not bothering to mask his assertiveness. He seized Thor and, with a burst of divine energy, soared toward the temporary base. Stripped of his divine powers, Thor found himself utterly powerless against Gubei. As he ascended, he realized that compliance was his only option, without his powers. A fall to the ground would spell disaster. Gubei propelled them swiftly through the skies, and within moments, they arrived at the temporary base. Thor's eyes widened in delight as he spotted his hammer, surrounded by a throng of admirers. That is my hammer. Marvelous. It remains unchanged. Gubei cast a complex glance at Thor, contemplating the implications. If the hammer remained the same, had Odin's incantation been futile? while its appearance might be unaltered. The conditions for wielding it were vastly different. In essence, the message was clear: you cannot lift it. Having previously visited the temporary base with Coulson, Gu Bei was granted considerable authority, allowing him to enter the facility unimpeded. From the vantage point of an eagle, having merely drawn back his bow slightly to discern the figure of Gu Bei, he lowered the bow. It turned out to be that lad, Gu Bei. Coulson had claimed he was formidable. I wonder if that is indeed true, as I am quite eager to engage in a contest with him. Under heavy scrutiny, Gu Bei approached the Mjolnir with Thor in tow, and upon arriving, he tossed down the God of Thunder, gesturing flamboyantly, "Please, commence your performance." Thor, feeling somewhat bashful, rubbed his nose and grinned, raising a finger playfully at Gu Bei. "You're quite the good fellow. I initially had my doubts. Once I lift this hammer, I shall invite you to visit Asgard." With a nonchalant turn, Thor found his familiar hammer embedded in the ground, warmed up a bit, and grasped the handle, lifting it with all his might. A tremendous resistance met him. The hammer remained utterly immovable. Frowning, Thor planted one foot on the stone and gripped the hammer once more, exerting all his strength. Yet still, the hammer would not budge. This time, panic set in, recalling his father's words after being cast out of Asgard. A fleeting regret washed over him. "Father, why treat me thus? Am I not your flesh and blood? Whether he is truly of your blood, I cannot say. But Loki certainly is not." Gu Bei mused inwardly, then patted Thor on the shoulder. "Do you wish to lift Mjolnir once more?" Thor, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, asked, "Can you assist me?" Gu Bei's air of mystery made Thor view him as a beacon of hope. With a slight smile, Gu Bei replied, "As long as you are willing to embrace the life of a sedentary individual, nothing is impossible." Though Thor may not possess the intellect of Tony Stark, he was certainly not foolish and could not resist questioning. What does being a sedentary individual have to do with lifting the hammer? Narrowing his eyes, Gu Bei scrutinized Thor, realizing this fellow was not easily deceived. However, it mattered not. Being thoroughly familiar with the entirety of Thor's narrative, deceiving this version of Thor posed no challenge. In the tales of Thor 1 and 2, the character had yet to mature fully, often acting recklessly and falling prey to Loki's manipulations. If Loki could deceive the Thor of those tales, then surely Gu Bei could do the same. Prepared with his thoughts, Gu Bei began, "Your father Odin, why did he cast you down to earth? A significant reason is that you have grown excessively proud and dismissive of others. He believes you have lost the compassion worthy of a god, thus forfeiting your right to wield the hammer." Upon hearing Gu Bei's explanation, Thor immediately expressed discontent. "I am not arrogant. I believe that evil must be eradicated. Even if they currently submit, one cannot guarantee they will not rise again." Gu Bei's lips twitched in annoyance. "For goodness sake, can you refrain from interrupting while I speak? Now not only does Odin want to strike you, but even I feel inclined to do so. Do you truly lack awareness of your own pride?" In order to secure Thor's cooperation, Gu Bei had no choice but to shift his rhetoric. Regardless of feelings of pride or arrogance, to wield the hammer, one must first embody the life of an ordinary person. Experiencing the existence of a slothful individual dwelling in the depths of society would undoubtedly expedite your understanding. Gu Bei uttered a plethora of nonsensical phrases, leaving Thor utterly perplexed. Ultimately, the implication was clear. He was to become a slothful individual himself. How absurd. Thor had always been a heroic warrior. Despite the recklessness displayed during the invasion of Jotunheim, to be reduced to a mere sloth seemed excessively harsh. Just as Thor contemplated rejecting Gu Bei's proposition, a bold ultimatum was presented. "Should you hesitate any further, I shall seize your hammer." "What?" Thor was taken aback. "Could you truly lift my hammer?" Gu Bei, unfazed, declared that now, only those with pure and kind hearts could lift the hammer, and indeed, he could do so. The thrill of deception felt rather exhilarating. One glance at Thor's face, contorted as if he had consumed a dead fly, revealed the profound impact of Gu Bei's words. With a deep bow, Thor earnestly implored Gu Bei to instruct him in the ways of becoming a slothful individual. Chapter 61. The sorrows of Loki. Nestled in New Mexico's most opulent residential area, this locale, while not rivaling the exorbitant real estate of New York, exudes unparalleled luxury. Each residence boasts a private swimming pool, with the most elite homes even featuring their own golf courses. The European and American-inspired decor renders each abode a breathtaking spectacle. Among these luxurious dwellings resides Thor, the god of thunder, alongside Gu Bei. In the grand hall, a circular table overflows with an abundance of indulgent comfort foods, towering to half a person's height. The room is filled with an array of gaming consoles, while a colossal 40-inch screen showcases the latest cinematic offerings. Thor sprawls across the sofa, unkempt hair and unshaven face revealing his disheveled state. Clutching a cup of cola, he stares intently at his phone, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it. This Azalane isn't yielding any gold. What the hell?" Thor expresses his vexation, lamenting that since he had decided to embrace a sedentary lifestyle in an effort to lift his hammer again, he has become engrossed in various video games, yet has not achieved any success. Whether it be on my OG, Azalane, or Honkai Impact, they have all proven to be futile. Gradually, Thor has acclimated to this lifestyle, even finding contentment in his newfound identity as a couch potato. Gu Bei stands nearby, incredulous at the phenomenon of Earth's gaming culture, which has ensnared the god of thunder. Observing Thor's fury over the lack of rewards from Azalane, Gu Bei suspects that should Thor be approached about lifting his hammer now, he would be met with a vehement refusal. Let Thor wallow in his indulgence. After all, I have my mission rewards to consider. Thanks to Thor's recent demeanor, Gu Bei's energy and racial attributes have surged to an impressive 200 each. Such a sum could potentially allow for the purchase of experience orbs, propelling him directly to level 20. Paying no mind to Thor, Gu Bei retreats to contemplate matters of racial evolution within the confines of the room. However, the atmosphere shifts with the arrival of a new guest, the god of mischief, Loki. Silently, he manifests in the chamber, deftly avoiding Gu Bei, and, adorned with his iconic horns, stands before the oblivious Thor. Engrossed in his game, Thor remains unaware of Loki's presence, declaring with fervor, "Hood, you truly are my wife, the most adorable in the world." Thor has sunk so low that he now regards a paper figure as his beloved. Loki's expression darkens, his frustration palpable. He yearns to unleash a torrent of curses. Is Thor truly so dim-witted? Here I am, devising schemes against you, anticipating your resistance, only to find you ensnared in lethargy. For heaven's sake, muster some spirit, otherwise my days in the palace will become utterly monotonous. Come, lift your hammer and strike me, you fool. Thor. With a thunderous outcry, Loki's voice jolts Thor from his stupor, causing him to spring from the sofa in surprise. "Loki? What brings you here?" Thor exclaims, a wave of nostalgia washing over him at the sight of his long-lost brother. Yet he suddenly recalled that the game was still in progress. Hastily glancing at his phone, he said to Loki, "I'll talk to you later. I need to finish this dungeon first." The god of thunder manipulated the game manually, exclaiming, "My wife is truly formidable." How could Loki endure this? Certainly, he could not. As a brother who had traveled from the distant Asgard, he had hoped to witness a frown of despair etched upon your face. Yet you seemed only preoccupied with your game? In a swift motion, Loki seized Thor's phone and flung it with force. Smack. Thor's wife was gone. No. This is utterly unfathomable. Why? Why deny me the chance to strike you, Thor? Thor's large eyes, which had long lost their former sharpness, now revealed a formidable intensity that could not be overlooked. He pushed Loki aside. Loki staggered back a step, involuntarily displaying an expression that conveyed the expected rivalry he once had with Thor. Indeed, was this fellow merely feigning? Or was it only he who could stir Thor's fighting spirit? A cold smile crept across Loki's face. This was splendid, for he had intended to toy with his foolish brother. Thor regarded Loki with a cold gaze, his expression imbued with a warning. "Loki, I caution you." Such fierce words, which should have cut like a knife, fell upon Loki's ears like a sweet melody, surprisingly delightful. It seemed his heart was not as malevolent as he had imagined. Loki provocatively lifted his chin. "What is it?" Thor's eyes shifted as he spoke. "If you damage my wife again, I shall not be merciful." With that, Thor retrieved another phone from his loose-fitting trousers, logging into his account, and his serious demeanor instantly transformed into a grin as he resumed playing the game. Indeed, wielding a hammer could wait. The game Azalane was far more enjoyable. HUD, the world's best. This scene compelled Loki to step back. He retreated 3 steps, his astonished expression gradually fading, replaced by an intense fury. Clenching his fists, he articulated each word with precision. "Earth, Gu Bei, very well. It is you who have altered Thor. You shall pay dearly for this." Loki, holding the essence of divinity, possessed strength that far surpassed that of ordinary Asgardians, and he scoffed at the notion of mortals being a lesser race. He vowed to ensure that Gu Bei would face a painful reckoning. Thor was to be defeated by him. Others should remain on the sidelines. With a swift motion, Loki summoned a long blade, swinging it with force, channeling tremendous energy into a wind blade that cleaved the entire structure in twain. Boom, boom, boom. The wooden beams, concrete walls, and steel reinforcements crumbled like soft tofu, breaking and shattering. "Gu Bei, come forth." Loki's demeanor was tyrannical, a deity's dominion over mortals. The house trembled precariously, prompting Tony to urgently exclaim, "Loki, what are you doing? Why provoke Gu Bei?" Loki is ostentatious, exceedingly so. This is the divine flamboyance displayed towards mortals. His countenance is replete with disdain, as if gazing upon humanity is an affront to his very essence. "I am a deity. Is there any necessity for justification when I find a human displeasing?" The sound of applause resonates within the crumbling edifice, accompanied by a man's voice proclaiming, "Since no justification is required, I shall not hold back." Chapter 62. My profound apologies to those who have watched Thor within the perilous confines of a crumbling house. Gu Bei emerged slowly. He had just intended to evolve when suddenly the entire room began to collapse, prompting him to investigate the commotion. Initially, he suspected that the awakening of Thor's divine power had spurred him to abandon his sedentary lifestyle. However, upon entering the grand hall, he was greeted by the audacious visage of Loki. Despite Gu Bei's presence, Loki remained insufferably arrogant. As the god of mischief, he was adept in the art of deception, a skill he reserved for formidable foes such as Thor. Mere earthlings required no such subtleties. With a derisive sneer, Loki declared, "You dare to corrupt our Asgardian warriors into mere layabouts? It appears I must enlighten you on the folly of provoking certain individuals." Though Loki's physical strength did not rival that of Thor, he had previously subdued Captain America with relative ease during the events of the first Avengers film. Among the Avengers, barring a few anomalies, none could contend with him, which explained his inflated ego. He was rife with vulnerabilities. Yet he summoned his strength to deliver a punch intended to incapacitate Gu Bei. In doing so, he hoped to rouse Thor, engaging him in a playful bout. In an instant, Loki's fist was upon Gu Bei, who effortlessly intercepted the blow, twisting the arm with a deft motion. The chaotic energy within him surged forth, emanating an aura of disorder. With a pained cry, Loki found himself spun around by the sheer force, ultimately crashing to the ground beneath Gu Bei's might. Lying there, Loki's mind reeled. "What? I've been bested by a mere human? This must be a dream." With indignation, he exclaimed, "How dare you? I am a deity." Yet, as he prepared to rise for a rematch, Gu Bei was unyielding. With a swift pull, Loki lost control once more, flipping onto his face in another humiliating fall. This time, Loki remained still, fully cognizant of the chasm between their strengths. Why does Earth harbor such aberrations? Why must I encounter them? Thor, hasten to my aid. Loki lifted his gaze imploringly toward Thor, urging, "Restore your divine power and come to my rescue." Thor glanced at Loki, then at his phone. Caught in a moment of indecision, with a resigned sigh, he finally suggested, "Perhaps you could release Loki. He is but a child." Gu Bei was at a loss for words. A child? Did he not realize that his own 8-year-old form was no less juvenile? Nevertheless, Gu Bei chose to disregard Loki. To eliminate this nuisance would surely incur Odin's wrath, as Loki had been nurtured for far too long. Even a pig, raised for years, elicits some semblance of affection. How much more so for a god? Releasing his grip on Loki, the latter sprang to his feet, declaring, "Do not let our paths cross again." Gu Bei shot him a fierce glance. Loki's expression shifted to one of trepidation as he amended, "If we meet, I shall treat you to tea. The finest there is." Gu Bei merely snorted in response. Thor reluctantly tossed his phone onto the sofa, his hand mimicking a grasping motion as he murmured, "He should be coming." In the temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D., located in New Mexico, Coulson and Hawkeye stood side by side in the observation room. Having been colleagues and friends for quite some time, Coulson smiled and suggested, "I recently discovered a new Mexican burrito restaurant. How about we go for lunch together?" Hawkeye, taken aback, pointed towards the front of the observation room, exclaiming, "The hammer, it has flown." Just as Coulson turned his head, he caught a glimpse of a streak of light across the sky, only to find the ground barren. Oh, damn! Within Gu Bei's residence, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Thor, beaming with joy, firmly grasped his beloved Mjolnir, feeling an unexpected surge of happiness. Glancing at Loki on the ground, Gu Bei reflected on the impracticality of expecting his assistance in bringing the destroyer. Thor seized his brother, saying, "Loki, thank you for coming to fetch me." To which Loki retorted, "What do you mean, fetch you? I merely came to mock you. And please, stop hugging me." Pushing Thor away, Loki cleared his throat and continued, "In truth, I am here to deliver some painful news. First and foremost, Odin has died, a consequence of your arrogance. Stealing a glance at Thor, Loki sought to witness despair and sorrow on his brother's face. While there was indeed a deep sadness etched across Thor's features, it was devoid of despair. He flung Mjolnir aside, declaring, "Then I shall remain on Earth as a mere couch potato." Why did he not choose to resist? Why did he not question anything? After all, he had spent considerable time preparing the destroyer, only to dismiss it as though it were non-existent. Perhaps sensing Loki's dissatisfaction, Gubei interjected, "In reality, Odin is not dead. Loki is deceiving you." Loki was at a loss for how to respond to Gubei, torn between gratitude and anger, perhaps feeling both. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Who exactly is Gubei? Is it truly wise for him to possess such extensive knowledge? Thor, fully aware of Loki's nature, pressed Mjolnir against his brother's neck, demanding, "Loki, is what he says true?" As a master of deception, Loki would not concede. Of course not. How could a mere earthling know anything about Asgard? Gubei nodded, continuing to unveil the truth. The destruction of your claim to the throne was also orchestrated by Loki. He's the mole who allowed the invaders to enter. Loki's expression stiffened, and he offered an awkward yet polite smile. "You truly have a knack for humor, Thor. He claims I am a traitor. How absurd." Loki's frustration mounted as he noted the silence from the others, exclaiming, "Why are you not laughing? Do you suspect me?" With a serious expression, Thor inquired, "Gu, are you certain that what you say is correct?" Regarding whether Loki has returned to Jotunheim, Gubei cannot ascertain. In the original narrative, Thor swiftly regained his divine powers and did not linger as a sedentary figure for several days. Gubei stated with conviction, calling out to Heimdall. Chapter 63. Loki's fondness for fishing in the control room of the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall gazed intently at all happenings on Earth, clutching the colossal sword, the key to the Rainbow Bridge. His ageless visage revealed a flicker of emotion. How could this mortal possess knowledge of all that transpires in Asgard? Moreover, I had not disclosed Loki's journey to Jotunheim to anyone. As a being on par with Odin in Norse mythology, Heimdall of Asgard was equally formidable, endowed with astonishing command. He inserted the key into the lock and turned it forcefully, awakening the might of the Rainbow Bridge. A spatial passage descended from Asgard to Earth, enveloping Thor and Loki within. Gubei stood to the side, fortunate to remain outside this enchantment. Narrowing his eyes, he discerned Heimdall's intent. This sentinel harbored no intention of allowing him to accompany them to Asgard. Was he antagonistic towards me? As Thor and Loki were on the verge of vanishing, Gubei hastily called out, "Thunder God, when we next meet, do remember to bring me a piece of eternal flame." Thor readily agreed, assuring him, "Rest assured, I shall bring it for you." The power of the Rainbow Bridge surged, leaving Gubei to watch helplessly. If only I possessed the art of flying like the Thunder God, I would have cast a spell upon him and soared directly over, without needing to concern myself with the Rainbow Bridge. Yet this remained merely a fanciful thought. Employing the Flying Thunder God technique to reach Asgard would likely drain Gubei of his essence entirely. "Heimdall," Gubei murmured, contemplating the rare opportunity to possess his abilities, to perceive the universe's eyes. Such a skill was exceedingly rare, not even comparable to Roger's ability to listen to all things in the pirate world. Initially, he had the chance to accompany the Thunder God to Asgard, only to be thwarted, leaving him somewhat disheartened. However, Loki and the Frost Giants were likely in a more dire predicament, as their battle plans had been exposed, and they were likely to be overwhelmed. In Asgard, amidst the grand ballroom of the palace, Odin and his two sons engaged in jovial conversation. "Thor, I am delighted that you can appreciate the merits of peace." Clad in warrior armor, Thor's flamboyant red cape billowed behind him. The once wild demeanor of Thor had calmed significantly, and he spoke eloquently, attributing his transformation to Gubei, who he regarded as his life mentor, a truly remarkable man. Loki stood to the side, seething with resentment, uttering not a word. The orchestra played, and the elegant ladies twirled gracefully with their beloved partners, enveloped in harmony. Yet, this serene tableau was abruptly shattered by a furious outcry. "Where's Odin? Where's Loki? Damn it, we have been deceived." The sounds of chaos erupted from within the palace. A sense of panic swept through the ballroom as Odin raised his hand, grasping the eternal spear, while Thor produced Mjolnir from an unknown source. Clearly, these two were not mere attendees of a ball. They had prepared for a trap, weapons in hand as a precaution. Soon, the clamor of battle began to ebb. The soldiers of Asgard advanced, pressing down an ice giant, who was none other than Fira. Rafi, veins bulging, bared his teeth at Loki, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! How dare you deceive us? Truly, You are the god of trickery, despicable and shameless. Loki shrugged and replied, in truth, I wish to inform you that I too am a victim, though you seem unlikely to believe me. I believe you, my foot. Rafi cursed vehemently. The moment my warriors emerged, they were surrounded by thrice the number of foes. Each one faced at least 3 opponents. I was even restrained and beaten by 4. And you dare claim you are not enforcing the law? How can your conscience be so dark? Loki felt a deep sorrow and helplessness in the midst of the festivity. He was merely an illusion, while in reality he was confined in a cell in Asgard, reportedly to remain imprisoned until Thor ascended to the throne. During this time, his mother visited him daily, while Thor came thrice and Odin once. He was on the verge of depression, yet Rafi, the fool, continued to doubt him. Unable to endure any longer, Loki addressed the thunder god, saying, Thor, I suggest you smash his head with a single blow. Upon hearing this, Rafi became incensed, indeed. It is you who is treacherous, shameless and vile. Loki reiterated, I am not, I have not, do not speak such nonsense. The others at the gathering, unaware of the situation, were left bewildered. Only Odin and Thor understood the circumstances, laughing heartily as this farce drew to a close. Successfully elevating his level to 21, he possessed the essence of the Radiant Sun, barely achieving a combat strength of around level 20. Meanwhile, he relentlessly trained his other skills through the art of shadow clones, tirelessly honing numerous hidden techniques to level 21. The level 21 fire technique, the indestructible heavenly art, the book of shadow clones, and the earthly resurrection technique. Most importantly, Dou Po underwent a racial evolution. The newly evolved race was termed the brutal intermediate symbiote, Tyrant Path. Beyond enhancing all previous abilities, Dou Po regained the capacity for bodily transformation. This forced modification of the host body could elevate their level, albeit at the cost of diminishing their lifespan. Indeed, the Tyrant Path was an evolutionary route, though it remained uncertain to what heights it could ascend. Let me attempt to elevate the level of the Radiant Sun. Dou Po, unfamiliar with the Abyss or the Wheel of Fate, could solely apply the level enhancement method granted by the system to the Radiant Sun, originally possessing a strength of around level 17. The Radiant Sun gradually advanced towards a higher level through Dou Po's modifications. However, while transforming the Radiant Sun, Dou Po also encountered an issue. The primordial power of the Radiant Sun's chaotic form began to wane. Though minuscule, Dou Po could perceive the change. He pondered that this was likely the consequence of reduced lifespan, yet the primordial chaos was so potent that it hardly concerned itself with this slight decrease. Such is the case. However, Dou Po would still allow the holy sun of radiant light to consume a fragment of the origin, lest it truly results in the degradation of the chaos body, rendering this endeavor a grave miscalculation. At long last, on a certain day, the holy sun of radiant light shuddered, signaling the completion of its transformation. Dou Po could not help but smile. Level 20, just one level shy of my own. This should be my limit. Dou Po ceased the bodily transformation and commenced a symbiotic existence with the holy sun of radiant light. The moment his dual eyes opened, Dou Po exhaled a breath of murky air. Upon merging, his level nearly reached 23. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. The divine battlefield, here I come. Chapter 64. The giants of the divine battlefield once again. The world lay shrouded in darkness, akin to the vast and mysterious cosmos, boundless and enigmatic. Towering city walls merged with one another, while ancient bronze gates stood resolutely, having endured the passage of time. A thick fog enveloped the surroundings as Dou Po stepped closer to the colossal bronze doors, where skeletal remains had yet to succumb to the earth. As his arm brushed against the bronze, an overwhelming sense of defiance emanated from the world beyond. A chilling aura enveloped him, penetrating his very being. A coldness even the chaotic essence within him could not dissipate. Exhaling a breath of icy air, Dou Po's gaze remained steady as he contemplated the bronze gates that had existed for countless ages. The last time he had approached these gates, he had been startled by a skeleton, paralyzed by fear and unable to advance. Yet today, he resolved to enter the bronze gates, seeking the secrets of the system. The narrow crevice of the bronze gates seemed insignificant to the doors themselves, yet it was just wide enough for a human to pass through. Dou Po ventured into the gap, gradually delving deeper into the realm concealed behind the bronze doors. The air resonated with a cacophony of thunderous sounds, accompanied by an array of terrifying energies that radiated outward, as if heralding an apocalyptic event. Dou Po's chaotic essence began to tremble slightly. A tremendous force that was incomparably powerful washed over him, reminiscent of the time he had faced the relentless guardian. His eyes widened, uncertainty flickering within them. Could there be a great saint beyond these doors? No. If it were indeed a great saint, the system would not have suggested he arrive at level 20. What then? Did this overwhelming aura signify? Forcing himself to suppress the turmoil within, Gu Bei maintained an absolute calm, proceeding cautiously until, at last, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Had he reached the exit? He felt an indescribable mix of joy and anxiety, yet predominantly, he experienced tranquility. Only through unwavering calm could he avoid errors in the trials that lay ahead. Emerging from the crevice of the bronze gates, he found himself in a desolate wilderness strewn with rocks, stretching endlessly before him. Gu Bei strained to gaze into the distance, where new, towering city walls loomed on the horizon. What was this? More walls beyond the first? The ground began to tremble, and giants abruptly emerged from the earth. They bore an uncanny resemblance to ordinary humans, save for their immense size, towering over tenfold, even greater than the legendary titans. Their appearance seemed to unveil a revelation to Gu Bei. Were the walls constructed to confine them? System mission, Divine Battlefield mission description. The Divine Battlefield conceals the ultimate secret of the system, guarded by numerous giants and even deities. Mission requirements, slay the giants and hone your skills to earn substantial experience and rewards. Mission rewards, killing a giant grants 1 chance at a roulette draw and 1 chance at a reward shop draw. Roulette and reward shop draws? Gu Bei felt a surge of astonishment. Both opportunities were rare treasures, and now, a single giant's demise could yield such a chance. Long Mingtian, who had perished outside the bronze gates, must have coveted this reward. Yet, indeed, this reward was enticing enough to stir one's desires. However, this also highlights that the divine battlefield should not be underestimated. Even a formidable being like Long Mingtian was grievously wounded and ultimately perished at the hands of the giants, who were far from ordinary foes. After careful consideration, Gu Bei understood that he must not succumb to greed during this venture. He should seize the moment and withdraw when the opportunity arises, lest he meet a fate akin to that of Long Mingtian. Long Mingtian sought to rescue the ethereal Biao from the clutches of the immortals and thus fought desperately within the divine battlefield, leading to his demise. Gu Bei's purpose for entering the divine battlefield was solely to unravel the secrets of the system. He had ample time and no need to exert himself recklessly. With clarity of thought, Gu Bei focused on a solitary giant that had strayed from its kin. This particular giant appeared more slender compared to its brethren, suggesting a potential weakness in its strength. Moreover, upon observation, Gu Bei noted that most giants bore 3 peculiar markings on their bodies, while this one possessed only 2. These strange markings likely symbolized a unique power among the giants, with fewer markings indicating lesser strength. Perhaps this giant would serve as a suitable test subject. Gu Bei stealthily approached the diminutive giant, intending to strike with a concealed weapon, aiming for a lethal blow while the giant remained unaware of his presence. Yet, as Gu Bei closed in within a 10-meter radius, the small giant opened its mouth, and a mark on its neck emanated a brilliant light. Dark and white energies began to coalesce within its maw, reminiscent of the tailed beast ball from the world of Naruto. What in the world is this? Gu Bei felt a shiver run down his spine as he sensed a tremendous threat emanating from this tailed beast ball. The giant's level was at least 20, and the skill itself bore a similar potency. This ability posed a significant danger to Gu Bei. Remaining calm, he reminded himself that the giant's attack might not be directed at him. He held his position, motionless like a statue. The giant appeared momentarily confused but gradually adjusted the trajectory of its tailed beast ball toward Gu Bei, clearly designating him as its target. Damn. Gu Bei couldn't help but mutter an expletive in Japanese. These giants harbored animosity toward him and had locked onto him as an adversary. As long as he remained within approximately 10 meters of them, he would be detected. Why do these giants wield the tailed beast ball? Could it be that they were once powerful beings cultivated by the system, only to end up in their current wretched state? No, that possibility seems unlikely. If they were truly beings nurtured by the system, they would possess a far greater array of skills. From the current observations, the markings on the giants' necks represented their skill count, with each giant typically possessing around 3 skills. In contrast, normal multiverse powerhouses, such as Gu Bei and Long Mingtian, would begin with configurations of a dozen skills or more. While Gu Bei's abilities may not be as comprehensive as Long Mingtian's, his immortal body cultivated through the unyielding heavenly art and his ever-growing burning technique are formidable future weapons, complemented by a variety of other usable skills, amounting to several as well. With only 3 or 4 skills, these giants hardly resembled multiverse powerhouses. If only I possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, I could evade a direct confrontation with the tailed beast ball. Alas, I do not. To rely on body flicker for evasion? I lack such agility. As I observe the tailed beast ball gradually taking shape within the giant's maw, the pressure upon me intensifies. With no knowledge of the giant's origins or the divine battlefield, I find myself compelled to engage in battle. Gritting my teeth, I ponder whether I might withstand this onslaught with the undying heavenly art. Chapter 65. The secret of the giants. The indestructible heavenly art is an unparalleled technique established by the ruthless emperor, capable of cultivating the chaos body. However, when it comes to offensive capabilities, it is not invincible. In the world of pirates, Gu Bei's ability to dominate his opponents using the indestructible heavenly art is largely due to his superior level. The high-level indestructible heavenly art suppresses lower-level skills, allowing him to effortlessly command the battlefield. Yet, when faced with equally skilled opponents employing specialized combat techniques, its superiority diminishes significantly. With a sigh, Gu Bei reflects that the indestructible heavenly art embodies the path of the ruthless emperor. It is not merely a technique, but a doctrine of cultivation. While techniques serve to protect the path, when Yi Fan forged his own path, mastering the heavenly emperor fist, it was for the purpose of safeguarding his doctrine. If only he possessed a divine protective technique from the ruthless emperor, be it the flying immortal technique or even the blooming thought that rules over the realm, he would confidently withstand the tailed beast ball. Unleashing the indestructible heavenly art at level 21, Gu Bei perceives the source of the giant's power with clarity. It is formidable, immensely so, akin to a roaring furnace ablaze with fire, compared to the talents of the shrouded world. This primal force would likely not pale before the divine king body. However, when juxtaposed with Gu Bei, who wields the indestructible heavenly art, the giant appears insignificant and trivial. Dark, demonic energy begins to seep from Gu Bei's form, emanating a powerful attraction capable of devouring the essence of the human body. Gu Bei's eyes narrow, open for me. He commands. As his words fall, the tailed beast ball, expelled from the giant's maw, roars toward him with terrifying force. The pressure of the wind generated could shred boulders apart. The tailed beast ball howls through the air, resembling a colossal serpent unleashed, its target set firmly on Gu Bei. However, during its flight, the tailed beast ball deviates from its trajectory, ultimately missing Gu Bei completely. With a thunderous roar, it detonates on the ground nearby, creating a massive crater deep enough to accommodate several individuals. The tremendous shockwave sends countless particles of earth flying, leaving Gu Bei in a state of disarray. Casting a glance at the giant pit beside him, Gu Bei realizes that the giant intended to launch the attack from a greater distance, yet it had failed miserably. Clenching his fists, Gu Bei resolves not to grant the giant another opportunity to unleash the tailed beast ball. His cultivation of the indestructible heavenly art has birthed the chaos body not for mere display. Gu Bei's combat strategy is distinctly clear. With a chaos body at his disposal, he cannot engage in long-range combat. It is time for close-quarters confrontation. He must eliminate a giant first. With determination, Gu Bei propels himself toward the giant, ready to engage in hand-to-hand combat. The giant's crimson eyes gleam ominously, and its cavernous mouth emits guttural sounds. Sensing the threat that Gu Bei poses, the giant becomes wary. Even in this world, the chaos body's innate qualities could easily overpower anything in its path. The second mark on the giant's neck begins to glow. Despite being towering over Gu Bei by several times, he is reluctant to allow Gu Bei to close in, for that could spell his doom. The chaotic aura emanating from the chaos body fills the giant with trepidation. As the second mark on the giant illuminated, it let out a thunderous roar, as if proclaiming that forcing it to wield such power was indeed a privilege for the challenger. A surge of vital energy emanated from the mark on the giant's neck, and in an instant, verdant blades of grass sprang forth across the stone-strewn wasteland. In the giant's hand, a striking blue blade of grass hovered, resembling a delicate jade carving. Gu Bei, upon witnessing this peculiar plant, felt as though he had encountered a specter. Blue silvergrass. Could it be the very blue silvergrass of Tang San from the world of Dou Po? The vitality in the wilderness surged, seemingly validating Gu Bei's conjecture. The giant's second skill was likely the blue silvergrass of Dou Po's Tang San. In that moment, a thunderclap resounded in Gu Bei's mind as he pieced together the preceding events. Could it be that these giants' abilities stemmed from the formidable beings cultivated by the system? No. That was not quite right. More accurately, they were the formidable beings who perished on the divine battlefield. Long Ming Tian served as a prime example. The giant's blue silvergrass was likely derived from him. The convergence of myriad skills within the divine battlefield was astonishing. In a flash, Bei completed his contemplation. Regardless of how many skills the giant possessed, he had to slay his opponent. It was a matter of survival. Either the foe perished, or he did. With less than 5 meters separating him from the giant, if Bei could cover that distance, he could engage the giant in close combat and secure victory. Yet, the barren earth beneath him suddenly sprouted countless vines. These vines, as if imbued with sentience, ensnared Bei's limbs and neck, trapping him in place. Moreover, they exhibited remarkable resilience. No matter how much the chaotic body struggled, they could not be torn apart, akin to rubber bands. For the first time, Bei found himself in a predicament reminiscent of his own affinity for binding play. The giant, observing Bei thoroughly ensnared by his blue-silver grass, opened his maw once again, seemingly intent on resolving the battle with a single blow. Black and white energies began to coalesce in his mouth once more. Though the giant was an adversary, Bei could not help but remark on the efficacy of his control and attack skills, noting that despite their scarcity, they were better paired than his own. The giant, perhaps overly confident in his victory, intensified his focus on condensing the tailed beast jade. Bei bent low, adopting a posture reminiscent of a sprinter preparing to launch. Fiery technique. A tremendous surge of fire-type combat energy erupted from within him like a volcanic eruption, instantly engulfing the blue-silver grass that had ensnared his limbs. Though the fiery technique was currently only at the advanced yellow rank, the elemental advantage conferred upon Bei a significant edge. The wooden blue-silver grass, which had birthed the vines, stood no chance against the might of the flames. And they ignited, falling away around him. Bei's eyes sparkled with realization. An opportunity had arisen. Harnessing the divine rainbow, he propelled himself forward. Unimpeded by the blue-silver grass, his speed transforming into a streak of light. In the blink of an eye, Bei found himself at the giant's feet. Within the clenched fist, the boundless power of chaos coalesced, emanating tendrils of chaotic energy. Bei elevated his strength to its zenith, determined that this strike would incapacitate the giant. The fist descended with tremendous force. Above Bei, a colossal radiance surged forth, prompting him to gaze upward with wide eyes. Is that the tailed beast ball? Does this giant intend to perish alongside me? Bei yearned to evade, yet lacking the skill of agility, he found himself unable to escape. Ultimately, the tailed beast ball descended upon him. Chapter 66. Targeted. Without any agility skills. Relying solely on the speed of his physical form to evade the rapidly flying tailed beast orb was nothing short of a fool's errand. Bei understood that evasion was futile. No matter how swift the divine rainbow was, it could never outpace the tailed beast orb. Entertaining the thought of fleeing would only disperse his strength, resulting in even greater injury. There was no other choice. He would have to withstand it with his chaos body. Bei positioned his hands defensively in front of him. Above his head, the magical aura of the indestructible heavenly skill surged forth, diverting the trajectory of the tailed beast orb in an attempt to minimize the direct collision between it and Bei. Additionally, the searing fire-red burning technique's battle aura transformed into a protective armor, enveloping his body. In an instant, the tailed beast orb collided violently with Bei. The immense energy and the shockwave of the explosion created a momentary vacuum, as if the very air had been eradicated. The burning technique's battle aura enveloping Bei dissipated instantly, and the battle armor shattered with a resounding crack. Every inch of Bei's skin began to endure the energy baptism of the tailed beast orb. Each wave of energy surged forth with a ferocity that far surpassed that of a bathhouse scrubber, causing Bei's hands to tremble uncontrollably. Had he been an ordinary person, such an onslaught of energy would have surely led him to meet the king of hell. Yet, the chaos body proved its worth. Even in the face of such terrifying energy impact, he persevered. In fact, it awakened the latent power within his physical form, with wisps of chaotic energy emerging, each as weighty as a mountain, shielding Bei's body. The wilderness erupted once more with a thunderous explosion. In the aftermath, there lay an immense crater. It was left behind by the tailed beast orb, which had penetrated the earth and shattered the rocks with unparalleled might. The area was shrouded in dust. Yet amidst the haze stood a figure, Bei, who had not succumbed to the tailed beast orb and remained alive. His arms still quivered as he stood resolutely upon the ground, a fierce expression on his face. He had indeed been somewhat careless, but fortunately, the chaos body had come to his aid. The back of his hand, which had endured the brunt of the tailed beast orb, was nearly disintegrated, and his body bore numerous wounds of various sizes. This was the first time Bei had sustained such severe injuries. However, the giant that had attacked Bei fared even worse. He expelled the tailed beast orb at his own feet, opting for a mutually destructive tactic. In the recent explosion, the entirety of his left leg was reduced to ashes, erupting into a bloody rain that stained the ground. This starkly illustrated the vast disparity between the physiques of the giant and Gu Bei. While Gu Bei had merely sustained injuries from the explosion of the tailed beast orb, the giant had lost an entire leg. Gu Bei cautiously raised his gaze to the giant, who stood on a single leg. Choosing a self-destructive approach was rather irrational. The giant, cursed by Gu Bei, bled profusely from the severed limb, the blood flowing like a river after a heavy rain. At this rate, it would not be long before the giant succumbed to excessive blood loss and collapsed onto the ground. The giant, despite having a severed leg, exhibited no overt signs of agony. His expression remained impassive, as though the loss of his limb had no bearing on his existence. His colossal form shifted, leaping towards the other giants. Observing the giant's peculiar behavior, Gu Bei was beset by a multitude of speculations. This giant possessed intelligence, yet it appeared devoid of the essence of life. Even with a leg blown apart, he remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent to his own mortality. What could his rush towards the other giants signify? With such grievous injuries and lacking healing abilities, any course of action seemed futile. Was it possible that the other giants possessed healing powers, and he sought aid from his companions? Gu Bei's mind was awash with thoughts. Since entering the divine battlefield, he had been incessantly documenting its intricacies. Though tedious, it was a necessary endeavor. His repeated triumphs in other realms were attributable to the wealth of information he possessed, allowing him to seize the initiative each time. However, upon arriving in the divine battlefield, Gu Bei found himself utterly in the dark, with no prior knowledge of the giants. Even with a modicum of understanding about them, he could not have anticipated being struck by the tailed beast pearl. Despite his uncertainty regarding the giant's intentions, he realized that impeding the enemy's actions would facilitate his own. Gu Bei resolved to take action, silently activating the indestructible heavenly skill. Under the guidance of this technique, he discerned the latent primal power within the giant's form. Although it paled in comparison to his own, it was still substantially more formidable than that of ordinary beings. Each giant was at least comparable to a divine king in strength. Previously, when the giant was uninjured and at full capacity, Gu Bei could not have absorbed its essence through the indestructible heavenly skill. Now, with the giant missing a leg and blood gushing from the wound, its primal power was fully exposed and ripe for absorption. With a flicker of divine light, Gu Bei swiftly closed the distance to the giant. Although the giant's legs were many times longer than his own, he lacked any speed-enhancing abilities, allowing Gu Bei to easily catch up. With focused determination, Gu Bei tensed his arms, tapping into the hidden power within his chaotic form. A wisp of chaos coalesced upon his fist. He unleashed a tremendous blow aimed at the giant's ankle, the force of which was immense, but more crucially, it was imbued with chaotic energy. The punch shattered the giant's ankle, causing him to lose his balance and lurch forward, ultimately crashing to the ground, shaking the earth itself. Gu Bei wasted no time, pushing the indestructible heavenly skill to its utmost limits. Dark, demonic energy materialized into a grand vial, gradually siphoning the primal power from within the giant. The giant's primal essence, akin to that of a divine king, was exceedingly rich, transforming into a white ribbon that surged towards Gu Bei. Upon receiving the primal power, he utilized it immediately. His body, already injured, found the primal essence to be the most effective healing remedy, capable of mending his recent wounds. In the blink of an eye, Gu Bei's injured arm began to mend at a remarkable pace as a thick layer of scab fell away with a soft thud, landing on the ground. The giant's massive form gradually shriveled, and with a resounding crash, it transformed into minute molecules, completely vanishing into the desolate wilderness. This demise bore no resemblance to that of a normal creature. It was reminiscent of a skeletal wraith being purified by divine light. Gu Bei's pupils constricted. What exactly was this giant? As one giant dissipated, all the others turned their heads. Previously, they had merely wandered aimlessly across the wilderness. But now they seemed to have found a purpose. The markings on their necks illuminated one by one, and they opened their mouths wide, astonishingly unleashing the tailed beast ball technique. Chapter 67. The haunting eyes of the giants. The entire divine battlefield was filled with energy, infinitely compressed into tailed beast orbs. A single well-aimed tailed beast orb could obliterate a giant's vitality and severely injure Gu Bei. A multitude of these orbs, even if not perfectly aimed, would suffice to annihilate Gu Bei through the explosive energy generated, completely erasing him from the physical realm. Gu Bei held his breath, striving to diminish his presence in the eyes of the giants. However, his efforts were in vain, for the giants seemed to have singled him out. They turned their heads and shifted their bodies, not aimlessly, but deliberately aligning themselves with Gu Bei. No matter how he twisted and turned, he was destined to be targeted. This realization sent shivers down Gu Bei's spine, as he felt the predatory gaze of the giants upon him, a sensation both exhilarating and terrifying. He grimaced slightly. Would slaying one giant incite the wrath of all others? This was indeed new intelligence, albeit at a considerable cost, with dozens of tailed beast orbs aimed in his direction. Even Gu Bei felt his scalp tingle with apprehension. To kill me will not be so simple. Level 21, Shadow Clone Technique. In that instant, the giants were momentarily bewildered. Their mouths agape as they struggled to determine which Gu Bei to target. After a brief pause, they settled on their respective objectives. However, the giants appeared to lack coordination. Often several of them would aim at a single target, significantly diminishing their attack efficiency. With such an inefficiency, identifying the real Gu Bei among the 20-some individuals would take an eternity. Gu Bei's true form darted toward the bronze giant gate, and remarkably, no giant cast a glance in his direction, suggesting that none had discerned his true identity. This revelation brought him immense relief. He needed to escape the divine battlefield. A frenzied horde of giants unleashing tailed beast orbs would be insurmountable even for a being of chaos. As he approached within mere meters of the bronze gate, the markings on the necks of 3 giants suddenly flared with energy. Their pupils underwent a startling transformation. Within the eyes of these giants appeared 3 tomo, allowing them to perceive the very essence of energy and even slow down the visual feed, possessing the power to transmute decay into the miraculous. These eyes belonged to the renowned Sharingan of the Naruto universe. However, the giants' Sharingan had only reached the 3 tomo stage, indicating their hatred had yet to reach its zenith. Foolish giants. Those equipped with the Sharingan skill redirected their assault, now targeting Gu Bei's true form. I am truly astounded by these veterans from myriad realms. Can they also wield the Sharingan? What a shameful collection of inept beings, possessing such power yet still perishing on the divine battlefield. As a senior, could you not refrain from perpetually placing me in peril? The last time I was ensnared by the giant's blue-silver grass, I felt utterly exasperated. And now to be fixated upon by the Sharingan again? Truly, where is the justice? I cannot possibly berate the long-dead veterans whose ashes have long since scattered. Although I longed to unleash my frustration, I found myself at a loss, for I did not even know the name of my adversary. 3 titans, each possessing the Sharingan, unleashed their formidable abilities in unison. The combination of the tailed beast ball and the Sharingan was akin to a homing missile. Even with evasive maneuvers, escape seemed improbable. Gu Bei attempted to maneuver in an S-shaped pattern, weaving through the terrain. The 3 giants twisted their necks like serpents, mirroring his movements, their mouths following his every step. Utilizing their Sharingan, they anticipated Gu Bei's actions, ensuring their assaults would land squarely upon him. At that moment, Gu Bei's expression darkened considerably. 1 tailed beast ball could inflict injury upon him. 3 would undoubtedly leave him grievously wounded. From his storage compartment, Gu Bei retrieved a pure white essence of primal power and invoked it directly. The essence surged into his body, igniting a powerful vitality that awakened the blood energy of his chaotic form. A crimson aura erupted from the crown of Gu Bei's head, resembling a divine dragon, its formidable presence scattering the debris and dust around him. This was the manifestation of blood energy like a dragon, a testament to the unparalleled strength of his physical form. Logically, Gu Bei had not mastered this skill. However, the infusion of primal power allowed his chaotic body to assume such an extraordinary state. His speed surged dramatically. As 3-tailed beast balls hurtled toward him, Gu Bei remained unfazed, resolute in his decision to endure the onslaught. The 3 attacks collided with his back. Rather than employing the indestructible technique to deflect them, he chose to absorb the impact directly. His back endured several severe blows, exposing flesh and bone, yet it swiftly healed. The indomitable technique played a crucial role in extracting primal power, showcasing the terrifying resilience of the chaotic body. Not only was his physical form immensely robust, but his recovery rate also surpassed the ordinary. With a suitable recovery skill, Gu Bei could engage these giants in prolonged combat for an entire day. Harnessing the force from the explosions of the tailed beast balls behind him, Gu Bei finally dashed into the crevice of the bronze giant door. Upon entering, the giants became as disoriented as headless flies, seemingly unable to sense Gu Bei's presence any longer. The bronze door effectively shielded him from the giant's perception, providing him with valuable new intel. As Gu Bei reclined against the bronze door, he appeared somewhat disheveled. Although uninjured, his garments lay in tatters, resembling mere strips of cloth. After taking a few breaths, Gu Bei redirected his attention to the wilderness before him. On the outskirts of the wasteland, he spotted a blurred city wall and a massive silver door. To unravel the mysteries that lay ahead, he knew he must traverse this desolate terrain. However, these giants posed a significant challenge. Each of them was extraordinarily powerful, equipped with the tailed beast ball and an array of bewildering skills. Confronting even one demanded his utmost focus. Facing a multitude was a mere folly. As Gu Bei replenished his strength, contemplating a lottery draw, a thunderous roar of a dragon echoed from beyond the city wall in the distance. Above the silver gate, a magnificent golden dragon soared into the sky. Chapter 68. The treasure vault of the golden dragon. The giants scattered across the wilderness trembled at the piercing roar that echoed through the heavens. They dared not lift their gaze to the sky, instead bowing their heads to the earth in reverence. The once impassive expressions upon their faces transformed into one of devout awe. Gu Bei, witnessing this scene, furrowed his brows in confusion. As he gazed at the golden dragon soaring beyond the horizon, he could not fathom the myriad secrets that lay hidden behind the divine battlefield. Merely the sound of a dragon's roar was sufficient to invoke submission from the giants. What manner of creature possessed such power? Were there beings of even greater caliber beyond this? As the dragon glided toward the center of the wilderness, where the giants congregated in greatest numbers, Gu Bei finally beheld the majestic form of the golden dragon. It was a western dragon, reminiscent of a lizard yet far more formidable and fierce, exuding an air of regal authority. Its body shimmered a resplendent gold, as if it were sculpted from purest gold itself, with a pair of wings spanning several meters. Longer than the dragon's own body, it was a sight to behold. Regrettably, lacking the skill to ascertain its level, Gu Bei felt a pang of loss. Unable to discern the dragon's myriad capabilities, he could only gaze in rapt attention, eager to witness its actions. Suspended in the air above the wilderness, the golden dragon ceased its flight to other destinations. Its aerial grace seemed to stem from forces beyond mere physical prowess, perhaps magic, or some other arcane art, unknown to him. The dragon's neck bore markings akin to those of the giants, but the sheer number of these sigils far exceeded that of the giants, amounting to over a dozen. Each intricate marking seemed to signify a terrifying level of skill. Suddenly, the fourth marking on its neck erupted with brilliance, radiating a light surpassing even the might of the giant's most potent abilities. The golden dragon unfurled its wings, and a tempest swirled around it. With a resounding roar, it unleashed its might. In an instant, the gentle breeze of the wilderness transformed into a maelstrom of golden flashes. Each glimmer revealed weapons glistening with cold light, swords, axes, and staffs, before they were launched forth. This was a baptism of weaponry descending from the heavens. The terrain of the wilderness was left scarred and pockmarked, punctuated by deep craters from the onslaught of the golden dragon's arsenal. The weapons embedded in the earth emanated an aura of relentless bloodlust, saturating the landscape with an atmosphere of impending doom. Gu Bei beheld this spectacle, the dragon's prowess reminiscent of the legendary treasure vault of kings, a skill akin to that of Gilgamesh from Fate. Did this skill, residing in the fourth marking, imply the existence of even more formidable abilities within the preceding three? A surge of frustration coursed through him. He longed to wrench the heads from the avatars of past realms. Gu Bei's conjecture was not unfounded, indeed. The fourth skill of the golden dragon is reminiscent of the ability possessed by Gilgamesh in Fate. As a popular supporting character in Fate, Gilgamesh wields the power known as the Treasury of the King, which enables him to summon an astounding array of formidable weapons from his vault, overwhelming his adversaries with both quantity and quality. However, the golden dragon did not employ the might of the treasury to vanquish any giants. Instead, he scattered his treasures across the desolate landscape, reminiscent of an aerial drop. Gu Bei's gaze was peculiar, pondering whether the divine battlefield resembled a battle royale game. Soon, the giants corroborated Gu Bei's hypothesis. They rose from their kneeling positions and endeavored to extract the weapons from the ground. Veins bulged, and their arms strained. Yet few succeeded in pulling the weapons free. The golden dragon, appearing to have completed his task, paid no heed to the giants. Unfurling his wings and soaring toward the towering silver gates, exuding an air of indifference toward the giants. The giants made no attempt to detain the golden dragon, each focusing intently on their own efforts to retrieve the weapons, though the results were disheartening. Only a handful of giants, marked by numerous sigils upon their necks, managed to extract a weapon, subsequently sprouting new marks and disregarding the remaining armaments as they wandered aimlessly across the wilderness. Gu Bei tapped against the wall, attempting to analyze the situation. The weapons bestowed by the Golden Dragon were presumably intended to bolster the giant's strength, as evidenced by the single additional mark that appeared on the neck of the giant who successfully drew forth a great sword, indicating that the weapon conferred upon him a new skill. Did this imply that his previous assumptions were flawed? Could giants truly not acquire skills from the powerful beings of myriad realms? Yet, it would be premature to draw such conclusions. The giant's fervent reaction to killing a being of immense power certainly suggested some advantage. Now that they had obtained the Golden Dragon's weapon, it would not be long before they experienced another surge in strength, placing Gu Bei in a precarious position. His primary level had not yielded a crushing advantage, and his skills were insufficiently comprehensive. Gu Bei reflected on his two shortcomings. Nonetheless, his chaotic form was indeed of an extraordinary caliber if he could engage in close combat. Even against the Golden Dragon, he felt confident in his ability to contend with him, provided they were of equal level. However, Gu Bei's musings were somewhat delusional. Why would others compare their weaknesses to his strengths? A typical giant would unleash the tailed beast Jade upon him, let alone the Golden Dragon, who possessed even more skills. Merely the treasury of the king, combined with its flight capabilities, would enable the Golden Dragon to maintain a safe distance and exhaust Gu Bei without difficulty. Perhaps it was best to proceed with the lottery. One might win something valuable. This very opportunity had once allowed Gu Bei to draw a ring belonging to the fearsome emperor, a truly extraordinary item. It was through that ring that he had acquired his current chaotic form, marking a significant stroke of fortune. Now, the prospect of receiving such a reward once more filled Gu Bei with excitement. The grand prize will consist of 16 segments, the majority of which hold little significance for Gu Bei. Only 4 segments possess any true value for him: the treasure, the incomplete treasure, the physical body, and the incomplete physical body. The notion of the treasure has intrigued Gu Bei, as it likely represents the most coveted items across various realms. However, the implications of the physical body and the incomplete physical body warrant deeper contemplation. Perhaps they belong to some illustrious figures. Could they be the corporeal forms of ancient sages, the Emperor of the Heavens, or even the Dou Emperor? After all, are they not all physical entities? Gu Bei murmured to himself, quietly spinning the grand prize wheel while fervently wishing, "Bestow upon me the treasure, or the physical body." Chapter 69. The target of 3,000 thunderous roars. The grand prize wheel slowly began to spin. There were a total of 16 prizes on the wheel, yet the 4 prizes that Gu Bei desired occupied minuscule segments, scarcely larger than a fingernail. The odds of winning were exceedingly slim. Although Gu Bei silently offered a prayer, he held little hope. Not everyone could be as fortunate as the fabled Euro Emperor. Having experienced such luck once was already a great satisfaction. As the pointer on the wheel quietly rotated, it gradually passed through each prize segment. Among them were treasures, incomplete treasures, the physical body, and the incomplete physical body. Gu Bei, harboring little optimism, fixated on the spinning wheel, awaiting its eventual halt. As anticipated, the pointer began to decelerate at the segment for racial value. Gu Bei sighed. What use would a mere point or two of racial value serve? Resigned, he closed his eyes. Yet, a notification from the system reached his ears, announcing the acquisition of a prize. Congratulations. You have obtained the incomplete Divine King body. Startled, Gu Bei promptly checked his inventory, indeed discovering the presence of a physical body, specifically, a Divine King body. How had he stumbled upon such a treasure? A mix of astonishment and incredulity washed over him. The Divine King body, had he not cultivated the Chaos body, would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon. The manifestation of the Divine King body could suppress numerous powerful foes. Its physical prowess far surpassed that of contemporaries. A prime example was the formidable Long Ming Tian, who perished before the bronze giant gate, despite his comprehensive skills. He lacked the physical strength to reach the level of the Divine King body. Wait, this appeared to be the completed Divine King body. Gu Bei seemed to grasp the critical point. This was not merely a developing Divine King body, but a fully realized one. A fully realized Divine King body could safeguard the Ji family for a millennium. This was the evaluation bestowed upon the completed Divine King body by the world of Zhetian. Such an assessment nearly guaranteed that the completed Divine King body could attain the realm of the Great Sage. Were Gu Bei to inhabit this body, he could indeed slay gods and Buddhas alike. In his storage compartment, Gu Bei examined the various attributes of the completed Divine King body. Completed Divine King body, Level 70. Unable to utilize mana, and many divine powers have dissipated along with the soul, yet with sheer physical strength, it is sufficient to rend the void. It can be possessed once. Goodness, this is extraordinary. Gu Bei rubbed his head, yet soon felt a pang of regret. What of the promised primordial saint? What of the great emperor battling the emperor? However, this foolish thought lingered for but a moment before Gu Bei extinguished it. Indulging in fantasies was one thing. Wasting a completed divine king body on the divine battlefield would render him a fool. The giants of the divine battlefield were typically only at level 20. Gu Bei had the means to navigate through with his own strength. Next, he turned his attention to the shop's lottery. Opening the shop, he beheld today's special offer, Endless Blade, the mightiest AD equipment of the Summoner's Rift. Don't miss out as you pass by. Every strike is a critical hit. Only 998 traversal energy is required. The Fallen Heart Flame, the 14th ranked in the Dou Po world, possesses the ability to refine and can summon heart flames to incinerate opponents. It is also a master of outdoor barbecues. Only 88 traversal energy is needed. The Forgiveness Hat, as long as it is placed upon an opponent's head, regardless of their strength or the enmity between you, they will forgive you. 3 special items, though not as impressive as the previous offerings, still represent extraordinary equipment, particularly the Forgiveness Hat, which intrigued Gu Bei greatly. In the myriad realms, such a miraculous item exists. Were I not a liquid being, I might have considered purchasing one to gift to another. Gu Bei swiftly utilized his opportunity for a draw in the marketplace. The system promptly notified him. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an experience orb. Gu Bei's lips twitched, but he refrained from speaking. He was well aware that marketplace draws typically yielded experience orbs. He promptly used the experience orb, and a warm surge of courage enveloped him, elevating his level to 22. An increase in level signifies an enhancement in Gu Bei's strength. However, the effect of advancing level by level was not particularly pronounced, whether at level 21 or 22. He feared he could not stand against the horde of giants. A barrage of tailed beast balls directed at him would be utterly unmanageable. Gu Bei prepared himself and emerged from the analysis of the bronze giant gate. Thud. His foot struck the desolate earth, and a powerful wind swept yellow sand past him. In the wilderness, the towering giants turned their heads, as if drawn by an unseen force, like peculiar creatures captivated by Gu Bei's presence. They opened their massive jaws in unison, ready to unleash a volley of tailed beast balls. Yet, he hesitated. Having slain the first giant, the others now fixated on him. He decided to wait and see if they would continue to target him. In Gu Bei's intense reluctance, the following scene unfolded in the wilderness. I stepped out. The giants gathered tailed beast balls. I stepped back in. The giants unleashed their tailed beast balls. I stepped out again. The giants amassed tailed beast balls. Come at me. The giants fired their tailed beast balls. The bronze giant gate was struck by numerous tailed beast balls, producing a thunderous roar. After this exchange, Gu Bei confirmed that the giants' animosity towards him would not diminish in the short term. Likely, their hatred was only escalating. Once the assault of tailed beast balls subsided, Gu Bei stood within the crevice of the bronze giant gate, gazing at the silver giant gate. He must devise a way to pass through. There lie dragons and the secrets of the system. To continue his exploration, he must eliminate the giants. However, evading the tailed beast balls seemed impossible. He required agility skills or teleportation abilities. Only then could he evade the tailed beast balls. Glancing at his traversal energy, it was precisely 60, neither more nor less. Without carrying anyone else, he could now embark on a journey to countless worlds. As for which world to venture to, Gu Bei had long since formulated his plans. He always remembered that Xiao Yan possessed a remarkable technique known as the 3,000 Thunder Movements. Chapter 70. The subject of the journey remains Xiao Yan, the 3,000 Thunder Movements, a clandestine secret of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Though categorized as a low-level Earth technique, rivals the speed of mid-level Earth martial arts. It consists of 3 tiers: Thunder Flash, Thunder Instant, and the 3,000 Thunder. One can commence the cultivation of the pavilion's treasured technique, the 3,000 Thunder Illusory Body, once they achieve the 3,000 Thunder phase. In the past, Xiao Yan was relentlessly pursued by the Wind and Thunder Pavilion for practicing this technique. Nevertheless, the ultimate fate of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion needs no elaboration. In the realm known to Gu Bei, this movement technique cannot be deemed the finest. For instance, in the world of the walking character technique utterly eclipses the 3,000 Thunder Movements. The walking character technique, utilized by Yi Hei from beginning to end, is heralded as the fastest within the universe, showcasing its formidable prowess. Had the 3,000 thunder movements not been upgradable, Xiao Yan would have scarcely employed it in his later stages. However, for Gu Bei, it is not about the strength of a technique, but rather about accessibility. No matter how powerful the walking character technique is, how does one obtain it? By defeating Tai Xianli Ryu or by possessing Yi Fan? Both scenarios seem unlikely. Tai Xianli Ryu may very well be a sage. When Yi Fan was besieged by numerous holy lands attempting to escape Tai Xian, Li Ruoyu asserted he could protect Yi Fan, thus revealing his extraordinary nature. Not even Gu Bei's possession would stand a chance against a mere drop of Li Ruoyu's blood. As for Yi Fan, even if Gu Bei successfully possessed him, Yi Fan is no ordinary protagonist. He is nearly invincible, progressing effortlessly without the need for external powers, and would certainly reject Gu Bei's strength. Therefore, acquiring the walking character technique appears exceedingly difficult for Gu Bei, compelling him to opt for the relatively weaker yet entirely attainable 3,000 thunder movements. As Gu Bei concluded his teleportation and opened his eyes, a faint smile of bitter amusement graced his lips. No, I still have one more journey to undertake. We can discuss the matter of battle armor afterward. Tony wore a faint look of melancholy, quickly overshadowed by a hint of curiosity. I say, Gu, how about you take me along on your next journey? Gu Bei stroked his chin thoughtfully. The notion of traveling with Tony was undoubtedly absurd. Traveling alone already required the expenditure of traversing energy, and at times, additional energy was necessary to fabricate an identity within a different world. Facilitating Tony's journey would pose challenges, not to mention the issue of energy alone. Nonetheless, Gu Bei held a favorable opinion of Tony. Primarily, Tony is a genius, an exceptionally gifted one at that. Setting aside the creation of the Iron Man armor, he grasped nanotechnology in Avengers, Infinity War, and even crafted the Infinity Gauntlet in Avengers Endgame, showcasing his prowess as a protagonist. If something from another world were to be presented to Tony, would he be able to derive something innovative from it? Tony shrugged. Well, bringing a gift is acceptable. I just hope it won't disappoint me too much. Gu Bei could only chuckle inwardly, fearing that the gift might terrify Tony beyond measure. If nothing of value could be found, Gu Bei resolved to offer Tony a drop of blood from the perfected Divine King body. The blood of a sage can vanquish a Tao King with a mere drop. Thus, the first blood of a great sage must be even more formidable. It remains uncertain what innovations Tony might conceive. After dismissing Tony, Gu Bei began to delve into the myriad aspects of traversing dimensions, unlocking realms suitable for travel. Within the Dou Po universe, a total of 30 units of traversal energy are requisite. Gu Bei could afford this expenditure, yet he was oblivious to the experiences that Xiao Yan had undergone. It remained unclear whether he had gathered extraordinary flames such as the blue lotus earth heart fire or the purple flame. Similarly, Gu Bei was uncertain if he had acquired the secret arts like the Heavenly Fire 3 transformations. The only certainty was that at this juncture, Xiao Yan had already arrived at the Jianan Academy. Gu Bei mused to himself. Reaching the Jianan Academy suggested that Xiao Yan had yet to commence his studies of the 3,000 lightning strikes. However, that moment would soon arrive. He could accelerate the timeline to swiftly reach the point when Xiao Yan would master the 3,000 lightning strikes. The system provided a notification. This would require an expenditure of 100 units of traversal energy. Gu Bei lamented the system's mercenary nature. The time frame from Xiao Yan's arrival at the Jianan Academy to his learning of the 3,000 lightning strikes would hardly span a month. Yet it demanded a staggering 100 units of traversal energy. Contemplating the ratio of time to traversal energy, Gu Bei ultimately abandoned the notion. He pondered whether his own traversal would be random or if he would inhabit Xiao Yan's body. The system then clarified, should the host refrain from spending traversal energy, they would inhabit the body of the previous host. However, should one be willing to pay, it would not be limited to a Dou Wang. Even a Dou Di could be arranged. Gu Bei casually inquired about the cost to inhabit a Dou Wang. The system responded, do not entertain such thoughts. You cannot afford it. This wretched system has learned to mock me. If it weren't for the pressing matters of traversal, I would certainly dismantle you. Gu Bei's primary objective in crossing into the Dou Po world was, in fact, to find Xiao Suner. Compared to Xiao Yan, the protagonist of humble origins, Xiao Suner possessed a plethora of explosive skills. Not only was her agility impressive, but her offensive and defensive techniques, as well as methods to enhance her physical prowess, alongside her extraordinary flames, rendered her a paragon of versatility, far surpassing Xiao Yan in every conceivable aspect. However, as Xiao Yan's girlfriend. She resolutely chose not to disclose the extent of her prowess, prioritizing his pride. At this juncture, Gu Bei felt a pang of discomfort. Why did I not have a girlfriend like that? Oh, wait, I am a symbiote. I have no need for a girlfriend. Perhaps I should experiment with the possibility of splitting and reproducing. While contemplating, Gu Bei had already initiated the teleportation. As for the character, it could only be Xiao Yan. Those with talent were too costly to embody, while those without talent were not worth the effort. Ultimately, Xiao Yan was the most suitable choice. Chapter 71. Arrival at Canaan Academy. In the enchanting realm of the Canaan Academy, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a smile. Canaan Academy. Here I come. Suddenly, an unexpected voice resounded, causing Xiao Yan to stagger precariously on the back of the griffin. His composure, having evolved from what it once was, remained unshaken. With a hint of resignation and a trace of curiosity, Gu Bei remarked, "What? Are you longing for my demise?" Not at all. Xiao Yan was about to elucidate his thoughts to Gu Bei when the griffin's master, who had escorted him to Canaan Academy, interjected, "Junior, we shall soon reach the aerial stop of Canaan Academy. After that, the journey will be yours alone." Xiao Yan nodded appreciatively, offering his gratitude to the two seniors. "Thank you both." As the griffin ascended towards the aerial stop, Xiao Yan expressed his thanks once more, gathering his strength to leap from the griffin's back. The force of his descent stirred up a cloud of dust upon landing. Yet, the griffin remained undeterred, continuing its flight with grace, leaving behind a refreshing breeze. Standing on a patch of open ground, Xiao Yan swiftly assessed the path to Canaan Academy and proceeded at a measured pace. The streets of Canaan City were paved with azure stones, wide and inviting, seemingly ideal for walking. However, the throngs of people rendered the atmosphere overwhelmingly crowded, bustling with liveliness yet undeniably congested. As Xiao Yan navigated through the masses, a wry smile crossed his face. He turned to Gu Bei, seeking insight. Within Xiao Yan's essence, Gu Bei could perceive the myriad aspects of Canaan City. The overwhelming density of the crowd reminded him of a bustling marketplace back in Tianqiao. Xiao Yan gasped softly, nodding in acknowledgement of the fascinating race. Gu Bei, with a dismissive tone, remarked, "Your human race must toil diligently to enhance your strength. Otherwise, you are utterly inadequate." As the two conversed, Xiao Yan rounded a corner. Not far ahead, the sounds of shouting erupted, followed by a slight commotion as the crowd gathered in a circle, pointing and murmuring at a skirmish within. Glancing sideways, Xiao Yan had no desire to meddle. However, Gu Bei, audacious and well-versed in the narrative of Dou Po, declared, "Since I have awakened, shall we take a detour? We shall walk straight through." With Gu Bei's brazen attitude and knowledge of the unfolding chaos, he sensed a connection to Xiao Yan. Before Xiao Yan could discern the disturbance, Gu Bei spoke up. Xiao Yan chuckled softly. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have ignored such trivialities. Yet, considering Gu Bei's position as his benefactor, you wish to avoid displeasing him over minor matters. With a gentle touch on the mystical heavy ruler at his back, Xiao Yan silently pushed through the crowd, moving towards the forefront. Suddenly, he heard the shouts, "Mayan, don't waste your efforts. With your strength, do you dare to covet my cousin? Young man, if you refuse to drink the toast, prepare for the punishment. You need not take his life, but blood must be shed." After the chilling laughter echoed, another voice, tinged with embarrassment and anger, emerged from the crowd, followed by a series of dull thuds of bodies colliding. These two sounds darkened Xiao Yan's gaze. He distinctly recognized one of them as belonging to Xiao Ning, a member of the Xiao clan and his cousin, with whom he had some past grievances, though that was long ago. Had he been humiliated at the Canaan Academy? Xiao Yan pushed through the throng and reached the front. Before him stood a young boy in a blue robe, perhaps in his teens. His eyes ablaze with fury as he exchanged blows with several men around him. Judging by the aura of battle emanating from him, he was evidently at the Dome Master level. However, the four assailants were clearly not weaker than the blue-clad youth. Together, they perfectly subdued him, striking ruthlessly. As soon as the boy revealed a flaw, one of them executed a sweeping kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Pain etched across his face as he shielded his head with his hands. The four men sneered, raising a leg to deliver a vicious kick towards the boy's vulnerable abdomen and head. Having arrived at the forefront, Xiao Yan immediately recognized the blue-robed boy as Xiao Ning and would not allow the four to succeed. His form surged, transforming into a dark shadow. A series of resounding thuds echoed as the four men kicked at Xiao Ning, each producing a sound akin to bone cracking, followed by their collective cries of agony as they fell to the ground, clutching their feet and rolling in pain. Scram! Xiao Yan commanded, his voice resonating with authority. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, pondering whether such a reaction was necessary, as the situation had not escalated to that extent. Gu Bei, however, did not engage in debate with Xiao Yan and remarked, "Aren't you going to check on your unfortunate cousin?" At Gu Bei's words, Xiao Yan recalled having just rescued Xiao Ning and turned around. Xiao Ning was just rising from the ground, still unable to discern Xiao Yan's features. He lowered his head, hands clasped, his breath slightly uneven from his injuries, and respectfully expressed, "Thank you for your timely rescue." Xiao Yan was taken aback, not anticipating such a scene. He then smiled faintly, a hint of playful teasing in his tone as he said, "Xiao Ning, it seems that after 2 years, you have lost much of your former sharpness." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Ning lifted his head, astonishment flooding his expression, leading to a slight stammer as he spoke. "Xiao Yan, is that you?" Xiao Yan chuckled softly, reflecting on how Xiao Ning had once opposed him, yet now, in this distant place, encountering a relative made him find the childish events of their past rather amusing. With a gentle smile, he teased, "What's the matter? Do you not recognize me?" Chapter 72. The young lady of the Xiao family. How could I possibly forget? Dear cousin Xiao Yan? Xiao Ning said with a bitter smile. Casting a glance at Xiao Yan before him, his emotions swirling within as he reflected on the nearly 2 years spent at the Jianan Academy, where he had encountered a myriad of individuals and come to understand the warmth and chill of human relationships. "Cousin Xiao Ning," Xiao Yan replied with a grin, his heart free of past grievances as he extended his hand to brush the dust off Xiao Ning's shoulder. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. Who were those people just now? At this, a bitter smile resurfaced on Xiao Ning's face, tinged with a hint of resentment. "These individuals are well aware of Sun Er's connection to our Xiao family and approached me demanding information about her. I had been quite cautious, remaining within the confines of the academy where they dared not act. But today, while out shopping, they caught me off guard." Upon learning of the situation, even Xiao Yan could not help but chuckle wryly as he found himself once more entangled in matters concerning Sun Er. Earlier, while riding with a senior on a griffin-type magical beast, he had been incessantly warned of the many young admirers in the academy who longed for Sun Er. Yet she remained steadfastly waiting for the return of Xiao Yan, provoking the envy of numerous talented youths. Now, Xiao Ning was once again in trouble because of Sun Er. Xiao Yan could not suppress a smile, thinking of how Sun Er had blossomed into a stunning beauty, shedding her youthful innocence. At this moment, Gu Bei interjected at an opportune time. "Still thinking of your little girlfriend? Have you forgotten about the impending inter-academy selection?" Xiao Yan, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, "I have requested a leave of absence from Mentor Roland. I did not notify her of my visit to the academy today, so she likely did not include my name on the list for the inter-academy competition." Gu Bei retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Mentor Roland may not wish to write it down, but your little girlfriend is quite persuasive. After all her coaxing, even a woman might soften her heart." Xiao Yan was momentarily speechless, realizing that Gu Bei had a point. His expression tightened as he turned to Xiao Ning, asking, "Is it possible that Mentor Roland did write my name on the list for the inter-academy competition?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ning's complexion changed drastically. Only with Xiao Yan's reminder did he recall this crucial matter. He grasped Xiao Yan's sleeve urgently, his face filled with anxiety. "Thankfully, cousin Xiao Yan reminded me. Otherwise, I would have forgotten entirely. This inter-academy competition is pivotal for Mentor Roland's advancement to a profound level mentor. If you miss it again, her qualification for promotion will be delayed for 3 years." Xiao Ning's words were hurried, lacking clarity on some key points, causing Xiao Yan to furrow his brow. Gu Bei chuckled lightly, then continued, "It seems that Mentor Roland holds you in high regard. This will be the second time she has written your name on the inter-academy competition list. However, since you did not attend last time, if you are absent again, the penalties she faces will be severe. 3 years without the opportunity to advance to a profound level mentor. TSK. Xiao Yan understood the gravity of the situation, his gaze sharpening. With Mentor Roland placing such trust in him, he was determined not to betray her faith. Xiao Ning, filled with urgency, grasped Xiao Yan's hand and hurried towards the ancient Canaan Academy. Suddenly, however, her pace slackened, and she let out a sigh. "Although you have arrived, it may not be of much use," she lamented. "The intensity of the inner court selection is overwhelming. Without the strength of a 7-star Dome Master, one would be eliminated immediately." Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, his lips parted as if to speak, but before he could utter a word, Xiao Ning realized her misstep. She quickly retracted her statement, saying, "Cousin Xiao Yan, that is not what I meant. Your presence here is what truly matters. Even if you do not qualify for the inner court, the opportunity to advance under Mentor Roland will only be delayed by a year at most, which is far superior to a 3-year wait. With that, Xiao Ning said no more and led Xiao Yan towards the ancient Canaan Academy. The plaza of Canaan Academy served as the venue for the inner court competition. It was circular in shape, with seating that ascended as it moved away from the center, allowing those in the back a clearer view. Its layout resembled that of an ancient Roman arena, exuding a powerful aura that ignited the desire to engage in battle. From the moment the inner court competition commenced, the venue was teeming with students, all vying for a seat. In mere moments, the arena was filled with a sea of eager faces, the din of excitement overwhelming the entire square. At the very heart of the plaza stood the combat stage. Upon this stage, two figures intertwined, engaging in fierce clashes time and again. The air crackled with their powerful fighting spirit, eliciting gasps of awe from the spectators, who were captivated by the might of the combatants. One of these duelists was none other than Xiao Suner. Clad in a delicate azure gown that gracefully draped over her enchanting form, her ample bosom and ethereal silhouette drew the gaze of all. With her slender hand, she wielded a radiant golden thread, striking her opponent squarely in the chest. The opponent emitted a muffled grunt, staggering backward several paces before barely managing to halt his retreat. This demonstrated Suner's remarkable mastery over her fighting spirit. The force of her strike not only secured her victory, but also spared her opponent from any grievous harm, showcasing a level of finesse that was not easily articulated. With a gentle smile and a slight bow, she offered her respect, her decorum impeccable. "Senior, I concede to you." The senior, possessing a rather handsome appearance, was eager to avoid leaving a negative impression on Suner, and thus readily acknowledged, "Suner, you truly embody the potential of this cohort. Your strength is indeed formidable." After speaking, he cast a lingering glance at Suner, who appeared as a celestial being in her azure attire. However, he soon realized that her gaze held only admiration for her senior, devoid of any other sentiment, prompting him to sigh and descend from the stage. The referee promptly announced, "In this match, Suner emerges victorious." With Suner's triumph, the audience erupted in fervor, their eyes ablaze as they beheld her effortlessly vanquishing her opponent, her demeanor poised and striking. Regrettably, Suner paid no heed to their adoration. Instead, she beamed as she made her way toward the stands where Mentor Roland was waving at her. Amidst the spectators, besides the enchanting Mentor Roland, there stood the elegantly attired Xiao Yu in a striking red ensemble. Her legs, as always, left an indelible impression. Though cloaked within the confines of her trousers, they could not conceal their graceful length and shapeliness, drawing the gaze of many. Xiao Yu turned to Suner and remarked, "Suner, you are truly becoming more formidable by the day. Mo1 is indeed a rare talent from the Outer Academy, yet you have effortlessly triumphed over him. It seems you are destined to enter the Inner Academy this time." Suner offered a gentle smile. "I hope so." It appeared that Suner bore no significant sorrow regarding her progression into the Inner Academy. After exchanging pleasantries with the women in the stands, she approached Mentor Roland, affectionately linking her arm with hers and sweetly inquiring, "Mentor Roland, has cousin Xiao Yan yet to arrive?" Chapter 73. What does it matter to borrow your body? Instructor Roland gently patted Suner's small head and sighed, "That fellow has yet to arrive." Suner's smiling visage grew slightly anxious, her delicate brows furrowing, revealing a hint of self-reproach and disappointment. Observing Suner's demeanor, Xiao Yu could not help but shake his head, silently contemplating the inexplicable allure that Xiao Yan held over her. Was it merely their childhood camaraderie that captivated her so? He reached out as if to comfort her, but ultimately hesitated. With a tender smile, Instructor Roland reassured her, "Suner, do not blame yourself. The matter of advancing to the Xian rank is inherently complex. Your achievement in reaching the top 50 brings me great satisfaction." Just after Roland finished speaking, the judge in the plaza called out loudly, "Contestant Xiao Yan, please enter the arena." The voice resonated so powerfully that it drowned out the chatter among the students. Yet no one emerged onto the stage. The judge amplified his call, "Contestant Xiao Yan, please enter the arena." This time, the echo reached every corner of the square. But still, no one appeared. A wave of discontent rippled through the crowd, accompanied by disdainful hisses and scornful expressions. Having been absent the last time, and now again. Was it a mere pretext of illness to mask the fear of facing stronger opponents? Some voices openly declared this sentiment. Such a person is unworthy of Suner, like a coward. If I were him, I would vanish from her side altogether. From a specially designated viewing platform, A girl clad in crimson, Huijia, rose from her seat, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Indeed, these despicable men are utterly unworthy of Sooner. Only I am fit to stand beside her. Huijia, the granddaughter of the dean of the Canaan Academy, was known as the Little Demoness. Her exquisite features and alluring figure matched by remarkable strength, placing her among the elite. Beside her, an elderly man, the dean, grumbled, "Sit down. Is this how a young lady should behave?" Huijia defiantly shook her head, disregarding her grandfather's admonitions. What use is behaving like a proper lady? In this world, power speaks volumes. That Xiao Yan had best not show up. If he does, I will make it abundantly clear to him who Sooner truly belongs to. The dean sighed in resignation, acknowledging that while his granddaughter possessed numerous admirable qualities, her infatuation with Sooner was a source of concern. All he could do was lament, for Sooner's charm was simply too radiant. Among those who shared similar sentiments was Bai Shan, clad in white, who was renowned among this cohort of students for his strength, rivaling that of Huijia and others. He had encountered Sooner at the foot of the mountain and had been captivated by her beauty ever since, now observing the arena with a dispassionate remark, "Indeed, he is unworthy of Sooner." As time ticked away, the absence of Xiao Yan became increasingly pronounced. With only a few minutes remaining, it seemed that if he did not appear soon, he would forfeit by default. With a hint of bitterness at the corner of her mouth, Roland remarked, "It seems this young man will not be coming after all. We shall postpone the advancement to the Xian class mentor position for 3 years." Xiaoyu's gaze darkened as he gently patted Roland's shoulder. "Let us depart." Roland rose, her eyes slightly reddened, revealing her deep concern for the Xian class mentor role. The other students could hardly conceal their disappointment, sighing as they prepared to follow Roland, except for Sooner, who closed her eyes and felt a stirring presence in the vast square. In a whisper, Sooner said, "He has arrived." Who? Who has come?" The departing Xiaoyu and the others, unable to catch Sooner's words, turned back in inquiry. Yet, it was evident that the answer no longer required Sooner to divulge it. At the center of the square, the martial arts platform erupted with a thunderous sound. Dust enveloping the area as an incredibly swift figure suddenly descended upon the stage, spiderweb-like cracks spreading from beneath it. The crowd was astounded, for the figure's movement had been so rapid that they scarcely perceived it, a mere shadow flitting by before landing on the platform. The other individual on the platform, a youth named Shuebeng wielding a spear, tightened his expression and pointed his weapon, demanding, "Who goes there?" With a broad smile, Xiao Yan announced his name, Xiao Yan. In that instant, the square erupted in commotion. The very Xiao Yan had indeed come. Somewhat audacious, yet regrettably, his return bore little significance after a 2-year hiatus. What strength could he possibly possess? He would likely be sent flying by Shuebeng with a single blow. The Xiao Yan whom Sooner referred to as her elder brother appeared thus. Aside from his decent looks, he seemed to lack other merits. At that moment, all eyes in the venue were fixated upon Xiao Yan, eager to discern what capabilities could have won Sooner's favor. Xiaoyu swiftly cast a glance at the martial arts platform, murmuring, "At least this person has a semblance of conscience, arriving in a timely manner." Yet, even his presence is futile. Without strength, he shall still be toppled by a single strike. Roland, torn between anger and delight, thought, well, at least he has not missed the occasion. This way, the mentor advancement qualification requires only a year. However, this young man must be taught a lesson. The classmates buzzed with low conversations, curious about their peer Xiao Yan, who had been absent for 2 years. Some even discreetly observed Sooner's expression, only to find her cheeks flushed, standing beside Roland in silence. Haha. Within Xiao Yan's body, Gu Bei, equally present at the center of the martial arts platform, surveyed the surroundings with unabashed laughter. Though Xiao Yan was about to confront Shuebeng, he was confident in his superiority and engaged in conversation with Gu Bei. "Is there anything amusing about this square?" Gu Bei replied mercilessly, "A crowd eagerly anticipating your defeat. Wouldn't you find that amusing?" Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. "You should be aware of my strength. Shuebeng is no match for me." Ignoring Xiao Yan, Gu Bei simply uttered, "One punch." The sudden declaration caused Xiao Yan to arch an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" "Allow me to possess you. With a single blow, I shall vanquish this fellow." Ensuring that all recognized the peril of provoking me, Xiao Yan remained silent, acutely aware of his pressing need for a vigorous battle to validate his prowess. Such a display would not only safeguard Sooner, but also deter petty adversaries from daring to affront him, thus sparing him from numerous unnecessary troubles. Nonetheless, despite his status as one of the Academy's elite, Xiao Yan's current capabilities were insufficient to defeat Xue Bong with a mere punch, particularly in the absence of the events dictated by the 3-year covenant. After much contemplation, Xiao Yan inquired, "Can you promise me that you will not take Xue Bang's life?" Gu Bei assured him, "Rest assured, I shall not kill him." Xiao Yan smiled faintly. "In that case, what harm is there in borrowing your body?" Chapter 74. A single punch strikes. As the words fell, Xiao Yan relinquished control. Observing this, Gu Bei's venomous essence surged through Xiao Yan's body in an instant. Flesh and blood merging, as power surged forth once more. Xiao Yan, originally at the 3rd star of the Great Dome Master rank, unparalleled among his peers, felt his Dou Qi boiling like scalding water, bubbling and rising towards its zenith once again. Breakthrough! Gu Bei exclaimed inwardly, his aura suddenly intensifying. 4th star of the Great Dome Master. Success! Yet, his eyes narrowed in dissatisfaction. Clenching his fist, he commanded, "Break through again." The gentle Dou Qi coursed swiftly through his meridians, continuously stimulating the latent potential within his physique. 5th star of the Great Dome Master. Success! Reaching this level surpassed even the top talents such as Bai Shan and Hu Jia within the academy. However, Gu Bei remained unfulfilled. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he meticulously controlled the flow of Dou Qi within, mastering every fiber of his being. At this moment, Gu Bei truly completed his possession of Xiao Yan's body, and his power finally reached its pinnacle, 7th star of the Great Dome Master. A direct elevation of 4 stars from the 3rd. For Xiao Yan, such a feat would require months of arduous cultivation, yet for Gu Bei, it was effortlessly achieved through a mere possession. Xiao Yan's will was profoundly shaken by this spectacle. He had anticipated that Gu Bei's possession would enhance his Dou Qi level, but to this extent was utterly astounding. This fellow was indeed a monster. Fortunately, he regarded their relationship with camaraderie, not enmity. While Xiao Yan recognized Gu Bei's formidable strength, the others in the academy remained oblivious to his prowess. They had long harbored resentment towards Xiao Yan for winning Sun Er's favor, and now, witnessing Gu Bei, the previously timid turtle, daring to compete in the inner courtyard, the plaza erupted with jeers directed at Xiao Yan, eager for Gu Bei to step down. Even Xiao Yan's opponent, the tall man Xue Bong, wielding a spear, though not among the elite, held a certain reputation among students. He remarked with a hint of mockery, "Xiao Yan, in our upcoming duel, remember that weapons are merciless. Do not blame me if you are harmed." Gu Bei responded with a cold smile. "Shall we commence the match now?" His retort left Xue Bong feeling uneasy, as if he had merely been engaging in verbal sparring. With a snort, he replied, "Of course." A chorus of Sun Er's admirers erupted, urging, "Xue Bong, teach this guy a lesson, so he knows he is unworthy of Sun Er. I bet this dropout Xiao Yan can't withstand even a single blow from Xue Bang." With such overwhelming support, Xue Bang's demeanor grew increasingly composed. He raised his spear and declared, "Xiao Yan, do not blame me. Blame your own feeble strength." With that, Xue Bang wielded his spear. Its movements as fluid as a serpent, merging with azure Dou Qi, transforming into a faintly discernible azure dragon, an astonishing display of power, as though the spear embodied the might of a celestial dragon. Upon witnessing the formidable weapon, the students in the stands could not suppress their gasps. Even from such a considerable distance, the overwhelming power of the gun was palpable. Among the students, the exceptionally skilled Baishan, upon seeing the weapon, couldn't he help but wear a grave expression. This shot would likely prove too formidable for even a 3rd-star Dome Master to withstand, signaling Xiao Yan's imminent defeat. The crimson-clad maiden, Hu Jia, wore a subtle smile, radiating delight, almost ready to applaud. This so-called Xiao Yan, brother that Sun Er speaks of, is nothing extraordinary. It seems Sun Er will soon be joining me. After a lengthy monologue, she noticed her grandfather remained silent, which left her somewhat vexed. She gently tapped his shoulder, exclaiming, "Grandfather, why do you not speak?" Yet, the esteemed Dean Jianan remained reticent, his gaze fixed intently upon the arena, an expression of mild astonishment etched upon his features, as if he were witnessing something utterly inconceivable. Following her grandfather's line of sight, Hu Jia covered her cherry lips in disbelief. How is this possible? Within the arena, Gu Bei did not engage. He remained still, merely unleashing a potent aura of Dou Qi. With sheer momentum, he had subdued the fully exerted Xue Bong, as if he were a lifeless creature. Xue Bong's eyes were vacant. Sweat beads the size of peas trickling down his face, his expression contorted in agony, and worse still, he had maintained the stance of thrusting his spear since the onset. At that moment, his arm, which gripped the long spear, trembled incessantly with pain. What is happening? The square erupted into a cacophony, many leaping from their seats, vigorously rubbing their eyes to reconfirm the scene before them, only to despairingly realize they were not mistaken. Xiao Yan had indeed subdued Xuebing solely through his imposing presence. Everyone was left dumbfounded, as if their minds had been trampled by an elephant, their thoughts reduced to chaos. 14 or 15 years old. A 7-star Dome Master? Was this even human? The crowd struggled to articulate their emotions. If Xiao Yan were merely a 3rd-star Dome Master, many might have aspired to compete with him for Sun Er's affection. However, with his status as a 7-star Dome Master, all such thoughts were extinguished. To draw a comparison, one might envy another for possessing 300,000, yet one would never envy Xiao Ma for his several hundred billion. When the disparity in rank is monumental, mere mortals can only look up in awe, not envy. In the stands, Baishan clenched his fists tightly, for the first time acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm separating him from Xiao Yan. His pride was ruthlessly trampled, and he chuckled bitterly to himself. How foolish I was to entertain the notion of vying for Sun Er's affections against such a being. Rising from his seat, Baishan departed, disheartened. Meanwhile, the little demoness tugged at her grandfather's sleeve, her small hand drooping as she gazed at the imposing Xiao Yan on the stage. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Yet, she spoke with resentment. With that fellow around, it's no wonder Sun Er has no interest in anyone else. If only I. Dean Jianan cast a deliberate glance at the little demoness. And what would you do if you were in her position? Grandfather's playful teasing rendered the little enchantress's cheeks a vivid crimson as she coquettishly called out, "Grandfather." Dean Jianan chuckled, having not witnessed this particular expression from her in quite some time, indicating her genuine satisfaction with Xiao Yan. However, after the laughter subsided, Dean Jianan's countenance grew serious. This young man, after the competition, I must have a thorough discussion with him. The dean's regard for Xiao Yan transcended all bounds. For the talent Xiao Yan was now revealing could undoubtedly place him at the pinnacle of the continent. Gu Bei's expression was scrutinized by many, marked by awe and trepidation. Yet, Gu Bei remained unfazed by their gazes, with fingers clenched into a fist, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes as he unleashed a powerful punch. Chapter 75. Inheriting Xiao Yan's skills with a singular punch, Gu Bei fiercely concentrated all his fighting spirit, the sound reverberating through his meridians like a mighty river teeming with dragons and serpents. The fighting spirit transformed into layers of dark energy, accumulating into 9 distinct forces, all converging into Gu Bei's robust fist. The brilliance in Gu Bei's eyes materialized into something tangible, his confident gaze striking awe into the hearts of onlookers as he uttered in a low, commanding voice, 8 extremities collapse. A high-level Xian-class combat technique was now unleashed. With a powerful push of his leg against the fractured ground, the earth trembled violently, sending fragments of stone soaring into the air. In the blink of an eye, Gu Bei vanished from his original position, propelled forward by the tremendous recoil from the ground, charging swiftly towards Xuebing. The punch from the 8 extremities collapse struck directly against the extraordinary shaft of the long spear. With a thunderous roar, the entire training arena was engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris, the immense shockwave sweeping across the grounds. Within this cacophony, 9 faint, almost imperceptible sounds echoed, signifying the 9 layers of dark energy from the 8 extremities collapse. Yet, it was more than mere 9 layers. It had transcended to a realm of unparalleled mastery. From the swirling dust emerged a figure, blood trickling from his mouth, clutching a blue-long spear that had been forcefully shattered. With a resounding crash, Xuebing collided against the stone wall of the plaza, finally halting the impact, collapsing to the ground, conscious yet overwhelmed by a profound sense of soreness throughout his body. One punch. Merely one punch. Gu Bei had not only defeated Xuebing, but had utterly shattered his spear as well. Possessing formidable cultivation, he had honed a powerful combat technique to an invincible echelon. A collective gasp filled the venue, as all present were left in awe. In their eyes, Xiao Yan, shrouded in dust, appeared as a deity of war. Gu Bei, standing at the epicenter of the arena, reveled in the uproar he had caused, a disdainful smile gracing his lips as he disregarded the gazes of mere mortals, instead focusing on the myriad skills he had acquired from Xiao Yan. The Earth-level low-tier combat technique, Flame Dividing Wave, was a formidable attack technique imparted to Xiao Yan by Yao Lao. When combined with the heavy Xian and fighting spirit, it wielded immense power, establishing itself as one of Xiao Yan's ultimate techniques. The high-level Xian-class combat technique, 8 extremities collapse, stored 8 layers of dark energy within the fist or any part of the body, unleashing it in a sudden burst. resulting in an attack power several times greater than before. This technique was precisely what Gu Bei required. With the chaotic body of the radiant sun, coupled with 8 extremities collapse, he could effortlessly shatter the flesh of anyone of equal standing. The flight technique, Eagle's Wing, was a rare combat skill discovered by Xiao Yan and the Little Doctor after their fall from a cliff. Upon seeing this flight technique, Gu Bei felt a twinge of regret. He had arrived in the Dou Po world too late and had not encountered the Little Doctor. The Little Doctor possessed the rare and powerful poison body, which would have been a splendid opportunity had he been able to absorb it with the indestructible heavenly art. Next is the transformation of the heavenly fire, a secret martial technique of the Burning Flame Valley, which Xiao Yan fortuitously learned. Each type of can be cultivated into a transformation. For instance, Xiao Yan successfully developed the first transformation, the Blue Lotus transformation, utilizing the Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire, which significantly amplifies his strength upon activation, albeit at the cost of immense fatigue afterward. This technique holds little value for Gu Bei, as he possesses no. The notion of seizing the from Xiao Yan does not cross his mind. His power derives from the system, rendering the cultivation of irrelevant. Thus, acquiring offers little advantage. Similarly, while Gu Bei possesses the skill of the Fire Buddha's Wrath Lotus, he is unable to execute it. The power of the residing within Xiao Yan is undeniably formidable. However, Gu Bei sees no necessity to tread the same path as Xiao Yan. He is determined to forge his own way. Confident that with the myriad skills at his disposal, he can devise a configuration uniquely suited to him. Gu Bei has long since resolved the path he intends to pursue and does not covet Xiao Yan's journey. Moreover, he harbors an unexpected delight, the burning technique. After assimilating with Xiao Yan, the burning technique has finally progressed into the intermediate level of the mysterious stage. This pathway of infinite growth will undoubtedly lead to even greater realms. Gu Bei is filled with anticipation regarding the burning technique, sensing that this skill may become his second trump card after transforming into the chaos body. However, Gu Bei did not foresee that Xiao Yan had yet to cultivate the 3,000 thunder movements. The primary objective of Gu Bei's visit was to acquire the 3,000 thunder movements from Xiao Yan to conquer all giants within the divine battlefield. It appears that he must seek an opportune moment to encourage Xiao Yan's training in the 3,000 thunder movements. Having clarified all of this, the judge beside the martial arts platform finally emerged from his astonishment, swallowing hard as he cast a deep glance at Gu Bei and proclaimed loudly, "In this battle, Xiao Yan is victorious." At that moment, a charming young girl clad in a blue robe, exuding an air of innocence, dashed towards the platform and leapt into Gu Bei's embrace like a swallow returning to its nest. With her little head nestled against him, she softly uttered, "Brother Xiao Yan." The newcomer was none other than Sun Er, who had never previously displayed affection towards males, having been raised with impeccable decorum and emotional restraint. However, 2 years of separation from Xiao Yan had intensified her longing to an overwhelming degree, resulting in an unrestrained outpouring of affection as she leaped into Gu Bei's arms before the crowd. This scene ignited jealousy among the other men present, who ground their teeth in frustration, even though they recognized their inferiority to Xiao Yan. Witnessing Sun Er's deep attachment to him rekindled the flames of envy within their hearts, fueling a desire to confront Xiao Yan. In truth, the figure before them was not Xiao Yan, but Gu Bei. Embracing the soft girl, he, as a symbiotic entity, had long since lost his attraction to human females. Nonetheless, out of a sense of mischievous delight, Gu Bei decided to manipulate Xiao Yan's body and discreetly pinched Sun Er's delicate backside. This caused Sun Er to blush profusely, her body seemingly growing weak, her face aflame as she playfully exclaimed, "Brother Xiao Yan." Gu Bei did not hesitate to allow Xiao Yan to regain control of his body. Eager to witness how Xiao Yan would explain the recent indiscretion, surely it would be quite an entertaining spectacle. Indeed, upon regaining control of his body, Xiao Yan felt a palpable halt as he sensed Sun Er's indignation and embarrassment, prompting a wry smile within him, pondering whom he had offended. However, Xiao Yan was not foolish. Embracing a bold demeanor, he unabashedly pinched Sun Er's delicate form, reasoning that this would not constitute a false accusation against him. The couple's public display of affection further incited discontent among their peers. In the stands, the crimson-clad maiden, Hu Jia, wrestled with her inner turmoil, oblivious to the fact that her grandfather had already risen and was making his way toward the martial stage. Chapter 76. Everyone is a fox at the edge of the seating area in the square. There were steps for walking, and Dean Kanan, clad in a gray robe adorned with golden trim, steadily descended the steps, making his way to the center of the square. At this moment, the red-clad girl, Hu Jia, finally noticed her grandfather, who had already arrived in the square. Hu Jia's delicate brows furrowed in confusion as she muttered softly, "How did grandfather get to the square?" The chief judge, upon noticing someone intruding upon the martial arts platform, was about to reprimand the individual to ensure the upcoming contest proceeded smoothly. However, upon catching sight of Dean Kanan's visage, he shuddered and hurriedly exclaimed, "Dean, what brings you here?" Dean Kanan gestured for silence, seemingly reluctant to reveal his identity. His gaze met that of Xiao Yan, and the steadiness and sagacity in his eyes conveyed that this individual was far from ordinary. Dean Kanan also scrutinized Xiao Yan, and upon closer observation, he perceived the tenacity reflected in Xiao Yan's eyes, a hallmark of a true warrior. Considering Xiao Yan's formidable cultivation at the 7-star Dome Master level, he couldn't help but conclude that this young man was destined for greatness. After his assessment, Dean Kanan spoke slowly, "Xiao Yan, I have something to discuss with you." At that moment, Minter Ruolin, accompanied by Xiao Yu and others to greet Gu Bei, fortuitously encountered Dean Kanan. A look of astonishment crossed her smiling face as she exclaimed, "Dean, what brings you here?" Dean Kanan responded with a slight smile, "Minter Ruolin, you have truly nurtured an exceptional student." Minter Ruolin was at a loss for words. Xiao Yan had taken a 2-year hiatus from school, and he was not her direct protege. The atmosphere grew somewhat chilly, but perhaps this was for the better. Upon reaching the viewing platform, Dean Kanan finally articulated his intention. He addressed Xiao Yan, "Your strength is evident to all, so I have decided to allow you to join the inner sect directly, bypassing the inner sect competition. Additionally, I will grant you the opportunity to select a martial technique from the library, and your mentor, Ruolin, will also be able to advance to the Xin level mentor." As soon as this promise was made, Mentor Ruolin's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling visibly, revealing her profound excitement. She had long aspired to become a Xin level mentor, and now the opportunity lay before her. How could she not be thrilled? The other girls looked at Xiao Yan with envy. Entering the inner sect typically required participation in the inner sect competition, a stringent rule of the academy. The dean himself had personally broken protocol to allow Xiao Yan to enter the inner sect without contest, bestowing upon him a reward equivalent to that of the first place in the inner sect competition, although such accolades would be easily attained by Xiao Yan. The significance lay in the dean's regard for him. Even the enchanting Xiao Yu, upon hearing the news, leaned in and whispered to Xiao Yan, "You, my friend, have truly struck gold. The dean's favor is far more valuable than being the first in the inner sect competition." At this moment of hesitation, Gu Bei's voice resonated within Xiao Yan. "Do not agree to him just yet." Xiao Yan felt puzzled but maintained a stoic expression, inquiring inwardly, "Why is that?" Gu Bei scoffed internally, dismissing the dean's regard for Xiao Yan as inconsequential. Xiao Yan's current prowess allows him to effortlessly secure the top position within the inner courtyard. When that time comes, all the promised benefits from the principal will naturally follow. What value do those promises hold if they are merely what Xiao Yan is already entitled to? As for the notion of being valued, Gu Bei feels an even greater disdain. If the principal truly esteemed Xiao Yan, he would have recognized his worth long ago, rather than only now. Thus, Gu Bei can confidently conclude that the principal is merely afraid of Xiao Yan's extraordinary strength disrupting the upcoming competition, hence his intention to expel this anomaly from the trials. If Gu Bei recalls correctly, the subsequent inner courtyard competition will entail a chaotic melee, followed by a hunting contest involving fire. In such events, should Xiao Yan, a 7-star Dome Master, participate, he could easily manipulate the outcomes at will, fundamentally breaching the Academy's established order. It appears that the principal, in an attempt to facilitate Xiao Yan's entry into the inner sanctum, is inadvertently safeguarding those very rules, such a cunning old fox. Just when Gu Bei was troubled about finding Xiao Yan an opportunity to practice the 3,000 thunderclaps, the principal presented a chance. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Bei devised a strategy. "Xiao Yan, you should ask the principal for treasures associated with the wind and thunder attributes. Only then can you agree to his entrance into the inner courtyard." Gu Bei's audacity took Xiao Yan by surprise, but recalling that Gu Bei was his symbiotic entity, he felt assured and inquired, "Why must we request treasures? The principal has already shown us great kindness." Gu Bei replied candidly, "Do you not realize that with your current strength, you can effortlessly claim the top spot in the inner courtyard competition? You could also influence the subsequent activities within the inner courtyard." At this point, if Xiao Yan remained oblivious, he would no longer deserve the title of protagonist in the Dou Po world. Although he had not fully grasped Gu Bei's intentions, he understood that the principal seemed to have ulterior motives. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yan expressed his gratitude. I appreciate the principal's goodwill, but I hope to enter the inner courtyard without disrupting the rules of the competition. This subtle refusal caused the smile on the principal's face to gradually fade. As he gazed into Xiao Yan's eyes, he noticed a calmness that suggested the young man might have seen through everything. Startled, he wondered if this lad had indeed discerned his thoughts. Uncertain, the principal stole another glance at Xiao Yan, only to find him wearing a faint smile. This little fox. The principal felt a wave of discouragement. Not only was this youth powerful, but his intellect was sharp, paired with an indomitable will. Such a person could very well ascend to the pinnacle of the Douchi continent in the future. With no other choice, the principal forced a smile and said, Xiao Yan, if you are willing to enter the inner courtyard, I can personally ensure that you receive a treasure from the academy's vault. At this, Xiao Yan could no longer suppress his amusement. The corners of his mouth curled slightly in a humble yet mischievous manner, reminiscent of an endearing playfulness. How could I possibly accept such a favor? The principal has already been exceedingly gracious in allowing me entry into the inner courtyard. I fear I would feel unworthy. At this juncture, the dean, weary of engaging in fruitless banter with Xiao Yan, could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow for the treasures within the academy. With a forced smile, he remarked, There is no need for guilt. This is rightfully yours. After uttering these words, he inquired about the treasures desired. With the dean's encouragement, Xiao Yan felt no need for further politeness and, clearing his throat, expressed, I am currently cultivating a particular combat technique that requires a treasure imbued with the power of wind and thunder. Chapter 77. Cultivating the 3,000 Thunder Movements. The Treasures of Wind and Thunder. Dean Jinnan's lips twitched slightly, taken aback by Xiao Yan's unexpected request. In the realm of Douchi, the most esteemed profession is that of an alchemist, while the rarest attribute is undeniably the thunder attribute. Techniques or skills of this nature invariably surpass their counterparts of the same level in efficacy. Consequently, the number of magical beasts or treasures possessing such attributes is relatively scarce. Even the Jinnan Academy has only a handful of treasures imbued with the power of wind and thunder. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your generosity, Dean. Observing Xiao Yan's calm demeanor, the dean sighed inwardly, wishing that this young man were his own grandson. Instructor Roland, with her eyes as clear as autumn waters, gazed at Xiao Yan, her delight tinged with a hint of reproach. You, young man, with the dean holding you in such high regard, how dare you set conditions? To this, Xiao Yan merely scratched his nose, offering an awkward smile, dismissing Roland's words as mere jest. Xiao Yu interjected, with this, you are now an inner court disciple, exempt from the inner court competition, allowing you to spend more time with your cousin sooner. This teasing remark caused Sunner, hidden behind Roland, to flush a deeper shade of crimson, lowering her gaze. After Xiao Yan's earlier boldness, she was too shy to meet his eyes. Reminiscent of a flower bud poised to bloom, Xiao Yan chuckled lightly. Of course, I shall cherish the time spent with Sunner. However, he was acutely aware that while he indulged in companionship with Sunner, he must also diligently practice the 3,000 thunder movements. After all, the competition within the inner court was far more intense than that of the outer court. The remaining time was spent in jovial conversation among the crowd, enjoying the ongoing inner court contests, fostering a delightful atmosphere. Once the competitions concluded, Xiao Yan accompanied Sunner on a leisurely stroll through Jinnan City. 2 days later, Xiao Yan arrived at the back mountain of the inner door, where the dean's treasure of wind and thunder was now in his possession. It resembled a round stone akin to a relic, said to be a crystallization of wind and thunder forged beneath the tempest's lightnings, imbued with the power of wind and thunder. The stone gleamed brilliantly, intermittently emitting flashes of light. As Xiao Yan held the wind and thunder stone in his hand, he felt a subtle surge of wind and thunder energy gradually infiltrating his meridians. This revelation caused his eyes to brighten. With this wind and thunder stone, my chances of mastering the 3,000 thunder movements have significantly increased. Gu Bei, eager for Xiao Yan to succeed in his cultivation, promptly advised, seek out a marsh. Such terrain is more conducive to practicing your agility. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan began his search across the expansive back mountain. This vast area, comprising numerous towering peaks and ancient trees, offered a diverse range of terrains, including marshlands. After a thorough search, he discovered a muddy swamp nestled behind a range of peaks. where the fallen leaves of ancient trees lay scattered upon the black muck, adding an air of tranquility to the scene. A flicker of realization coursed through Xiao Yan's mind, affirming that this place was indeed an excellent locale for practicing his movement technique. However, beneath the mire, there seemed to be some unsettling commotion, indicating the presence of certain magical beasts. Dou Po explained in detail, these minor magical beasts will aid in your cultivation of movement techniques. There's no need to concern yourself with them. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Yan swiftly grasped Dou Po's reasoning. Thus, it was time to commence the practice of the 3,000 thunder movements. With great care, he retrieved the scroll of the 3,000 thunder movements from his inner garment and placed the thunderstone beside it. Before long, a shimmering, swirling azure-yellow force of wind and thunder began to emanate, darting about with remarkable agility, reminiscent of a lightning serpent, alive and vibrant. This was the essence of cultivating the 3,000 thunder movements, the wind and thunder force, requiring absorption of this formidable energy to infuse it into his fighting spirit, enabling him to move with the swiftness of wind and thunder. Nevertheless, the peril of absorbing such a dominant energy was not to be underestimated. Typically, without a thunder treasure, one would need to draw forth even a trace of the wind and thunder force from the scroll during a tempest, awaiting the arrival of thunder. Furthermore, refining this wind and thunder force proved exceedingly arduous, as many disciples of the Thunder Pavilion perished in the process, their bodies reducing to cinders. Gazing at the flickering wind and thunder force, Xiao Yan's eyes reflected an unusual calm as he gradually released his spiritual power, attempting to draw the wind and thunder force into his body. As an alchemist, his spiritual prowess surpassed that of his peers at the same level. And with the possession of the thunder treasure, the turbulence of the wind and thunder force was minimal, so slight it was nearly negligible. Though it moved like a nimble serpent, it bore no aggressive intent, persistently attempting to evade Xiao Yan's spiritual energy without retaliating. In that moment, Xiao Yan's heart settled with certainty. Fortuitously, the symbiotic entity has bestowed upon me the thunder treasure. Otherwise, the path to mastering the 3,000 thunder movements would be fraught with challenges. As Xiao Yan persevered, the wind and thunder force began to inch closer to him, gradually exerting a significant influence. However, Xiao Yan was no ordinary individual. The subtle wind and thunder force provoked his physical body, inflicting excruciating pain with each contact. Yet, he gritted his teeth and endured the torment with sheer willpower. This scene deeply moved Dou Po. Xiao Yan, focus on perfecting the 3,000 thunder movements. I shall ensure this technique flourishes in the days to come. The ancient silver scroll, having lost a strand of wind and thunder force, finally revealed its true form. Within the scroll, figures of energy emerged, akin to the 18 bronze men of Shaolin, beginning to demonstrate a series of extraordinary postures before Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan endeavored to extend his spiritual energy as far as possible, yet he could not fully comprehend the profound mysteries contained within. As the forces within the scroll gradually released, the energy figures summoned forth the wind and thunder force beneath their feet. They stood upon the 7 stars, their steps solidifying, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. In an instant, the energy figures erupted from the scroll with a resounding bang, soaring toward the heavens. Their speed was truly as swift as lightning, leaving one utterly unprepared to react. In the blink of an eye, they vanished beyond Xiao Yan's spiritual perception, seemingly on the verge of escape. Dou Po narrowed his eyes and said to Xiao Yan, "Quickly allow me to take control of the body." Chapter 78. The Secrets of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Even with Xiao Yan's temperament, a ripple of unease stirred within him. However, in an instant he quelled his thoughts, acquiescing to Dou Po's request, relinquishing control of his body. Observing Xiao Yan's compliance, Dou Po grinned widely, seamlessly taking possession of Xiao Yan's form. This marked Dou Po's third instance of inhabiting Xiao Yan, and he was now well-versed in maneuvering within Xiao Yan's physique. In the blink of an eye, he completely seized control, amplifying their power to the level of a 7-star Great Dome Master. With a flicker of determination in his gaze, Dou Po focused on the energy beings that harnessed the power of wind and thunder. These entities, infused with strands of elemental energy, exhibited astonishing speed. Had they not been activated through a secret technique, they would have emerged one by one from the scroll, relaying information from this location. This was a safeguard established by the Wind and Thunder Pavilion for its arcane methods. At this moment, the energy beings had burst through layers of ancient tree branches, their immense energy causing a tumult that sent new and vibrant leaves swirling in chaos, as if the entire forest quivered in response. Sensing the disturbance wrought by these beings, Gu Bei surmised that the energy within them was something even a Dou Wang could not withstand. Moreover, the wind and thunder power beneath their feet rendered them undetectable by even Dou Huang experts. Though these energy beings were not supreme entities, they were certainly beyond the capability of a mere great Dou master to confront. This revelation reignited a sense of urgency within Xiao Yan, for he could not allow news of the 3,000 thunder movements to escape. If it did, not only would the Wind and Thunder Pavilion come seeking the artifact, but the Blood Sect, part of the Black Triangle, would likely pursue him as well. Given that this was acquired after Gu Bei had slain the son of the Blood Sect's leader, the vast forest was in disarray, and amidst the chaos, Yao Lao had already awakened, having remained vigilant nearby out of fear of unforeseen events. As expected, an incident had indeed occurred. His soul power was immensely formidable, fully governing the actions of the energy beings, and he understood that such entities were beyond the control of a great Dou master. He stroked his beard contemplatively, realizing that the situation would necessitate his intervention. However, he decided to bide his time, waiting for the symbiotic entity to take action first. He intended to be the grand finale, ensuring that the symbiotic creature recognized who truly held sway over Xiao Yan. With unwavering confidence, Yao Lao awaited the moment when Gu Bei would falter, ready to step in and turn the tide. Conversely, after evaluating the characteristics of the energy beings, Gu Bei's initial gravity was quickly replaced by a subtle smile, as if all uncertainties had settled and his confidence surged. Xiao Yan felt a profound lack of faith in Gu Bei, leaving him perplexed. Meanwhile, Yao Lao stroked his long white beard, equally bewildered by the source of Gu Bei's confidence. How could this young man possibly contend with the energy beings? It was unfathomable, even as a great Dou master. He would hesitate to face them, let alone Gu Bei. Remaining still, Gu Bei's gaze was fixated on the energy beings hovering in the air. And then he unleashed his trump card, the indestructible heavenly technique. The tempest roared, winds from all directions surged toward Gu Bei, causing the branches of ancient trees to sway incessantly in his direction. Even the leaves on the ground rolled toward him, as if compelled by an unseen force. Gu Bei's body trembled, and tendrils of demonic energy coalesced into a resplendent vessel, hovering protectively above him. While the power within a strong individual would be ensnared and rendered unassimilable, this external energy, no matter how vast, lacked the guiding will of a formidable spirit, rendering it mere fodder, easily vanquished. In the realm of Dou Po, it seems that no formidable techniques for absorption had yet been developed. However, the indestructible heavenly skill was more than capable of accomplishing this task. As Gu Bei exhaled, the devouring power of the demonic energy vessel reached its zenith. Waves of dense, refined demonic energy shot forth like arrows from a powerful bow, pinning several rapidly moving energy entities in midair. Despite their formidable might and the tempestuous forces beneath their feet, these energy beings found themselves utterly immobilized before the onslaught of the demonic energy. Each time they attempted to wield their power, they only discovered their strength being voraciously siphoned away. The more they resisted, the faster they were absorbed. Seizing a few of these energy entities, Gu Bei grinned without reservation. Unleashing the full might of his indestructible heavenly skill, "Gather," he commanded, the sound resonating like a decree that startled the birds into flight. Their numbers rivaling those of migratory flocks. In the heavens above, the bodies of the energy entities dimmed, unable to withstand Gu Bei's insatiable devouring force. Their internal energies dwindled, rendering them incapable of sustaining their existence, until with a sharp crack, they disintegrated into a silvery energy net, causing numerous birds to plummet from the sky. As the dissipating tempestuous forces slowly faded into the ether, they still retained an untamed ferocity. Even as they dispersed, they summoned dark clouds that gathered ominously, transforming the once clear skies into a tempestuous shroud, with the echo of thunder rumbling from the depths of the clouds. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal thunderclaps heralded flashes of light, followed by a bolt of lightning that struck down before Gu Bei, shattering a massive boulder into dust, sending fragments soaring in every direction. How is this even possible? Xiao Yan, still young and impetuous, could not contain his astonishment, uttering a curse. Meanwhile, Yao Lao gazed on, deeply awed. The symbiotic entity had truly managed to annihilate those energy beings using the prowess of a great master. How could such a feat be achieved? No matter how hard they pondered, they could not grasp the intricacies of the indestructible heavenly skill. Though both were prodigies in their own right, they had never crafted their own techniques, let alone comprehended the profound mysteries of a skill surpassing the heavenly rank. Even Yao Lao, once a formidable force across the continent and an esteemed alchemist, could only faintly sense that Gu Bei was employing a powerful technique with devouring capabilities. Such an impressive skill, capable of consuming the energy entities entirely. Yet, this tempestuous force had summoned an unending deluge of thunder that could very well spell trouble for the young man. Behold the boundless, ominous clouds that adorn the heavens, evoking an imagination of the formidable might of wind and thunder. Should such power strike a grandmaster, it would surely rend flesh from bone. Boom. Rumble. The sky erupted in a cacophony, as torrents of lightning cascaded down like an ocean of thunder, a sight that could very well claim lives. Not even a grandmaster, let alone a king of combat, could hope to escape this onslaught, resigned to endure the impending blow in silence. Yet, beneath this tempestuous sea of lightning, Gu Bei bent low, feigning an attempt to evade the wrath of the thunder. Chapter 79, Astonishing Talent. Within the depths of the forest, a colossal surge erupted at Gu Bei's location, as a multitude of lightning serpents twisted and writhed like a den of snakes, showcasing an array of forms, cascading around him. Simultaneously, a critical strand of wind and thunder energy within Gu Bei's body melded into a silvery liquid, absorbing the essence of his flesh and blood. Just moments before the thunder struck, in a flash, an array of enigmatic steps and techniques utilizing fighting energy flickered through Gu Bei's mind like a revolving lantern. After a brief display of these techniques, a cacophony of crackling sounds emanated from Gu Bei's body, as a silvery bolt of lightning materialized from his brow, coursing through him and inscribing an extraordinary comprehension into his formidable physique. At last, under this miraculous inheritance, Xiao Yan's corporeal form had successfully grasped the foundational level of the 3,000 thunderous techniques. In this instant, Gu Bei's eyes flew open, radiating a beam of lightning from his gaze. He had finally attained the 3,000 thunderous techniques. The system promptly notified him, "Congratulations, host. You have acquired 3,000 thunderous techniques LV1. This technique comprises 3 tiers. The first tier, Thunder Flash, the second tier, Thunder Instant, and the third tier, 3,000 Thunder. A commendable skill in the realm of movement techniques. For an ordinary person, merely grasping the fundamentals of the 3,000 thunderous techniques would elicit uncontainable joy. For this technique is notoriously difficult to cultivate, and even the basics can significantly enhance one's combat prowess. However, Gu Bei's aspirations soared far beyond the ordinary. The entry-level mastery of the 3,000 thunderous techniques? Insufficient. Far from enough. Bowing towards the ground, Gu Bei placed a hand flat upon it, activating one of his symbiotic abilities, meditation. This ability, intrinsic to his race, serves to elevate skill levels. Having undergone multiple evolutions, Gu Bei's race had evolved into a mid-tier symbiote, and this ability had been enhanced numerous times. As he unleashed it, the mystic energies of heaven and earth flowed into Gu Bei's body like fine threads, entering at a visible speed, the slightly chilling essence coursing through his limbs and bones. Concurrently, Gu Bei's 3,000 thunderous techniques began a relentless upgrade. LV2, LV3, LV4. In the blink of an eye, this skill had ascended to LV8. This level of the 3,000 thunderous techniques would typically require Xiao Yan at least 3 months of arduous training to achieve. The formidable cultivation capacity of the meditation ability was nothing short of extraordinary. Above, the tempest of lightning had transformed into myriad serpents, rampaging through the forest. The tallest ancient trees, upon contact with the lightning serpents, were instantaneously reduced to charcoal, their leaves cascading down, devoid of life. Gu Bei gazed intently, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. I am eager to see if this thunder can strike me. Soon, an unending barrage of lightning serpents descended from the heavens, their gaping maws lunging toward Gu Bei with ferocity. With their numbers overwhelming, a multitude of serpents converged within an exceedingly tight space, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Their angles so acute that they posed a significant challenge. Yet, Gu Bei remained unfazed, softly uttering 3,000 thunderous techniques. In the air, a faint surge of thunderous energy emerged, only to dissipate almost immediately, vanishing without a trace. Along with the disappearance of this fleeting power was Gu Bei, who had been surrounded by a multitude of lightning serpents. He was now lost from sight amidst their chaotic embrace. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of lightning serpents struck the ground with ferocity. Fortunately, they were not fully formed bolts of thunder, and their power was not excessively terrifying. They merely sent sand and soil flying, darkening the Earth's surface without creating any gaping holes. Gradually, a figure materialized on a massive branch of an ancient tree. It was none other than Gu Bei, who had just vanished within the swarm of lightning serpents. One hand firmly grasped the trunk of the ancient tree as he gazed at the rampaging serpents, his spirits evidently high. Once the 3,000 thunder moves to level 20. Even titans lacking the Sharingan will find it impossible to keep pace with my movements. No, that is not entirely certain. Even with the Sharingan, they may still struggle to match my speed. He recalled how Xiao Li had once relied solely on his unparalleled velocity to land a powerful blow on Sasuke, even when Sasuke had anticipated his movements. Thus, in the world of martial arts, speed remains invincible. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Gu Bei's eyes as he contemplated skills to counteract the titans. He felt genuinely pleased. While he may not vanquish every titan in the wilderness zone, it was still achievable through that area. Gu Bei's mind raced with thoughts, a plethora of them. Yet all this contemplation transpired within mere seconds. The impact of the lightning serpents lingered, and warm, humid air wafted through Gu Bei's garment. It was at this moment that Xiao Yan spoke up. How exactly did you deal with those energy entities? And your movement technique, why is it so extraordinary? Though Xiao Yan was in a state of disregard for his physical condition, it did not mean he was oblivious to his body's every action. On the contrary, he could distinctly feel every movement Gu Bei made. Whether it was annihilating energy entities or evading lightning serpents, Xiao Yan felt a wave of frustration. Deep down, he understood that even if he attained the realm of 7-star Dou Master, he might not reach the level Gu Bei currently exhibited. He pondered, is this symbiotic entity truly abnormal? Or is he merely a prodigy in both Dou Qi and movement techniques? Gu Bei had always intended for Xiao Yan to be the primary conduit in the world of Dou Po, thus he did not dismiss these inquiries lightly. With a blend of sincerity and jest, he replied, well, my race possesses a unique ability to absorb energy, which allows me to deal with those energy entities. A voice filled with astonishment emerged. A race capable of absorbing energy? The venerable Yao Lao, appearing in soul form with white hair and beard, stroked his chin thoughtfully. He regarded Gu Bei with intrigue, sensing a residual trace of wind and thunder energy within Xiao Yan's body. If Xiao Yan were to absorb this energy, it might prove more beneficial than consuming medicinal pills for cultivation, all without causing any side effects. Xiao Yan promptly exclaimed, Yao Lao. Elder Yao gently acknowledged with a soft sound, yet his attention remained evidently fixed on Gu Bei, seeking to comprehend the matter of energy absorption. Elder Yao proceeded to inquire about the agility displayed by Gu Bei. If energy absorption were indeed a matter of racial endowment, how could your agility be so formidable? It is noteworthy that you managed to evade numerous lightning serpents in a single instance, and yet you inhabit the body of Xiao Yan, who possesses merely the strength of a 7-star Great Dou Master. In response, Gu Bei had anticipated this question and waved his hand with a hint of exasperation. It is merely a few lightning serpents. Evading them is quite natural. Wouldn't you agree? The corners of Elder Yao's mouth twitched slightly, seemingly at a loss for words at Gu Bei's remark, for even when one had reached the 7-star Great Dou Master level, it would have been virtually impossible to evade the lightning serpents. Perceiving Elder Yao's perplexity, Gu Bei offered a faint smile and remarked, in truth, I initially had no means of evading the lightning serpents. However, was it not fortuitous that I practiced the 3,000 lightning movements? Chapter 80, Skills Beyond the World. 3,000 thunder movements. The two long white brows of the medicine elder furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of perplexity. You claim to have mastered the 3,000 thunder movements, thus evading the thunder serpent? Yet, that seems implausible. To achieve such a feat requires no less than 3 months of arduous training. Xiao Yan silently nodded. Recalling the medicine elder's earlier words, this extraordinary movement technique was immensely powerful, allowing him to contend with opponents at the spirit realm even with a mere introduction to its principles. If he could grasp some nuances of the technique, fleeing from a Do Wang expert would pose no great challenge. However, given its formidable nature, mastering the 3,000 thunder movements was exceptionally difficult. Despite his considerable talent, Xiao Yan believed that without months of diligent practice, he could never reach the level necessary to evade the thunder serpent. Both were left in a state of bewilderment, which afforded Gu Bei a slight sense of pride. However, considering that he now stood alongside Xiao Yan, he refrained from being overly boastful and began to explain the situation gradually. The innate gifts of my race far surpass those of humans. We are born with the ability to comprehend combat techniques. although I have only recently encountered the 3,000 thunder movements. Matching the results of several months of human training is hardly a challenge. Gu Bei's nonchalant tone rendered his formidable meditative abilities as simple as sipping cool water, leaving even the medicine elder, a figure of renown in the Dou Po continent, somewhat speechless. Hovering in midair, the medicine elder tapped the trunk of an ancient tree and sighed. The Dou Po continent is vast indeed, yet it harbors beings of your extraordinary talent, truly unimaginable. Upon hearing the medicine elder's words, Gu Bei couldn't help but smile inwardly. For he was not a being of the Dou Po continent, but rather Venom from the Marvel universe. Nonetheless, as the medicine elder had stated, the Dou Po continent was indeed expansive and offered access to even higher realms. It was uncertain what other beings akin to Gu Bei might exist in such realms. In a whimsical moment, the medicine elder posed a question. Do you possess any alchemical skills? Alchemical arts were the medicine elder's greatest pride, second only to the burning technique, which compelled him to inquire about Gu Bei. Gu Bei displayed a lack of interest, responding, alchemical arts? I have inherited some knowledge in that area, but it seems rather pointless to me. While I can perform it, I do not find it worthwhile to continue. His dismissive words incited the medicine elder's ire, as this old man had devoted his life to perfecting his alchemical skills. Naturally, being so lightly regarded by Gu Bei dampened his spirits. With a huff of indignation, he retreated into Xiao Yan's ancient gray ring. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan expressed surprise. You can transmit the skills you've learned back to me? Is it truly that remarkable? Gu Bei nodded and replied nonchalantly, indeed, that is a capability of my race. During their conversation, the medicine elder, ever vigilant within the ring, interjected with a question, will feedback on skills not lead to instability in your foundation? Naturally, this issue would not arise. Gu Bei stated with considerable confidence, the feedback skill is akin to the host having thoroughly mastered this ability, achieving a complete understanding without resorting to the detrimental practice of hasty advancement. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Lao sighed. I can hardly believe such a miraculous being exists in the Dou Po continent. Initially, Yao Lao held a degree of wariness towards Gu Bei, albeit not strong, but certainly present. Now, upon hearing Gu Bei expound upon the extraordinary talents within his race, he found it somewhat overwhelming. Such a wondrous symbiotic entity must surely be a treasure rather than something vile. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt a surge of eagerness. Can you impart the insights of the 3,000 thunder movement to me? I only require a fragment. If it jeopardizes my foundation, I shall forego it. Xiao Yan, still exhibiting a modicum of caution, understood that his ambition was to ascend to the pinnacle of the Dou Po continent, and a weak foundation equated to self-sabotage. Gu Bei, not one to procrastinate, had long harbored the intention of enhancing Xiao Yan. The quicker Xiao Yan grew stronger, the faster the timeline for conquering the Dou Po world would progress, allowing Gu Bei to frequently visit and upgrade the burning formula, while also extracting numerous skills from Xiao Yan for his own use. Truly a mutually beneficial arrangement. Very well, I shall bestow the skill upon you. Gu Bei immediately activated the feedback skill belonging to his symbiotic nature. Initially, this skill was learned solely to assimilate the devouring magic technique through the immortal heavenly art, but it had now transformed into a commendable assistance skill. Xiao Yan's will swiftly commandeered his body, while Gu Bei nestled within Xiao Yan's dantian, quietly observing his forthcoming performance. Yao Lao was fully alert, knowing that the matter concerned Xiao Yan's foundation, and he could not afford to be careless. As Xiao Yan regained control of his body, his vitality, spirit, and energy all reached an apex, particularly as a faint silver lightning coursed through him, bringing him immense comfort. He stood firmly with his feet slightly apart, arms spread wide as if to maintain balance, and uttered 4 words, 3,000 thunder movement. Whoosh! The ancient tree, towering towards the heavens, trembled as if struck, its massive trunk swaying vigorously. The leaves on the branches rustled in response, while Xiao Yan had already vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, a footprint appeared on another century-old tree. Xiao Yan had landed upon the ancient tree, one hand resting against its trunk. Gazing at the distance he had traversed, his eyes sparkled with astonishment. Indeed, I have mastered the 3,000 thunder movement, and it feels as though I have been practicing for ages, able to wield it with ease. Xiao Yan's affirmation left Yao Lao profoundly shaken, yet he employed his spiritual power to skin Xiao Yan's body, discovering no hidden injuries that could harm his foundation, which finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Just as Xiao Yan intended to further test the might of the 3,000 thunder movement to see its limits, another skill manifested in his mind, leaving him with an expression of shock. Gu Bei chuckled mischievously. What? Do you not like it? Chapter 81. Return to the battlefield of the divine. Xiao Yan found himself rendered speechless by Gu Bei's inquiry, his face betraying an expression of disbelief that lingered for quite some time. After a considerable interval, he gradually emerged from his state of astonishment. Instead of manifesting the 3,000 lightning movements, he formed hand seals, channeling his internal fighting spirit in conjunction with the seals. With a resounding bang, 3 additional copies of Xiao Yan materialized out of thin air, each identical to his original self. Subsequently, the 3 figures simultaneously executed the 3,000 lightning movements, swiftly leaping to 3 different trees, landing in unison and coming to a halt. Observing Xiao Yan's use of the multiple shadow clone technique, Yao Lao nodded in approval, remarking that this cloning technique, if utilized effectively, could rival high-tier profound techniques, even if the clone's power was somewhat lacking. Yao Lao's assessment of the multiple shadow clone technique, equating it to a high-tier profound skill, indicated his high regard for this martial art. However, Xiao Yan inhaled deeply and replied, Yao Lao, I fear this technique surpasses even high-tier profound skills. Oh, Yao Lao exclaimed, taken aback and slightly puzzled. Could it be that the power of these clones is formidable? Xiao Yan shook his head, forming seals once more to conclude the multiple shadow clone technique. The 3 clones on the other trees instantly dissipated into white smoke. At that moment, Xiao Yan took a deep breath, a flicker of silver lightning flashing in his gaze as he murmured, 3,000 lightning movements. In an instant, Xiao Yan transitioned from one tree to another. The change in speed appeared to be no different from his previous transformation. However, a so powerful expert like Yao Lao could perceive the subtle differences. He could not help but exclaim, Your 3,000 lightning movements have indeed improved. What is the reason behind this? Both master and disciple delved into contemplation, having uncovered the secret of the multiple shadow clone technique. While this martial art might not be overwhelmingly powerful, its potential for cultivation synergy was terrifying, completely defying the norms of the Dou Qi continent. Yao Lao let out a wry smile. For a symbiotic entity such as yours, I can only express my admiration. Xiao Yan, puzzled, inquired, Are you about to fall into slumber again? For how long? Gu Bei, of course, would not disclose when he would awaken, responding vaguely, It may be a long time. Perhaps soon, but it's uncertain. Just focus on enhancing your strength. The greater your power, the more protection you can provide for me. With the acquisition of the multiple shadow clone technique, Xiao Yan brimmed with confidence and readily agreed. Gu Bei, choosing not to elaborate further, opened his system panel and transmitted the multiple shadow clone technique to Xiao Yan, compensating for the lack of training in their 3-year pact, elevating Xiao Yan to the pinnacle among geniuses. By the time Gu Bei returned, Xiao Yan would likely have reclaimed the fallen heart flame, allowing for a corresponding enhancement of his burning technique. It seemed he could directly traverse from the Dou Po world to the battlefield of the divine. Xiao Yan whispered something into Gu Bei's ear, yet Gu Bei could not discern a single word as the spatial force surrounding him gradually enveloped his body, causing everything in his sight to become increasingly indistinct. As this blurred vision began to fade, Gu Bei once again beheld the towering walls and the rusted bronze gates. With a thought, he summoned the corporeal form of the Holy Son of Shaguang to his side and immediately approached. As he stepped forth toward the bronze gates, Gu Bei noticed the esteemed figure of Long Ming Tian from the myriad realms and respectfully bowed. Despite their unfamiliarity, for the dead deserve reverence. Once the formalities were concluded, Gu Bei confidently entered the bronze gates, traversing through the crevice as he had done previously. The material of the gates remained an enigma, shrouded in mystery. Gu Bei mused quietly. Could it be constructed to suppress certain deities? The height and composition certainly suggested such a purpose. After a moment of speculation, a glow appeared before him, and having traversed such a considerable distance, Gu Bei was finally nearing the exit, which brought a smile to his lips. It was finally his turn to shine. At the end of the bronze gates lay an expansive, desolate wilderness, where countless giants stood idly. And in the farthest reaches of the wasteland, another towering wall and a silver gate could be faintly discerned. Gazing at this familiar scene, Gu Bei wore an eager expression. His previous retreat had left him quite incensed, and he was determined not to repeat that misstep. The giants in the wilderness remained utterly still. Gu Bei took another step forward, yet the giants did not react. This elicited a long sigh of relief from him, as it seemed that the issue of being targeted by the giants after slaying one had dissipated. The duration of their animosity had lasted approximately 5 or 6 days. Once more, Gu Bei gleaned insights into the behavior patterns of the giants. If one ventured within 10 meters of a giant, they would be attacked. Observing the giants roaming the wilderness, Gu Bei spoke as if issuing a challenge. 3,000 thunders, do not disappoint me. Chapter 82. The flight technique of the Thunderbat wings. With a powerful stomp upon the ground, the chaotic body propelled Gu Bei into the sky with tremendous force. The might generated by this singular kick was astonishing, a testament to the ultimate physique of the celestial world. This extraordinary strength launched Gu Bei nearly 100 meters into the air, with no sensation of diminishing power, enabling him to ascend even higher. However, an enigmatic force pervading the wilderness sky hindered Gu Bei's ascent, as invisible chains of the heavens bound him, effectively dissipating the formidable energy of his kick. As Gu Bei hovered in the air, he scanned his surroundings, yet saw nothing amiss. The sensation of obstruction was palpable. He pondered whether the divine battlefield possessed an anti-flight attribute. Indeed, if he could soar freely, the giants would never notice him, rendering this wilderness unnecessary. Gradually, he began to descend, the oppressive feeling lessening, thus reinforcing his belief in the existence of an anti-flight property within the battlefield. Behind him, a flicker of azure light manifested. Just before his descent, Gu Bei shouted, "Thunderbat wings." A pair of enormous azure wings, reminiscent of a bat's, unfurled behind him. With a gentle flap, he was propelled nearly 100 meters away. In the next instant, the fiery red burning technique energy surged into the Thunderbat wings. Refined by the core fire of the Azure Lotus, this energy had reached the intermediate level of the mystic rank, far surpassing its previous quality. It surged into the Thunderbat wings, instantly doubling their size, with fiery red sparks dancing upon them. Once more, the Thunderbat wings flapped, granting Gu Bei remarkable speed as he transformed into a brilliant streak of azure and crimson light, soaring towards the opposite side of the wilderness. This velocity eclipsed his previous mastery of the divine rainbow, the howling wind rushing past him as countless giants recoiled behind. In an instant, Gu Bei traversed several kilometers. Yet the edge of the wilderness remained a distant goal. This battlefield was vast beyond measure. Furthermore, the anti-flight force associated with the divine battlefield became increasingly apparent. With Gu Bei acutely aware of the intensifying pressure upon him, only by continually lowering his altitude could he manage to remain airborne. Gradually, his height decreased from 100 meters to 90, 80, until reaching around 30 meters. A colossal giant, towering at 20 meters with a chest brimming with hair, let out a thunderous roar directed at Gu Bei in the sky. This giant, embodying the typical stature of his kin, noticed Gu Bei hovering at 30 meters and, without hesitation, unleashed his formidable tailed beast jewel. Gu Bei remained vigilant, closely observing the fluctuations of the giants below, and naturally noted the one aiming to strike him down. The overwhelming energy emanating from the giant was unmistakable, discernible even without any skills of insight or perception. Gazing at the giant's impressive 20-meter frame, Gu Bei couldn't help but smirk. Was this giant perhaps developing a bit too hastily? At this moment, Gu Bei's gaze was primarily fixated on the giant's eyes and neck. His initial observation was undoubtedly directed at the giant's most critical feature, the neck, where each mark represented a unique skill possessed by the giant. Presently, only a single mark glimmered above the neck, indicating that the giant could indeed unleash only one skill, the tailed beast ball. However, adhering to the principle of missing opportunities rather than letting them slip away, Gu Bei took a moment to examine the giant's eyes. They were ordinary black orbs, devoid of the Sharingan or any other form of mystical eye, which eased Gu Bei's mind. A mere tailed beast ball skill likely wouldn't compel him to employ his 3,000 thunder movements. As the tailed beast ball coalesced within the giant's mouth, it transformed into a black sphere of energy, immensely compressed and advancing with a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, distorting the very fabric of space. In the next instant, the tailed beast ball reached Gu Bei's front. With a powerful flap of his Thunderbat wings, he summoned a tempestuous gale that forcefully altered his trajectory, allowing him to narrowly evade the tailed beast ball by an odd angle. Boom! Hundreds of meters away, the tailed beast ball detonated, generating a colossal explosion reminiscent of a nuclear blast, birthing a mushroom cloud. Several giants seemed to suffer as a result, with numerous dismembered giants emerging from the chaos, while some possessed defensive skills, barely managing to shield their vital organs. Others, endowed with regenerative abilities, swiftly grew new limbs. Gu Bei, having evaded the tailed beast ball with his aerial techniques, wasted no time in channeling his burning will energy into the Thunderbat wings and accelerated his flight. His destination was the silver giant gate at the edge of the wilderness. He could not afford to squander his strength here. Transforming into a streak of light in the sky, Gu Bei's form surged. Meanwhile, the giant that had fixated on him immediately began to sprint across the wilderness like a bizarre creature, its mouth agape, clearly intent on bringing Gu Bei down. Gu Bei inwardly lamented the trouble this giant posed. Once it locked onto him, it would pursue relentlessly. Should he retaliate, it would only draw the attention of all the giants. The only course of action was to flee. In terms of evasion, Gu Bei had not engaged in much practice. Yet the flight technique of his thunderbat wings overwhelmingly surpassed that of the 20-meter giant. Even as the giant exhaled tailed beast balls with exhausting frequency, it could not touch Gu Bei, while several of the tailed beast balls had indeed felled numerous giants. With the giant now fixated on him, Gu Bei became increasingly cautious, avoiding any approach towards giants of excessive height. Even if 2 or 3 similar giants pursued him, he could easily evade their multifaceted attacks without resorting to his 3,000 thunder movements. However, Gu Bei was acutely aware of the existence of some giants with Sharingan, and would not dare to impose additional burdens upon himself. After flying approximately 10 kilometers, the 20-meter giant had followed him for just as long. A grim realization dawned upon him. The no-fly zone of the divine battlefield had intensified once more. Gu Bei felt as though 2 mountains were pressing down upon his shoulders. Although the chaotic body did not feel particularly heavy, the 2 teams of thunderbats flapped their wings with great effort, yet they could not halt the relentless descent, gradually reaching an altitude of approximately 25 meters. At that moment, a giant with peculiar eyes lifted its head. Chapter 83, The Silver Colossus. The enormous black eyes, with dark red tomo gradually emerging at the edges of the pupils, illuminated alongside the mark on its neck, causing the surrounding world to slow down. The giant raised its head, clearly perceiving Gu Bei soaring through the sky, witnessing the thunderbat wings that adorned him, and discerning the peculiar trajectory of his flight, an enigma that could evade most assaults. Yet, no matter how bizarre this flight path might be, it could not escape the impending attack of the giant. With the Sharingan activated, the giant opened its colossal maw, and the 2 marks representing its abilities on its neck glowed fiercely, while an immense surge of black and white energy coalesced within its mouth. The tailed beast bomb had been formed. This was a force more terrifying than a guided missile strike, a compression of energy poised to unleash devastation. Roaring, accompanied by a thunderous bellow, the tailed beast bomb was launched towards Gu Bei. With a mere glance, Gu Bei discerned the second tailed beast bomb hurtling towards him, clearly not fired by the 20-meter giant. Otherwise, it would not evoke such an intense sense of threat. In that moment, Gu Bei caught sight of the giant with its mouth agape towards the heavens, its neck aglow with 2 marks, and its eyes adorned with tomo. This giant, standing amidst the wilderness with arms at its sides, was evidently the second giant confronting Gu Bei, and one wielding the Sharingan. It was only a matter of time. An icy resolve settled in Gu Bei's heart, faced with the formidable combination of the Sharingan and tailed beast bomb. He would be compelled to employ the 3,000 thunder movements, as relying solely on the thunderbat wings might not suffice to elude the foresight of the Sharingan. The immense wind pressure capable of shattering rock encroached upon Gu Bei's vicinity, with the 2-tailed beast bombs flanking him, effectively sealing off his escape routes. The flight path he had meticulously planned was entirely obstructed by the 2-tailed beast bombs. The Sharingan Gu Bei narrowed his eyes, feeling the flicker of wind and thunder energy surging beneath him. Perhaps it is time for me to explore this ability. The 2-tailed beast bombs charged to within half a meter of Gu Bei, and at that moment, he unleashed his 3,000 thunder movements. A sound reminiscent of thunder rippled through the sky as a brilliant yellow flash of lightning shot forth from where Gu Bei stood, extending over 100 meters away, precisely to the location where he had just been encircled by the 2-tailed beast bombs. Boom! With a resounding crash, the 2-tailed beast bombs collided violently, giving rise to a mushroom cloud in the sky, the shockwave radiating outward, causing many giants to stumble, yet failing to touch the hem of Gu Bei's garment. The speed of the 3,000 thunder movements surpassed the investigative prowess of the Sharingan. However, this was also due to the insufficient speed of the tailed beast bombs, or perhaps the inadequacy of the Sharingan's level. Otherwise, they could have posed a significant threat to Gu Bei. In an instant, the 3,000 thunder movements reached 100 meters away. Gu Bei spread his wings and surged towards the silver colossus once more. The 2 giants trailing behind him pursued relentlessly across the wilderness, their enormous forms and strength enabling them to keep close on Gu Bei's heels. Moreover, the tailed beast balls they spoke of rained down upon Gu Bei with reckless abandon, as if they were freely given, with intervals between each projectile never exceeding 10 seconds. Such relentless assaults wreaked havoc, leaving the path Gu Bei traversed pockmarked and riddled with destruction, claiming the lives of countless giants beneath the onslaught of the tailed beast balls. Whenever a tailed beast ball detonated, aside from giants endowed with defensive or healing abilities, the rest met their demise, collapsing into pools of blood. The destructive force was indeed formidable. However, in the face of the 3,000 thunder movements, it proved utterly futile. Contemplating this, a glimmer of triumph shone in Gu Bei's eyes. For his earlier decision to venture into the Dou Po world to acquire the 3,000 thunder movements had been remarkably astute, allowing him to traverse the wilderness with ease. What did it matter how potent the tailed beast balls were if they could not even graze him? The silver giant gate bore far more intricate engravings than the bronze giant gate, prominently featuring a colossal hammer and a vibrant sprig of grass, both occupying the most conspicuous positions on the gate. Surrounding the immense hammer and the verdant grass were various other elements. But what captured Gu Bei's attention the most was a soaring dragon, resembling the golden dragon he had encountered previously. Numerous distinctive symbols adorned the gate, yet their meanings remained a mystery to Gu Bei. A gap in the center of the silver giant gate permitted passage. However, standing outside was a 30-meter-tall giant, towering at twice the height of ordinary giants, rendering them akin to mere children in his presence. In addition to his immense stature, this giant bore approximately 7 markings upon his neck, each representing a unique skill, indicating mastery of at least 7 abilities. The 30-meter giant stood like a sentinel before the silver giant gate, immovable. To enter the gate, one must confront him. His formidable presence was evident through both his markings and his towering form. A vacuum of space surrounded him as other giants fled in fear, unwilling to challenge the authority of this colossal being. As Gu Bei soared through the air, he recognized the 30-meter giant as the true sovereign of the wilderness. Defeating this entity was likely a prerequisite to gaining access to the silver giant gate. Sensing the 2 giants behind him preparing to launch another volley of tailed beast balls, Gu Bei smiled faintly. An idea sparked in his mind for how to test the 30-meter giant's prowess, and he flew toward him, declaring, "Let us see how you fare against the tailed beast balls." With that, 2 massive tailed beast balls hurtled toward him from behind. Such an assault was nothing new to Gu Bei. He glanced at the 30-meter giant before summoning the power of wind and thunder, unleashing the 3,000 thunder movements in an instant, covering a distance of 100 meters. A flash of lightning darted between the 2 tailed beast balls, evading them effortlessly. Once again, the giant's attacks fell short. Meanwhile, Gu Bei, positioned 100 meters away, observed as the 2 tailed beast balls sped toward the giant. Eager to discern the extraordinary powers or skills possessed by the 30-meter colossus, with a slight squint of his eyes, Gu Bei spoke. "Can you withstand this move? With 2 tailed beast orbs?" Chapter 84. Confrontation with the 30-meter giant beneath the ancient silver gate. The 30-meter giant had been in a state of repose, eyes closed, until this moment when it opened its eyes, revealing 2 beams of brilliance emanating from its gaze. Its muscular arms rose, fingers splayed, and a radiant mark upon its neck began to glow with an intensity far surpassing that of ordinary giants. This brilliance signified the formidable power of the giant's abilities, astonishing even Gu Bei at the sight of it. Could it be that this giant approached a level close to 30? As the radiance from the giant's neck peaked, a small blue grass appeared in the palm of its hand, resembling the grass depicted on the silver gate. Upon witnessing its color, Gu Bei instinctively recognized its origin, the blue silver grass from the Dou Po world. A surge of life energy emanated from the grass, nourishing the parched wilderness like a gentle spring rain. In an instant, the earth began to rumble, as though something beneath was poised to break through the surface. Suddenly, from the dry soil of the wilderness, a mass of vines erupted, resembling a swarm of wooden dragons emerging from the ground. They clustered together, entwining to form a wooden shield that stood resolutely before the 30-meter giant. 2 ferocious-tailed beast orbs crashed against this shield, generating a tremendous explosion at its center, reducing countless vines to mere ashes in the fiery aftermath. Logically, the wooden shield should have been gradually consumed by the orbs, leaving the way clear for them to strike the 30-meter giant. Yet, contrary to expectation, the shield remained intact, growing in size as an unyielding defense, with countless underground vines continuously reinforcing it. This spectacle left Gu Bei momentarily stunned. Could the blue-silver grass be utilized in such a manner? As the vines tirelessly replenished the shield, the 2 energy-limited tailed beast orbs ultimately perished beneath its protective barrier. The 30-meter giant, having withstood the onslaught, cast a glance towards the 20-meter giant and the Sharingan giant with an intent to eradicate them. The two giants, upon meeting the gaze of the 30-meter giant, halted their pursuit of Gu Bei, fear evident in their eyes as they retreated, their demeanor akin to that of individuals confronting a demon lord. To them, the 30-meter giant was no different from a malevolent overlord. With a vigorous grasp of its outstretched fingers, the giant unleashed another wave of life energy from the blue-silver grass, causing the ground to tremble once more. Countless vines set their sights anew, determined to ensnare the fleeing giants. The Sharingan giant, having repeatedly attempted to evade the binding vines with its ocular prowess, found itself overwhelmed by the sheer number of vines. Ultimately bound and immobile despite its struggles. Subsequently, the 30-meter giant opened its massive maw, launching yet another tailed beast orb towards the two giants. Two colossal giants were ensnared by creeping vines, utterly powerless against the might of the tailed beast orb. As the orb struck the ground, erupting into a mushroom cloud, their massive forms were engulfed in flames, lamenting their fate as they were reduced to ashes. The harrowing sight vividly showcased the formidable strength of the 30-meter giant. The binding of the vines, combined with the devastating power of the tailed beast orb, swiftly obliterated the other giant. Moreover, the 30-meter giant possessed 5 additional skills yet to be demonstrated in battle. Perhaps, the 30-meter giant also wielded the legendary Sharingan, granting it the ability to perceive movements. This was indeed a formidable adversary, likely exceeding level 25 in prowess. Gu Bei made an astute assessment. However, the abilities he currently displayed were limited to the tailed beast orb and blue-silver grass. How had he managed to slay Long Ming Tian? As Gu Bei pondered this, the 30-meter giant turned its gaze upon him, its gargantuan form reminiscent of a titan, its cold expression akin to that of a deity. It uttered a few cryptic words. All gods of the universe. These enigmatic phrases triggered a recollection of the divine sequence he had acquired, which lay dormant within his system panel. After uttering those words, an unusual flicker of jealousy appeared on the giant's face, transforming its divine demeanor into one of indignation, as if it had been deprived of a profound secret. Give me death. With a mere flick of its hand, an endless tide of vines surged towards Gu Bei, resembling an ocean of tendrils. Each vine was thicker than a fully grown arm, coiling around Gu Bei's body like a constricting serpent. This was not Gu Bei's first encounter with blue-silver grass. He had devised a strategy for such situations. At the moment the vines ensnared him, a torrent of searing energy erupted from within him, akin to molten lava. His burning technique had reached the intermediate level of the Xian tier, and its potency had surged correspondingly, easily incinerating the oncoming vines with its fiery might. Yet, the relentless onslaught of vines forced Gu Bei to amplify his power. He unfurled his thunderbat wings, channeling the burning technique into them, and with a powerful flap, unleashed a wave of intense heat that detonated all the vines summoned by the blue-silver grass. The vines, inherently oily, ignited upon contact with the flames, transforming into a blazing inferno. Rubbing his recently bound wrists, Gu Bei gazed at the sea of flames before him and chuckled softly. Realizing that the blue-silver grass posed no threat to him, he spread his thunderbat wings and soared into the sky. Observing that his blue-silver grass had failed, the 30-meter giant's eyes glimmered with the tomo of its third skill, the Sharingan. Gu Bei, high in the air, felt the biting wind slicing past him. Yet it did not hinder his scrutiny of the giant's neck and eyes. He maintained a serene smile, unconcerned by the hidden Sharingan skill. As I suspected, you indeed possess the Sharingan. Alas, it remains futile. The 30-meter giant scarcely registered Gu Bei's words. With all his might, he unleashed the power of his Sharingan, decelerating Gu Bei's every movement and even anticipating his forthcoming actions. Subsequently, a third mark illuminated his neck. He opened his massive maw, poised like a tracking missile, ready to unleash the tailed beast bomb. Chapter 85. Dou Po and Xiao Wu's abilities. The tail beast orb unleashed is evidently of extraordinary potency. In terms of size, it surpasses the typical tail beast orb, reaching a magnitude twice that of the standard, akin to the distinction between the Great Rasengan and the Rasengan. With its destructive power amplified manifold, as this tail beast orb fully coalesces, the surrounding space trembles with a subtle vibration. Whoosh! A piercing sound of the air being sliced through reverberates across the sky as the formidable tail beast orb is expelled from the giant's maw, leaving behind a sinister black streak of lingering energy. In that fleeting moment, The giant's Sharingan is fully activated, not only decelerating Gu Bei's movements, but also predicting his subsequent actions. To the left, it discerned. He will indeed move to the left. Faced with the impending onslaught of the oversized tail beast orb, Gu Bei's hair is tousled by the turbulent winds, yet his gaze remains unwaveringly calm. The power of wind and thunder emanates from his legs, accompanied by a hint of a smirk. The combination of the tail beast orb and the Sharingan is of no consequence to me. In an instant, Gu Bei shifts to the left, precisely as predicted by the Sharingan. However, what significance does foresight hold? His form accelerates to a speed akin to that of thunder, moving with fluidity as the silver giant gate looms larger before him. In the blink of an eye, Gu Bei stands before the towering 30-meter giant. With narrowed eyes, imbued with a sense of caution, he contemplates the task of vanquishing the giant. Yet, a flicker of doubt lingers within him as he gazes at the 30-meter behemoth, with a total of 7 engravings, representing 7 abilities. Could there be other skills that might pose a threat to me? Behind him, the colossal tail beast orb ultimately detonates, akin to an apocalyptic bomb, obliterating a swath of barren land, sending countless fragments flying amidst the explosion as dust envelopes the entire wasteland. The 30-meter giant, thwarted in its attack, finds itself confronted by Gu Bei, roaring in fury, displaying signs of desperation and a hint of trepidation. A golden substance radiates from its entirety, exuding a sense of transcendence. As a golden aura resembling an ancient temple bell illuminates behind the giant. The intricate patterns of this golden light are strikingly clear, reminiscent of a resplendent ancient bell. The sudden appearance of the ancient bell outside the 30-meter giant piques Gu Bei's curiosity. Is this the golden bell shield and iron cloth? Many realms possess such abilities. I am uncertain of its origin, yet, regardless of the world, the golden bell shield and iron cloth are regarded as rudimentary skills. Casting another glance at the giant, he observes the glowing engravings on its neck, affirming that the golden bell shield and iron cloth indeed belong to this formidable entity. Though he did not regard the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt with much respect, Gu Bei remained exceedingly cautious. Up to this moment, the giant still had 3 skills yet to unveil, and Gu Bei could not afford to be careless. With a thunderous roar, the 30-meter giant's form underwent another transformation as a layer of metallic membrane rapidly enveloped its surface. Gu Bei squinted. Was this the crystallization ability from Attack on Titan? While it fortified its defenses once more, it seemed insufficient. Having activated 2 defensive skills, the giant's physique had already reached an extraordinarily formidable level. With a massive swing, it launched a punch from above towards Gu Bei. Naturally, Gu Bei did not panic. Just as he was about to retaliate, the colossal figure suddenly flickered and appeared behind him in an instant. At that moment, Gu Bei felt a chill run down his spine. This monstrous being indeed retained lethal skills. Without time to ponder further, Gu Bei unleashed his 1,000 thunder motion to create distance from the 30-meter giant. However, the giant's neck glowed with a flash, summoning a multitude of vines that impeded Gu Bei's movements. In that instant, even with the astonishing speed of his 1,000 thunder motion, Gu Bei found himself ensnared by the vines, and the giant's fist came crashing down. The blow struck the edge of Gu Bei's arm, the tremendous impact sending him hurtling through the air. Though he sustained no injury, he was left in a rather disheveled state, with one hand bracing against the ground. He rolled over and regained his footing, bending low to avoid being further tossed by the shockwave. Glancing at the giant's neck, he pondered the possibility of a teleportation skill. Gu Bei sensed that a rabbit appeared alongside the blue-silver grass on the giant's palm. The fact that this rabbit could stand alongside the blue-silver grass undoubtedly indicated it was also a martial soul. Moreover, the manifestation of the teleportation skill strongly suggested it was the beast martial soul of Xiao Wu from the Dou Po world. Simultaneously, all remaining skills on the giant's neck illuminated, confirming Gu Bei's suspicion that this giant possessed an incomplete set of Xiao Wu's abilities. In the realm of Dou Po, Xiao Wu's skills and Tang San's were undoubtedly the finest pairing, as they were the protagonists. Alas, the giant only wielded a few of them. Did it think itself capable of challenging him? To speak frankly, had the giant possessed the full suite of Xiao Wu's skills, Gu Bei might have felt a twinge of apprehension, for Xiao Wu was the beloved daughter of the Dou Po world, and several of her skills were of a truly monstrous caliber. Encountering her would undoubtedly spell trouble for Gu Bei. However, with only a handful of skills, the situation was different. Lacking the continuity of skill execution, Gu Bei felt no fear of the 30-meter giant. He observed the glowing mark on the giant's neck flicker once more as the rabbit martial soul in its hand began to emit a peculiar radiance. Gu Bei surmised that the giant intended to employ the same tactics again. Indeed, with Xiao Wu's third instant teleportation, combined with the golden bell shield, iron cloth shirt, and crystallized skin, along with a physique at the level of a divine king, any sudden assault could prove overwhelming, even against formidable beings traversing multiple worlds. As Gu Bei spoke in a calm manner, the giant had already vanished from his original position, his colossal form reappearing behind Gu Bei in the blink of an eye. With a fist raised high above his head, he gathered all his strength, akin to a dragon swinging its tail, condensing his entire might into a single point and striking down towards Gu Bei, who stood undisturbed on the ground. This scene seemed to go unnoticed by Gu Bei, who remained tranquil and unperturbed, his tone still devoid of emotion. Unfortunately, I am not an ordinary powerhouse of the myriad realms. A swirling aura of chaos emanated around Gu Bei. Chapter 86, Dou Po City. The wisps of chaotic energy emanate as if from the dawn of creation, possessing an eternal essence that is immutable. Each strand of this chaotic aura bears the weight of mountains, capable of effortlessly toppling towering peaks. This formidable chaotic energy is merely a byproduct of the chaotic body. One can scarcely imagine the true extent of its power. Indeed, throughout Gu Bei's numerous experiences across worlds, he has yet to encounter a physique that rivals that of the chaotic body. Once such a body attains certain realms, it is sufficient to obliterate mountains and devastate valleys. Thus, one cannot help but ponder the sheer might that would arise if such a physique were to be paired with formidable skills. As the winds of fists howled behind him, Gu Bei clenched his fingers into a fist, infusing his hand with dark red combat aura. His entire being quaked as he twisted his fist and struck with intensity, shouting, "8 extremes collapse." In that moment, a chilling aura erupted from Gu Bei, radiating outward and engulfing the entire wilderness. Confronting a fist massive enough to dwarf humanity, encased in the protective layers of the golden bell and iron cloth. Gu Bei surged forward with audacity, landing the 8 extremes collapse directly upon the giant's fist. With each inch the colossal fist advanced, flesh and blood disintegrated into nothingness as if Gu Bei's fist had transformed into a furnace, incinerating all in its path. Without pausing to catch his breath, Gu Bei adjusted his stance and, harnessing the momentum, launched a second punch. This time, he leapt from the barren earth, soaring over a dozen meters, while the giant's massive form propelled itself upward, allowing Gu Bei to strike directly at the heart of the giant. 8 extremes collapse. Gu Bei's fist struck solidly against the giant's heart. With a resounding bang, a gaping void appeared in the left chest of the 30-meter giant. Torrents of blood cascading down from the heavens. A howl of despair escaped the giant as its body swayed precariously. Little did it anticipate that after unveiling its full array of skills, it would not emerge victorious, but rather face defeat at the hands of Gu Bei's insight. Yet, one cannot entirely blame the giant. The chaotic body is indeed an extraordinary physique, and Gu Bei fortuitously wielded the 8 extremes collapse. A martial technique infused with 8 layers of hidden strength, relentlessly battering the 30-meter giant into submission. With 2 punches delivered, Gu Bei showed no hesitation, tightening the muscles of his left arm as he prepared to unleash a third strike. The 30-meter giant let out a deafening roar, the mark upon its neck glowing with an intense brilliance before vanishing in an instant. Xiao Wu's third soul skill had been activated, thanks to Xiao Wu's unparalleled abilities. The giant narrowly evaded Gu Bei's third 8 extremes collapse. Had it connected, it would surely have met its demise. However, even though the giant had dodged the third punch, it was left gasping for breath, half kneeling on the ground, propped up by one hand to prevent itself from collapsing. Gu Bei glanced at his fist, then at the dying 30-meter giant, pondering, with a physique combined with the chaotic body and the power of 3,000 thunderclaps in close combat. There are likely few who could stand against me. The 30-meter giant seemed to resonate with Gu Bei's sentiment, turning its head with the intent to flee. Regrettably, how could Gu Bei possibly let this individual escape? This fellow has undoubtedly eliminated numerous formidable beings from the myriad realms. Xiao Wu's teleportation skill is, regardless of the world, of a truly extraordinary caliber. Gu Bei stated calmly, although I have no particular ties with the powerhouses of the myriad realms. Long Ming Tian did provide me with a warning using the corpse of the bronze giant, which I consider a form of gratitude. Therefore, you shall perish here. With that, Gu Bei raised his hand, and a web of demonic energy intertwined and wove itself into a vast net, ensnaring the 30-meter giant in an instant. The severely injured giant struggled futilely to tear apart the net with its hands, but its weakened state rendered it incapable of breaking free. Observing his black net successfully capturing the giant, Gu Bei proceeded to activate the indomitable celestial art of devouring primal power. Had you been in your prime, my indomitable celestial art would have been ineffective against you, but alas, you are far too weak. The primal energy within the giant transformed into a torrent, surging into Gu Bei's body. Within his storage compartment, alongside the perfected divine king physique, there now resided 10 units of primal energy. This substance not only serves to enhance one's physique, but also to mend injuries, a veritable holy elixir for healing. In just 3 or 4 minutes, the 30-meter giant lay motionless upon the ground, and the other giants in the wilderness turned their gaze toward Gu Bei's position, instinctively opening their massive mouths. Without wasting any time, Gu Bei swiftly entered the silver giant gate, while the tail beast jewels of the giants in the wilderness arrived as expected. Launching into the air like fireworks, tracing perfect parabolas, and crashing against the silver giant gate, countless mushroom clouds erupted on the towering silver gate, emitting a brilliant light that caused the entire structure to tremble gently. Even within the crevice of the silver giant gate, Gu Bei could sense this subtle tremor. Yet he paid it little heed, for within the gate lay matters of far greater importance. Scattered across the ground were an overwhelming number of bones, so abundant that they sent shivers down Gu Bei's spine. With each step he took, more bones accumulated, forming hills. Gu Bei's expression turned grave. Could each of these remains belong to a powerhouse from the myriad realms? But there are far too many. Is the silver giant gate capable of entombing such a multitude of beings? As he pressed onward, the bones continued to multiply, and he began to discern intermittent bloodstains. It appeared that those who had fallen here were even more formidable than the previous individuals, leaving behind messages of their demise. When pieced together, these bloodstains formed a single phrase: Dou, Luo, City, Kill, Longming Tian. Upon receiving this information, Gu Bei's brow furrowed. Is there someone pursuing Longming Tian? Could it be that everyone within this crevice was slain by Longming Tian in retaliation? The powerhouses of the myriad realms. No, even the well-equipped Tang San is still formidable. Gu Bei couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, yet his heart grew wary. What exactly is Dou Luo City? Why was Longming Tian killed? If Longming Tian was slain due to his identity as a formidable being from the myriad realms, Gu Bei could only perceive this divine battlefield as a treacherous pitfall. As he pondered, an information panel regarding a skeletal figure emerged. Faction, Dou Luo City. Martial Soul, Giant Hammer Rage Ape. Level, 21. Possesses 3 skills. 1. Giant Hammer Heavy Fist, which delivers tremendous destructive force with both fists. 2. Rage Ape Heavy Fist, a more agile variant compared to the Giant Hammer Heavy Fist. 3. Dual Bloom, simultaneously unleashing the first 2 heavy fists, resulting in a doubled impact. Biography. Served under the Titan faction, one of the 3 powerful forces in Dou Luo City, and met his end at the hands of Longming Tian. Chapter 87. The Soul Fighting Arena. Gu Bei gazed upon the path strewn with corpses, reassessing the formidable prowess of Longming Tian. At merely level 17, he had vanquished an astonishing number of formidable adversaries above level 20. Indeed, Longming Tian was a person of great tenacity. Should he continue to grow, he might not be inferior to Gu Bei himself. In the dimly lit corridor of the Bone Mountain, Gu Bei caught sight of a distant glow, a faint light beckoning him forward. He exhaled softly, relieved to have finally reached the exit. Although he appeared somewhat at ease, his caution deepened. The manner of Longming Tian's demise at the hands of the inhabitants of Dou Luo City was surely laden with secrets, necessitating utmost vigilance. Standing at the crevice of the Grand Silver Gate, Gu Bei peered outside into an expanse of endless wilderness, where yellow earth stretched infinitely into the horizon. Yet, there was a notable difference. Upon this desolate terrain stood a magnificent city. Its towering walls, constructed from colossal azure stones, soared mightily. Soldiers armed with crossbows patrolled the ramparts, while sentinels wielding long spears monitored the comings and goings at the grand entrance, above which 3 resplendent golden characters proclaimed the name, Dou Luo City. Adjacent to Dou Luo City lay the wilderness and numerous villages, where laborers clad in simple garments toiled amidst fields and water buffaloes. Was this truly a world of civilization? Within mere minutes of entering a village, Gu Bei became acquainted with the elders residing there. Inquisitively, he asked, what deeds did Longming Tian undertake in those days? Upon hearing his name, the elder's expressions turned wistful yet tinged with a hint of reverence. He once stole the precious guanine tears from Dou Po City. The city lord dispatched numerous strong warriors to pursue him, yet none could capture him, leading to the stringent regulations we have now. The elders recounted tales of Long Mingtian's might, who, at level 17, had triumphed over numerous opponents of level 20 and even 24. Gu Bei listened with a smile. Yet his thoughts lingered on the matter of the guanine tears. Wasn't it the most potent hidden weapon of the Tang sect? Such a weapon could even slay deities. It was an unequivocal treasure. Long Mingtian's theft of this artifact. Could it be that he intended to venture into the realm of Xinxia to rescue Bai Yao? Using a treasure from the Dou Po world to save someone from the Xinxia realm bore a striking resemblance to employing a sword from a former dynasty to slay officials of the current one. Did it not? However, the crux of the matter remained. Had Long Mingtian ever utilized the guanine tears? If they still existed, I could acquire a treasure of profound legacy. Gu Bei prompted, did Long Mingtian ever make use of the guanine tears? The elders shook their heads in unison. He seemed to hold the guanine tears in high regard, never employing them. It is said he concealed many of his treasures. Those who inherit his possessions can gain powers akin to his own. At this point, the elders hesitated briefly before continuing. Long Mingtian's identity is quite extraordinary. He appears to hail from the outside world, much like the founder of Dou Po City. That founder sought to enter a more advanced realm, the so-called Golden Gate, but ultimately failed and was slain. Had he succeeded, Dou Po City would be far more prosperous than it is today. Gu Bei exhibited a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that Dou Po City was established by the formidable beings of the myriad realms, nor did he foresee that behind the Silver Gate lay the Golden Gate. He gazed across the wilderness, and it seemed there was no golden giant gate in sight. He inquired, Elder, what is this golden giant gate you speak of? The elders displayed looks of yearning, slowly explaining, every 3 years, numerous cities unite to hold the grand tournament. Only the top 10 can enter the Golden Gate, where treasures abound, allowing one to grow in strength with ease. However, this opportunity is no longer ours, for we have already fallen into decline. Gu Bei sought information regarding the location of the Soul Arena, expressing his desire to visit and assess his own strength. The elders immediately cautioned. The Soul Arena is a place reserved for powerful warriors and unbeatable prodigies. If you rashly participate, it is quite likely you may meet your demise there. Gu Bei smiled faintly. No worries, I possess some confidence in my abilities. The elders, in chorus, queried, do you possess a martial soul? Gu Bei replied candidly, no. The elders shook their heads disapprovingly, gazing into the distance. Without a martial soul, your innate skills are inherently inferior to others, let alone standing out in the Soul Arena. Currently, to achieve a golden soul, one must secure 3 consecutive victories in the Silver Division. The elders appeared quite skeptical of Gu Bei, recounting the dangers of the Soul Arena and the prowess of other competitors, urging him to abandon his suicidal intent. Some even spoke of their granddaughters, hoping to distract Gu Bei with beauty and dissuade him from pursuing the Soul Arena. However, little did they know that Gu Bei was impervious to such allure. His purpose for venturing into the divine battlefield was to uncover the secrets hidden by the system. Thus, a visit to the Golden Giant Gate was inevitable for him. Gu Bei clasped his hands in respect. Elder, I kindly ask you to inform me of the Soul Arena's location. The elders sighed and gestured towards Dou Po City. It is just behind Dou Po City. You will discover it upon your arrival. As Gu Bei took his leave, the elders added, if anyone inquires about your origin, simply tell them you hail from Holy Soul Village. Chapter 88. Entering the city outside the gates of Dou Po City, a ceaseless stream of people flowed by. Villagers led water buffaloes laden with grain for sale, while merchants hurriedly drove their horse-drawn carts. Gu Bei stood at the forefront of the line, engaging in conversation with the captain of the guards. I wish to participate in the Soul Arena competition, he stated. The captain, Xiao Yan, stood tall at 8 feet, with a broad back and a formidable physique. His square face was accentuated by 2 prominent brows, and his high nose crinkled as he replied, You are not originally from Dou Po City, yet you wish to join us? His tone was somewhat brusque, though not unpleasant, suggesting a forthright nature. Gu Bei nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Xiao Yan immediately shifted his focus from managing the city's entry to addressing Gu Bei's request. He called to his companions, Xiao Gao, take my place for a moment. Xiao He, fetch the registration paper and ink. The young guards, Xiao Gao and Xiao He, complied, one standing at the gate's entrance while the other adjusted his cap and hurried off to retrieve the necessary materials. Once the paper and ink were in hand, Xiao Yan inquired, name, age, martial soul, rank. Gu Bei responded in kind. Guy Lowen, 17 years old, Nun, level 21. Having undergone modifications to his physique, he no longer resembled a child of 8 or 9, prompting him to falsify his age and name. Xiao Kuo recorded Gu Bei's details, reviewing them once more before asking, "Are you certain you wish to compete in the Soul Arena? This is no trivial matter. Even in battle, should you perish, your opponent bears no responsibility." Gu Bei replied nonchalantly, "I am certain." A smirk crept across Xiao Kuo's lips. "Young man, there are countless aspiring individuals who wish to join Dou Po City. I can assure you, out of 10, all 10 meet their demise. Lacking a martial soul, your aptitude is woefully inadequate. You stand no chance against the warriors of the Soul Arena." Xiao Kuo's words were intended to dissuade Gu Bei, perhaps even to save his life. Yet, Gu Bei remained silent, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gently clenched his fist, an ethereal aura of chaos emanating briefly before dissipating. "Though I lack a martial soul, I possess certain talents in other respects." At that moment, Xiao Kuo was taken aback. He had sensed the latent power hinted at by Gu Bei's fist. The force seemed formidable, compelling him to regard the young man with newfound respect. Gu Bei accepted the paper, expressing his gratitude before making his way toward the expansive square that Xiao Kuo had mentioned. With steady strides infused with a hint of wind and thunder, he traversed the distance with remarkable swiftness, covering ground in mere moments. Xiao Kuo squinted, recognizing the finesse in Gu Bei's gait, and mused, "It appears that Dou Po City is on the verge of producing an extraordinary individual, perhaps one who can rival the talents of other great cities." Xiao Gao, the young guard, jested, "Captain, you can't be referring to that lad, can you? He lacks even a proper martial soul." Another young guard, known as Xiao He, expressed his skepticism, stating, "I believe there is little difference between us and ordinary individuals. I doubt they can match my prowess, especially since I possess a martial soul." The two youths immediately displayed excitement at the prospect of a seemingly guaranteed victory in a wager, eagerly chiming in unison, "What shall we bet on?" After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Kuo suggested, "How about a wager on 1 month's military pay?" The two youths instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, "A month's pay? That's equivalent to half of a level 20 experience orb. Captain, that is quite a hefty bet." Xiao Kuo, remaining unfazed, replied, "In that case, should you lose, I shall only require you to stand guard for me for a month." The two youths, feeling as if they had struck a remarkable deal, hastily agreed, "Captain, you mustn't go back on your word." Xiao Kuo chuckled, "Once our guard duty concludes today, we shall venture to the Soul Arena to witness some matches. We must go." Meanwhile, Gu Bei was unaware of the opinions held by those behind him. He had already arrived at the Soul Arena. In a secluded chamber, the portly deputy manager of the arena, Carmen, welcomed Gu Bei. He was the epitome of a businessman with a singular focus on profit. His attire reflected this. Adorned with a golden chain around his neck and 2 extravagant rings encrusted with jewels on his fingers, his round face displaying a merchant's characteristic smile. "Mr. Garin, what a splendid name. I hear you are eager to participate in the Arena-S competitions." Gu Bei merely nodded in acknowledgement. Upon noticing Gu Bei's resolute demeanor, Carmen continued, "Of course, if you are determined to compete, I can make the necessary arrangements for you." Gu Bei replied, "Please arrange the match." Carmen smiled in response. "I will ensure the competition is organized, but prior to that, would you mind if I guide you on a tour of the arena?" Although Gu Bei did not consider anyone a worthy opponent, he decided it prudent to observe the forthcoming matches. Carmen, leading the way, naturally possessed access to exclusive viewing areas as the deputy manager of the arena. As they walked, he glanced at his rings, and the reflection revealed Gu Bei behind him, prompting a shrewd realization. The Soul Arena charged spectators a considerable fee for each match, and a contest featuring formidable fighters could double the value of each seat, yielding substantial profits for the arena. However, those outsiders wishing to join the city of Dou Po, lacking fame and strength, saw their seat values plummet, and often faced the harsh reality of being unqualified to compete. It was essential to let this presumptuous young man witness the battles of the strong, so he could grasp the true measure of his own capabilities.